Hello everyone, my name is Emil and welcome to my first video on my channel. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to create an amazing Instagram clone on both Android and iOS devices. You are going to learn how to create mobile applications fully offline capable, leveraging Flutter best practices. After watching this tutorial, you're going to be fully capable of building very complex applications such as Instagram by your own, giving your users offline first features, increasing seamless user experience. At the very beginning, we can see a feed page, the core of our beautiful Instagram clone. So firstly, let me demonstrate features that I can do with an internet connection. I can go ahead and like the post on the Android device. So in real time, the likes count is changed for both devices. I can open up the comment section. I can send the comment just like so. So in real time, we can see the comment is added to this post. Comments can be liked as a post. Then I can send a comment reply to another comment by tapping on the reply button. And the comment is going to be marked as a reply to this comment. And if I am the owner of the comment, I can go ahead and on the long press, delete it just like so. On top of it, the owner of the post can actually delete any comments of his own post. Then, if I turn the Wi-Fi off on the Android device, I can still access the exact same features that I was previously doing with an internet connection. I can actually see all the posts being offline even after refreshing the page. And the same goes for liking posts, sending comments, and much, much more. Now I turn the Wi-Fi on. So on the iOS device, just in a moment, we will see how the likes count is going to be updated in real time and the comment that was sent from being offline is also added to the comments section in real time. The app has a built-in chat feature so that I can have the private conversation with anyone. I can send any messages that I wish to any user and all of that in real time. Therefore, by clicking on the share button, I can share posts with any user in private chat conversations, both online and offline. Initially, in the share post model, I can see a list of my followers and followings, and I can choose users I want to share the post with by clicking on their avatars. And on top of it, I can also search for users by inputting the desired username in the text field. And from the list, I can pick up one at a time. And talking about searching mechanism, the application will efficiently look up for users with a specific search term. Only once the API request is called, so that next time I will get a result by a uniquely generated hash system from the cache. It lowers the database client latency, minimizing a count of API requests throughout the whole app lifecycle. So at the same time, I can send messages to multiple users. And optionally, I can attach a text message. Then I can send a message to selected users. But for now, I'm going to choose only one user. But on the Android device, before sharing a post, let's minimize the app, putting it in the background. Now we can actually share a post. And as you can see on the Android device, there is a notification of a message that the user sent to him. It basically means that every time the application is minimized on the device and we actually send the message to this user, he is going to receive the notification just like so, so that we can tap on this notification and we are going to open up the app. Now, in the chat page, we can see the shared post message. On top of it, we can send a regular text message in the text field, just like so. Side by side, as messages arrive to another user, they are marked as seen. Then I can reply to any message in the chat page. attaching a text to a reply. Let's send it. So now this text message is attached to this message as a reply, so that we can click on this replied message and we are going to be automatically scrolled up to this message. Also, the text in the message is editable. By clicking on it, we can choose edit option, and then we can provide a new text for a message by saying edited, and we can go ahead, send, and in real time for both users we see this message as edited. The message can also be deleted. If you delete the message that was replied, it's going to be removed everywhere it was referenced. Now, if we turn off the Wi-Fi on the Android and go back to the application, we can still send any messages while being completely offline. Immediately on the Android device, we see the messages that I have sent, but we don't on the iOS device yet. Now, I can go back to the feed page, share the post with this user, and I will also be able to see it immediately while being offline. And now, let me turn on the Wi-Fi connection back, go to the application, and just in a few moments, we will notice messages transmitted in real time for both devices. And let's get back to the feed page. We are not over yet. If you have already noticed in the feed page, on top of regular posts, we have the sponsored posts. In the sponsored profile that is going to be shown when we click on the post author's profile, we will see the promotional banner. It navigates to the promo link or the website in a separate browser. In this case, I have actually attached my own Instagram account so that when I have clicked on this button, I can see my Instagram account opened up in the browser. So I'm going to teach you how to actually promote, change, and adapt your own content in real time with the help of Firebase Remote Config. Next, the feature where users can choose images and take a photo or video with their camera. Most importantly, I can crop images immediately in the Gallery tab, precisely choosing a portion of the image I want to specifically showcase. So at the same time, I can choose one or more media at the same time. And if I click on the send button, I see a preview page to review media and optionally add a caption to a post. When the publish button is pressed, we are sent to the feed page. And next, we focus on the timeline page. This design shows posts first media, putting videos in larger sections than images to make videos more noticeable. Additionally, users can long press on a post to bring up a pop-up, and I can go ahead and unlike this post just like so. Go ahead and like this post once again. I can go ahead and from this pop-up, I can visit the post author's profile page. And lastly, right away, I can go ahead and share this post with other people. In the timeline page, I can access a robust search page. I can search for other users within the application, calling an API request with a unique search term only once. So next, the Reels page, where users can scroll through posts that contain a single video. I can pause the video by holding the finger on it, and the UI elements will be smoothly animated in and out. Additionally, I can double tap on the video to like it, triggering a beautiful popping heart icon animation that appears stacked on top of the post. Now, the user profile page that displays info about user's account. In the app bar, displayed user's avatar picture. On top of it, posts, followers, and followings count are shown. I can click on follower or followings section to see a list of users. I can remove the follower from here, and also I can unfollow and follow users just from these pages. Next, the list of posts that user own is displayed. By clicking on any post, starting from the picked one, we can see these posts in a separate page. Then I can change some settings of the app. Right top corner, there is a settings button for it. I can change the language of the application, in my case from English to Russian. the entire app is translated to the chosen language. So I'm going to teach you how to translate your app to as many languages as you want. Then I can change theme. The application supports light and dark modes. I can log out from the account to change one. The application automatically redirects us to the authentication page once the user is not authenticated. You can log in into an existing account, giving it an email and the password. If you forgot the password, you can recover it. First, give it an email. The OTP token will be sent to the address that you have provided. The user is authenticated with the previously provided email address. Clicking on Change Password button once inputted a valid OTP token, and the password will be updated with a new one. So we can go back, and on top of it, we have two other authentication providers to sign in with Google or GitHub. Also, you can sign up a brand new account. Here, you input the required credentials. You can pick up a picture for your profile, and as a result, the account will be created upon clicking on Sign Up button. For now, I will sign in with Google by choosing the desired account. And lastly, in our application, we are going to be able to create wonderful stories. To create a story, I can draw pretty much anything on the canvas that I can actually imagine. I can input here any text that I would like to share with my followers. And lastly, I can pick up any wonderful images from the gallery on my device. And if I really want to, I can save my work for later usage, so I don't need to rebuild my wonderful story. And lastly, I can click on the upload button, and the magic happens right here. The story is created in real time everywhere in the application. So everywhere in the application where I can actually see this user profile avatar, I can see this gradient border. And a gradient border around an avatar indicates for stories that you haven't seen yet. Upon clicking on the avatar, the page with stories of the user appears, and the owner of the story can actually delete it, just like so. And now we don't see a gradient border around the avatar. Overall, the application has a bunch of cool features that we are going to create together. So without further ado, let's get started. So let's get started by setting up our actual project. So first thing that we need to do is go to the Chrome, and let's search for the website called pub.dev, and here we are going to search for packages, and here we need a very good CLI, and we hit the enter button, and as we can see we are now on the pub.dev website, and here we can see a very good CLI that we are going to use in order to set up our very own project. So the very good CLI package is a command line interface tool specifically designed for use with Dart and Flutter projects. It's created by Very Good Ventures to streamline the development process. So this is basically will be used in order to quickly generate new project templates for various purposes, including Flutter apps, Dart packages, and even documentation sites. It simplifies the managing dependencies in your project by providing commands for installing and checking licenses. It also offers you a commands to run tests in your Flutter projects, optionally with coverage reporting, and you can easily update Very Good CLI tool itself to benefit from the latest features and bug fixes. So in a sense, Very Good CLI acts as a productivity booster for Flutter developers by automating repetitive tasks and providing a consistent workflow. So now you basically understand what Very Good CLI stands for. So now we can move on and actually install it on our device. So first of all, we are going to copy this command over here, dart pub global activate very good CLI, and we are going to paste it in our terminal like this. But I won't run this command because I have already installed this very good CLI on my PC. But if you have never used this command before, I recommend you to run this, because otherwise you will not be able to use tools that very good CLI provides you. So after you have activated this CLI, we are going to actually create our Flutter application. Here you can see a set of commands that very good CLI provides for us that we can use to create our Flutter project, our Flutter package, our Dart package that we will use for different purposes in our application later on. In order to get started, we are going to use this first command over here, very good create Flutter app, and here we can specify the name of the application that we want to create. So let's go to the terminal, and here we will run this command, very good create Flutter application, and here we will specify the name of our application. Let's call it Flutter Instagram clone, and after it we will specify the organization for our project. The organization, basically, this is the argument specifies the domain name that will act as a prefix for your app's package's name. So it basically will be used by Android and iOS and other platforms to uniquely distinguish your app from others in App Store. So here we will specify the name of our organization. In my case, it will be com.gambly1. And after it, we are going to specify the application ID for our app. And the application ID actually is used as an argument that defines a unique identifier for your app within your organization's domain, specified by the org over here. It's used by Android only and serves several purposes. The application ID is often combined with the organization form the complete package. This package name is used by Android system to identify your app's resources, activities, and other components. So in this case, for example, we have our organization com.gambly1. So in the application ID, we are going to specify the same name com.gambly1. And here we have to also add the dot at the end of this line. And here we will specify the name of our application. So the name you can take from this line, Flutter Instagram clone. So we'll basically do Flutter Instagram clone like this. And don't forget to use this double quotes so that this command will be actually working. So after this, we will hit the enter button and our application will start creating. So we just need to wait, and after it we will have to see a successful message that our application has been created. And here it is. Our very good application has been created. So now let's go to this folder that has been created just now. And now we're in this folder. We can open our project in the folder that we have just created this project in. And here it is. This is pretty much all that we need to do in order to create our very first Flutter application. Now we have successfully created our very own Flutter application, but now as you can see, there are some errors. Let's see what this error says. Undefined name, app localizations, target of URI doesn't exist. So basically this error here says that there is no such file, app localizations, and let's quickly fix this issue over here. First of all, we need to remove these lines because we will not need them anymore in this project. The second step that we are going to reproduce, go into this file over here, l10n.yaml, and all you need to do is to add these 2 lines of code over here. So basically you need to add on top of these 4 lines that you will initially have in your project, use escaping and set it to true. as well as synthetic package and set it to false. And this is pretty much all that you need to do in this ltnn.yaml file. So after this, you can safely close it. And the next step that we are going to reproduce will be go to the terminal and make sure that you're in the root folder of your application. Otherwise, the command that we are going to run will not be successfully executed. So the command looks like this: flutter generate ltnn file. So what basically this command does? This command automatically uses dependency called flutter gen and automatically generates all the localizations files that are required for our application. So as you can see in our lib folder, in our localization folder, in the ARB folder, we have just generated this app localization English file. So initially you will have also app underscore es.arb file. So you need to remove it because we are not going to use it in our project. After you have applied these steps, we're going to import our file that we have just generated. But as you can see, there are still some errors that hasn't been solved. So everything that we need to do is to import this file that we have been generated and export it as well. So all the errors are gone. Now we have this little issue over here that says that we have unsorted dependencies in our pubspec.yaml. So everything that we need to do is go to the pubspec.yaml. But before, we are going to search for pubspec assist for here. And here it is. This pubspec assist will allow you to easily add and update dependencies to your Dart. But on top of these functionalities, it also allows you to sort dependencies in your pubspec.yaml file. So if you haven't installed this pubspec assist extension yet, please make sure to install it. And let's go to the pubspec.yaml file again. And here we're going to use the command palette by pressing Command Shift V shortcut. And here we're going to type sort, and we're going to select this option, pubspec assist sort all dependencies. And after it, all the dependencies in our pubspec.yaml are going to be automatically sorted. So now we have no more issues or errors in our project. So now we can move on to the next step. Before we can move on, these issues over here related with always use package imports, use super parameters that are located actually in our app localizations files that we have just generated. This step will be optional for you. We can go to the analysis options.yaml. This file is dedicated for our project in order to control our linting rules that we have in our pubspec.yaml. In our pubspec.yaml, we have this little very good analysis instead of linter that you have used to see in every Flutter project, because I do really recommend you to use these very good analysis options as it sets as a default in every Flutter project that you create with a very good CLI tool. Make sure that you always use the latest version so that you don't have any issues with it. So now let's get back to the file analysis options.yaml. And over here, in order to get rid of all these issues that we have here, we can simply use this command over here, analyzer exclude, and here we can pass all the files that we want our analyzer to exclude. Now, as we can see, we don't have any issues in our problems because all we have done here is set to the analyzer to exclude all of these files. So basically, in our lib folder, we have excluded all the files that are located in our localization file, in our ARB, and over here we have just ignored all of these files so that we don't have any more issues related to the linting rules in this file, because we actually don't want to format it by any time, because it's a generated code and ideally you don't want to modify it. And these lines over here basically created for our future packages, so we don't have these problems at all when we are going to generate some code as well as we have done over here with our localizations file, so that you don't have these unknown issues in the files that you have generated using some code generator. Because as I said before, ideally you don't want to modify any files that has been generated by the build runner or any other executable commands that you have used in your application. So now as we have just solved all of these annoying issues that you can possibly have in your application, we can move on to the next step. So now we have solved all the issues that we have with our localizations and all the issues that we have that with our linting inside of these localizations files. We can try to understand the architecture of the Flutter application itself. So basically in Flutter there are quite a lot of folders that stands for different purposes. The first one, that is the most important, is the lib folder. It exists in every Flutter project, and it will contain only screens. For example, we want to display a counter. We are going to create its own lib folder, so it looks like lib and counter, as we can see over here. We already have one, so let's explore what it looks like. Every screen that we are going to have will have the same structure. As we can see here, we have counter or counter block for the state management, counter view for the actual screen that we are going to display, and the counter widgets that is optional, but we don't have it here. The counter widgets will be created if we want to separate some pieces of code in our counter view. For example, over here we have counter text that could be separated into widgets folder. So let's do it right now. Let's create a widgets folder, and over here let's create counter text. So from the counter page we can quickly copy this counter text, remove it from here, and paste it here. Let's import all the dependencies: Flutter material, Flutter block, and Flutter counter qubit. After this, we can optionally create another file called widgets and export here all the widgets that we have just created. And inside of our counter page, we can now simply import the widgets that we have created. Why we created this widgets.dart file? This file will stand for exporting all the widgets that we can create in this folder over here, so we don't have to separately export each of them that we have in our widgets folder, like this counter text. We can have a more elegant widgets importing on top of our counter page, but it's optional for you. You can create it or just import it as it is. So this is a golden standard for all of our screens in our project. However, sometimes we are going to modify it, but not so often. As we go forward in the tutorial, you will see some modifications. So the next folder that we are going to understand will be pubspec.yaml. It's actually a file. So this pubspec.yaml stands for managing dependencies in our application. In the pub.dev, you can find a lot of packages that are open source, and you can easily use them in Flutter project. So you can easily go to this package and easily export it in your project inside of this pubspec.yaml. But make sure that they are open source and free to use if you are going to use it in commercial application to prevent any potential problems. Speaking about dependencies, we are going to use them a lot in this project. One of them, as you can see, block and Flutter block, is already imported here because we used very good CLI to create our project. And as a default, it uses state management called Flutter block, and we are going to actually use it in our application. Otherwise, you will have to add it manually to your project. So let's go to the pub.dev, and here we will find packages called block. And let's go to the block library.dev documentations. And here we are going to understand the architecture and everything related to this state management. So why block? Block makes it easy to separate presentation from business logic, making your code fast, easy to test, and reusable. Block was designed with three core values in mind: simple, easy to understand, powerful, help making amazing complex application, and testable. Easily test every aspect of an application so that we can iterate with confidence. Overall, blocks attempts to make state changes predictable by regulating when a state change can occur and enforcing a single way to change state throughout an entire application. So let's discuss block concepts. Let's discuss about qubit. Qubit is a class which extends block base and can be extended to any type of state. A qubit can expose functions which can be invoked to trigger state changes. So basically in our application we have a qubit that have some methods that can be used in UI to emit states, and the UI can send functions that are created in qubit to execute them respectively, so that qubit then can request the data from the repository or from the remote API service, and from this we will have a response that then we will have data in the qubit, and then it will emit state in the UI. So here we can see how to create a qubit itself. Say class counter qubit extends qubit, and over here this actually int state stands for a state. So basically in more complex examples, instead of this simple type like int string, we will have a another class that will stand for a state, and at the state here we will pass like counter state instead of just a type. So here we will pass an initial state. Inside of it here is just a 0. We can see how qubit state changes. Over here we have an increment method that emits 1 to the state every time we invoke this method. And here you can see how to use it. So first of all, we need to instantiate the qubit everywhere we want to use it, and easily increment, just invoke this increment method. Let's find block. So actually the main reason for using block instead of qubits is when you have a more complex logic rather than just incrementing a counter or just something like this. The main of qubit from block is that it doesn't have any internal stream state that we can actually listen to or do whatever we want from outside of the block, outside of the qubit itself. As you can see here, qubit is just a class that extends a qubit, but inside of qubit there is no more than handling closing and handling instance of this qubit. But in block itself, we will have a lot of streams controllers, and this is actually one of the most essential difference from qubit, because we can have some transformers of these streams that are internal inside of the block. So this is the main reason we choose block rather than qubit when we want to transform our events, or sometimes we want to throttle the time the events are executed or debounce them. So as you can see here, the UI can send events instead of functions directly to the block. And here is the same thing: request the data from the repository and receive the response from it, and emit the state to the UI. So as you can see here, we have an event instead of functions. So in the qubit, we could easily directly create a method called increment, but here we need to create an abstract class. In here we created sealed class, so we cannot use it outside of the counter block. And here we create an event called counter increment pressed that extends this event. And here, in order to actually make it functional, we are going to use on invocation that is uniquely for the counter block only. And here we will specify the type of the event that we want to process. And here we have the access to the event itself and emit. What does event stands for? Well, inside this we can have different properties, because this is a class, so it functions as every single class. We can have here parameters or any other logic that potentially we want in this event, so we can directly access it from this event property. And the emit is basically the same as in qubit. So in order to emit some state, we can use this one and emit, for example, 0, or emit state plus 1, as we did it in the qubit. So I hope you understand a little bit more with the block. So let's look at the architecture with the block. So the data layer will look like repository. So we have a repository that will have an access to the client, or a provider that will have access to the data fetching from the DB or some request or make some request. And over here we will have a method that will use this client or provider that will fetch for some data and return it in this repository, so that we can use it repository in our business logic layer. In our business logic layer, we're going to use this repository to get the data that we want to access. But you should note that this repository is only created for business logic layer and should not be used outside of it. So as you can see, here we are defining our repository and using it like so, getting the data and emit it an appropriate state in our block. So as you can see here, we also have block-to-block communication, but we will cover it lately in the tutorial. And here is the architecture itself. So we have the application layer, and we will use it in every single screen in our lib folder that we will have in our project, and it will look like presentation, as I have seen you an example with a counter that will have a page like login, and will have a block or qubit like business logic that will stand for the logic that will execute events, the presentation layer itself. And from this application layer, there will be a call to the repositories, as I said you before, that called repository layer, that then will fetch some data from the data layer that can be called like an API or Firebase Auth or Hive local storage or any other database clients that you can potentially have. And this is pretty much all that you need to understand when we will work with our other screens in our project. So this is basically all that I wanted to show you in order to have a better understanding. Other stuff we will dive deeply in the tutorial itself. Now we understand what the lib folder stands for, and now we have described what the state management we are going to use in our project. There are other folders like Android, iOS, macOS, web, Windows that exist in every Flutter project. They are very crucial part of any Flutter project and stands as blueprints for the project to work on these operation systems. You should never delete or modify them without needing, as it can lead to app crashes or unexpected behaviors. And lastly, there is a new unique folder for our project that will be called packages, but we don't have it, so let's create it. Why is it unique? Because it's rare to see this folder in Flutter project. So this folder created to have repositories for business logic for our application, repositories for utilities or shared logic such as models, extensions, themes, widgets, and repositories for main reusable UI blocks and components that will be extensively used and consumed by the screens or UI components in the lib root folder that stands for displaying screens. Like for example counter. In the counter we will say that this counter text will consume a reusable UI component called counter text. Instead of being in the widgets folder, we can simply place it in the packages folder inside of another utility package that will stand for storing a reusable UI components that we can use in our counter view or any other screens that we will have later on. So now we understand pretty much every single folder that we'll have in our Flutter project. Now we are going to set up an Android for our application. In order to do that, we are going to the root folder of our application, find the here Android folder, app, and inside of our Android app, we need to find build.gradle file. Over here, you need to find this line of code, min SDK version, and set it to 21. The next thing that you need to find will be compile SDK version, and you need to set it to 33. You need to go to the source folder inside of app folder, go to the main folder, and here find Android manifest.xml. Here you won't have initially users permissions, you need to add all of them. The next thing that you need to add in your Android manifest file will be here. Inside of the application, you need to set Android property called request legacy external storage and set the value of it to true. The next thing, you need to go to the inside of your activity, and over here you will have initially only this metadata tag and this intent filter. You need to find these two intent filters in the GitHub repository, copy and paste of them, and this metadata tag for the Firebase messaging to set a default notification channel ID. In my case, I set this value to chat channel, and I do really recommend you use the same value that I use. So this is basically all that you need to do in order to set up the Android for your application. The next thing that we need to do is to set up our iOS. Let's go to the iOS folder and find here runner folder. In this runner folder, we need to find info.plist file. In this file, you will initially have only this key over here with an array localizations that our Flutter application have when you use the iOS. Initially here you will have on top of English string an ES, and you simply need to remove it because previously we have removed app localization file for the ES. Next thing that you need to add in this file will be on top of this. You will not have these keys, strings, and all of this array with dictionary up to this, which have fetch and remote notification. So you as well need to go to the GitHub repository and copy all of that from here to here. And this is basically all that you need to add in this info.plist file in the iOS folder. So this is everything that you need to set up in your iOS folder. So let's run the application once again using the hotkey Fn plus Ctrl plus F5 so that it will run this Flutter application in the debug mode. Now we go to the terminal. Since we have created this a brand new folder called packages, we are going straight into it in the terminal by using this command cd packages. Why we do this? Because we are going to create our very first repository that we are going to consume by our state management in our very first and very own screen in the lib folder. So let's get started. First of all, we need to run this command. Very good create Dart package, and the name of our package will be API repository, and optionally we can pass the description to this repository and we will call it a fake API repository. So now in the packages folder we should see this API repository that has been created for us. Pretty much contains everything that contains our main project, but without Android, iOS, macOS, web, Windows, because it's not a Flutter application. As you can see from this command, we have created a Dart package. And if we look into the pubspec.yaml here, we can see only an SDK and there is no dependencies Flutter with an SDK. And you should create a Dart package when you don't communicate with the Flutter itself, when you don't have any packages that communicate with Flutter SDK. So in this case, API repository doesn't have any relation to the Flutter, so it can be solely a Dart package without any Flutter code. So here let's create our very first method called fetch Todos, and it will simply return a Todos like make homework, go to shop, and cook the dinner. So after we have created our repository, we can go to the root pubspec.yaml, not inside the API repository, and here we can actually provide our dependency in this pubspec.yaml. This name is going to be exactly the same with the package that you have just created. If you misspell it, you will have an error saying that there is no such a dependency with this name. So in order it to properly functional, use the same name as the package that you have just created. Now we are going to sort all dependencies. As you can see, we have a missing documentation for a public member issue. You can completely omit it, or in order to fix this issue, we can actually add a comment to this fetch to do, and we can simply say it fetches to do's. And after we have actually added API repository to our pubspec.yaml dependencies, we're going to the terminal, going to the root folder of our application. Don't forget to do this, and let's run this command flutter_pub.get. We are using this command in order to make this pubspec.yaml up to date, so we can actually use this API repository that we have just added in this pubspec.yaml. So now let's close all of these files and let's go to the root folder of our application. And in this lib folder, let's create a brand new folder called Todos, and in this Todos we're going to create a view. And inside this view, we're going to have a Todos view.dart. And inside it, we will have a Todos view, and we're going to create brand new screen that we're going to display inside of our application. And this Todos view will consume this repository that we have just created. But in order to communicate with API repository, we are going to create a block layer for our state management. But before we do this, we are going to go to the extensions, and here we are going to search for block. This block will allow you to easily create blocks or qubits with all its boilerplate, so you don't have to always write it manually. So it actually saves you a lot of time. So if you don't have it installed already, just click the install button and it's done. So let's minimize everything, and here inside of Todos folder, let's create a brand new qubit. In this case, it will be qubit, and let's call it Todos. So here it is. As we can see, here is a brand new qubit created for our Todos folder. So here, as I explained you before, in the qubit, there is no more a simple type like int, because if we pass here an integer in the super constructor, we have to pass the exact same type as we have provided over here of a qubit. So instead of Todos initial, we're going to have 0. Oh, and I actually misspelled the Todos. Let me quickly fix it. And here we go. So as soon as you keep your Todos simple like a counter, we don't need this state. So we are going to remove it. And here we are going to pass a list of string as a type. And here we are going to pass an initial value of our state will be a constant list of strings, and we're going to remove this part of our to-do state that we previously had. So here we're going to create a method that will fetch to-dos, but before we have to instantiate our API repository, but for some reason we don't have it. So we are going to run flutter pub get once again. So now we can have this access to the API repository. Now we are going to simply pass API repository as a parameter over here, and we are going to assign a repository to the API repository as a parameter over here. And we are going to use this API repository to fetch to-dos from this repository, but I have made a mistake. I need to have a return type of list of strings here. And here we actually need to wrap this inside of emit function, and this emit will update the state to the provided state. So what it actually means? It means that the state over here of the qubit of this exact type that we have passed will be updated with the value that we get from the API repository. So in our case, it will be make homework, go to shop and cook the dinner. So because we have changed the return type to the list of strings, we can actually pass it to the emit. But if we go to it and remove it actually to the void, we will see that here is an error. This expression has a type of void, so its value can't be used. So because this fetch to-dos doesn't return anything, we cannot emit this value to the qubit. So let's revert our changes back. So let's go back to the to-dos view, and here let's go and create a scaffold. Inside the scaffold we are going to pass a body parameter, and inside of body we are going to take a column. Inside of it we are going to have children, and inside of children we are going to have a expanded with the child list view builder. And inside of item builder we're going to have a to-do, but first of all we're going to have a to-dos and select them from the to-dos qubit. Here we are going to import all the dependencies that we have to have, and here we are going to say log state, and after it, and you can actually call it qubit, and from here we are going to say to-dos index, and we're going to return text with the to-do and style them that of context text them and headline small. And here we go. But before we can actually use this to-dos qubit over here, we need to wrap somewhere above of this to-dos view the widget with the to-dos qubit as a value. But before we do this, let's see what will happen if we actually pass it as it is. So as you can see, we will have a lot of errors. The error saying that could not find correct provider in the to-dos view. In order to fix this, we have several solutions. But first of all, let's rename our app. Initially, you will have app.dart to app view, and instead of app, we are going to have app view. And inside of app view folder, we are going to create a file called app that we previously had instead of app view. And here we are going to create a status widget called app and import the material data. And here we are going to return an app view. We are going to pass here an API repository and pass it to the app as a parameter. Why we do this? Because we actually want to separate the concerns of API view and the actual app that will be wrapped in the block providers that we are going to have a lot in the future. So why we do this? We could easily go and wrap our material app with our block provider and say to-dos qubit and etc, but it looks just a little bit bloated. So instead of having these block providers inside of this app view, we're going to have it inside of this app folder, so it looks a little more elegant. So we could easily go and say that block provider provides a test qubit, not actually test, to-dos qubit, and as the parameters it accepts API repository. So here we see that the error isn't gone because we haven't imported the app repository yet. So let's go to the main development and main production files that we have over here, and we are going to replace app view to the app, and here we are going to instantiate the API repository over here like so, and pass it as a parameter in the API in the app. So basically in these files you will also need to instantiate these repositories, clients, and whatever you have, local storages, in order to then use them in your blocks, qubits, and states that will be consumed by your views and screens. So after we have done this, we're going to simply copy and paste it everywhere. After this, we are going to return to our app view, and as we can see, we have wrapped our material application, as we can see over here, in the to-dos qubit. If we go and make a hot reload, we can see that there is still an error, and this is simply because we forgot to pass an item count to the list view builder. So here we are going to do that length. So if we hot reload, we will see nothing because we forgot to convert this to-dos view to the stateful widget, and we are going to init state it. And in its state, we're going to say Todos qubit, and here we're going to fetch Todos. And after it, we will see that here is an actual data that we have emitted by calling this fetch Todos method that actually emits the value from the API repository that we have over here. So this is why we have here make homework, go to shop, cook the dinner, and this is as simple as that. But here is another way to solve this issue. We are going to remove this block provider from here, and first of all we are going to remove it and wrap our app view instead in repository provider.value. I will quickly explain you why we will do like this. So this repository is meant as a repository. It's a very convenient way of providing this repository to all of these widgets, all of the screens that we will have a lot in the future, so that we can easily access to them with our context, because this repository is from the Flutter block package and it actually provides this repository to all of the screens below it. But as you can see, we still have this error. So in case we have such a simple view like Todos that we have created right now, we want our Todos qubit to be accessible only in the Todos view. But we cannot directly wrap our scaffold in the block provider, like so, Todos qubit. And here we can actually read our API repository and import it. And it will not fix this error. It will say that we cannot directly access the state or the block that we have just wrapped our widget with. Instead, what we're going to do is to create another stateless widget called Todos page that will return Todos view. Then we are going to wrap it with our Todos qubit. And here we are going to pass API repository with an API repository as a parameter. And after we have done this, we are obviously going to our app view, and instead of Todos view, we're going to use Todos page. And as you can see, everything works perfectly. And since we have created a Todos page on top of Todos view, we're going to rename our Todos view to Todos page. So I have shown you the way of refactoring everything that we had before, so that keep that in mind when we are going to do the same stuff as we go forward in the tutorial, so you don't lose yourself. So this is basically the most performant and the most convenient way of using block providers and qubits, in particular a block state management, as you can see here, because you actually don't want to have a Todos qubit to be accessible everywhere in your project. So because when you actually wrap any qubit or block inside of your app view on top of the material app, you have the access to this block or qubit instance everywhere in the application. So for instance, you will have an access to this Todos qubit in the counter view, but it's not expected to be. So you are about to create a top level block provider only if you are expected to have the access to this qubit or block in multiple times, and you have to have only a single instance of this qubit or block. Why is this so important? Because if you want to have an access to this Todos qubit in multiple pages, and you will say that, oh, so I will just simply move this counter page as well as the Todos view with a Todos qubit, and everything will work fine. But it won't, because in this way, a counter page and the Todos page will have two different instances of a qubit. So for example, if you will emit some states in this Todos view, it will not be preserved by any chance. So for example, you're expected to see a new to-do in the counter page, but you won't, because here is another instance of Todos qubit. So this is why I have explaining to you, because it's a little bit confusing, but I hope you understand it. So in summary, when you want to have only one instance of qubit or block, you are simply wrapping this widget above it, just above it, creating a Todos page, or you can name it whatever you want, and return simply this Todos view and wrap this Todos view in the block provider. But if you want to have a single instance of a qubit or a provider, you are going to wrap the closest screen with the Todos with the qubit or block. What does mean the closest screen? So basically, let's say that we have this Todos and counter inside of the bottom navigation bar. So we are displaying this Todos view and counters view by iterating through pages by an index that we are currently in by getting this value from the bottom navigation bar. So this bottom navigation bar is expected to be as a top level screen that wraps our both counter and to-dos. So this is meant to be a closest screen, so we can simply wrap our bottom navigation bar with this block or qubit so that both of these screens will have a single instance to this state. But if we don't have this closest screen, the only way is to wrap your material app with the block provider. You are done. So now you have a pretty solid understanding of what we're going to do throughout this tutorial as we move forward. So let's actually move on to the next step. I have explained you the structure of the application that we are going to build. Now we are going to set up the required services. Here are three of them: a well-known Firebase, Supabase, a free alternative to Firebase, and a brand new service called PowerSync that will be connected with our Supabase service. It's likely you have never heard about PowerSync before, but we are going to dive deep into it as we go ahead. So the Firebase we are going to use only for messaging using Firebase messaging tool. Unlike other Instagram tutorials, we won't use Firebase database, Firebase real-time database, or Firebase auth. Instead, for all that stuff, we will use Supabase connected with PowerSync. So let's finally start to set up the Supabase. So go to the Chrome and find the official supabase.com website. After you have clicked on it, simply log in into your account if you haven't done it yet, and create your own organization. After these steps, let's go and create our first project. So let's click to this button, create a new project, and the name to this project we are going to give Flutter Instagram clone, and the password you can give whatever you want. But make sure that you remember this password because we are going to need it when we will set up our PowerSync service. So just save it somewhere or try to remember it and don't forget. So we are going to click create new project button, and our Supabase project is going to be created just in a few minutes. So let's quickly discuss about this Supabase service. What we are going to use here from all of these options. First of all, we are going to have the database connection to our Supabase service, and authentication that we are going to have, and a storage that we will use to store our images, videos, and other media. In the database, tables are going to be a representation of our models, so we are going to create them just now. So yeah, our application has been just initialized so that we can go to the SQL editor. For instance, profiles tables that are going to be stored over here. We are going to have the schemes for our tables over there. So for example, profiles table will be used to store user profiles. So let's quickly discuss about these tables and other stuff that we are going to have here. So as you can see, we are going to create a lot of stuff in this SQL editor. So one of the most obvious examples is going to be a table called profiles. So this table will be used to store user email, username, avatar URL, full name, and it represents a model that we are going to have in our Flutter project. So here we are going to create every single table, storage, for example, storage buckets like avatars. In avatars, we are going to store images for our profiles that our profiles are going to use to have their avatar URL text nullable, and other stuff related to policies, as you can see here, triggers, functions, and all of this stuff. Basically, what is policy? Before we can use policy, we are going to enable the row level security for our tables that will exist in our database. But why do we need to enable row level security? Because it ensures an extra level of security for our tables. So for example, we have a profile, and normally without this row level security, user can insert into profiles, delete his profile, update or select other profiles without any restrictions. So for example, he wants to delete his account. So here is a policy that allows him to delete a profile where the ID that we have in this profile is equal to the ID of the user that he is actually currently authenticated in. So for example, if he authenticated into account with the username Bob, he can easily delete its account because he is now logged into it. But if, for example, in the application there would be an option to delete others' account, even though he can click on the button and delete, using these row level securities with policies, he will not be able to do this by any chance, because the ID of the profile will be different from the currently authenticated user ID that he is currently logged in. So this is why he will not be able to do this. This is why the policies and the row level security is so important in this case, because we want to ensure that we have a secure tables and we don't expect an unexpected behaviors with our tables and stuff with posts and so on. So where you can find all of this stuff that we are going to create here? In my GitHub repository for this Flutter Instagram offline first clone. In my GitHub account, you can find it in the packages database client. You can search for tables.sql and you can simply copy all this stuff that is located in this file and copy it in the SQL editor into Supabase. And let's hit the enter button, and as you can see, success, no rows returned. If you get this message, it means that you have successfully applied all the changes that we are going to do to apply in these lines. But to mention, we also have here triggers, functions, and all that stuff to help us manage the workflow with our profiles. For example, when we want to update the avatar of our user, we are going to handle it with our function called delete storage object that is going to trigger then another function that will delete it. So here we will need our project URL, our service role key that we are going to find in our project settings in order it to be functional. But before we are going to set up our functions, let's go to the table editor, and as you can see, we have just created all the tables that we are going to use in our Flutter Instagram clone project. So here is a table for attachments, comments, conversations, images, likes, messages, participants, posts, profiles, stories, subscriptions, and videos. And in all of them, as you can see, there is an auth policies because we have enabled a row level security for them, as I explained you before in our SQL editor when we were creating them, so that each of these tables have these policies over here that actually restricts it in different ways. So for example, in attachments, it doesn't restrict deletion of it at all because we don't actually need to do it. But you get the point. So in every single table that we have over here, we have the auth policies that somehow restricts the usage of these tables. So now all we're gonna do is go to the database, and here we need to find functions. In the functions, we need to find delete storage object, and we are going to edit this function. And over here, as you can see, we need a project URL and service role key. So we are going to copy this real quick in our project settings. So first of all, go to your project settings. Let's find here an API configuration, and in here we will find the project URL that we are going to copy and paste in our Chrome tab, so we have a better access for this when we are going to paste it in our database function. And the next thing that we need to copy from here will be this service role secret key. Ideally, you should not reveal it to anyone, but in this case, it's okay to have it in your database functions. Just simply press here a reveal button and paste it in your database functions inside a service role key. I will quickly show it right now. So once again, go to the database functions and find here delete storage object, and over here edit function, and in the project URL paste their URL that you have been just copied from the API configuration, and in the service role key paste here the service role key that you have just copied from your project. So but after you copied it from your API settings, make sure that you don't reveal or show it to anyone. So this is pretty much all that we need to set up in our Supabase service. After we have configured the Supabase service, I'm going to quickly explain you about PowerSync, and we are going to actually set up it. So let's go to the Google and search for the docs.powersync.com. So in this website, we are going to search for PowerSync overview, and over here you can actually read about the actual PowerSync itself and what it is doing under the hood. So basically, PowerSync is a service that keeps backend SQL databases in sync with on-device databases embedded in an SDK. It means that PowerSync connects any SQL database, in particular only PostgreSQL databases in sync with databases that are on device. In particular, it will be Android and iOS that our application can handle, and it keep it in sync with this database. So actually PowerSync has its own third-party library called SQLite asynchronous. So let's quickly look at it. We're going to the pub.dev packages SQLite asynchronous. So if you want, you can read more about this package over here and its benefits and difference from the actual SQLite database. So you have a better understanding what actually SQLite async under the hood, because PowerSync internally uses it as a on-device database embedded in an SDK. So now, as you can see here, here is a basic illustration of how we are going to handle, how the Supabase with PowerSync is going to handle an authentication and other stuff. So before using PowerSync, an application's existing architecture may look like this. So this is our SQL database we will actually use as our Supabase database. This is our backend application actually. And from this API, we are going to make API calls to our user device back and forth with our existing app to backend auth. After it, the PowerSync services uses database native credentials and authenticates directly against a Postgres database using the configured credentials. As you can see here, we are connecting our native auth with the SQL database using this PowerSync service. After it retrieves JSON Web Token in order to actually authenticate our PowerSync service from the database. In our case, it will be Supabase, and then it connects SQL database with the PowerSync SDK. So now we can have like a bridge between our user device and our database, so that we can actually retrieve some data on our user devices. After it, we can actually read and write data. The reading data is going to be configured with our sync rules that are unique for a PowerSync that we are going to explain later on. So basically, sync rules is going to define which user will have access to which portion of data called sync buckets. We are going to define these sync buckets and sync rules config in our sync rules file that we are going to have in our PowerSync project. So actually, these sync rules are applied by the PowerSync. It decides to which user send which data under certain circumstances. So after it, we are going to the quick start guide, and let's look how to actually connect our Supabase. Here is an integration guide how to create Supabase and PowerSync service together. So here is a video if you want to have a better understanding what is actually PowerSync and how to connect it with Supabase if you still have questions after my explanation. So in order to configure our Supabase plus PowerSync services, we're going to first of all configure Supabase, create the demo database schema, and create the Postgres publication. We have already done this step. So the next thing that we're going to do is to configure PowerSync. In PowerSync, we are going to create a connection to Supabase and configure sync rules. And after it, we will be able to use our PowerSync and Supabase services in our application. So basically, here is an example of how we should have created our publication called PowerSync for our tables. But in our previous examples, we have already created this publication for all of our tables, so you don't need to apply this extra step because we have already applied it. So now let's go to the PowerSync dashboard, search for the accounts, journey app, portal, and over here you can log into your account, and after it you can actually create an application. And here we are going to search for PowerSync project, and here we are going to set a name of Flutter Instagram clone, and here we are going to choose a basic revision with a journey app. So now our project is being generated, and this is pretty much all you need to do in order to create your PowerSync project. So after it, as you can see in your PowerSync project instances, you can see sync rules. So here is the basic example of the most basic sync buckets that you can actually have in your project. So what these syntaxes mean? As you can see here, the global bucket called the global is going to streamline the data. So it selects everything from my table, and it selects everything from my table where my column equal false. So basically this line over here sync all the rows from the my table and this one only syncs some rows from this my table column because we have provided an state and where statement. Here is a bucket specifically for users that goes under this statement. So actually, as you can see in here, we have an optional parameters as we don't have it in our global sync bucket. It means that this sync bucket is going to sync only those rows of data in my table column that goes under this statement here. It basically means that it's going to sync all the data from my table particular user with the user ID that we get from this bucket, that we get from these parameters, where we select this user ID from the token parameters as user ID. And this actually token parameters that user ID is the ID of the currently authenticated user in our PowerSync service that we are going to log in our application. So now you have a better understanding of what the sync rules actually means. Now we are going to delete all of this and copy our sync rules for the whole Flutter Instagram project. So you can simply copy and paste it from my GitHub repository, or you can write it down by yourself. So over here we are define a few global sync buckets that are going to sync different tables from our Supabase database. As over here you can see we're selecting everything from images, videos, from posts, likes, comments, stories, profiles, subscriptions, participants, a little bit more complicated. But before we go to this, I'm going to explain you why we actually don't selecting all of this data under one global sync bucket. Well, it's actually made just for readability, and anytime if you want to make it under a single global bucket, you can do it. So these global messages has a parameter statement here as an optional. I have just explained it to you in the previous examples. So these parameters is going to be used in our data and can be accessible from the bucket so that we can ensure that we access only those messages that goes under this statement over here. So basically here we're selecting all the IDs from messages, and by this message ID from the bucket we are going to then select all the messages and all the attachments of this message. And the next thing, we have user conversations that goes specifically for authenticated only user, and it selects all the conversation ID from the participants where user ID equals to the currently authenticated user ID. Using this conversation ID, we are going to select everything from the conversation where ID equal to this bucket.conversation ID. So we ensure that only a specific user gets only those conversations that he actually participates in. So this is basically all we have to do in order to configure our sync rules. The next step we're going to reproduce will be to create our PowerSync instance, and we are going to call it Flutter Instagram clone. After it, we are going to the DB connections and we are going to add a new connection. In this section, we are going to paste all of the data required for the PowerSync instance to properly function, and we are going to get all of this data from our Supabase project. So let's go to our Supabase dashboard and let's go to the project settings. And over here, as you can see, we have to provide a host, port, database name, username, password, and all of this stuff you can find in the project settings in the database. So here you can simply copy and paste your URI, but before it, make sure that you uncheck box over here so that you no longer use connection pooling. So yeah, and you can actually copy it one more time. So how to understand that you have done everything properly? Should never copy the host that starts with AWS. So in this example, when we have unchecked use connection pooling, we have a DB dot and our project name. So this is the correct one. We are going to copy the link that contains this correct one. We are going to copy it and paste in our URI, in our URI, and everything has been pasted by ours. So the only thing that we need to do is to provide a password for our PowerSync instance. If you remember, when we were creating our Supabase project, we were passing a password. So I asked you to remember it. So actually we are going to use this password over here. So let's provide it like so. And this is pretty much all that we need to do in order to connect our PowerSync instance with a Supabase database. So we don't need to do anything else with it. And we can test connection so that we can ensure that everything is successfully configured. If you get this message says that connection successfully has been managed, you can go to the client auth, and here you should use this use Supabase auth checkbox, and after it you should hit the save button, and after this your instance is being provisioned. It means that you have done everything correctly, and your PowerSync instance now is being created with all of the PowerSync sync rules that we have specified before. So this is pretty much all that we need to do in order to configure our PowerSync service. So after a few minutes, our PowerSync instance has been created. But as you can see, here there is a warning says that we have no deployed sync rules. If you have this warning over there, everything that we need to do is go to the sync rules.yaml file once again, and here we can hit this deploy sync rules button, and we are going to select a PowerSync instance that we have just created. And this is all that you need to do in order to solve this issue. So now, as you can see, we no more has any errors in our application, and so we have here a message that says that we have no replication errors. And this is pretty much all that you need to do once again in order to configure your PowerSync instance and PowerSync service. So after these steps, we can safely go to our project and start configuring a client side with our PowerSync and Supabase. Now we have access to our Supabase and PowerSync services, so we can start connecting it with our application. First of all, let's create env repository in our packages folder in order to manage environmental variables such as Supabase's service role key, PowerSync instance URL, and other. Before we are going to do this, I'm going to tell you more about our project. So basically our project has multiple flavors such as development, staging, and production. Therefore, we are going to have two different env files, env.dev and env.prod. In this project, both of them will actually have the same secret variables, but ideally, you will have different secret variables to test and develop your app in the dev and prod mode respectively. So let's go ahead and create our repository called env. Before we are going to do this, let's dive into this packages folder in our terminal, and let's run this command very good create Flutter package env, and we're going to pass a description to it, a repository that manages environmental variables. And now we hit the enter button and our package should now start generating. And as you can see, we have successfully generated our env package, and over there we are going to manage our environmental variables. The package that we are going to use that will manage environmental variables for us is going to be envide. So in the Google Chrome, we are going to find for the pub.dev packages envide. So basically this is a package similar to .env or Flutter.env that you're mostly familiar with, but this one is much more safer and more convenient to use. I totally recommend you to read more about this package if you will want to learn more about it, and I totally recommend you to use this envide package instead of .env or Flutter.env because it's way more secure. So we are going to create an abstract classes of our env files that are going to actually store our secret variables that we're then gonna use like so. So this is basically very conveniently way of using our environmental variables because we can access them without instantiating our env file. So basically we can access our environmental variables in any part of our application. So basically, in order to install this dependency in our project, we are going to use extension for managing our pubspec.yaml file. So let's go and add dependency called in our Flutter packages env folder called envide. And straight after it, as you can see here, we are going to need two more dependencies that are going to be in a development mode, envide generator and build runner. So let's go ahead and add them as well. Add their dependency in our packages folder, and here we are going to add envide generator. And after envide generator, we are going to as well add build in our packages env. We're going to add build runner. So as you can see, we have just added all the dependencies that are required for our environmental variables. So basically build runner we are going to use in order to generate our env, as you can see here in our generated file, and all of these will be covered by this package specifically. So let's go ahead and create our env files. So as I said you before, we are going to have env.dev.dart, and over here we are going to create our env dev abstract class. So as you can see here, we're saying that this particular file is a part of the env.dev.g.dart file that is going to be automatically generated. As you can see over here, we are going to have 3 secret variables for this project. So first is Supabase URL, the second is Supabase anonymous key, and the third one is PowerSync URL. We are going to add them. To mention, we are going to have a little bit more secret variables, but we are going to configure them a bit later. So let's create another file called prod.dev nv.prod.dart file, and as you can see, we are going to do pretty much the same stuff, but instead of dev, we are going to say everywhere prod. Basically, this means env production that we are going to use in the production mode of our application, and we are going to replace it with env prod. So after we have done this, we can get rid of this annoying issue over there, and let's go and create two another files in our env folder. Is going to be env.dev, and over there we are going to actually instantiate these secret variables. So let's go ahead and instantiate them. Now we can go back to the Google Chrome, and we are going to go to the Supabase dashboard, and over there in our project settings we are going to look for the URL of our project. So it's located in project settings in the API configuration, and as you can see here, project URL. So let's go ahead and copy it and paste it in our Supabase URL variable. And the next thing that we are going to import will be Supabase anonymous key. This one is located just below the project URL in project API keys. This one is the anonymous public key that we are going to copy and paste it over there. And PowerSync URL is going to be located in our PowerSync Flutter dashboard that we have created earlier. And as you can see here, we are going to click on our Flutter Instagram clone instances with the right click, edit instance, and here you can copy the instance URL of your PowerSync project, and after it just paste it over there. And after it, we are going to create another env file that is going to be named like env.prod, and we are going to paste the same variables as in env.dev. So basically, if you are not going to separate your project in flavors, you can simply remove this .dev and .prod, create only a one file that will store all the secret variables for your project. But in case your project have flavors, so it's our case, we're going to need both of these different env files. But in our case, we are going to have the same values as you can see over there, but ideally you would have different variables in dev and prod env files so that you can more easily test your project in the development mode. So let's go ahead and generate code for our both env files so that we can actually use them in our application. So let's go ahead and run this following command: dart run build runner build. But before, we are going to dive into env folder, and after it we are going to run dart run build runner build. And after a few seconds, everything will be automatically generated in our project. And as you can see, all the errors are gone. And now I'm going to actually explain you why we are using this env package over there, but not .env or flutter.env. So basically, and this package is in advanced and much more secured. There is a few researchers that found out that .env and flutter.env are not secured at all. From the one hand, everything can be reverse engineered, but in case of these libraries, it's stupidly easy. So use env instead. It has an encryption of env files and overall is more convenient to use. So I totally recommend you to use it in every Flutter project where you need to manage environmental variables. So if you are not familiar with other packages, I'm going to quickly show you them.env. So this is the package that I'm talking about. And another package is pub-dev packages flutter.env. So I don't recommend you to use these packages. Instead, make sure you use env everywhere you possibly can. So now, after we have set up our env variables, I will show you how to connect our Flutter application to PowerSync and Supabase. To do this, we are going to create another package called PowerSync repository. But before this, we are going to create another package called go ahead and do it. So let's run this command, very good create shared, very good create Dart package shared. So basically this package will store our shared logic for our application, such as models, extensions, utilities, configs, and more. So as you can see, our shared file has been generated. So let's go ahead and set up it a little bit more. First of all, let's delete this shared file and let's get rid of this error. After it, let's go and create our models in our source folder, and on top of it, let's go and create a utilities folder, and inside of utilities folder we're going to have an extensions, and as well as extensions we're going to have a config. So in our config, let's go and create logger.dart, and let's paste our code that we are going to use in order to use this package over here. So basically this package called logger is going to allow us to log some data in the console. In some cases it is going to be useful, so we better understand what is going on. And in order to fix these issues, let's go and add the dependencies called the logger inside our shared folder, and the error should be gone. Now as you can see here, we also have a warning that we don't have this file anymore. So let's go and get rid of it. But before it, we actually need to config file on top of everything, and we are going to have logger inside of our config, and inside of config we are going to have utilities, and inside of utilities we are going to have extensions. Also, we are going to have another config file, and in this config file we are going to export all the config files that we are going to have, as well as config file we are going to export everything from utilities, but for now we don't have anything. So also in the extensions we are going to do the same stuff, and in the models as well. And in the share.dart file we are going to export all these configuration files. So we're going to export source config, config.dart, export source config, export source models.dart, and in the config we are going to export utilities.dart, and in the utilities we're going to export extensions.dart. So in our extensions, let's go ahead and create a num duration extension.dart, and this extension we are going to use in order to simplify use of the duration, as it allows to directly convert any num to duration. Very useful. Actually, this extension is copied from another package that we are going to use later on. So let's go to the Google Chrome and let's search for the pub.dev packages and Flutter animate. This package we are going to use later on, and it allows us to manage animations in a more simplified way. So basically this package has this exact extension, but in order to make things a little bit more convenient, we are going to copy it and create our own extension. So as you can see here, we are just basically creating all these getters for their duration that we are going to use in our application on any num. So as you can see here, we are going to be able to use this, for example, milliseconds on any num, and this is equivalent to the duration of milliseconds, as you can see here, of 200, the same as with 3.seconds equivalent to duration milliseconds 3000, and so on. In the extensions we are going to export num duration extension. Awesome. And another package is going to be called PowerSync repository actually. So let's go ahead and create this one. It's going to be Flutter package named PowerSync repository. Now as you can see, our PowerSync repository has been generated, and let's go ahead and create our PowerSync repository file. So as you can see over here, we are going to have a lot of new dependencies. So let's go ahead and import all of them. But before, let's remove this test file. And in the pub.spec.yaml, we are going to have a Supabase Flutter dependency. Also, we are going to have PowerSync dependency. Let's add it as well. PowerSync. And the next step, we are going to explicitly import path dependency, and we are going to have a constraints of it set to 1.8.3 and 1.9.0. Make sure that you exactly import paths as provided over here, otherwise you will have problems with the dependencies. And the last one is going to be a path provider. We have just created our env and shared packages, and these are our customs packages. So we cannot simply go and add dependencies like we used to do with this. So we're going to manually go ahead and import this in our PowerSync repository like so, and here, and let's go quickly and sort all our dependencies. So now we should no longer have any exceptions. And as you can see here, we have another issue. This is because we forgot to export all the files in our env.dart file. So let's go ahead and export env.prod.dart file. Also, we are going to actually add 2 more lines of code in our gitignore file, and we are going to ignore env.prod and env.dev. So basically, if you are going to publish your project on the GitHub repository, make sure you add these lines in the gitignore inside of env folder, and on top of it, we are going to ignore lib stores env.dev.g.dart and env.prod.g.dart. These ones are generated files for our env.dev.dart and env.prod.dart. So in these files, all the encryptions is made, so you don't want ideally to expose these generated files. This is why we are going to add them in our gitignore file. Now, as you can see here, we have one last error that says that we don't have schema in our shared folder. But before this, I'm going to quickly explain you what we are actually doing in our PowerSync repository. So let's go to the docs.powersync.com, and inside of client SDK references, find Flutter, and over there you can find a lot of useful information how to properly configure your PowerSync client in your application. And here are a bunch of example project API references and PowerSync SDK and PovDev information that you can buy yourself if you want to learn more about how to actually use PowerSync in your project, so you have a better understanding of it. So in our PowerSync repository, we are going to set up these required functions called fetch credentials. These fetch credentials allow PowerSync client to retrieve an authentication token from your backend, which is used to authenticate against the PowerSync service. Another one is really important too, called PowerSync backend connector upload data. This one uploads local changes to your backend. Other ones are not so important because we're going to talk about them as we move forward in our tutorial. So after it, let's go ahead and understand what the schema is required that we have an error saying that we don't have a schema in our PowerSync repository. So let's go in the usage installation client side, set up and define your schema in docs.powersync.com. Over here, it says that we need to set up schema in our project. This involves define your schema in code using PowerSync syntax. This schema represents a view of the downloaded data. No migrations are required. The schema is applied directly when the PowerSync database is constructed. For details on how Postgres types are mapped to the types below, see the section types in the sync rules documentation. Here is the PowerSync database constructor that takes a schema parameter. The types available are text, integer, and real. These should map directly to the values produced by the sync rules. If a value doesn't match, it casts automatically. So this is one of the most simplest examples of the schema that we are going to have in our project. So this schema defines all the files that we have in our database, exactly like we have it in our database, otherwise it won't work, as well as indexes that allow to efficient lookup within a list. We're going to use all of this in our project. So let's go ahead and set up our own schema in our project. So go to the shared lib folder, and as you can see here, we have our models folder, and over there we're going to create our schema.dart file. And in our schema.dart file, let's everything that we need define our schema for our PowerSync. And as you can see here, we're also gonna need to import PowerSync dependency in our shared folder. Let's go and import our PowerSync. And after this, we should have no more errors. So basically, as I said you before, this schema has tables that are representations of our actual tables that are stored and were previously created in our Supabase database. So as you can see here, we have profiles, posts, videos. So pretty much everything that we defined here, we have in our Supabase database. So every time you add a new table in your database, you are going to respectively add exact table in your schema in the shared lib folder. So in our Supabase dashboard, we can go to the table editor, and as you can see here, we have all our tables that we currently have in our Supabase database. As you can see here, for example, we have profiles, and in profiles we have full name, email, username, avatar URL, push token, and ID. So what is important, that we don't actually need to specify ID in our tables. It's automatically covered by PowerSync itself. What I recommend you to do is to exactly have all these columns that you have in your actual Supabase database, or in your actual database that you are using, maybe not Supabase, in an exact order that you have it in your database. So as you can see here, full name, email, username, avatar URL, full name, email, username, avatar URL, and push token. Basically all that you need to know about the schema. So after we have defined our schema, let's import it in our model schema.dart. And as you can see here, all the errors are gone in our PowerSync repository. Now I'm going to explain you what we are actually doing here. Every single PowerSync repository or client should have a connector with your actual database. In our case, it's a Supabase connector, and it extends a PowerSync backend connector. As we have previously seen, we are forced to have the implementation of fetch credentials, that get credentials for PowerSync. This always should fetch a thread set of credentials. And another thing that we are going to have an implementation of this upload data. And as you can see here, fetch credentials basically exports the current session from the Supabase instance, gets an access token, user ID, expires at, and returns PowerSync credentials. Here is optionally also an isDev boolean that represents whether should use the dev environment or production. This is completely optional for you. If you want, you can simply go ahead and delete this isDev check-in and simply return env prod PowerSync URL. In this specific project, there is no difference which one to use, but if you want, you can leave this. So after fetch credentials, we have invalidate credentials that trigger a session refresh if auth fails on PowerSync. So basically there is no fancy over there. We are refreshing our session in our Supabase, and then we are setting a response to the null, and on error we are also setting the response to null. So it's not actually important. You can simply copy and paste it, and in pretty much every project that uses PowerSync is going to be exactly the same. And the last thing that we have in our Supabase connector, and upload data. And upload data pending changes to Supabase. So basically, for example, we have created a post and it queues the changes to the Supabase automatically, and this upload data is automatically executed in order to actually sync the changes that we have made, and in order to respectively have them in our remote Supabase database. This upload data is also going to be the same pretty much in every PowerSync project, so you don't need to worry so much about what is going on here. And the last thing that we have in our PowerSync repository is an actual PowerSync repository class. And in here, we are actually initializing our database. As you can see here, we are opening our database with our schema that we have defined before, and we are also getting a pass with our application support directory. Here we are actually passing the name of our database that PowerSync is going to have locally. Here we are loading Supabase and initialize anonymous key URL to our project, and in auth options we are setting an auth flow type to the auth flow type implicit. Make sure that you apply all of these statements in this example, otherwise you may have some problems or unexpected behaviors in your application. So here we are also initializing our database that we have just instantiated with this PowerSync database instance. Then we are loading our Supabase now, and after it we are creating a current connector, and this is one that I have just explained you before, that have these fetch credentials, invalidate credentials, and upload data functions. And we are creating a new Supabase connector instance with the database that we have just created and initialized above. Here we're checking if the user is logged in, we connect immediately. And is logged in basically checks whether the current session of the Supabase with a specific access token not null. It means that the current session that has an access token of the user that is currently authenticated. Therefore, it means that the user is logged in, and we are directly creating our current connector again, and we are connecting our database with a connector that we have just created in order to make PowerSync functional. And in here, it's specifically required for use cases where you have a Supabase database. Here we are listening to the odd state changes, and on each data we have an event, odd change event, and on each odd change event we execute proper functions. So basically, if the event is odd change event signed in or event is odd change event password recovery, we are connecting to PowerSync when the user is signed in or the password was recovered. So basically, when the password was recovered, it means that it also authenticates the user, so we need to connect the PowerSync with our Supabase connector. And else, if the event is equal to signed out, we are setting our current connector to null and we are disconnecting our database. So this basically don't delete the data, it just sign out our user. And lastly, we have event token refreshed. And here we refresh the PowerSync so that we always have up-to-date data. So basically over here, as you can see, we have this fetch credentials method that we have defined in our Supabase connector file. This one is fetch credentials that return a PowerSync credentials with a newest token, access token, user ID, and expires that. And this is basically everything that we are going to define in our open database function. And here we're basically just defining some useful methods like odd state changes, update user, that calls Supabase auth update user with user attributes and uses the data that we pass to the update user method. Here we're resetting password for the specific email, and here we're verifying an OTP with a provided token and email. So we are going to use this a little bit later on, but so we don't actually come back to this PowerSync repository. And as we have configured PowerSync, we don't need to separately configure Supabase in our app. We have configured both of them in one single repository. So this is basically everything that you need to have in your project in order to have a Supabase and PowerSync configured in your client. We have created env folder, shared, and the PowerSync repository itself, and now we can use it everywhere we want in our project. So now we have this little initialize method over here defined in our PowerSync repository, and we can go to the lib folder in the root of our application, and there is a file called bootstrap.dart. In this file, basically we are going to add our configuration, for example, instantiating some services like the PowerSync repository. So we are going to do all this stuff in this bootstrap file. On top of it, as you can see here, we have this little app block observer that extends a block observer, and this block observer comes from the block state management. So basically extending this block observer, we have an access to the on change and on error and on create, on event, on transition, on close methods. So on change, we just printing on change, and with the block runtime that is currently changing the state and with the respective change that has been made. The same goes with on error methods that goes with logging on error message with the block runtime type and the error with the stack trace. So but before, let's go and actually make this log D. Why we actually do this? Because we have created our own shared package where we have created a logger. So basically let's import it from our packages, and after we have imported it, we can import it in our bootstrap file. And basically what this log D does, it uses the logger and it makes sure that the logger is only called in the debug mode. So basically we don't want to see this on change message every time we are in our production mode of our application. So basically this is why we are making it log D. And over here, let's actually instantiate our PowerSync repository. So instead of simply running our app, we are going to wrap it in run zone guarded. So basically, if the application has any exceptions in a runtime, it will log the error with the logger once again, but this time this will make a log message at level of error. So this is important because we can more likely to see the error because it will have a red color in the console, so it's a bit more noticeable. So now we are going to actually import our PowerSync repository in the pubspec.yaml, and we are going to sort the dependencies that we have in our pubspec.yaml. After we have imported the PowerSync repository package, we can import it in our bootstrap file, and as you can see here, there is a required isDev boolean flag, and we are going to pass it in our bootstrap, as you can see right there. So there is gone. And the next thing is going to be PowerSync repository in our builder. For now, doesn't have anything inside of the function. So instead of directly returning future or widget function, we are going to extract it into a separate widget app builder that we are going to define in the bootstrap file, app builder of future or widget function type. And inside of function, we are going to say we are going to pass PowerSync repository instance. Now, as you can see here, we are passing app builder in the bootstrap file. So now we have a parameter of PowerSync repository type, and now we are passing this exact PowerSync repository that we have just created and initialized. So once again, this initialize opens the database and sets the isInitialized boolean flag to true, so that when we will access the PowerSync database, we will not actually see this exception because we have already instantiate our database so that we can actually access it. And in our open database, we are just initializing all the stuff that we need in order to make our PowerSync functional in our application, along with the Supabase initializing. So this is pretty much all that you need to add in your bootstrap.dart file. So now, after we have configured our bootstrap.dart file, we can go to the main development.dart file, and over here we are going to make the following changes. So now we make sure that we are invoking this bootstrap method in 3 of our main files, and inside of our bootstrap function we are going to return an app, and inside of it we are going to pass an API repository. And actually we have created this PowerSync repository, but for now we are not going to use it. We are going to need it a little bit later. So for now, just go to the main development.dart file, and that it looks like this. But in main production, make sure that isDev boolean is set to false, as well as in the main staging.dart. So after these steps, we can go ahead and run our application. So in order to see that we have actually set up everything properly and our application is actually functional and we don't have any exception or errors. And as you can see, our application has been successfully launched without any errors, exceptions, or warnings. And if you have these console logs inside of the debug console of your application that says Supabase init completed instance of Supabase deep linking on odd state, if you have these console logs in your Flutter project, that means that you have successfully set up PowerSync and Supabase services in your application. So if you have problems launching your app on the iOS specifically, you can go to the Xcode. Here you can open existing project and find the folder of the Flutter Instagram clone application, and you can open the XC workspace file in the Xcode. So I'm going to do this, and inside here you will be in the general folder, and go to the sign-in and capabilities, and over here you need to specify the theme. By default it will be set to none, so you have to choose the theme that you have connected to your Xcode workspace. And the next thing that you need to do is to change this line in the bundle identifier. This is basically by default will look like with the underscores, but in order to make your iOS application functional, make sure that you have the name of the application that you have created with the uppercase instead of the underscores. And you basically need to do all this stuff in the debug staging and in the debug development that you have over there. The last thing optional will be to check this background processing checkbox so that we don't come back here later when we will actually need this one. And the last thing will be to set up your minimum deployments iOS version. So come back to your project, go to the iOS folder, go to the pod file, and by default you will have this line over here commented. So make sure that you uncomment this file and restart your Xcode workspace, or you can basically manually specify here 12.0 version so that your iOS application will use the latest possible minimum iOS version so that it can actually work properly. And also in the pod file, if you have any issues related with the runner tests, you can simply comment these 3 lines over here, or if you don't have any issues with it, you can leave it as it is. So this is basically everything that you can make in order to make your iOS application working properly. On Android, you don't have to do anything specifically because it will work without any additional configuration. So now we can move on to the next step. Let's configure our last service that we're going to have in our application. It will be Firebase. As our application has multiple environments such as production, development, and staging, it will be a bit tougher to configure Firebase rather than it was with Supabase and PowerSync. Anyway, I'll try to simplify this process for you as possible and will explain you how to do it with a step-by-step guide. So let's dive into it. Before we are going to do this, let's go and close our application because we are going to do quite a lot of configuration as we move forward. So after it, let's go to the Google Chrome and find the website called console.firebasegoogle.com. This is the official website of the Firebase service that we are going to use. So first of all, log into your account, and the next step will be to create the project for our application. But before we are going to create it, as I said you before, our app has 3 environments. So we are going to respectively create 3 distinct projects in Firebase and name it with a specific name for each flavor. For production, it will be Flutter Instagram clone dev, and for the dev and staging, it will be the same, but instead of prod, we will have dev and staging respectively. So I have already created the first project in the Firebase that we are going to have. It's called Flutter Instagram clone dev. Now we are going to create 2 different projects that we are going to use in our application. So we're going to name our application Flutter Instagram, and let's gonna call it production. So basically you need call it whatever you want, but at the end make sure that you have a distinct name for each of the environments for your application that you have. So basically I have already created a dev project for the Firebase, so I'm going to respectively have a production and the staging. So let's continue, and we are gonna disable Google Analytics for this project because we are not going to use it. So let's go ahead and create our project. So we need just to wait for a few minutes or even a few seconds, and our project will be. While we are doing it, we're going to go to the Firebase Flutter Dev Docs CLI. You can find it by typing this URL in your Google Chrome browser, and this is CLI that we are going to use in order to initialize 3 different projects in our application. So in order to install this CLI on your machine, make sure that you have a Node.js installed on your machine. So in this docs website, go to the Node.js website and install the recommended for most users Node.js. After you have installed it, make sure that you run this npm install Firebase tools command. After it, you're going to go to your terminal and you're going to run this command dart pub global activate flutterfire CLI. You're going to do it like this. It doesn't matter where you run this command. And as you can see here, I already have this version active at version 0.2.7. But in your case, if you haven't installed it yet before, you are gonna run this command. So this is pretty much all that we are gonna do in order to install the Flutter CLI on our machine. The next step will be to configure our Firebase in our project. But before we are gonna do this, we're going to end up creating our projects inside of the Firebase. So as we have created our production, we're going to respectively create another one called pretty much the same as we did before, but instead of prod, we are going to call it staging. And we are going to disable Google Analytics and create our project. So we still need to wait for a bit, and after it, we are going to have 3 different projects for our environments in our application respectively. Perfect. So after you have done these steps, you can make sure that you go to each of the projects that you have created and go to the section over there, and you can go to the authentication and you can search for get started button because we are going to use it in order to enable our authentication inside of the Firebase service. So we're not going to use it for email or password or phone or anonymous login flows. We are going to use only a Google one. So make sure to enable it, support email for project, and don't forget to click save button after you have enabled the Google for your Firebase project. Now we are successfully enabled Google Authentication in our Firebase in one of our Firebase projects. So now let's go ahead and do the same stuff in every of your Flutter project. So the same, go to the authentication, get started, sign in method, Google, enable, save. So this is pretty much all that you need to do in order to enable the Google sign in for your Flutter project. But we're going to configure it a little bit more so it actually functions properly on both of our devices, Android and iOS respectively. But for now, make sure that you enable it so that we can handle it in our Google console. And go to the build, authentication, get started, Google, enable, email, save. As you can see here in this Flutter Instagram dev project, I already have created respective Android and iOS configurations with the Flutter file CLI tool. And as you can see here, the Google authentication says to us that we are gonna provide SHA-1 fingerprint and then download and replace the configuration file in our application. We are going to provide our SHA-1 fingerprint a little bit later, so don't worry about it for now, as we are going to cover all of this as we go ahead. So after we have successfully created all three distinct projects in our Firebase, so after it, I'm going to explain you that the command that we are going to use in order to configure our Firebase respectively in our project for each flavor that we have in our application. So basically this command right here ensures that we are configuring our Firebase using Flutterfire and we are specifying the project that we are have just created in our Firebase service. We are specifying here path to the file that will be the output of this Flutterfire config command. So basically we are going to have the same path for all of our Firebase options.dart files, but we are just going to change this prod ending in all of our Firebase options for dev and staging respectively. So in our iOS bundle ID, we are going to specify our bundle ID for the application environment, specifically like production and dev and staging. And then in the macOS bundle ID, it will be pretty much the same as iOS bundle ID. And the last one argument is Android app ID that will be specified in order to make sure that we have a correct Android app ID for each of the environment that we have in our application. I'm going to quickly show you what you are going to do after you have actually launched this command. So as you first launch this command, you will not have any issues with the files that you have already generated. So after you have launched this command flutter config with the environment that you have specified over here, also note that when we are going to use a production in a flavor, we are going to specify the production only in the output argument and in the project, but not with the iOS bundle, macOS bundle, and Android app ID. For the production, we are not going to specify it at the end of the bundle ID. So make sure that you don't misunderstand it. So in our iOS folder in the runner, let's go and create a Firebase folder, and inside Firebase we are going to respectively have a development, and actually development is going to be a folder. Along with development we are going to have a production. The last thing we're going to have staging. Again, not a file, staging. And we have just created these 4 folders in our runner folder because we are going to actually navigate this Google Service Info plist file that we are going to generate by running this flutter config command. And as you can see, I have already generated one for the dev, so I'm going to put this Google Service Info plist file in the development folder respectively. So this is pretty much all that you are gonna do in your iOS folder after you have launched this Flutter config. Don't worry about Firebase app ID file.json. It's not going to matter much whether or not you have it inside of your development, production, staging folders. So basically after it, we are going to dive into Android folder, find the app folder source, and inside here, as you can see, we have also generated Google services.json file for the Android, and we are going to check the name in the Google services.json file. And as you can see here, we have a dev prefix at the end of the Android bundle ID, and we are going to respectively move it inside of the development folder that has been already generated as we have created our project initially. So you don't need to create this folder inside of Android folder manually. So let's go ahead and move it right here. So after it, you can actually run your command the second time. But so if you have run the first command with the production at the end of the namings for your project and out arguments, now you will have to replace it with the dev everywhere in the namings. So I'm going to quickly show it to you like so, dev, and over here you will also need to specify here at the end the dev. So basically where you can find this iOS bundle ID namings for your application. If you have any exceptions, of course, but if not, it's pretty much not important for you, so you can skip this step. But if you have any issues or exceptions running this Flutter config command, go ahead and open the Xcode on your macOS. And so let's find the file called runner xcode workspace in the root folder of your project, and let's go ahead and run it. After you have run it, make sure that you are in the runner folder of the Xcode file. Go to the build settings, or there you are going to find packaging, and inside packaging search for product bundle identifier. And as you can see here, we have the naming for pretty much all the environments that we have in our application. So this is specifically unique for debug development, debug production, debug staging, profile, and release modes. So in this section build settings, you can find the proper naming for the Apple bundle ID. So this is pretty much the same for the macOS bundle ID, as you can see here. So this is pretty much the same as I have specified in the iOS bundle ID. So you mostly don't gonna worry about it as if you have followed all the steps that I have provided in the beginning of this tutorial. Otherwise, if you have any exceptions, you can apply this step so that you have no errors. So we're going to actually revert the changes because I'm going to create the production, and let's go ahead and run this flutter fire config command for the production. But as you can see here, we have this little Firebase project not found exception that says that our project with this specific name couldn't be found on the Firebase project account. So basically, if you've also encountered this issue, make sure that you simply remove this project line like so, and after it you can launch this command once again, and in the list of the projects that you have, you can select a specific one that you need. In my case, it's going to be Flutter Instagram clone prod. And in the list of platforms that we are going to configure, make sure that you select all of them, or if you want, you can uncheck macOS and web because we're not going to use it. But just in case, I'm not going to uncheck them, so I'm simply go ahead and enter. After it, the registration of our application should be started. So after it, we are going to see another Google Services info plist file in our iOS folder, the same as in the Android app folder. We are going to see Google Services JSON files. As well as these generated files, we are going to have Firebase options prod in our lib folder, as well as the rest of the files for each of our environment as dev and staging, as I have already generated one. And as you can see here, Firebase configuration file, lib Firebase options production.dart generated successfully with the following Firebase applications. So this is pretty much everything that we need in order to generate files to configure the Firebase service respectively for each of our environment. So as you can see here, another one, Google Services info plist file was generated, and this time the name is Flutter Instagram clone without any prefix, so it means that it's going to be in the production. So, and let's go ahead, and as you can see here, we have this Google Services JSON file inside of application folder. So actually you want to generate your you want to configure the production service, the last one, because you actually need to leave one of the Google Services JSON in the app folder like so, but I actually forgot about it. So in order to be able to create the last one, we are going to temporarily move it in the profile folder. So don't forget to extract this Google Service JSON that is specifically generated for the production mode back to the app folder, but not in profile and not in main. So after it, we are going to generate Flutter config file for the staging flavor, and let's go ahead and do it pressing enter button. We are going to respectively choose the Flutter Instagram clone staging project, hit the enter button, and as you can see in the lib folder Firebase options staging, the Dart was successfully generated. So this is pretty much all that we are gonna do. And the last thing that we need to do is to move this Google Services info playlist file in the staging folder. And this is pretty much all that we are going to do in the iOS folder. And so after we have generated Google Services JSON for the staging flavor, we are going to put it into the staging folder, respectively in the Android app source folder. As I said you before, we are going to move this Google Service JSON that is generated for the production mode back in the application folder, not in profile. So at the end, it looks like this. In the development file folder, we have Google Services JSON for the development flavor. For the staging, we have the same Google Services.json file with the staging prefix, and inside of the application folder we have Google Services.json file without any prefix. So this is the end result that you have to have after all the steps that we have just applied. And in the iOS folder, in the runner folder, you is going to have this Firebase folder. In the Firebase, you are going to have 3 different folders for development, production, and staging respectively, and each of them contains Google Service info playlist file for the flavor specifically that this folder is generated for. For iOS specifically, we are going to have a bit more steps in order to make these Google info playlist files functional. But before it, you may have the exceptions inside of each of your Firebase options file saying that you have not imported the Firebase core into your pubspec.yaml file. So make sure that you add the dependency called Firebase core with the latest possible version of it, and after it the error should be gone automatically. And if you worry about these problems that we have in our problems terminal, we can go ahead and simply ignore all of these simple info warnings that we have in our Firebase options file. So let's go ahead and apply a bit more steps in order to configure our Firebase service for the iOS specifically. So in the meantime, I have actually in the Firebase renamed these folders to the dev, prod, and staging, so it's a little bit more convenient. So after it, let's go to the dev folder in our Firebase inside of the runner folder in the iOS folder, and let's go ahead and copy this exact Google Service info playlist that inside of the dev folder. Make sure that you copy this one and paste it inside of the runner folder, so it looks like so. So inside of runner folder you have this Google Service info playlist file. So after it, you can safely close this iOS folder, and let's go to the Xcode. In the Xcode, open existing project and find the runner.xc workspace file inside of the iOS folder, inside of the root folder of your application. Go ahead and open it. Inside here, we are going to find this Flutter folder inside of the runner folder, and let's go ahead and right click on it, and we are going to choose the new file. And in the iOS, we are going to search for the config, and we are going to choose configuration settings file, and we are going to click next. In the save as property, let's go ahead and name it like development. So we are going to actually repeat this step for 2 more times and name the rest files accordingly to the environments that you have to set up in your project. So in our case, it will be like production and staging. So let's go ahead and create 2 more files in the Flutter folder. Once again, search for config, configuration settings file, next, config, and rename it to the production. And the last file is going to be the staging one, staging, create. After it, we are going to the search for debug file inside of Flutter folder, and over here we are going to copy the content of the debug and paste it into the development file that we have just generated. And we are going to add one more line in this development file. We are going to type for Google Service info playlist equals to $project direction /runner /firebase /dev /google service info plist. And this is pretty much everything that you have to add in your development file. And actually here I misspelled it, Google service info plist. So make sure that you type it properly. And after it, we are going to release file inside of the Flutter folder, and let's go ahead and copy this one inside of the production and staging respectively. And inside of the development file, let's go ahead and copy this one and paste it in the production and staging folder and files. And instead of the dev, we are going to specify prod, and for the staging, we are going to specify staging respectively. So this is basically the folders that we have created inside of the Firebase that contains this Google service info plist files that is going to be used by our files. After it, let's go and find our info file inside of the runner folder. Let's go ahead and inside of it, let's go ahead and click on the empty space, add row, and it's going to be named like Google service info plist, and inside of the value of it, we're going to type $. Here we're going to specify Google service info plist. Hit the enter button. This is all that we're going to add inside of our info plist file. Now we are going to tap on the runner, and inside of our projects, we're going to look for the runner once again. And inside of our configurations, we are going to configure all of this: debug production, debug staging, debug development, and so on. So we are going to maximize it, and in the runner, we are going to specify instead of the debug, as you can see, the name says debug production. So in here, we are going to choose the production file that we have just generated inside of our Flutter folder. And inside of the debug staging, we are going to respectively choose for staging, and in the debug development, we are going to for the development. And you are going to continue making this in the rest of the configurations that you have. So in the release production, we are going to choose the production. In the release staging, we are going to choose staging, and then in the release development, we are going to choose development. And in the rest files, we're going to do the same stuff: production, staging, and in the profile development, we're going to choose development. Now let's go ahead and create a run script phase. So go into the targets, go and find targets, and inside of the targets, find the runner, and inside of the runner, we are going to search for build phases. And inside of the build phases, click this plus button and search for new run script phase. After we have created it, make sure that it's named like setup Firebase environment. But actually, it's not so important how you are going to call this script. This is basically so we can easier understand what this script actually does. And we are going to put it between the run script and compile sources. Make sure that you precisely put it between these two scripts. We're going to maximize it, and we are going to copy and paste the script inside of this little window below the shell. This looks like so we have this plist destination, and we are echoing that we are using this Google service info plist file inside of our plist destination, and we are copying this direction Google service info plist file inside of this plist destination. And this is pretty much all that we need in order to set up our iOS for the Firebase for our application, so that we have the support for multiple flavors in our application. As you can see, we have development, production, and staging. So we can come back to our code editor, and we are going to apply following changes. So regardless of which device you are going to use, so let's go inside of the bootstrap.dart file, and inside of our bootstrap file, let's go and pass required parameter called Firebase options. Let's going to call it options. So inside of the run zone guarded, right after widgets Flutter binding ensure initialized, we are going to initialize our Firebase application with the options that we are passing to the bootstrap file, that we are going to pass in the each of our main files that we have in our lib folder. So in the bootstrap file, let's go ahead and the options that we have right here, that so we are going to pass here options, default Firebase, options, current, platform, and we're going to specifically import the related Firebase options to the main file that we are currently in. So in this case, we're going to import Firebase options development as we are in the main development.dart file. So it makes sure that we are using a proper Firebase project in each of our main.dart files. So we're going to copy and paste the same options in each of our main files, but this time we are going to import Firebase options pro.dart file, and in the main staging we are going to import Firebase options staging.dart file. So this was the last step that you need to reproduce in order to configure your Firebase in your project in case you have multiple flavors, as in our case. In our case, we have 3 different flavors that we need to set up in our application to make it functional for different purposes, so we have a better development experience, so you actually understand real requirements for the application development, and you don't have any problems when you are going to then face these multi-flavors applications, so that you have a better understanding of how it's working and how to actually set up services that you are going to work with, because sometimes it can look a bit complex for a beginner. But don't worry, you are going to understand everything, because I'm going to explain pretty much every single step in this tutorial, so you have understanding of pretty much everything that we are going to use. After this tutorial, you will have a complete understanding of how to create such complex applications without any problems. So this was pretty much everything that we need in order to have our Firebase service configured in our application with multiple flavors. So now let's go ahead and launch our application in order to see whether or not we have set up everything successfully. So basically, if our application runs without any exceptions, errors, means that we have set up everything correctly. But in iOS, as you can see, we have this little issue here that says that couldn't find included file generated xconfig in search path. In order to fix this issue, let's go back to the Xcode, and in the development, production and staging file, let's make some changes. In the second line, which says include generated xcode c config, let's add Flutter before we are making an include of generated xc config file, and let's go ahead and make this change in every file that we have in our Flutter folder, such as development, production, and staging, that we have specifically created in order to support our multiple flavors for iOS specifically. So basically, this error can happen if in your iOS folder in the application you have these development, production, and staging files not in your Flutter folder as I have it. So this is basically why we have this issue that in our files the Xcode couldn't find generated.xc config file. So now we have changed the directory of this file, so now Xcode should find this file because we have provided a correct path to this generated.xc config file. So now let's go ahead and try to run our application once again and see whether it ends up successfully. And as you can see now, our iOS application doesn't have any exceptions or errors anymore, and it successfully has been launched. That means that we have successfully set up the Firebase project for our application, as well as Supabase and PowerSync. So now we can actually use them in our application in order to make an authentication in the next steps. So let's go ahead and actually start building the authentication flow in our application. Now let's go ahead and actually delete these folders, and so basically we don't need our Todos and our counter anymore. So we are going to respectively fix these issues with that we don't have these pages anymore. As for now, we are going to just return a scaffold with a body that says hello world. And as you can see, it's now right above the system app bar, so we can just simply wrap it in the safe area. So now we have everything displaying correctly, despite the fact that now our system app bar is black. But we are going to fix it later on as we are going to customize the theme for our application and all that stuff. So don't worry, we are going to cover all of this. And straight after it, let's go and get rid of this debug banner over here. So basically we are going to go inside our material application, and over here we are going to type debug show checked mode banner and set it to false. So now our debug banner should be automatically hidden. And as you can see in the test, we as well have this little issue. Let's go ahead and just return a scaffold, render scaffold, and as you can see it still has an error. Let's remove this import of, and as you can see here, this counter folder completely is not necessary as we don't have counter view at all. So let's simply go ahead and remove it. We are not gonna actually use this test folder much in our application in order to simplify this tutorial, because it will be complex by itself. So in order to make it a little bit easier, we are not going to cover tests for our application. So after we have just deleted all the stuff that we don't need anymore, let's check that we have the localization that we are going to actually use. So we don't need any more counter, and we are going to go to the terminal and run Flutter L10N. We don't have actually any localizations for now for this project, but we are going to set up it as we move, and now we can actually start implementing the authentication for our application. So now in our project we have several options how we are going to sign in our account with Google, GitHub and email. As well as sign in to account, user will be able to create an account. Also, if he forgets the password of the account, we will make it possible to recover the password. So let's go ahead and implement these functionalities in our application. First of all, I'm going to implement Google sign-in. Before that, we are going to have some pre-requirements in order to implement Google sign-in. So before that, let's go ahead and shut down our application, because we are going to have some configurations before we can actually code our Google sign-in inside of our application. So first of all, we are going to create and upload keystore for an Android of our application. It's going to be required in order to obtain SHA-1 key that we are going to provide for each of our Firebase projects, production, development and staging, so that the Google sign-in will be functional on Android. For iOS or web, you don't need SHA-1 key. So let's go ahead in your terminal, and on macOS, let's go ahead and paste this command right there. Key tool dash gen key dash v dash keystore. This sign means that we are going to create our key store in the home directory of our machine, and in the folder called apps keystore, and the name of our keystore file is going to be Flutter Instagram clone upload keystore.jks. The name of the keystore can be pretty much any that you want, and after it we are going to specify dash key alg key algorithm rca. Here we are going to specify the key size 2048 and validity set to 10,000, and the alias going to be upload. But you can actually specify here any type of alias you want to have. It can be pretty much anything that you want, like test, production, or pretty much anything, but in our case it's going to be upload. So this is the command that you are going to use if you have a macOS. For Windows, you are going to have this command right here. We have pretty much everything that we had in our command on macOS, but in this case it's a little bit different. In the key store argument, here we're specifying the user profile, and this time we have these slashes in the opposite direction rather than we had with the macOS command. So the rest thing is pretty much the same, and here you as well specify this upload argument. So this is pretty much the command that you need in order to generate your SHA-1 key for the Windows. So I'm going to generate this SHA-1 key on the macOS. Before we are going to run, make sure that you specify the path to the key store in the key store argument to the desired one that you wanna have this upload keystore.jks file inside of the folder. In my case it will be apps keystore, but in your case you can simply go ahead and remove this directory like so. Make sure that you always keep the keystore file private. Don't check it into public source control. So make sure that you don't create your upload keystore.jks file inside of the root of your application because you don't want to expose this upload keystore.jks file. So let's go ahead and create this file. Hit the enter button, and here, as you can see, it's required to enter keystore password. I'm going to pass 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. The other ones I'm just going to skip, and in here I'm going to type yes. Make sure that you don't forget the password that you provide here. It should be secured, and don't forget it because we are going to use it later on. And in here, return enter key password for upload. This is going to be the same as keystore password. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6, and this is pretty much all that we are gonna do in order to create our keystore upload keystore.jks file. Now go back to the code editor and go to the Android folder, and inside it, let's go ahead and create a new file called key. In this file, we are going to store the actual data that that our Android application is going to need in order to find this upload keystore file that we have just generated. And so let's go ahead and paste in here following lines of code. So we are going to specify the store password, the key password, key alias, and store file path for our upload keystore.jks file. So actually the password is going to be 123456. In your case, it is going to be the password that you have provided when you were generating this file. And the store file directory, I'm going to say users, and here you're going to specify the username that you have logged in on your machine, and over there we are going to specify the directory to the keystore file. In my case, it's going to be inside of the apps keystore, and after it we are going to specify the name of the keystore file that we have just generated. And this is pretty much all that you're gonna do in your key properties file. To make sure that you actually inside this file insert the right values for each of these lines of, and on the Windows, make sure that you provide directory with correct dashes slashes like so. If you have any issues on the Windows, go ahead and search for the solutions in the internet by yourself. So we are gonna close this file, and in the git ignore it will be automatically added to the git and in the git ignore it will be automatically added as an ignored file. And after this step, we can go to the build.gradle inside of the app folder of the Android of our application, and inside here we are going to need to add these lines of code. In case you have generated your Flutter application using very good CLI, as we did in this tutorial before, you're not going to actually need to modify this build.gradle file, because by default everything required work with the key properties file is already been generated and added to this build.gradle file automatically, as well as signing configs with the if statement. And this is pretty much all that we need in order to configure our upload keystore file in our Android folder in our application. After it, go to the Google Chrome and find the console firebase.google.com, and over here let's go ahead and configure each of our projects that we have created before in order to set up the Android so that we can actually use it for our Google sign-in. So let's go ahead to the project setting, and inside of our applications, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and search for the Android. And we don't need to modify iOS and web because it was automatically configured by the Flutter Fire CLI tool. And over here we are going to actually add a fingerprint with a SHA-1 key that we are going to generate right now. So go to the terminal, and in here we are going to specify two commands that is going to generate two different SHA-1 keys, both for the debug mode and the release mode for our application. First of all, let's go and generate the SHA-1 file for the debug mode, and this command should looks like this. It's going to be the same for the macOS and Windows. So go ahead and paste it in your terminal, hit the enter button, and as you can see in the terminal, it was generated SHA-1 file, SHA-1 key, like so. So we are going to copy it, and inside of our SHA fingerprints, we are going to insert it like so. Click the save button. After it, we are going to paste this debug SHA-1 key in each of our projects that we have created. So go to the project settings, find Android, add fingerprint, go back and find the last project that we have created, go to the Android, add fingerprint, and after it, let's go ahead and create a SHA-1 key for the release mode for our application. So go back to your terminal, and this time the command is going to look like a bit different. So in the keystore argument, we are going to specify the direction to the keystore file that we have generated before. So I'm going to specify the direction like so. So if you use macOS, you're going to have pretty much the same directory. So go ahead and type users. Here you need to specify the username of the machine that you are currently logged in. Here you specify the direction to the keystore file that you have, and the alias. In the alias argument, we are going to specify upload. So on the Android, you are going to as well change this with the opposite direction one, and make sure that you have it like so, and in the beginning you're going to need to add C, and after it you can go ahead and run this command on Windows, but on macOS I'm going to run it like so. And in here we need to enter the keystore password 123456, and as you can see here, our SHA-1 file has been successfully generated. So let's go ahead and copy it as well, paste in each of the Firebase project that we have, like staging, debug, and production. Add fingerprint, save, and the last one is going to be production, Android, add fingerprint. So this is all that we are going to do with our SHA-1 key, so we don't need it anymore in our project. So in the next step, we are going to search for the console.cloud.google.com, and in here you're going to first log into your Google account, and in this box you're going to search for all projects that you are going to have. And in here, as you can see, we have 3 different projects like Flutter, Instagram, Clone, Dev, Prod, and Staging. So this is the projects that we are going to have, that you are going to have in the console cloud google.com. So let's go, for example, in the dev, let's go ahead and search for quick access and APIs and services. And in here, you are going to search for credentials. And in here, as you can see, we have automatically generated OAuth 2.0 client IDs for our Android, iOS, and web clients. So we don't need to actually go ahead and manually create credentials that we are going to use in order to make our Google sign-in functional in our application. So essentially we will need only iOS and web client IDs, because the Android authentication will be automatically covered by the Google itself. So we will not need to copy or do anything with the Android, only with iOS and web client IDs. So the next thing we are going to do is just go ahead and copy the web client ID by clicking this little icon, copy OAuth client. Make sure that you first of all in the Flutter Instagram clone dev project that has been automatically generated, because we are going to have 3 distinct one for the prod and for the staging one. So after this, make sure that you are in the Supabase dashboard and go ahead and find authentication, go to the providers, and in here make sure that you enabled Google provider authentication, and in here we are going to paste this web client ID that we have just copied in this field right here. So inside of the authorized client IDs, we have this client ID for the web, exactly, not for iOS or an Android, because it will not work, only web. And here we need to check this skip nonce checks, otherwise our iOS Google sign-in won't function. So after it, we are going to click save button, and it's pretty much it with the Supabase that we are going to need in order to make it functional. So actually, as I said you before, we have 3 different Google Cloud Console projects for dev, prod, and staging respectively. But in the Supabase, we can only paste a single web client ID. It means that at the single time we are going to have either we are going to be able to use our authentication with Google, with Supabase in dev mode, in production mode, or in staging mode. So depending on which flavor you are currently in, for example, it's a development. So you will need to go to the Google Cloud Console inside of your development project, and from here you're going to copy this web client ID. Otherwise, it's if you are in the production environment or staging, you are going to respectively dive into production or staging, and over here you're going to copy this web client ID, go to the Supabase dashboard, and again paste this web client ID in this field so that your project is going to be functional only for the production environment. But for now we are going to use development environment, so let's go ahead and paste it once again and click the save button. And this is pretty much all that you need to know how we are going to actually work with our Google Cloud Console web client IDs. So if you want to specifically test your application in production, you are going to once again choose the production mode, the production project, and from there you are going to copy the web client ID and paste it in the Supabase. After it, we are going to the once again Supabase dashboard authentication, and here in the URL configuration, make sure that your site URL and the redirect URLs looks like this: IO, Supabase, Flutter, quick start, and login callback. And then here in the redirect URLs, you will not have this one by default, so you will need to add URL, copy and paste this. So make sure you have applied these changes, otherwise you will have some issues when we are going to work with deep linkings as we move forward. By default, it will look like localhost 3000, so make sure that you have this site URL looking like this. After this, we are going back to the code editor, and in here we are going to actually everything that we need in order to the Google sign-in functional or on our client side. So let's go ahead and find the iOS folder, and in the iOS folder dive into runner, search for info.plist file, and in here search for cf bundle URL types, and in here we are going to have cf bundle URL schemes, and by default it will have only one string like so: iOS Supabase Flutter quick start. This is basically a URL scheme that is going to be used by our deep linking as we have just set up in our Supabase. The next thing that we need to do is to add another string value like so, and go back to the Google Chrome, and in the Google Chrome let's go ahead to the dev project in our Google Cloud Console, and go ahead and click on the iOS client, and in here search for iOS URL scheme, go ahead and copy it, go back to your project, and in here we cannot actually just go ahead and paste it like so, because our project has actually multiple flavors, so we are going to make it functional on different flavors. In order to do this, we are going to have variable like so that we are going to define the iOS. So in order to do this, let's go ahead and type Google info URL. So this will be a variable that we are going to create just now, and we will have three different values for it for each environment respectively. This is why we are actually passing this variable here. After it, we can safely close the info.plist file, and inside the iOS folder once again go ahead and search for runner.xcode project, not the XC workspace. Open it, and in here you will find project.pbxproject file, and in here by default you will be at the top of this file. So now you can simply press the hotkey Command F or Control F on the Windows and search for the begin XC build configuration section. This is what we are gonna need for now in order to set up our variable Google info URL. So in here actually we have these build configuration sections for the debug, for the release, and for the profile. So we are in each of them we are going to set up the Google info URL variable, but not of them are suitable for us. We don't want to modify each debug production or each release production build configuration, because not of them are actually the proper ones. So we are going to actually search for build configuration that will have base configuration references first of all, and make sure that in the command line we have something like production or development or staging.xcconfig file. And I'm going to quickly show you the case when you don't need to actually modify this file. So in this case, as you can see, we have pods, runner, tests, release production, xcconfig. So this is as well a release production, but we're not going to modify it inside the build settings because it's not what we are looking for. And as you can see, this base configuration references actually has the production.xcconfig file that we are looking for. So we are going to add Google info URL inside of it. And as you can see here, this is once again release production, but it actually doesn't have the base configuration references at all. So we're not going to add this variable inside here. So let's go ahead and find the first one that we have in our build configuration section, and it's going to be debug production, because as you can see here, base configuration references has this comment that says production.xcconfig. So in here, let's go ahead and create Google info URL that equals to iOS URL scheme that we can easily find in our project, in our Google Cloud Console. But before, we are going to pay attention on this debug dash production, meaning that it's production. We are going to dive into the production project, and in here we are going to tap on the iOS, and in this iOS we're going to copy the iOS URL scheme like so. So we are going to paste it right here, and this is pretty much all that you need to do inside of this debug production. And in the release production, we are going to as well search for base configuration references that has production.xcconfig or development or staging. And in here we are going to paste the same Google info URL because this one is production as well. And as you can see here, we have the profile production. So in the profile production, we are going to paste Google info URL as well with the same value of iOS URL scheme. And as you can see here, now we have debug development, but this is not the suitable one. So we are going to skip it. This is with the base configuration references with the development.xcconfig that we are looking for. So in here, we are going to paste Google info URL, but this time we are going to change this value. This value is going to be located in the development project inside of our Google Cloud Console. And in here, go ahead in the iOS Google Cloud client ID, copy iOS URL schema, paste it right here, copy it, and let's search for other build configs, profile development, paste it in here, and release development, paste it in here. So basically, it doesn't matter where in the builds inside of the build settings you paste it. Just make sure that you don't do something like this inside of the build config itself. You want to make sure that you're pasting it inside of the build settings, otherwise it won't function. And now we have the last build configuration that is going to be for the staging. So we are going to search for Flutter Instagram clone staging, and in here as well search for iOS client ID inside of the credentials and iOS URL scheme, copy it Google info URL and paste it like so. So now let's go ahead and paste it inside of the release staging and inside of the profile staging. And this is pretty much all that we are gonna do, because as you can see here, it's the end of XC build configuration section. So this is all that we are gonna do with our project.pbx project. So we can go ahead and save it, close it. So now our application can actually be functional when we are going to use the iOS, because on Android it will be functional without this additional configuration. So now let's go ahead and actually configure some of our extra env variables. We are going to need to add for some more. It's going to be iOS client ID, and as well as iOS, we're going to need web client ID. We're not going to need Android. As I said you before, it will be automatically covered by the Google itself. So we don't need to add it inside of our env.dev file. And as well as env.dev, we're going to add it inside of our env.prod file. And let's actually go ahead and create one more env file, and in this one is going to be named like env.staging. And in here, let's go ahead and copy and paste the same values for Supabase URL, Supabase anonymous key, and PowerSync URL, because it's not going to be changed as we change the flavor that we are currently in. Only the iOS and the web client ID is going to be different for the development, production, and staging flavor. So let's go ahead back to our Google Cloud Console. Now we are in the staging project. So let's go ahead and actually copy the web client ID and paste it inside of the staging env file. Let's go ahead and copy the iOS client ID and paste it like so. So previously, when we were configuring our Google Info URL, we were tapping on this iOS client ID itself in order to search for iOS URL scheme. You can as well click on it, and in here it will be the client ID that we are searching for, but we can simply go ahead and copy it right from this button, so we don't need to actually make extra steps. After we have configured the staging project, let's go ahead and configure the dev. So the same, copy the iOS client ID, go to the dev, paste it in here, go and search for web, paste it in here, and the last one is going to be for the prod. Go ahead and copy the web client ID, paste it in here, and iOS, paste it in like so. After it, let's go and dive into the lib folder inside of the env, inside of packages, and in here let's go ahead and create one more file called env.staging.dart, and let's go ahead and actually copy from the env.prod or env.dev, paste it like so, change for the env.staging.g.dart, and in here let's change it for the staging. And here we can actually change it to the staging variables, and in here we are going to change it to the env staging .supabase URL, .supabase anonymous key, and PowerSync URL. And on top of it, we are going to have two more variables. So let's go ahead and copy one of these fields, and let's go ahead and change it to the iOS client ID. And in here, we are gonna type iOS client ID, and let's change it to the iOS client ID. And in here, we are going to type web client ID, copy, paste here, and instead of PowerSync URL, let's go ahead and say web client ID, and we can simply say like iOS client ID secret, and this one will be for the web client ID secret. So this is pretty much all that we're gonna do. So let's go ahead and copy these variables and paste it inside of the production env file, and change the env staging to the env.prod, and in the dev env file, let's go ahead and do the same stuff, env. And in order to fix these issues, go to the terminal, and let's go ahead and change the direction to the packages env, and inside of the env, let's go ahead and run this command, dart run build runner build. But before it, we may actually face the issue that our environmental variables is not going to be updated because we have generated it before. So instead of build, we are going to run the clean command first, and after it, let's go ahead and run. In here we can choose to delete files, and as you can see here, the message says succeed after milliseconds with 7 outputs. And let's go ahead, and in here we actually have this little issue because I have changed PowerSync with the capital S, so we can go ahead and change it to the capital S as well. But as you can see, for some reason our env staging is not working properly because I forgot to change the name of the abstract class inside of the env.staging.dart file. So let's go ahead to the terminal, and once again let's run for the clean command, and after it let's go ahead and run build command. Press 1 delete, and after it, as you can see, we no more have this issue with the naming convention. So make sure that you actually change the name from the env prod to the env staging so it works properly. Now we can go ahead in the terminal, dive into in the root of our application. So this is pretty much everything that we are going to do in the env packages folder in order to set up the environmental variables for the iOS client ID and the web client ID respectively, for the staging, production, and development modes. Now we can go ahead and inside of the lib and inside of the packages folder, search for shared, and inside here in the lib source folder, in the configs, we are going to create a new config file called app_flavor.dart. So let me actually quickly delete this. We are going to create it from scratch. So this app flavor, so that the application will know which the flavor our application is currently in, so that we can actually use the appropriate environmental variables depending on the environment that we are currently in. So for example, we are in the development environment, the application will know that our flavor is in the development mode, so it's going to use the appropriate environmental variables. So let's go ahead first of all and create the enum called flavor, and it will contain development, staging, and production flavors. So in order to get rid of these blue lines under our flavor and development, staging, production, we can go ahead and press code key command dot, and in here we can choose ignore public member API docs for the whole file. So this is basically asking us to comment everything that we have inside of our app flavor.dart config. So instead we can go ahead and comment this flavor with the description that is going to be above this enum.flavor that will be appeared once we hover with our mouse on top of this flavor. As you can see here, it says flavor. But this development, staging, production requires for the documentation as well. So we're not going to waste time documenting all of these lines of code. So just go ahead and ignore for the file public member API docs. After we have created enum flavor with the development, staging, and production, we can go ahead and create class app flavor with the constructor called app flavor, and we are going to pass anonymous constructor so that we cannot actually instantiate our app flavor outside of this file. So because we are actually going to have three different factory constructors for the app flavor without needing to instantiate our app flavor class by hands. But before, let's go ahead and say final flavor, and inside of the constructor, let's go ahead and pass flavor like so. And after it, let's go ahead and create first factory constructor called development, and it's going to return app flavor anonymous constructor, and in the flavor we're going to pass flavor.development. Let's go ahead and copy this factory constructor, paste it 2 times, and instead of development, let's say staging. And instead of the development once more time, we're going to say production. So why do we actually creating the factory constructor in here and creating this anonymous constructor of the for our app flavor class? Because we don't want to pass the flavor by ourselves. Instead, we are going to directly access the factory constructor of the app flavor like so. App flavor, let's go ahead and say like development, and in here we can simply go ahead and use these factory constructors like development. This basically simplifies the process of assigning the variables to the app flavor, so we don't need to manually go ahead and instantiate the class, pass the flavor development. So instead of this, we can directly use the factory constructor. As we have specified here, it will be automatically with the flavor of development. And now let's go ahead and create a sealed class called app env, and inside of it, let's go ahead and create app env constructor, and inside of here, let's go ahead and create string get env function, and inside of here we are going to pass env class that we are going to import from the env package. So let's go ahead back to the packages folder, and inside of the env, inside of the lib folder source, we are going to create once again a new file called env.dart. So let me delete it. Let's go ahead and create a enum called env, and inside of here we are going to have Supabase URL with the value of Supabase URL. We're going to copy and paste it a few times, and instead of the Supabase we're going to have once again Supabase unknown PowerSync URL. So basically you can find the values that we are going to have in our env.dart file for our enum class called env in any of env.dev, prod, or staging.dart files that we have over here. Name it exactly like so. We can just go ahead, copy and paste it like so, iOS client ID and the web client ID. And we can go ahead and copy iOS client ID and copy web client ID. And the last one, we don't need it. So in order to get rid of these errors that says that too many positional arguments, 0 expected but 1 found, we're going to actually create a constructor for our enum class, for our enum, and we're going to create a final variable called value of type string, and we're going to pass it inside of the env. Once again, go ahead and ignore public member APIs, and as you can see now we have this env file, so we have a better access to the env variables that we have in our application. Unfortunately, we cannot go ahead and say that our variable name for the Supabase URL is going to be env.supabase URL, import this file, because it says that the argument type env can be assigned to the parameters type string nullable, because we actually forgot to say value. But anyway, it says the property value can't be accessed on the type env in a constant expression. This is why we cannot do like so. But we are going to use this env file actually in order to get the appropriate env inside of our app env sealed class. So let's go ahead and extend our app flavor with the app env like so. And in here, let's go ahead and create one missing function. And in here, let's go ahead and say switch. And in the switch statement, we are going to pass env, and we are going to say env for each env that we have, like Supabase URL web client ID, Supabase anonymous key, PowerSync URL, iOS client ID. We are going to have the appropriate value depending on the environment that our application is currently in. So we can actually go ahead in my GitHub repository and copy the implementation of this string get env, so we don't lose time implementing it. And as you can see here, we have one more env fcm server key, but we are going to need it a bit later. And inside here, let's quickly change the PowerSync URL to PowerSync with the capital S. And as you can see now, we are using the switch statement on the env that we are passing inside of the get env function, so that for each env Supabase URL, PowerSync, Supabase unknown key, iOS client ID, and web client ID, we have another switch statement that is dependent on the flavor that we are actually passing to the anonymous constructor in the app flavor that we have respectively in the development, staging, production, with the type flavor production, staging, development respectively. If the flavor is development, we are using environment dev.supabase URL. In the production, we are using environment production Supabase URL. And in the flavor staging, we can go ahead and once again go in the env folder, and in the env we can export source env.staging.dart, and we can actually go ahead in the git ignore. Don't forget to add our env.staging inside of the git ignore file. We're going to add lib source env.staging.dart.g.dart file in the git ignore, so our secret variables are not exposed if you're going to publish your repository to the GitHub. After it, let's go back to the app flavor, and now instead of passing env prod for the staging, we're going to say env staging Supabase URL. And let's go ahead and everywhere where we have flavor staging, replace it with the env staging. So now we can actually use this get env function inside of the app flavor depending on the env that we are going to pass inside of this function, and depending on the flavor that our application is currently in, we're going to get an appropriate environmental variable so that we can use it everywhere we want in the project. Now let's set up dependency injection for our app flavor that we have just created. Go to the pubspec.yaml file, and let's go ahead and add new dependency called get it. We can actually go to the Google Chrome, search for pub.dev packages get it, and this is the package basically used for the dependency injection that we are going to use like a service locator, and it's going to be very useful because it doesn't require inherited widget or provider in the widget tree to access object, for example, from the UI. So we can actually directly access our variable, our service like so, with the get it global instance, with the type of the model or service that we have registered in the method that registering singleton of this exact type, so that we can actually use it everywhere we want inside of our application without context, without any additional configuration, because we're going to need an access for our app flavor outside of the widget tree where we don't have an access to the context. This is why we are using get it package. So now after we have this get it package inside of the pubspec.yaml in our project, we can go ahead and inside of the lib folder in the application folder, we can create a new file called di dependency injection, and inside of this folder dependency injection we are going to straight create a dependency injection.dart file. And in here, let's go ahead and create a void method called setup dependency injection with a required parameter called app flavor. before let's go ahead and create a global access for to our get it like so, and let's go ahead and import the get it package. So if you don't want to use these global variables, you can directly do like get it, either capital I or instance. It actually works the same instance, and here you can say register either lazy singleton or singleton. Basically, the difference from the lazy singleton and singleton is that the lazy singleton will be lazily instantiated in our project once it's needed inside of the application. But in this case, the app flavor is required for most of the services that we have in our application. So it's mature to have a singleton, not a lazy, in order to instantiate our app flavor straight after our application has been launched. So you can either do it with getIt instance like a static method, like a static getter like so, or we can go ahead and use getIt register singleton with the app flavor that we are passing to the setup di method. So let's go ahead and import dependency injection.dart file inside of the app.dart file inside of the app folder. And let's go ahead to the bootstrap.dart file inside of the lib folder. And straight after the widgets flutter binding that ensure initialized, we are going to call this setup di method with the app flavor that we are going to get as a parameter from the bootstrap. Let's go ahead and pass here app flavor. And as you can see now, we have these errors in each of our main development, production, and staging files. So let's go ahead and quickly fix them. So instead of is the boolean, we are going to pass the app flavor instance. And as you can see, we have created these factory constructors, so now we can easily use them in each of our main development files without passing a flavor argument to each of our app flavor classes inside of main development, staging, and production files, so that it looks more elegant and it's much more convenient to use. Let's go ahead to the main production file, and in here once again pass app flavor, but this time it's going to be production, copy, paste it inside of the staging, and say staging, import it. And this is pretty much all that we are gonna do in order to get rid of these errors inside of our main.dart files. But now, as you can see, we have this exception inside of the PowerSync repository saying that we don't have isDev boolean anymore. We are going to quickly fix this issue, but before, let's go ahead and create a type def called env value that is equal to string function env, and we can actually say that it's the signature to get the environmental variable based on current flavor with provided env value. And we are going to use this typedef signature inside of our PowerSync repository instead of the isDev boolean like so, env.dev. We are going to call it dev, and this is for environmental variables. You can call it whatever you want, and instead of checking whether it's dev, we are going to pass here env function, and inside of this env function we are going to say env.supabase URL. I'm sorry, here you have to say env value. So this is basically a function that we have just created, accepts the parameter called env and returns a string that is required in our URL, anonymous key, and other places where we want to return the appropriate value for the secret key, depending on the flavor that we are currently in. In here, we are going to say env with the enum value of Supabase anonymous key. In here, as you can see, Supabase connector also have this isDev boolean parameter. So instead of it, let's go ahead and say env value, env. Let's go ahead and change the description called environmental variables. And let's go ahead and instead of isDev boolean, we are going to pass env, and in here env as well. Now we have this little issue. We, instead of checking whether it's dev or not, we're going to say env PowerSync URL. So now inside of the bootstrap.dart file, inside of this PowerSync repository, we're going to pass env, but instead of env, we're going to say app flavor that comes as a parameter from the bootstrap file that we have passed in each of our main.dart files, and we are going to say get env. We are not going to say env and pass the env like so. It will work, but in order to make it shorten, you can directly pass a function as a parameter to the env parameter inside of the PowerSync repository, and it will work as intended, because both env inside of the PowerSync repository and get env function have this env parameter. Both of them have return type of string, so basically these functions are the same. This is why we can actually pass this function as a parameter straight away without using this env value, so it's a bit more convenient to use. And as you can see, now we don't have any problems. We have set up everything correctly. So now with our dependency injection, with this global variable, we can actually go ahead and use it everywhere we want in our application with the app flavor value that we are passing inside of this setup dependency injection function that has the app flavor type exactly that we are passing from the main development file or production or staging. So for example, now we are in the development mode, meaning that we have the app flavor of the development type, so that when we are going to access this get env function, depending on which env variable we want to access, we are going to always have the flavor with the exact type of development, and it's going to return us env.env that Supabase URL, PowerSync URL, Supabase anonymous key, iOS client ID or web client ID respectively, without any issues. We can quickly go ahead and actually test that it works properly. So we can go ahead and use, instead of const, we can remove it, say get it with the app flavor type, and inside here we can say get env with the env iOS client ID, and we are going to import the get it. So as you can see here, we have this exception because we have made a lot of configuration. So for now, in order to get rid of this exception, we are going to completely close our application and start it from scratch. At first, we are going to launch it in the development mode, and then we are going to switch to the production or staging in order to see that our app flavors functions properly. So let's go ahead and run our application. As you can see, it's running. We can expand our debug console a bit. So now in a few seconds, we will see that our application runs successfully without any exceptions. Our application has run completely without errors, exceptions, and we don't have this ugly red screen instead of our scaffold with the environmental value of the type iOS client ID, as you can see here. In order to make sure that it's an actual value that we have in our env.dev file, we are going to check it and as you can see here, we have exactly the same value like 764148, 764148. So in order to make sure that it works with different flavors, we are going to once again shut down our application completely, and instead of the development mode, we are going to launch our application in the production mode. So once again, in the debug console mode, as you can see, now we are running our application from the main production dart file. This is achieved by the launch.json file inside of the .vs code folder that was automatically generated by the very good CLI. So as you can see here, we have the configurations, the list of the configurations, and inside of each configuration for each environment that we have, for the development, staging, and production, we have program that launches the appropriate main.dart function, main.dart file. So in case of production, it launches main production.dart file, and inside of the arguments, it has flavor that equals to the production, and the target is equal to the lib main production.dart file. So now, as you can see, our application has successfully launched without any exceptions. And as you can see now, we have different value that actually equals to the value that we have in our production file in the env folder. And now, as you can see here, it's exactly the same, like 92721, 92721. So now we made sure that our app flavors works exactly as expected with the dependency injection that we have just set up in our application. So now we can go ahead to the actual implementation of the Google sign-in both on the Android and iOS. Since now we're running our application in the production mode, let's go ahead and quickly shut down our application, and we are going to actually switch to the development flavor, because all the features that we are going to implement we will be doing inside of the development environment. So on top of it, let's go in the Google Chrome, and inside of the Google Cloud Console, let's go ahead and find our Flutter Instagram clone dev project. And then here, let's go ahead and copy the web client ID, go to the Supabase dashboard, and in the authentication in the providers, find Google and specify here, first of all, delete the old one and specify here the client ID for the web from the development Google console. Let's go ahead and click save button, and this is pretty much all that we need to change in order to start developing the Google sign-in inside of the development flavor. Let's go ahead and run our application in the development mode. It's indicated by the launching message that says that leap main development.dart is now running on iPhone 15 Pro in debug mode. So now we are running our application in the development flavor. Now we can go ahead and start implementing the Google sign-in inside of our application. First, we are going to create a mock-up screen where we will have a button which is going to actually start processing the Google sign-in in our application, and the simple logout button in order to actually test the Google sign-in. So after it, we are going to actually start building the login view and the sign up view respectively for our application after you have a better understanding of the Google sign-in itself, because I think it's the most complicated thing among three different providers that we are going to use: email, GitHub, and Google. So first of all, I will try to explain you the Google sign-in in details explicitly in the screen without any other disturbing factors such as email or GitHub sign-in. So let's go ahead, and inside of the lib folder, let's create a new file called login. Inside of it, we are going to create view folder, and inside of the view folder, we are going to create login page.dart file. So in the login page, let's go ahead and create stateless widget login page. And inside of the login page, we are going to return scaffold, and we are going to import the material. Inside of the scaffold body, we are going to say save area, and inside of the save area, we are going to pass center, and inside of the center, we are going to pass column. Inside of the column, we are going to actually pass our buttons that are going to be displayed in the login page view. So in order to actually display it, we are going to quickly jump into app view of our application and say const login page, and actually let's go ahead and inside of the login folder create login.dart file and export view login page.dart, so that in the app view we can go ahead and instead of directly importing login page, we can import the whole login, because in future when we are going to have a big screens, inside of them we are going to have a lot of different files. We will not want to independently import all of them. Instead, we can create this file like so, and then here we can export all the files that belongs to the login screen. So now let's go ahead, create another stateless widget called Google sign in button, and let's go ahead and return elevated button icon. Inside of the onPressed method, we're going to pass an empty function for now. In the icon, we are going to say icons auto awesome, and inside of the label, we are going to say Google sign in. Don't forget to put semicolon at the end of the elevated button, that icon widget. And let's go ahead and inside of the column return Google sign in button. And as you can see, now we have our Google sign in button appeared on the screen inside of our login page. In order to center it, let's go ahead and apply main axis alignment.center. So now our button in the center of the screen. Let's go ahead and create another widget called logout button, and let's go ahead and create another elevated button with an icon. Icon is going to be logout, and the label is going to be logout with the style theme that of context, headline small, colors.red, colors.red. And in here we can actually also go ahead and say remove the constant, say theme that of context, text, theme, headline small, and this is pretty much all. So now the text is a bit bigger and we can better see it on our screen. So now go to the Google Chrome, and we're going to search for the pub.dev packages Google sign in. This is the package that is going to handle all the business logic for the authentication with the Google itself. It actually provides an extensive set of commands that we can use in our application in order to sign in our account using the Google authentication provider and other useful stuff. But we're going to actually need only sign in method. So let's go ahead and in our project add dependency called Google sign in. Now we can go ahead and inside of the Google sign in button, let's go and create void method called Google sign in. It's going to be of type future void with the asynchronous keyword. And in here we are going to actually implement the logic of sign in with the Google provider using the Google sign-in package. So let's go ahead and start implementing it. First of all, we are going to create an instance of Google sign-in class like so. And inside of the Google sign-in, we have a few parameters that we have to specify. It's going to be client ID and server client ID. So above the Google sign-in, we are going to create two more variables called web client ID that equals to get it app flavor get env iOS client ID, import all the dependencies, and on top of web client ID we are going to need iOS, and here env web client ID and env iOS client ID. So now let's go ahead and pass inside of the client ID iOS client ID, and inside of the server client ID, the web client ID. It's actually required to have these two parameters inside of the Google sign-in specified, otherwise you will have exceptions when you are going to try to sign in with the Google itself. Now let's go ahead and say that final Google user is equal to await Google sign in without underscore, and another variable called Google auth equals to await Google user authentication. Now we are going to check if Google auth equal now. We are going to log inside of the console that Google sign in was cancelled and throw an exception with the same message Google sign in was cancelled. We can actually remove this logger inside of this if statement, because when we are going to use try catch block, we are going to see this exception message, so we don't need to specify it two times. Now we're going to say that final access, we are going to extract access ID token from the Google like so, and the ID token with the Google auth.id token, and we are going to check access token equal null. We're going to throw exception no access token found, as well as access token. We are going to check if ID token equal to null, no ID token found. After these check-ins, we can go ahead and finally use the Supabase login function like so. Supabase import the PowerSync repository instance client auth, and in here let's go ahead and sign in with ID token, and in here we are going to provide auth provider Google, and inside of the ID token we are going to pass ID token, and inside of access token we are going to pass access token. Actually, this sign in with ID token provider returns an auth response, but essentially we are not going to use it. So this is why we have a return type of void with this Google sign in method, because this sign in with ID token method will automatically authenticate the user with the ID token and access token that we have extracted from the Google authentication that we got from the sign in method on top that returns a Google user, and after it the Supabase will automatically sign in the user with the current provided ID token and access token. So as I said before, essentially we will not need to use this auth response, because in our application we will automatically handle the routing, so that if the user is authenticated, he will be automatically navigated to the home screen. There is nothing to do with this auth response. Now we can go ahead and say that elevated button icon has an unpressed method that calls Google sign in inside of the try catch block with an await keyword, and inside here we can log an error failed to log in with Google. So now we can go ahead and implement the last thing with the logout button. On top of simply returning an elevated button, we are going to say stream builder, and in stream we are going to pass Supabase instance client auth on auth state change, and inside of the builder we are going to check if snapshot as data final session equals to snapshot data session. If session equal now return sized box that shrink, and otherwise we are returning our elevated button with a logout functionality. And if the snapshot does not have data, we are going to return sized box as well. We are using the Supabase instance client on odd state change that broadcasts odd state every single event that happens inside of the Supabase, whether it's login or logout. And if the current event has session, we are going to check whether it's null. In case of null, we are going to return the size box that shrink. Basically, the size box that shrink has both width and height equals to 0, meaning that it's actually doesn't exist on the screen. So this is basically an empty widget, like a container, a bit more efficient because it has actually access to the const modifier. So in here we're going to implement the logout functionality, Supabase instance client auth sign out, and we are going to say that onPressed method equals to logout. Now we can hot reload our application and see whether or not our Google sign-in functions properly. Let's go ahead and click this Google sign-in button, click continue, and another message that says that we connect to the PowerSync instance, to the PowerSync service. And the connect to PowerSync message is located in here, where we checking if the event equals to auth change event that signed in or password recovery. So obviously it's not password recovery. So it means that successfully signed in our account, but for some reason we don't see the logout button. Let's quickly look at the code, and actually there is nothing wrong with the actual logout button code. We have just forgot to add it inside of the login page itself. Extra space between our logout button and the sign in button, and call here logout button. Refresh our screen once again, and as you can see now we have this logout button that we can click on, and as you can see we don't have it anymore, meaning that our application has just logged out from our account. And as you can see here in logs we have one odd state change that is saying that our new odd change event is signed out. So now we are not anymore logged into account. This is why the logout button has disappeared. In here we can go ahead and simply say color to the icon with the value of colors that red, so it looks a bit more elegant. One more time, and as you can see here we have this logout button once again. Click on it, and this is pretty much all that we're going to actually implement in our login screen in order to have an access to the Google sign-in side of our database functions. And in here we have this handle new user function that actually handle the logic of creating a new profile, of inserting a new profile inside of the public.profiles table with the new value of user that has been just created, whether it was by providing credentials such as email, password, username, full name, etc., or with the Google sign-in, because it's automatically pushed inside of this function. So this is basically why when we are logging into the account, in this case we were logging in the Google account, meaning that if we didn't created this account with this specific email, it's going to be created. So this is basically everything in terms of Google sign-in. In fact, we just spend a lot of time pre-configuring all the stuff that we actually need to make it functional. It's much more easier on Android, but for iOS you have to do these extra steps in order to make everything works perfectly both on iPhone and iOS. Now we can go ahead and actually start implementing the actual login screen on top of it with the sign up screen, and with the new GitHub provider, as well as with a password. On top of it, we're going to set up themes for our application and define other useful reusable widgets that is going to reduce the boilerplate inside of each of our screen in our application that we are going to have a lot in the future. For example, as you can see here, we have this scaffold, and inside of the scaffold we have safe area, and potentially we could have annotation region, and etc. So in order to make our look more elegant and with minimum amount of boilerplate, we're going to define some reusable widgets that will reduce this boilerplate inside of our widgets, so it has less repetitive code. On top of it, we're going to set up some layouting for our mobile applications, for our Android and iOS, so it looks perfect and native. But before we are going to create our login and sign up pages, let's go ahead and create a package called App UI. In this package, we're going to handle the theming configuration, the colors palette, the typography, the assets for our application. So let's go ahead in the terminal, let's go and migrate into the packages folder, and in here let's run. Very good. Let's go ahead and create Flutter called App UI and hit the enter button. Now our package with the name of the App UI is now creating. So as you can see here, now we have a brand new package called App UI that we're going to use in order to configure all of this stuff that I have just described you. So the first thing, delete this API Dart, the Dart file inside of the source folder, and remove the exporting this file inside of the API.dart outside of the source folder. In the test as well, you can delete this test so that you don't have the exceptions. Now let's go to the GitHub repository of this project. First thing, we are going to need all the assets that I have. We are going to use in our application, such as animations, fonts, icons, images. I have already downloaded them, but for you, in order to download them on your machine, you can either go to each file one by one, click on the row button and save link as, and specify the place where you want to save the file, or you can go ahead and download zip of the whole project itself. And after it, you can simply go ahead and copy the assets folder that I have in this Flutter Instagram offline first clone. And so after you have this assets folder, let's go ahead and quickly drag them into our application. Inside of the App UI, we have this assets folder that contains animations, fonts, icons, images. Now inside of the App UI, we are going to have a Flutter Gen package that is going to handle the automatic generation of each asset that we have in our App UI folder, so that we can easily integrate them in our UI components inside of the lib folder or anywhere we want. So in order to import it in our App UI pubspec.yaml, let's go ahead and use command palette, add dependency called Flutter Gen. On top of Flutter Gen, we are going to have in the dev dependency Flutter Gen runner, and on top of Flutter Gen runner, we are going to have another dev dependency called build runner. After we have imported all these dependencies in our pubspec.yaml, we are going to configure Flutter Gen a bit. So you can go to the GitHub repository again, and in here, inside of the App UI packages folder, inside of the pubspec.yaml, you can copy this from 31 to 68. That basically is going to define the assets for the App UI package, so that Flutter Gen can properly scan them when he is going to generate all the files in the output folder. So I have already copied and pasted the configuration for the Flutter Gen, and for the Flutter specifying the assets fonts, we can go ahead and create our generated files. So let's dive into the App UI folder and run build runner build command. The generating of the files should now start, and after a few seconds we should see how the Flutter Gen was automatically generated the required assets. And as you can see here, we have a little issue saying that we don't have Flutter SVG package. Let's go ahead and add dependency called Flutter SVG. We are going to use Flutter SVG in order to display actually our icons that we have defined in our assets folder. So after we have imported one more library called Flutter SVG, we have no more exceptions or errors. So now we can dive deep into the generated file and try to understand what is going on here. Basically, it's a generated file, so you don't need to fully understand. At the end of this file, we have the assets class that actually has static variables that we can later on access with our animations, icons, and images that already handles all the paths to the assets that we have imported previously. So we don't need to hard code it, as I said you before, and we neither need to provide an SVG in order to use our assets to display icons or so. Now let me quickly showcase you how it will look like. Almost every time you add a new asset to your project, you need to completely shut down your application and completely run it from scratch, because otherwise the Flutter will complain that it cannot find the assets that you have just added. So now let's go ahead and wait for a few seconds. So while we are running our application, let's go into login page, and for example, instead of displaying this icon with the icon data of auto awesome that looks like this, we can go ahead and completely delete the icon widget and use assets. But before we can actually use the assets, let's go ahead and revert the changes, because otherwise our application may crash. Let's go ahead in the pubspec.yaml file, and in here we are going to import app UI package with the path of packages app UI. Now let's go ahead and sort all the dependencies that we have, and now we can actually access the assets, but for some reason we still don't have an access, because I have actually forgot to export all the generated files in the generated folder that has automatically been generated by the Flutter gen. So in the generated file that we have just created, we are going to export .gen.dart. We are going to export fonts.gen.dart file as well. And in the app UI, don't forget to export this generated .dart file. And now we can actually access our assets, import the app UI, and for example, we want to display icons, Google SVG. So basically this function will return an SVG picture, so we don't need to specify anything, everything automatically covered by the Flutter gen. So now we can actually access all of the assets, images, any animations, and all these assets by simply calling the class called assets with the desired assets folder. For example, if it's called icons, it's going to be icons. If it's called typography, it's going to be typography. As you can see here, for some reason it still doesn't find the icons google.svg. Let's try and actually reboot our application once again. And yes, as you can see now, this icon displaying correctly despite the fact that it's too large, but we can easily go ahead and specify the height to it of 52, for example, or even 32. And now it's correctly displaying inside of our login page. So basically we have this SVG, we have access to an SVG if the actual type of the asset that we had was an SVG. Otherwise, for example, if we have image, I'm going to quickly demonstrate it to you. We are going to access assets, images, no, profile photo, and in here instead of SVG we will have an image function that is going to return an actual image widget instead of SVG that we previously had with our icons. So on top of image function you have a provider function that will actually return an image provider. You can more extensively configure inside of your containers instead of returning an image widget directly. So basically now you understand how we are going to use our assets in our application. It's a very convenient way, because as I said you before, you don't need to specify anything for the actual assets in your app UI. Other stuff is automatically covered by the Flutter gen. So now let's go back to the lib folder inside of the app UI, and the next thing that we are going to configure will be the theme. But before we are actually configuring our theme, we need to create a colors folder, and inside of it let's go ahead and create app colors.dart file. So inside of the GitHub repository, go ahead and search for app colors.dart file, copy all the content inside of this file and paste it in the actual project. In here we basically define all the colors that we are going to use in our project. On top of it we have defined the gradients that uses the actual Instagram application. And so let's go ahead and on top of it export source colors app colors.dart file that we have just created. And after it we can go ahead and create folder, and inside of it we are going to create app theme.dart file. Once again, go into the GitHub repository of my project, go into the theme folder, and inside here let's go ahead and copy all the content. We are going to use one more package, flexible color scheme. So let's go ahead and add dependency color scheme. And in the Google Chrome, let's go ahead and search for pub.dev packages. So this package basically provides an extensive number of methods, functions, classes that we can use in order to conveniently manage the adaptive theme for our application, both for light and dark modes respectively. So we can actually make the process of configuring our theme fun with this package called Flex Color Scheme. Now, since we have imported this file into the pubspec.yaml inside of the app UI folder, let's go ahead and quickly import it inside of our app theme.dart. But on top of it, we can actually go ahead and export it inside of the app UI.dart folder file. Let's go ahead and specify package flex color scheme. So now we can remove the importing of this inside of the app theme. And as you can see here, we have an exception that says that we doesn't have the app spacing class that we are going to use for the spacing between widgets, for the padding for our content, and etc. So let's go back to the GitHub repository and inside here search for spacing. Copy all the content. Let's go ahead and create spacing app spacing.dart file. Inside here, paste the content that you have just copied. So basically here inside of the app spacing abstract class, we define all the spacing values that we are going to have in our project, such as medium, large, extra large, small. So it's more convenient to handle and scale, for example, when we want to change our design, because if we are going to use a hard-coded value, for example, in here, instead of passing app spacing.md, we're going to pass a hard-coded value. So basically, if our application, for instance, is going to, if we want to change the general looking of our application because we want it to be redesigned, therefore we have to change the spacing between the widgets. We definitely don't want to change the values of the paddings of the spacing between the widgets. Everywhere we have defined it like with a hard-coded value. Instead, we using this abstract class called app spacing, and here we are actually providing the actual spacing value using the variable that we have defined here, for example, of medium. So if we want to change the design, we just simply need to change it in one place in this app spacing file, and it will be automatically changed in the entire project. So we don't need to spend hours finding where we have the hard-coded value for the spacing. Now let's go ahead and export the source spacing app spacing.dart. We have actually created it in the wrong folder. The last thing that we are going to copy from our GitHub repository is going to be a typography, and inside of the typography we have two files, app font weight. So let's go ahead and create a typography app font weights.dart, and on top of it let's go ahead and create app text styles app text styles.dart, and in here we are going to create another file called typography.dart and export here app font weight.dart and app text styles.dart. So now inside of the app UI.dart file we can export source typography.dart, and now all the exceptions should be gone. Now, first of all, in the app text styles we have defined two classes for the UI text style and for the content text style. So here we defined a base text style variable with a predefined text style with a package of app UI font weight with app font weight medium that equals to the weight 500, and the font family that we are going to use in the entire application is inter. So in the assets we have fonts that we have exported from the GitHub repository, and in here we have several inter variations of bold, extra light, medium, regular, semi-bold that we are going to use inside of the app text styles. So we are defining it here, and we don't need to manually go ahead and specify the font family in the theme of our application. Is going to be covered by this exact file. And then here we are simply define some more types of the text that we are going to have, such as headline 3, 4, 5, 6, subtitle 1, 2, 3. And in the app font weights, we are actually defining the weights more humanly readable variables so that we can understand which is bold, which is medium, which is regular with its specific value. So now in the app theme, we no more have any exceptions. So first thing that we have defined in our app theme.dart file is an app theme class that is going to display light theme for the light mode mode for our application using the flex color scheme dot data extension on the theme data with the light function. So here we define a scheme, we providing the colors, we using the material 3, on top of it we using material 3 error colors, and in here we are copying the instance of the flextem data.light and extending it with a few more configuration of our theme, such as text theme that we have in our text theme getter in here, that equals to the content text theme that we have defined like so, with the appropriate values from the content text style that we have defined in our app text styles.dart file, with the applying to the body display and decoration color of black. And there is a few more configuration such as icon theme, and we are setting it to black for the light theme, input decoration, app bar theme, bottom navigation bar, and bottom sheet theme. Why we actually use the getters everywhere in the app theme class? Because on top of app theme we have app dark theme that extends app theme, so we have in common these getters that we can override with the value that are specific for the app dark theme, so we don't have this boilerplate. So instead we are overriding the values inside of the app theme. So we set the brightness to dark, the background color to black, and the primary color to white. In the app theme itself, that stands for the light mode, we are setting the brightness to light, background color to white, and the primary color to black. And we are using these values inside of the colors for our flex scheme, specifying these values like brightness, primary, and the same stuff. We're simply overriding this theme that we had in our app theme class. And in here we are simply saying that we are using app dark theme, that text theme that we have overridden here. And all of this stuff basically happens in order to configure our application theme that supports both light and dark modes. The last thing will be the system UI overlay theme. So for example, with the iOS light system bar theme, we are specifying these values that are appropriate to display, to be exactly looking as the background for our scaffolds. The same with the iOS dark theme, Android light system bar theme, and Android dark system bar theme. And on top of it we have the method that defines a portrait only orientation for any device. This was the configuration of the app theme for our application. Now let's go ahead and search for app view.dart, and in here let's actually specify the theme for our application. For the theme we are going to say app theme, but we forgot to import it inside of the app UI.dart file, export source theme app theme.dart. So now we can access our app theme, and for the dark theme we are going to specify app dark theme. So in order to see any changes, we can go ahead and change the theme mode for the theme mode equals to dark and hold reload our application. In order to fix these issues, we can go ahead and run flutter pub.get. Cool, so now we can hold reload our application without any exceptions. And as you can see now, our application became black because we have defined the theme mode equals to the dark. And now let's quickly go ahead and change the theme mode to the light. And as you can see now, the theme has actually been changed, but unfortunately the system app bar is not automatically adaptive to the theme that we are defining in our application by setting the theme mode explicitly to light or dark. So we are going to actually cover the system app bar theme a bit later as we move forward. On top of it, we can go to the bootstrap.dart file, and at the bottom we can use call system UI overlay style and invoke actually system UI overlay theme and invoke set portrait orientation method. So now if we turn our screen, the application stays with the portrait mode. Now even though it looks like that the status bar looks perfectly, we will add some reusable widgets inside of the app UI folder. So let's go ahead and create a folder called widgets, and inside of it let's create our first reusable widget called app theme.dart. And from the GitHub repository, once again let's go ahead, find widgets folder, and in here search for the app scaffold, copy the content, and instead of the app theme, let's call it app scaffold. Paste the content like so. So basically, this app scaffold reduces the boilerplate that we are going to have in each of our screen. So basically, we just simply returning a scaffold, and inside of the scaffold, depending on the boolean parameter called with safe area, we are returning the body covered by a safe area with the body itself, or simply returning body without a safe area. And in here, as you can see, we have an extension called will pop scope X on the widget. So basically, extensions makes the life easier when you want to unnest your widgets. So instead of wrapping our whole scaffold inside with a pop scope widget, passing here the scan pop, on pop invoke parameters, we used the extension called will pop scope that works on every widget, and as soon as the scaffold is a widget, we can use the with pop scope extension on it that takes up a parameter called onPop invoked that we are passing inside of this material scaffold. One more extension that we are also making on the widget called system navigation bar theme that actually has the function that basically is created to once again wrap our widget and unnest it by using it like an extension with an annotated region with a value of system UI overlay style. And here we are checking whether we are using an Android currently, checking the for the light mode, and respectively returning system UI overlay theme Android light system bar theme, otherwise Android dark system bar theme. And if the current platform is iOS, we are respectively checking again for the mode that our application uses now, and if it's light, we are returning iOS dark system bar theme, otherwise we are returning iOS light system bar theme. So now we have these exceptions because we are going to have a few extensions defined in our app UI folder. Let's go ahead and create extensions, and the first extension that we are going to create will be build context extension .dart. Go ahead to the GitHub repository, search for extensions, build context extension, copy and paste it like so. Once again, go to the project, go to the GitHub repository, search for text style extension, copy, create extension text style extension.dart, and this text style extension is going to be on the build context itself. So in every single widget in Flutter we have the context. So instead of, for example, typing theme.of context and accessing here theme, for example, you can go ahead and say context text theme directly without specifying theme.of context, and this is very useful. So we have defined it here, theme.of. This basically stands for the context. So now on the context we can access the theme, and here we have defined some more getters directly access the text theme on the build context, so we don't need to actually use the theme, and other useful getters to directly access body large, body medium, and other text styles, so it makes life easier. Now let's go ahead to the extension, create another Dart file extension, export text file extension.dart on top of build context extension.dart, and inside of the build context, let's go ahead and import the extension, and inside of the app UI we are going to export source extension.dart. So now our exception with the context theme platform is gone, as we have defined the theme getter on the context. Otherwise it will look like theme.of context, and after it we can access the platform and other getters on the theme. And the last error that we have here says that we doesn't have the tappable widget. But before, we are going to look inside of the build context extension, and inside of here we once again have the extension called build context X is defined on build context as well as text style extension, and here we are accessing directly the extension that we defined here on build context without define once more theme.of this brightness. We can directly say theme brightness. So now we have a more quick access to the brightness on top of the context, as well as checking whether it's light or dark by checking the value of brightness, whether it equals to light, otherwise it's dark. We have here the color getter with a name of adaptive color that makes it easier to use the actual adaptive color in our application that checks whether it's dark, returning an appropriate white color, otherwise the black. The same stands for the reversed adaptive color, but instead it returns black in case of the dark mode, otherwise white. Here we are specifying custom adaptive color with an optional parameters of light, dark. So for example, when you want to have an adaptive color but with different colors rather than white or black. So for example, you define context that custom adaptive color, like in this example, context custom adaptive color. And in here, for example, in the light parameter, we are going to pass app colors that red, and in the dark, we are going to pass, for example, app colors that black. So in this case, it's going to check if we are using dark mode. It's going to either return a parameter called light that we have specified in here. In this case, it's red. Otherwise, the default value of white. And if it's not dark, it's going to return a dark color that we are passing as well as the light color. Otherwise, it's going to return a default value of black color. So this code will actually return light color with the value of red if it's dark. Otherwise, it will return dark color with the value of black. So the last method called custom reversed adaptive color, meaning that it will function pretty much the same in the same way, but instead it will say that if it's dark, it will return dark. Otherwise, it will return light. Whether in the custom adaptive color, if it's dark, it returns light, and other stuff is the same. So here we are defining the media query getter to access to the size of this context, as well as view insets, view padding, screen width, screen height, device pixel ratio. And here are the useful getters for checking whether it's Android, iOS, or mobile operation systems that we are using our application in, by checking whether the theme.platform equals to target platform.android, and returning in the iOS getter the reversed value of is Android. And in case of checking if it's mobile, we are going to say either it's Android or iOS, it's mobile. Otherwise, it's desktop or web. So now let's go ahead and find in the widgets the tappable the Dart file. We're going to go ahead and copy and paste it inside of our widget in the application called tappable.dart. And here we are creating a tappable widget that makes widgets create effect of a tap. The desired effect you can choose from tappable animation effect. The tappable animation effect stands for checking whether the button should have no effect, fade, or scale. So for example, when we are tapping on the Google sign in button, we have this splash effect, but in our case for this tappable we will not have this splash effect. Instead we will have either fade, scale, or none. As you can see here, we have this shared .dart exception, meaning that we have not exported it in the pubspec.yaml. Let's go ahead and quickly do it inside of the app UI packages, shared, but shared, sort. And once more time, let's go ahead inside of the shared folder, and in here let's go ahead and create inside of the config called throttler.dart. Let's go ahead to the GitHub repository, search for the shared lib source config, and in here search for throttler.dart, copy and paste. So essentially this widget will allow us to pretty much throttle any function that we are going to pass inside of this run method. The throttler stands for the function that we want to make sure that is running only once in a set period of time. So for example, we are passing inside of the throttler 300 milliseconds. So no matter how many clicks we made in order to execute the function with this throttler, it will not execute the function the next time if the timer that goes with the duration of the milliseconds, in our case it's 300 milliseconds. If the timer is still active, it will simply return nothing, and the function that we are passing in this method will not invoke. Otherwise, we will cancel the timer that is currently running, execute the action, re-instantiate the timer with the same duration that we have passed in the parameters of the throttler. In this post method, we are simply canceling the timer if it's still active. And on top of it, we have an extension called throttle function on void function type. So basically, if we have final function called equals to print hello world, we can go ahead and say function.throttle, and it will work as intended, but we can go ahead and wrap it inside the another function, and we can go ahead and say throttle. So it will do pretty much the same as if we defined here throttler, and after it we will call throttler.run with the function like here func. So these things over here is the same, but when we are using the extension on top of the function, we don't have an access to the dispose method. So it is always better to define the throttler and maintain it by yourself by disposing it in the dispose method and instantiating it in the init state method. So I hope you understand what the throttler is used for. So now we can go ahead and once more time export the throttler inside of our config.dart file, throttler.dart. So the error should automatically be so in the tappable.dart file we are switching the animation effect that goes as a parameter inside of our tappable widget. And as I shown you before, we have three different animation effect: none, fade, and scale. Depending on each, we are returning the button with an appropriate animation effect. For none, we are returning a default button. For fade, we are returning a faded button. And for scale effect, we are returning a scaled button. The default button will basically return a simple gesture detector with all this on tap up, on long press methods, and with the decorated box and other stuff, as well as the throttle of the button itself if we are setting the value of boolean flag throttle to true, meaning that we want to throttle the function that we are passing to this button for being invoked only once in a certain period of time, as I explained you before. I'm going to quickly showcase it to you, but now let's go ahead before it and export, create a widgets.dart file, and inside of it let's go ahead and export app scaffold.dart and export tappable.dart file. And inside of app.ui.dart file, let's go ahead and say widgets.dart. So now we have no more exceptions. And we can safely use all these reusable widgets, themes, extensions, colors, assets, spacing, typography, themes, and other stuff that we have just created in our application. It was a very important part of our application because here we defined a lot of useful classes, a lot of useful reusable widgets that we are going to use throughout our entire application that will make our life much easier. Because in long term, if you want to change the design of the application, you will not suffer so much with these reusable components and other stuff. So in this tutorial, I'm actually trying to explain you all of this complicated stuff so that when you work with, so that next time when you work with your client or when you are hired to the well-paid job, you will never be scared of such complex applications with a lot of stuff, and you already have the knowledge of creating these reusable widgets that you can use everywhere with the exact styling everywhere, meaning that if you need to change anything inside it, it's going to be applied everywhere inside of the application where you use these widgets. So now I'm going to quickly showcase you the function of this tappable button. Instead of elevated that icon button, I'm going to quickly return tappable, and instead of on press we have on tap function. We don't have an access to the icon anymore, and instead of the label we're going to return child. And as you can see now, it doesn't look like a button because we want to specify a color of app colors of context theme, that focus color. Now we want to specify a border radius equals to 4, and now we can wrap the text widget inside of the tappable in the padding. Specify the padding horizontal app spacing equal to medium and vertical spacing equal to medium as well. So now we can reduce it a bit more. So now it looks a bit more elegant, and now we can actually increase the border radius of the button maybe a bit more. And here we go. Now we have pretty much the same button that we have with our elevated icon button widget, but in this case we have this little cool fade effect by default specified in the tappable button. So now we can go ahead and change the animation effect. For example, let's say none. We don't want to have any animation effect for our button. So first let me comment this function. So every time we tap on the button, I'm actually tapping on it, there is no animation. So this is basically stands for the tappable animation effect that none. And in order to make sure that I'm actually tapping on it, we can log in the console, and as you can see, it's actually logging out. So we are actually tapping on this button. And the last one will stand for the scale, and it says, and it will simply scale the button in and out. And when we can actually specify the scale strength with the multiple values. For example, let's say that we want to have extra small, or no, extra small scale, so that our button should not bounce as much as it used to. And as you can see here, there is such a little bounce effect. And as well as the scale strength, we have the scale alignment. For example, now it's scaling the button to the center, and we can specify scale the alignment to bottom center. So now this button animates to the bottom center of this widget, as you can see right here. Or if we specify the left center left, it will scale to the left center of this button. And on top of scale strength, we have the fade strength that goes along with the tappable animation effect that fade, and also have multiple values like large, medium, and small. So by default, it's set to large. With the medium, we can see it a bit more, and with the large default value, we can see it fading almost completely. So this is pretty much all that we have defined in this tappable widget. So I'm actually going to quickly explain you how it's actually animating these buttons to fade or scale. So if the tappable animation effect is fade, we are returning a faded button. And in here, there is a bunch of animation controllers, opacity animations, and other stuff. It's actually animating it in or out with the specific curve, executing the actual on tap function. So this is pretty much the same goes with the scaled button. We have this animations controller, scale animation. We have the animation controller animating to inside and animating back to the zero value, and other stuff that makes the button with the bouncy effect instead of the fading. So for now, this is pretty much. So for now, we have defined quite a lot in our app UI packages. After it, we can go ahead and more conveniently start creating our actual screens for the login and sign up. It was actually very crucial to have these reusable widgets, because now it will make our lives much more easier when we are going to create our screens in the application, because it will reduce the boilerplate. It will make our code looks more elegant. So now let's go ahead and actually start building the login view for our application. So in our app UI, we have created app scaffold that we can use, and simply remove the safe area, because the app scaffold is containing the safe area if this with safe area boolean flag set to true, and by default it actually true. So let's go ahead and see what will happen. And as you can see now, the system app bar looks perfectly with the light theme mode, because in the app scaffold we are using with adaptive system theme extension on any widget by wrapping it with the annotated region, and we are passing a value of appropriate system UI overlay theme based on the current theme mode and the platform that we are using. So in this case, we are using iOS, and the mode is light. So this is why we are returning an iOS dark system bar theme. And iOS dark system bar theme basically defines status bar brightness to light, meaning that the background of it is light. So the status bar color goes to the transparent, the status bar icon brightness goes to the light, and the system navigation bar icon brightness go to the light as well. And in other case, if the application is currently in dark mode, we are returning a system UI overlay theme iOS light system bar theme. And here we are passing the status bar brightness to dark, status bar color to transparent, status bar icon brightness to light, and system navigation bar icon brightness to dark. And this is how we are changing the system app bar theme, so that it actually looks perfectly both on the light theme and the dark theme. In order to make sure Let's go ahead back to the app view and change the dark mode. And as you can see now, it still appears to be automatically adaptive to the background color that we have because we defined it in our app scaffold. Finally, we can start designing our login and sign up pages along with the business logic and the separation of concerns. Let's go ahead and look at the login view first that we are going to implement in our application. So as you can see in our login view, we're going to have the logo of the application. As you can see here, in our case, it's Instagram. And below it, we are going to have an email and the password form fields along with this button that either obscures or not the password fields, so we can see the password or respectively hide it. And below the password text form field, we have this forgot password button that is going to redirect us to the page where we first will need to confirm our email, and after it we will be able to change the password. Below this button we have another button for the login itself that is going to authenticate us into the application. And at the end of this screen we have two buttons for the Google and GitHub authentication providers respectively, and at the very bottom of the screen we have the text that asks whether we don't have an account yet, and we can click on this sign up button in order to create a new one. And this button will actually navigate us to another screen called sign up, and in this screen we have as well these four different text form fields, both for email, name, username and password, as well as the profile avatar URL picker. So basically, when we are going to tap on this button, we will be able to choose the avatar URL for our profile. And there is as well a sign up button that will authenticate us into the application and will create an account with the appropriate values that we have passed in these text form fields. And at the very bottom, as well as the login view, we have this text that asks whether we already have an account in order to navigate us back to the login page. And here is what the screen with the email verification for the password recovery is going to look like. So basically, upon tapping on the forgot button in the login screen, we are going to be navigated to this screen that will ask us to input the email that we want to recover password of. And with this button, it will automatically navigate us to another screen, and in this another screen we will be able to change the password with the reset token that will be automatically pushed to the email that we have provided in the previous screen, as well as the text form field, and it will be actual new password that we can use in order to log in our application. And upon tapping this change password, the application will automatically authenticate us in, so we will not basically need to go back and log in our application explicitly. It will be automatically handled by the Supabase itself, and along with the automatic authentication, our password will be respectively changed. So let's go back to the VS Code editor, and in here, let's actually go ahead and delete the login folder that we previously created in order to test the Google sign-in. We will not need it because we are going to create a new one. So let's go ahead and create another login folder with the view folder, and inside of it let's go ahead and create login page.dart. Create status widget called login page, and in here we are going to create our brand new reusable widget called App Scaffold. Specify the required body parameter and import the material package. So as you remember, the app scaffold basically stands for the scaffold, for the ordinary scaffold with the save area. On top of it, we have the WizPop scope extension and the adaptive system theme extension with the annotated region that basically overrides the value to the system UI overlay style. So in the body parameter, let's go ahead and specify column for now. And in the column, we can go ahead and return the app logo, because as you remember, at the top of the login view we are going to have the Instagram logo. Basically it stands for the app logo in our application. So for now we don't have this widget, so let's go ahead in the app UI inside of our packages in the lib folder source widgets. Let's go ahead and create app logo.dart file. In here let's go ahead and create app logo widget, import the material. Let's go ahead and return assets, images, Instagram text logo and SVG. And in here we are going to pass final double width, final double height, and it's going to be an optional. And in here we can specify height, set to height or 50, and the width or 50. And we're going to need the fit as well, box fit. And the last parameter that we're going to pass will be color. And all of this is going to be a required parameters. And in the color, in the SVG, we're going to pass color filter. With the color filter that mode with the color is going to be nullable, or is going to be context that adaptive color. And in the blend mode, we are going to pass blend mode source in. So basically this color filter could be omitted because we have this color parameter directly, but as you can see, it's deprecated and shouldn't be used. So instead we are using this color filter that basically does the same thing as the color parameter. Now we can go ahead and ignore public member API docs for this file, and let's go ahead and inside of the widgets.dart export the app logo.dart file. Now we can use it in our login page like so. App logo, we're going to pass fit of value of box fit height, and the color should not be required parameter. Can go ahead and remove it. And in the width we're going to pass double that infinity. So basically this logo can take up as much width as possible. Let's go ahead and quickly fix the issues that we have. In here it says that we doesn't have this file. Let's go ahead and create it inside of the login folder, export view login page.dart. So now after we have imported this login page in the login.dart file, the error should be gone. And now we can go ahead and launch our application in the development mode. So as you can see now we have our app logo inside of the login page and it looks pretty decent. And as you can see above the Instagram logo we have a little bit of space above it. So let's go ahead and add this extra spacing with the height of app spacing extra large multiplied by 2. And after it we are going to have an actionable login form with the email and password text form field. So let's go ahead and add expanded, and inside it we are going to have a column children's, and inside of this children's we are going to actually have these text form fields along with the button sign in with Google and GitHub providers and the forgot password button. So let's go ahead and say that here we are going to have the login form. So let's go ahead and create login form class. We are going to create this login form class inside of the widgets folder login form.dart. Stateless widget login form, and in here we are going once more time return column. Inside of the column we are going to have these text form fields for the email and the password. We're going to say that cross-axis alignment here will be start, and in here we are going to actually return these text form fields, but in our application we are going to have our custom text form fields. So let's go ahead to the GitHub repository of my project. In the packages folder, app UI, lib, source, widgets, search for the app text field.dart file, and in here make sure that you copy all the content inside of this file. And let's go ahead in our application and create exactly the same file inside of the widgets called app text field.dart and paste it inside of here. So basically this widget returns a normal text form field, but we are predefining some of the basic configurations that we are going to have in the text form field everywhere we will use it in our application, so that we don't copy it everywhere in our application. Otherwise we just create a reusable app text field.dart file. Now let's go ahead and in the widgets export it app text field.dart, and in here we can go ahead and create this app text field, and we can go ahead and create the widgets.dart file, export here login form.dart, and import it inside of the login page. So pass a field parameter inside of the app text field that will make it visually appearing on the screen. So, but we are not going to create these app text fields for the email and password inside of the login form. Instead, we are going to create separate widgets called email form field.dart, create a stateless widget email form field, and in here we are going to pass app text field set to true, import the material, and on top of it let's go ahead and create and convert this widget to the stateful. Let's go ahead and create late controller text editing that with the type of text editing controller, and inside of the init state method we are going to set this controller to the text editing controller. And in the dispose method, we are going to dispose the controller. On top of it, we are going to have focus node for our text editing controller. Focus node, and as well as the controller, we are going to dispose it. And inside of the app text field, let's go ahead and pass the controller, and the focus node. So basically the focus node we are going to explicitly need in order to make some extra checking when we are going to, for example, focus on this text form field and after it unfocus. And on each unfocus from this specific text form field, we are going to validate its input value so that we can say to the user that he has inputted the invalid value, for example. But we are going to implement it a bit later in the qubit that we are going to create for the login view. And in the hint text, let's go ahead and say email. So now we can actually see it. But for now, we can't tap anywhere we want on the screen in order to unfocus this text form field. In order to make it possible, we can go to the login page, and inside of the app scaffold, we can set release focus parameter to true. So now whenever we click outside of this text form field anywhere we want on the black screen, we can actually unfocus this text form field. This is achieved by wrapping this material scaffold with the tappable widget with the animation effect of none and passing the onTap callback with the release focus function that actually uses the focus scope.off context and invokes the unfocus method that basically removes the focus on this node by moving the primary focus to another node. So now you can see that the hint text didn't appear on the screen because we forgot to return here a mail form field. Now as you can see, it is visible on the screen. But as you can see here, this email text is actually a value of string. So we actually want to make it localizable to different languages. Let's go ahead in our L10N file, and inside of the ARB folder, we can go ahead and modify app-english.arb file. We are not going to actually define all these localizable text that we are going to have in our application because it will consume a lot of time. So instead, we can go ahead in the GitHub repository and copy all the content inside of the L10N arbn_english.arb file, and it will have all the text that we will need in the application so that we don't waste time defining all of this in the app_.arb file. So after we have modified our ARB file, we can go ahead and run this command in the terminal. So now we can use our localization file with the extension on the build context that allow us to directly access the L10N localization file without specifying app localization.off context. And in the localization file, we can access the email text. So now we don't see any changes, but when you are going to change your locale to another language, if you add another language in your application, you are going to see that it actually is changeable. So now we can go ahead and type and set the text input type to the text input type of the email address and the text input action to the text input action dot next, so that the user will have the option at the very end in the right corner of the keyboard to go to the next text editing controller, because we'll have another one for the password, as you remember. The last but not least, we're going to pass the onChanged function that we are going to actually use in order to change the value inside of our login qubit. And on top of it, we are going to actually debounce this onChange function. So basically the validation doesn't trigger on any change inside of this text form field. This is why we want to add a debouncer in this email form field, but for now it doesn't have the debouncer. So let's go ahead and search for the shared folder inside of our packages. Inside of the lib folder, search for config, and in here let's go ahead and create a debouncer .dart file. We can go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it. So basically the debouncer works by calling this run function that passes another function in its parameter, and on top of it we have the timer that we want to cancel anytime we execute this function and run another timer. And when this timer with the specified duration ends up, it executes the function that we are passing to the run function. So now let's go ahead and define our debouncer. But before we are going to export it in our configs. Now we can access it by importing the shared folder, and the debouncer we want to as well dispose before we are going to actually instantiate it in our init state method. So in our on change method, we can go ahead and say debouncer.run, and inside here we are going to pass the actual callback that will change the value inside of our login qubit state. So let's go ahead and actually create qubit inside of our login folder, block new qubit, and name it login. So inside of the login qubit, we can delete all the generated code and create a new state. In here, we are going to say login block, login qubit, and we are going to have a login status along with the login state itself. And the data will be email, email, and the equatable, we are going to add a dependency called equatable that we doesn't have for now, and we just need to import the equatable in our login qubit. For now, we doesn't have this email form field, so now we are going to create the email, and on top of email, we are going to have a password form field. We are going to pass it in the required parameter in the login state password. And then here for now, we are not going to specify anything. And in the copy with method, we are going to pass password, copy this one, change the values to the password. And in the props, of course, we are going to pass password. So let's go ahead in the GitHub repository. And in here, in the packages, let's find the form fields that we are going to create, and in the form fields we are going to have all the form fields that we will have in our application, but now we need only email and password. Go ahead and copy it, and for now we doesn't have this form field package, so let's go ahead and run the command very good create dart package form fields. After a few seconds our form fields has been automatically generated. In here we can go ahead and delete form fields.dart file, and inside of the form fields we are going to create email.dart, paste here the code, and import the required dependencies. The first one is going to be equatable, and for the actual form fields we are going to use the forms package. So we can go ahead in the Google Chrome search for pub.dev packages forms, and basically this forms package provides us a useful set of tools that we can, in order to create our actual form fields that will support two different states for pure and dirty, meaning that the pure represents an unmodified form input and the dirty represent a modified form input, and each form input will have a validator that we can use in order to validate a given input value. And on pretty much any form field that we are going to have, we are going to be able to check whether it's valid, whether it has an error, and other stuff. So let's go back to the code editor and import inside of the PowerSpec.yaml the dependency called forms, but we are going to explicitly set the forms dependency version to the 0.4.1, but as you can see the latest version is 0.7.1. But in our specific case, we are going to need 0.4.1 version. So make sure that you import exactly this version, because otherwise you will have some issues with your form fields. Now we can go ahead, and since we actually created the Dart package, we doesn't have an access to the immutable Flutter Foundation Dart package. So we can remove it because it's not actually required to have. And inside of the source folder, we are going to create another class called forms, another class called forms validation mixin.dart. And we can go ahead and inside of the form fields source folder, we can search for the forms input field, copy the content, paste it inside here. So basically this mixin forms validation mixin on the forms field will provide us with a few useful getters that we will be able to use on pretty much any form field that we will extend with this forms validation mixin, so that we can easily access the validation error of this form field, the error message that will map through the validation error message that we will pass inside of our form field, and it will return an nullable error message that we can use in order to indicate for the user that he has inputted the invalid value for the form field. So now let's go ahead and inside of the form fields.dart export email.dart inside of the source folder and source forms validation mixin.dart, and inside of the email.dart we're going to import forms field. So basically the forms field represents a form's input that has two states, as I said you before, the pure and dirty, but in our case indicates the unvalidated and validated with its super value that comes from the form's input itself that we are going to actually modify. And this email input field has an email regex that allows for certain symbols to be inputted, and the validator itself that checks the value whether it's empty and returning an appropriate email validation error that we have defined at the bottom of our email form field that has empty and invalid states. So basically, if the value of the form field is empty, we are returning an email validation error that empty, meaning that if user has focused this specific form field and unfocused it without inputting any value inside of it, the validator is going to return email validation error that empty. And after it, we are checking email regex whether it has match with the value. If it doesn't have a match, meaning that we have some symbols inputted in the email form field that doesn't support by this email regex, it's going to return email validation error that invalid, meaning that, for example, we have inputted something like this without the gmail.com and we hit the enter button, so the validator will give us the email validation error that invalid because the value is actually non-empty, but it doesn't has a match with this email regex. So this is basically how the validator is going to work, and we are actually overriding the value for the validation error message that we have inside of the forms validation mixin that we have created, so that we can map through each email validation error enum that we have and return an appropriate message for the empty and invalid that says this field is required with an empty email validation error, and with an invalid we have email is not correct, and in any other case we are just returning null, meaning that the user has inputted a valid value for the email form field. And in the props you have to specify the pure and value, because otherwise we will have some issues getting the appropriate state of the email form field, whether it's modified or unmodified, and checking the value inside of our validator. So make sure that you have this pure and value inside of the props in every single email form field that you have. So let's go ahead and lastly copy and paste our password form field. So in here we can also delete this immutable, input the form fields, and this basically form field comes with the same logic. It has password validation error with empty and invalid values. It has validation error message, the validator, the unvalidated and validated constructors, and this is basically the same as the email form field has. So now we can also export it in the form fields.dart, source password.dart, and in the test we can remove these lines of code. So now we can go ahead in the pubspec.yaml inside of the root of our application, and in here we're going to import form fields with the pass packages form fields, and we're going to sort all the dependencies. And now in our login state we can import the form fields that we have just created, and inside of the email and password parameters inside of the login state that initial, we're going to pass email unvalidated and password that unvalidated, meaning that in the initial state of our login the email and password are untouched, pure, and unvalidated as well. So this is all for the login state. Now we can move on to the login qubit with the business logic itself. We can pass here login state initial, and in here essentially we are going to have a few useful methods and validate the form fields themselves for the email and password. So I'm going to copy and paste it from the GitHub repository inside of the login qubit.dart file. So I'm going to quickly explain you about these useful methods. So basically we have defined in our login state email. So now we have on email changed method that takes up a new value of email as a parameter, and essentially in here, and basically here we are assigning the previous state of the login, we are assigning the previous email state, and we are assigning a should validate variable that is true if the previous email state is invalid. So basically the new email state is equal to email that validated if the should validate is true, otherwise it's a unvalidated with the value that we are passing to this on email change. So for example, initially we doesn't have anything in this email form field. Now when we input something inside of it, for example it checks, it assigns all these previous screen state and previous email state, and it says that the previous email state is not invalid because we have just focused this form field, and previously we didn't have our email state invalid. So this should validate value is true, meaning that we are going to say that our email is validated with the value of E. But in fact, it is not, because if we are, for example, go ahead and unfocus, it's going to say that we don't have the proper value for the that stands for the email, because we have once again another useful method that goes for the email unfocused and executed upon the user unfocus the form field specifically for the email. So in here we are basically doing the same stuff, assigning previous state, assigning previous email state, previous email value, and we are saying that new email state should be validated in any case, because at the end when the user unfocus, we should always have the validated value of the email. But in case the user didn't finish it with the acceptable value of the email, it's going to be unvalidated with the appropriate error below it. And here we're basically copying our previous screen state with the new email state and emitting this new screen state as well as inside the on email changed. So essentially we have pretty much the same logic in the on password changed method as well as the on password unfocused. And we are going to have pretty much the same stuff everywhere we have these text form fields inside of the business logic that we are going to have for the sign up as well, and the forgot password with the email verification. So now we can go ahead back to the email form field, and in here, first of all, we can go ahead and inside of the login.dart, we can export qubit login qubit.dart and export actually widgets.dart. And in here, we can go ahead and read our login qubit, and we are going to import it in our file as well as the Flutter block. And in here, we're going to say that on email changed, passing the new value that comes from the on change method itself. So this on email change method will run only once in a time, because we have used here the bouncer, because we don't want to validate our value every time the user changes the input value of the form field, because it's quite expensive. So now on top of it, we can go ahead and inside of the init state method, on top of the focus node, we can add the listener and create a void method for the focus node listener that will listen. If focus node doesn't have focus, it's going to execute inside of the login qubit on email unfocused method. And we're going to pass focus unchanged or focus node listener, and inside of the dispose method as well as the dispose, we're going to remove listener focus node listener. So now we can hot reload our application and quickly test the functionality of our email form field. So now let's go ahead and input the valid value of the email, test@gmail.com. And if we unfocus, as you can see, no error appears below this text form field. But actually we forgot a few more extra steps. So basically inside of the build method, we are going to select email error from the login qubit state that we are going to get from the state email.error message. And this error message actually come from the forms validation mixin that we have defined in our form fields, because without this forms validation mixin, you won't have an access to this error message. But now, as you can see, we have an exception that says couldn't find correct provider login qubit above the email form field widget. What we can do is we can go to the login page.dart file and rename our login page to the login view and create another status widget called login page. And in here we can provide login view with the block provider on top of it, with the login qubit, import Flutter block, import login. So now it doesn't have this exception anymore. Now we can go ahead and actually test whether or not we get an appropriate error. So now we will try to unfocus our email. But before, we forgot to actually use this email error inside of the app text field itself. So let's go ahead and say error text and pass here email error. So now we should have this error, yes, indicating that this field is required because we didn't actually inputted anything, meaning that our email value is empty, meaning that the email validation error will be equal to empty, will actually give us this field is required message when we are accessing this error message, that essentially mapping the validation error message with the validation error that we are defining in this getter. So if we actually start to type something inside of the email text field, we will quickly notice that the error message changed to the email is incorrect. This is simply because inside of the login qubit, we have this should validate Boolean flag that we are assigning on each email changed. So basically, our previous state with an email was with an error. This is why we every time when we are going to change this value until it's actually acceptable, we are going to see this email is not correct exception. So for example, let's go ahead and input the correct one, and the error is gone. So next time we are typing anything that is incorrect, we are not going to see this error anymore. But if we are unfocused, it will say that email is not correct and is going to be appeared until we doesn't actually input the valid email inside of our text form field. So now let's continue and create another text form field that we are going to have for the password in our login view. In order to do this, we are going to actually go ahead and copy all the stuff that we have in our email form field and simply go ahead and create another form field inside of the widgets inside of the folder called login, and we're going to name it password form field. Copy all the stuff from the email form field and paste it inside here, and go ahead and change email form field to the password form field. And in here essentially we are going to need to change the on email unfocused to on, password unfocused, and in here we are going to say password error, and we're going to select qubit state password that error message. Instead of the email text, we're going to say password text. Instead of the email address, we're going to say visible password, and instead of the text input action, we're going to say done, because actually the password is the last text form field that we're going to have. So basically in the keyboard we want to have the done button that will essentially close the keyboard, because we don't need to input anything after the password itself. So after we have changed text input action, we can go ahead and change the on mail changed to on password changed, and we can go ahead inside of the login form, give some extra spacing here, as spacing md, import it, and in here we can go ahead and first of all export inside of the widgets email form field.dart and export password form field.dart, and inside of here we can go ahead and pass password form field like so. So now we have displaying both email and password in our login page. So as you can see in our login page, we actually have some extra padding applied to our login form that will contain all of the content inside of this container essentially. So we are going to apply the padding to the login form with the value of symmetric and the value of horizontal extra large. So now after the email and password form fields, we have actually in the password form field we forgot to create this button that will control the visibility of the password. First of all, we are going to go inside of the login qubit, and then here we're going to create a method called change password visibility. It will have a parameter called boolean parameter show. It will be actually required, and all we are gonna do is to create in our login state another statement boolean whether to show password or not, and we are going to pass it everywhere we need inside of our props as a required parameter inside of the login state itself. And then here set show password to false as an initial state, and in the copy this we're going to say boolean show password. And now we can go back to the login qubit, and in here we will emit the state, copying the show password with the show parameter that we are passing to this change password visibility method. But actually we don't need to pass here any parameter. We can say state show password and pass a reversed value of this value. So now we can go back to the password form field, and in here we can select the show password state from the login qubit, and we can pass it in the parameter called obscure text with the value of show password, and we need to actually reverse the value of the show password. And now we can go ahead and create the actual button to obscure our text. So we can go ahead and create, and in the parameter called suffix icon we can pass a tappable with the color set to app color set transparent, and we can call here the function from our login qubit called change password visibility, and the icon data is going to be visibility if the show password reverse value is true, otherwise it will be visibility off. And we are passing here color to this icon with the value of context that custom adaptive color. Let's go ahead and save, but in order to get rid of this exception, we can hold reload our application, and now we can simply type some text, and as you can see here, this obscure text button works perfectly. And as you can see here, the password error message works properly as well, and because in here we have only 5 characters, but we have to specify at least 6 characters. So as you can see, if I add the 6 characters, the error is gone. Now let's go ahead and implement the login button inside of the widgets, and we will call it sign in button dart stateless, which is sign in button. And then here we will have some extra logic. We can go ahead in the repository and go ahead and quickly copy all the content inside of this sign in button class, copy and paste it inside of our sign in button class, import the required dependencies. And as you can see here, we are going to create another reusable widget called app button. So we actually have the tappable button that we have created previously, but on top of it we are going to actually have another button. So let's go ahead in the app UI and in the widgets create the app button .dart file, and let's go ahead back to the GitHub repository, find app button inside of the app UI, and go ahead and copy all the content, paste inside here. So basically in this app button class we are just defining a few useful predefined constructors for the authentication button outlined in progress that are passing the values to the app button itself, so it actually looks like an outlined or authentication or in progress. So this is basically everything that the app button does in our application. So let's go ahead and export it button.dart. Let's go ahead and quickly import it in our application, in our sign-in button, as well as our L10N dependency. And as you can see here, we have a few more exceptions saying that we doesn't have an access to the is loading on top of our status, and we doesn't have a on submit method in our login qubit. So let's go ahead inside of our login qubit and let's go ahead and create the future void method called on submit. And in here we are going to define all the business logic that will happen when we will tap on the login button. So let's go ahead and quickly copy it from the login qubit inside of the GitHub repository. And in here, we are going to have a few more things that we haven't implemented. So basically in this onSubmit method, we are going to make our email and password validated, meaning that they are actually changed. Pressing on this button, meaning that even though we haven't touched it, tapping on this button, we will force them to appear that they either doesn't have a valid value, or if they have, we are simply going and say that the status will be login submission status that loading. Let's actually go ahead in our login state and rename our login status to the log in submission status. And actually, let's go back to the GitHub repository and let's go quickly and copy a few more lines of code inside of the login state, beginning from the login error message up to the submission status.x extension. So basically here we're just creating a useful login error message type def that essentially is just a string. And then here we are defining a few more login submission statuses that we are going to have in our login state, such as Google Auth in progress, GitHub Auth in progress, invalid credentials, user not found, and Google login failure. And on top of this login submission status, we have a submission status X. So this submission status X extension on the login submission status basically makes it easy to check our current status of the login state, whether it's error or loading or success, and etc. And instead of initial here, we're going to say idle. So now let's go back to the login qubit, and then here we have this final is form valid variable that we are assigning to the forms valid that checks whether the provided list of form fields are valid or not. For now, it doesn't have this class, so let's go ahead in our form fields, and then here let's go ahead and create another class called forms. So let's go ahead and create a new file called forms valid.dart. let's go ahead to the GitHub repository, find the forms valid, copy the content, paste it inside of this file, and essentially this forms field, forms valid class with the forms mixin accepts a view as a parameter inside of it, and it actually assigning the internal inputs to the inputs that we are passing to the forms valid itself, and it has a boolean getter that checks whether the status that comes from the forms mixin is equal to valid, meaning that all the inputs that we have provided to this forms valid class are valid. So now we can go ahead and export source forms valid, and we no more has this error. So basically in this line we have email and password values that we get from the state, and we are signing email and password to the validated, and in here we are creating a new state with a new email and password states, and with this isForm valid boolean flag we are checking. If it's valid, we are setting the login submission status to loading. Otherwise, we're setting it to null, meaning that one of our form invalid, so that the error will appear either below the email or password, so the user has to input the acceptable value, otherwise you'll have these errors. Basically, if the form not valid, we're simply blocking the onSubmit function and does nothing after this emit statement. After this, if the form is actually valid, we're going to create a try catch block that will be used actually authenticate our users with the provided email and password. But for now, we doesn't have any authentication clients and repositories so that we can use it inside of our login qubit. So now we can go ahead and create a brand new package that will be called authentication client. Let's go in our terminal. Now we are in our packages, so let's go ahead and create very good create authentication. But before it, we are going to actually create the folder authentication client itself before we are going to create a package, and actually we are going to copy this command right here, delete it, dive into the authentication client folder first, and here we can run this command very good create authentication client. But before the authentication client we have to provide Dart package parameter, hit the enter button. So inside of our authentication client we will have another authentication client package that will essentially have the base class for the authentication for our application. Why we want to create the base class first? Basically in our authentication client we are going to use OOP principle that will allow us to seamlessly switch between different services if we need so. So for example, in our application we have the Supabase service. So we are going to create another authentication client called Supabase authentication client that will implement everything that we have in our authentication client, and will implement every single function that we will declare in our base class. For example, sign in with email, sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub. And anytime when we want to switch from the Supabase, for example, to the Firebase, we can seamlessly make these changes without touching the Supabase authentication client itself, so that we have an option both to the Supabase and the Firebase in our as we need them to use. And basically in our high level classes, for example, in the user repository that we are going to create soon, we are going to actually pass the base class called authentication client that will essentially allow us not to be dependent on the service that we are using in order to make the user authenticated in our application. So basically, if we want to change our service from Supabase to Firebase, we can simply go ahead and create another authentication client called Firebase authentication client, and in the high level running file called bootstrap, or in our main development.dart file, we can go ahead and simply pass this Firebase authentication client inside of this user repository. And since we are passing inside of this user repository the abstract class for the authentication client, and since we will actually extend the Firebase client with the actual base authentication client, meaning that they are both the same instances, we can adjust the changes only in one place rather than finding the places where we use this authentication client and changing it from the Supabase everywhere we used it to the Firebase. Instead, we would not need to do anything rather than instantiating inside of the main .dart files instead of the Supabase client, Firebase client. So let's go ahead GitHub in my GitHub repository, and then here let's go ahead and find authentication client, search for the authentication client.dart file, copy the content so we don't waste our time writing the functionalities for the abstract class, we are going to simply copy and paste it inside of here. On top of it, we are going to create models, and we're going to create authentication user.dart file. And let's go ahead and copy the content inside of this file in our repository, paste it in here, and let's go ahead and add dependency called equatable, and so that the error should be automatically gone. And then here we are essentially just creating an authentication class model for the user that we will obtain by listening to the stream of the user from our Supabase that will essentially has to have only ID and optional email, username, full name, avatar URL, push token, and the boolean whether it is new user or not, and whether it's anonymous or not. And we're creating a static variable called anonymous that basically returns an authentication user with the ID equal to an empty string without any extra parameters. And in props, we're basically just putting all the variables, all the parameters that we have in our authentication user. So let's go ahead and actually create a models.dart file, export our authentication user.dart file. Inside of authentication user, we're going to export models.dart. So basically in the authentication client, we have an abstract class that will have these base getters and methods that we will then implement in our Supabase authentication client using the Supabase itself. So basically, the very first getter that we have here is the stream of the authentication user that will essentially stream the authentication user, which will emit the current user when the authentication state changes, and it will emit the authentication user that anonymous if the user is not authenticated. Another thing that we have in here is the login with password. This will simply go ahead and sign in with the provided email and password the user. The next, we have a login with Google, login with GitHub, sign up with password, and logout method in here. So now since we have the base class for the authentication client, now we can go ahead and actually implement all of these functions in our Supabase authentication client. But before, let's go ahead and delete this test. So let's go ahead and create another very good create Flutter package called Supabase authentication client. Cool. So now inside of the Supabase authentication client, we are going to import the dependency authentication client path authentication client sort. So now we can go ahead and actually implement all the business logic that we are going to have for authenticating our user inside of our application. Let's go ahead in our repository quickly search for Supabase authentication client, copy all the content inside of here, paste it in here, and we will have to export a few packages. First, we are going to import Google Sign-In. Right after it, we are going to import the PowerSync repository, sort all the dependencies, and on top of it, we are going to add a dependency called Supabase Flutter. And the last thing that we actually need to add before we can move on to the Supabase authentication client itself will be yet another package called token storage. So let's go ahead and create Dart package inside of the authentication client folder that we have right here called token storage. Let's go ahead and click the enter button, and the token storage will essentially allow us to store the access token of our user that we will have upon the authentication in our account, so that we can access it later on when we will need it. So there will not be any fancy stuff going on inside of here. Let's go ahead and quickly find the token storage lib source folder and copy all the content that we have in this file. So basically, we will have a base class called token storage, and we will implement this token storage with our in-memory token storage, so that we are not going to use any external packages inside of this token storage package, so that we are going to actually store this token in our memory inside of this class. Let's go ahead and quickly delete the test. After it, we are going to dive into the pubspec.yaml file inside of the Supabase authentication client and add token storage path token storage, sort all the dependencies. So now we should have no exceptions inside of the Supabase authentication client. So the authentication client actually an implementation of the base authentication client that we had created before, that has all the base methods in order to make it possible for our application to log in the user with the password, Google, GitHub. So essentially in here we are going to implement the logic of these functions before we are actually creating this token storage PowerSync repository and Google sign-in parameters and assigning the value that we are passing to the Supabase authentication client in here. And after it, we are actually implementing all the functions that we have in our authentication client. The first is going to be user. So as I said you before, the user is a stream of authentication user, which will emit the current user when the authentication state changes. So in the PowerSync repository, we have auth state changes stream that we are going to map, and we are going to have a state. With each state, we are going to have a session which is nullable, and we are going to have an access to the user on each session that is going to be accessed upon the each auth state that will be changed whenever user signs, logs in, logs out, or when the refresh token refreshes. So now we're checking if the Supabase user is null. It means that the authentication user is anonymous, meaning that the user hasn't logged in our application yet, or he has logged out. Otherwise we are simply converting the Supabase user to the authentication user using this extension on the Supabase user, and this extension simply returns the authentication user and passes all the parameters from the user that comes from the Supabase, from the go-to client inside of the Supabase Flutter that we have imported in here and marked it as a Supabase. So this is basically everything that we do in our user of the authentication user implementation. Now we have login with the password. Here we have a few parameters: password, email, and phone. And here we are checking if the email equal null and phone equal null, meaning that we didn't provide anything that we can use to authenticate user with. We are throwing the login with password cancelled exception that says that you must provide either an email, phone, or phone number. Then we are simply using the PowerSync repository, the Supabase that we are defining like so, Supabase instance client, using the auth go-through that is basically the code go-to client. And then here we are invoking the sign in with password method. In here we are passing email, phone, and password. And on the login password cancel, we simply rethrow the error. Otherwise, we are throwing the error with the stack trace with a login with password failure exception that accepts the object error inside of it that we can get from the catch block that goes with error and stack trace, and passing it inside here respectively. So in our login with Google, we have pretty much the stuff that we have covered when we were explicitly creating the Google sign-in page. So this is basically the same stuff as we did before, but in here we're actually throwing the actual login with Google cancelled or login with Google failure, whether we don't have an access token or ID token. And after it, we are simply authenticating our user with ID token that we can get from the Google user.authentication with the access token and ID token respectively. And lastly, we have a login with GitHub. In here, we are simply calling the sign-in with OAuth, providing here an OAuth provider, GitHub, and we are redirecting to the link that we pass in here. But we are checking before, if we are in the web, we don't need to redirect to any other external links. Otherwise, we are redirecting our application to this specific link that is actually required. After the login methods, we have sign up with password. In here, we are defining the data that we are going to pass to the sign up method inside of the supabase.auth. In here, we are as well redirecting our user to this particular route. In this case, it's a bit different. And lastly, we have a logout method that basically awaits future.wait and uses all the three functions that we need in order to actually sign out from our account. First, it's Google sign-in.signout. The second is PowerSync repository .db. That is essentially a PowerSync database that we are instantiating inside of the open database function that we use in our initialize method that we call from the bootstrap.dart file. And we are calling disconnect and clear, use when logging out. And lastly, we have PowerSync Supabase auth sign out. And in here we basically have this little function that accepts the authentication user as a parameter inside of it, and it checks whether the user is not anonymous. It takes the token storage and saves the token that equals to the user.id. Otherwise, it clears the token, meaning that the user is anonymous, therefore we don't have any token. And we are using this on user change method inside of the block constructor inside of the Supabase authentication client, basically listening to the user stream that we have defined on top, and as a parameter of the listen function we are passing this on user changed that actually accepts the authentication user inside of it. So this is essentially everything that you need to know about the Supabase authentication client. So we'll go ahead and delete this test right here. So essentially, a few minutes before, I have explained you how important is to have this base authentication client. Because for example, if we want to migrate from the Supabase authentication to the Firebase authentication, we won't have to modify the Supabase authentication client. We will simply go ahead and create another authentication client called Firebase authentication client, and we'll simply implement all the business logic specifically for the with the Firebase itself, implementing the authentication client that we have defined as an abstract class. And this is pretty much all that we are going to do in order to migrate to another service with so little effort. So now, since we have our authentication client, now we can go ahead and create a repository we will be able to use in our business logic state management that we will use in order to actually authenticate our user. So let's go back to the packages folder and create for another repository called with a Dart package called user repository. So we can go straight away inside of the user repository folder. Inside of the pubspec.yaml, we can create dependencies, and inside here we are going to pass authentication client that goes with pass authentication client authentication. So let's go ahead and sort quickly. And so basically, why we are importing here the authentication client but not a Supabase authentication client? Because Supabase authentication client is essentially an implementation of the authentication client, but in the high level functions such as user repository that consumes the authentication client, we will have to use only the base class of the authentication client itself. So we are not actually dependent on the specific client such as Supabase, which is specifically used with the Supabase, because otherwise, in case we want to migrate to the Firebase, we will have to go to the high level functions such as user repository and change from the Supabase to the Firebase. But in this case, we are going to use an abstract class that comes for the authentication client, but we will still be able to use all the methods that we have defined in this base class. And this is basically what comes from the object-oriented programming. So now we can go ahead and quickly copy and paste the methods that we are going to use directly from the authentication client that we have defined, and we are going to actually create an instance of authentication client, pass it as a required parameter, and assign an internal authentication client to the authentication client. And straight after it, we are going to create a new modules folder with a user.dart file, and in here we will create an actual user that we are going to use throughout our entire application. Let's go ahead and copy it, paste in here, and inside of the pubspec.yaml file, let's go ahead and import shared. And the user is basically an implementation of the authentication user itself. So inside here we have all the parameters that has the authentication client itself by passing as a super parameter without defining it as a final parameter like so. And in here we are creating a factory constructor that basically returns a user from authentication user, passing all the values that has the authentication user. On top of it, we have a user from JSON that deserializes the JSON map and converts it into an actual user instance with all its field that comes from the map string dynamic JSON. And on top of it, we'll have another factory constructor that will convert a participant map string dynamic that we are going to use later on, and basically do the same as the from JSON it will deserialize the map into an actual instance of the user. And here we are doing the same stuff. We are just checking whether the user is anonymous by saying that this equals to anonymous, that basically goes with the ID empty. Here we are defining some useful getters for displaying full name or displaying username. So basically the full name and the username both can be nullable. Therefore we are returning, depending on which getter we use, the full name first after the username, otherwise the unknown by default. The same goes with the username, but first we are returning the username, otherwise the full name, and as a default value is unknown. And here we are serializing our instance of user to the JSON of type mapString dynamic itself, passing here the email ID and other parameters that we have in our user. Lastly, we have this extension called userx on post author, but actually we are not going to need it for now, so let's go ahead and delete it. So we will come back here later as we will need it. So in here we can go ahead and export the models that we have just created, export user.dart, export inside of the user repository. So now we can import the user repository inside of the user repository class. And on top of it, we're going to add a new dependency called rxdart, and that essentially is going to provide us with an extensive set of really useful methods and commands that we can use upon on the streams, that will make our life much easier working with streams and all this. So basically the rxdart provides us with a very useful method that called start with, that will basically emit the value by default that we are going to pass in here, that is essentially user.anonymous. So basically it means even though authentication client.user hasn't emitted any value, we are going to anyway have a value, a starting value that we are going to pass in here, meaning that anyway in this user stream we will have a value to start with. So after it, let's go ahead back to the pubspec.yaml, and we are going to import PowerSync repository in here, PowerSync repository, and we are going to import it inside of the user repository .dart file, like so. And we are going to the user from here because it comes from the go-through client that comes for the Supabase Flutter, but we don't want to return it. Instead, we are going to return the actual user that we have created as a model inside of the user repository. And this is pretty much all that we're going to do in the user repository. We're going to simply call all the methods that we had in our authentication client, but in here we are simply going to map the stream of our user to the user using this from authentication user factory constructor, and we're going to set it as a broadcast stream so that we can actually listen to this user for multiple times from multiple places. In here, we're simply defining auth state changes on user repository that goes from the Supabase instance client on auth state change as a broadcast stream. And with our login with Google, we are just creating this try catch block that restores the exception in case it's login with Google failure or login with Google cancelled. And if there is some other exceptions, it will throw another exception with the stuck trace. And other stuff is pretty much the same. We're just using the method that we have defined in our authentication client and simply calling it from these methods that we are creating inside of the user repository, so that blocks and other QBs that communicate with the repository itself rather than the clients. Let's go ahead and quickly fix the test error as well. So for now, we are essentially done with the user repository and authentication client. So now we have an implementation of an actual signing up and login into the account so that we can use them in the login and sign up qubits. So now in the pubspec.yaml, let's go ahead and import Supabase authentication client with the path of packages, authentication client, Supabase authentication. So now after importing Supabase authentication client, we can go back to it real quick, and inside of the Supabase authentication client where export all the stuff, we can export one more thing, authentication client itself. So now we don't need to import authentication client explicitly on top of the Supabase authentication client, so that we have an access to both of them from one importing. And on top of it, we are going to import user repository, path, packages, user repository. So finally, now we can go to the login qubit, and inside of here we can instantiate user repository, and inside of the onSubmit function, we can finally go ahead, invoke user repository login with password, and the password will be from the password.value. So after it, in the catch block, we can go ahead in the login qubit and real quick copy the error formatter. So this method will essentially stay for formatting the error that we have from our login with password method. So basically we can pass it instead of the add error, like so, error formatter, error backtrace. And in here, essentially, we're adding the error to the block so that the block observer will actually log us the error that we will have as our object E. Instead, we could go ahead and log E like so with the error of this object E, but instead we are going to use the block observer. So here, after it, we're defining the status of the login that we will have after the formatting of this error. So if the error is a login with password failure, we're going to need only the auth exception that accepts this login with password failure, as we have inside of it as a super parameter because the error is essentially just an object and it can be anything, but in type of the, in case it's odd exception that we need, we're going to say if the error status code, and we're going to parse it in the type of integer. So then we can simply go ahead and check it with the HTTP status and accessing here some of the static variables with its appropriate integer value. So now we can go ahead and quickly add the parse method in our application. Now we can go ahead in the shared package, search for the extensions formatter.dart, go ahead and quickly copy it. And inside of the shared folder, inside of the extensions, let's go ahead and create formatter.dart. We will need it anyway, so let's go ahead and import Intel dependency so that we don't come back to it later on. And actually, I made a big mistake that previously we have created this shared folder as a Dart package, because now it doesn't have an access to the build context because it's not a Flutter package. We can actually rename it real quick to the shared test. For example, go ahead to the packages and create another package called very good, create Flutter package in this time and call it shared. Now we can go ahead inside of the shared folder and really quick copy the lib folder. In the shared test, we can go ahead and quickly copy the lib folder, paste it inside of the shared folder and the popspec.yaml as well with the dependencies, and delete the testing. So now we should have an access to the Flutter widgets. Now we can go ahead and delete shared test. So now in our formatted.dart we should have an access to the Flutter widgets.dart file. So basically inside of this formatter.dart file, we have a few useful formatters that we're going to use in order to format the number with the currency and other useful stuff that we will need later on. But essentially now we only need an access to the parse that will allow us to use the number format pass. So let's go ahead in our extensions and export formatter.dart, and now we can use it in order to parse our status code into the integer. Now we can check it in here, and so now if the status code is equal to 400, we are going to return login submission status invalid credentials, otherwise login submission status .error. And in case the object that we get from the catch block method, from the try catch block, is login with Google failure, we are going to say that login submission status is Google login failure. Otherwise we are going to return login submission status .idle. And inside of here we can go ahead and now login state and create another parameter called final login, called login error message, called it message, and it's going to be nullable. So in here we can specify message as an optional parameter. In here we can also specify it as an optional parameter in our copy with, and inside of the properties don't forget to add it as well. So now in our login qubit we have an access to the message, and we can actually convert our object to a string, pass it inside of the copy with method, so that the state now goes with the message after the error formatting. As you can see here, in the problems, it says that the named parameter user repository is required, but there is no parameter, there is no corresponding argument. So it means that we are going to essentially add the user parameter inside of the login qubit. But before, we are going to go to each of our main.dart files, and in here we are going to instantiate our user repository. We're going to say final user repository, and it accepts the authentication client as a parameter. So let's go ahead and instantiate it as well. Supabase authentication client, Supabase, and it requires a few more parameters, PowerSync repository, but we already have the PowerSync repository coming from the bootstrap.dart file, and we need to instantiate token storage, final token storage in memory token storage. But in order to use it, we are going to go to the popsec.yaml and import token storage from the authentication client token storage. So now we will have an access to the in-memory token storage. And the last thing we will need to have is Google sign in, and in here we will need to specify the client ID and the server client ID, and we're going to get these values from the app flavor by accessing it from the getIt global variable. So let's go ahead and say iOS client ID is equal to getIt app flavor get env iOS client ID, copy it, and the same stuff goes with the web client ID. And inside of the client ID we'll pass iOS client ID. Inside of the server client ID we're going to pass web client ID. So after it we are going to pass the Supabase authentication client inside of the authentication client parameter inside of the user repository. So now we have an access to the complete user repository class. Now we can pass it
as a parameter inside of our application. And essentially, we don't need API repository anymore, as we used it as a demo in our application. So instead of API repository, we can pass user repository inside of the repository provider.value, so that we can access user repository using the context in our widget tree. Now, instead of the API repository, we are going to pass user repository and remove the const API repository, remove it as well. So now we can go ahead and essentially copy the main development content and paste it in the main production, change the app flavor to production, but don't forget to change the dev to the prod, and inside of the main staging, the same stuff, staging and app flavor staging. So in the login page itself, now we can access the user repository by reading it from the context, import the user repository. So now we have an access to this user repository from the context. In here as well, we can remove this API repository, and essentially we can create another mock repository called mock user repository and implement the user repository. So now we have no more exceptions in our application. Now we can hot reload it, and we should see everything to work perfectly fine. Now we can move on to the sign in button, and in here we have finally created this on submit, so that now we can go ahead in our login page, the Dart file, and inside here we can define sign in button in here, and we're going to align it in the center. I'm going to pass sign in button like so, and also inside of this column we are going to say cross axis alignment to the start. And after the sign in button, we are going to create a forgot password that should be right below the password text form field. So let's go ahead and create it inside of the widgets, forgot password button.dart. And let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, search for the forgot password button, copy and paste the content. And for now, let's go ahead and comment this line where we are going to navigate to the manage forgot password page. For now, we are not going to need it. So essentially, this forgot button returns a tappable with the throttle parameter sets to true, with the throttle duration set to 650 milliseconds. So essentially, this button will not be allowed to be clicked multiple times before the throttle duration is ended. And here we're simply returning the forgot password text with some extra parameters, setting the max lines to 1, overflow to text overflow ellipses, with the style set to title small, and with the color of app colors.blue. And inside here we can align it with the alignment set to alignment.bottom right, the child to the sign in button. But before, let's go ahead and export as well as the forgot password button. So now let's go ahead and return it right here. So now it actually needs to be below the login form, and we're going to set the padding to it so it looks more elegant. Now, after we have created the login button, we're going to create this little divider in here, and it's going to be actually a reusable widget. So we're going to create inside of the app UI folder. So right below the sign in button, we are going to have a divider. So let's go ahead in our app UI side of the widgets. Let's create a new file called app divider.dart. Let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, search for app divider.dart inside of the app UI, copy the content, paste it inside here. So essentially, here we have a boolean that determines whether the divider should divide with text. In our case, it will be, as you can see in this design. And in case we want to have it with the text, we're going to return the row with the container that are essentially the dividers with the color of white, that are these little containers. We are just returning between them the text and another container. Let's go ahead and quickly export it. So now we can use it in our login page, app divider with text true, and we can set the padding to it, We're going to set symmetric padding to it, vertical set to app spacing MD, and right below the divider, we are going to create these two buttons for the Google and GitHub sign-in respectively. Let's go ahead and create another widget called auth provider sign in button.dart. Let's go ahead and copy the content from the GitHub repository, copy it inside here so we don't lose the time. We're going to import the login qubit, and essentially we will need the app circular progress that is also a reusable widget in our application. Let's go ahead in the app UI, create another widget called circular progress.dart. Let's go ahead and copy it from the repository so we don't lose time. So basically, app circular progress is essentially just a circular progress with the transform that scale with the scale value set to 5, so it looks small inside of the buttons. Now let's go ahead and export it inside of the widgets. Progress, circular, progress, dart. Import the LTNN file. So in here, we are just essentially checking whether the current login qubit state is in progress by checking whether the status is Google Auth in progress. In case the provider that we are passing to the auth provider sign-in button is Google, and otherwise we're checking whether the status is GitHub auth in progress, whether the auth provider is GitHub. And here we're defining the effective icon for the auth provider sign-in button, checking whether it's GitHub. We're returning the assets that icons github.svg, and otherwise we're returning Google. And here we're defining the icon that is sized box that's square with the dimension set to 24 with the child of effective icon. Here we're setting some constraints, checking whether it's the screen width, that basically a media query size of width greater than 600. We are returning the context that screen width multiplied by 6. Otherwise, we're returning a full screen width. We're setting some margin to the container and returning the tappable with throttle configuration, border radius, color, and on tap button that is null whether it's in progress. Otherwise, it's calling the on pressed function that we're passing to the auth provider sign-in button. And in the content of this tappable, we are passing the circular progress indicator in case it's in progress. Otherwise, we are returning a padding with a row inside of it with some flexible that goes to the icon and to the text that says sign in with the provider value that goes either with GitHub or Google. So it looks like sign in with Google or sign in with GitHub. So finally, in the login page, we can go ahead and return to authentication provider button. But before, let's go ahead and export it. Auth provider sign in button.dart, import the login qubit. And in the login qubit, we're going to create two another functions that will log in the user with the Google and the GitHub respectively. So let's go ahead in the project, in the GitHub repository, search for the login qubit, login with Google, copy it, paste it like so. Essentially, before it starts processing the login with Google itself, it sets the status to the Google Auth in progress, and in case it was successfully logged with Google, it says the status to the success. Otherwise, on login with Google Consult, it says the submission status to idle. Otherwise, it actually formats the error that we get from the error formatter function. And let's go ahead and quickly copy the future void login with GitHub. But before we can actually use the login with GitHub method, we can go ahead to the Supabase dashboard inside of the authentication providers, enable the GitHub provider. But before we can actually say, we can go and inside of the settings of our project, of our profile, we can go ahead and search for the developer settings. And in here, we are going to search for the OAuth apps. Click to the new OAuth app. Let's go ahead and give it a name to the Flutter Instagram clone. And for the homepage URL, we're going to use app.flycricket.com website, which we will use in order to create the privacy policy and terms for our application and the actual landing page that we can use in our homepage URL. So you can go ahead inside of the landing page, we can go ahead and click the Get Started button and create a new landing page for our application called Flutter Instagram clone. We can go ahead and tap the publish button straight away because we don't, in this project, we are not going to set up the landing page for our application, but just in case, we will simply paste here a home page URL. Application description we're not going to set, and inside of the application authorization callback URL, we're going to the Supabase dashboard and copy it from the GitHub provider callback URL for OAuth, copy and paste it in here, enable device flow, and register the application. Now we have the client ID. We can copy it and paste inside of the client ID in our GitHub provider. So after it, you can quickly generate a new client secret for your project. Go ahead and quickly copy it and paste it in here and click the save button. So this is pretty much all that we are going to do in order to set up the GitHub authentication in our project. So now we can actually use login with GitHub. So as you can see, now we have these two buttons, both for the sign in with Google and sign in with GitHub. So after we have set up the login with GitHub, let's go ahead and test it. I'll go ahead and use the credentials that I have used previously, authorize me, and we can go ahead and click the done button. So now in the logs, you can see that we have actually connected to the PowerSync. We have a new session saying that we have signed in with the provider GitHub. And so this is basically what you are going to see in case of the success sign in with GitHub. We can quickly create an elevated button with an on-pressed method just for us to quickly sign out from the account instance client, or actually we can go ahead and read user repository logout. Simply go ahead and say text logout, quickly tap on it. So now we have signed out from our account. Now we can go ahead and quickly delete this button. Now we can go ahead and test the sign in with Google, continue, use one of the accounts. So now as you can see once more time, we have signed in with the Google account. You can see it in our session, provider Google, providers Google, and we have connected to the PowerSync, and everything was successfully established when we signed in with our Google account. Now we can quickly go ahead and once again log out from our account. And now lastly, we are going to test the actual login with email and password. But for now, we will not be actually able to log in with email and password because when we have created our account by signing with Google and GitHub, essentially we cannot sign in into these accounts only in situations when we have actually created the accounts, when we were signing with Google or GitHub. So for instance, if we had an account with a specific email and we signed in into it with the Google, we can still access this account by providing a password. Since we didn't have an account signed in into it, we can't actually log in into that account if it was created by Google and or GitHub by password, even though we have signed in with the Google or GitHub using the password itself, but we can't pass it inside field and click the login button. It will not work as intended. So instead we will need to create an account actually. So basically this is almost everything that you need in order to create a functional login screen with 3 providers: Google, GitHub, and email. The last thing that we are going to actually create in our login view will be the button that will navigate us to the SignUp view that we will create. Let's go ahead and create in the widget SignUp new account button dart, copy and paste it from the GitHub repository. And now we are going to need an auth qubit. So we are going to create another folder called auth. Inside of it, we are going to store the login. So let's go and put the login inside of the auth. And inside of the auth, let's go ahead and create a new qubit called auth. And in this qubit, let's go ahead and delete the auth state because it will be fairly simple with the only boolean state set to true initially. And we're going to create a void method called change with the required parameter show login, and we can emit show login. So essentially, with this auth qubit, we will be able to quickly change the screens between from login to sign up and from sign up to login. Let's import the auth qubit and let's go ahead and use the sign up new account button, export it inside of the widgets and use it inside of the login page outside of the expanded widget. Couldn't find the correct provider auth qubit above the sign up account button widget. Now we can go ahead and create a new view folder inside of the auth called auth page.dart, and inside of the auth page, let's go ahead and create the content and paste it inside here. And we're going to need a new package called animations. Let's go ahead and import it in our application. Import the auth qubit, import the page transitions feature from the animations that we're going to need, shared access transition as well. And in here, we are going to check whether we need to show login, and we're going to return a login page. Otherwise, we're going to return sign up page. But for now, let's go ahead and just return a scaffold with a body and a button that will allow us to change the auth to show login to true with the child call to text show login. Now we have an exception that's saying that every version of shared from path depends on Intel 0.19.0. Let's go ahead to the shared in the PubSpec.yaml. Let's constrain the Intel version, run pub-get. So now we have no exceptions in our auth page.dart file. So now we can go ahead in our view, but before we are going to create another class called auth.dart export qubit, auth qubit export view, auth page.dart and export login.dart. And then here, instead of login page, we are going to return auth. So now when we are tapping on this sign up button, we have this cool animation of switching between this sign up and login page that we are going to have in future. And it's achieved by actually using this page transition switcher that accepts the reverse parameter that we are passing with another parameter that we assign on top of it that called show login, and we are simply selecting the auth qubit state. So basically the reverse means that when we are going to animate this page transition switcher, we're going to reverse it, meaning that we are going to the from sign up to the login, and if from the login to sign up, we're not going to reverse it. And in here we are returning the shared exit transition with an animation secondary animation coming from the transition builder itself, and setting the transition type to the horizontal, so it switches from between the two different pages in horizontal direction. If we pass, for example, to vertical, you will quickly see that it with the vertical shared access transition type. So now finally we can the final touch to our login view, and on top of it in the app scaffold, actually let's go ahead and set the resize to avoid bottom inset to true. On the Android, when the keyboard will appear on the screen, it will not create a bottom inset. So basically, as you can see, comparing our screen to the actual screenshot that I have made with the end result, we doesn't have the padding that have these buttons and other content that we have in our login view. We could go ahead and simply wrap our column, but instead our view actually needs to be scrollable in case our view is not tall enough to display these widgets on the screen, so that we can actually scroll the login itself in order to see them. Without the scrollable interface, we will not be able to scroll the view when the keyboard will appear on the screen, and it will actually cause the bottom insets as well. In order to do this, we are going to create another reusable widget in the app UI, and we are going to call it constraint scroll view.dart. Let's go ahead and copy the content from the GitHub repository so we don't waste time, so now I'm going to quickly explain you what it actually does. So this widget essentially is just a single child scroll view with the padding. Inside of the child, we are returning a constraint box and assigning the constraints to the box constraints with the min, width and height equal to the values that we get from the constraints that comes from the layout builder that we wrap our single child scroll view with. And we are saying that min width equals to the constraint that max width, and the min height equals to the constraints that max height. And in the child of the constraint box, we are wrapping the child with the intrinsic height, so it creates a widget that sizes its child to the child's intrinsic height. So basically in here we are switching with scroll bar that basically wraps our scroll bar if the with scroll bar parameter is set to true. Otherwise it just returns a single child scroll view with the constraints. So now we can go ahead and import this widget, export this widget. So now we can go back to the app to the login page and wrap our column with another widget called app constraint scroll view, and set the padding to it with the value of h insets symmetric horizontal app spacing extra large. So now all the widgets have this padding that it didn't have previously. So now in the login form we can go ahead and remove this extra padding widget, and we can remove these comments because we don't need them anymore. So now the actual screen that we have just designed looks exactly the same as on the screenshot of the result that we're going to have. So I will quickly try to feature you the difference of using the simple scroll view from this app constraint scroll view that we have just created. So let me quickly remove it. Now instead of the column, we're going to return a list view. You'll quickly notice that we don't have a padding, so let me quickly just wrap it inside of with the padding. So now it looks exactly the same as previously, but now as you can see, these don't have an account text as close to these buttons sign up, sign in with GitHub and sign in with Google as possible. So basically the height of this login is constrained from here to here, but it doesn't actually take up all the available space, so this button is always at the end of the screen, making it look a bit more visually appealing rather than having it always straight after these buttons. This is actually the reason why we have defined this app constraint scroll view. So now we have constrained the size of the login view to the maximum of it that it can possibly take. So now our button is always at the bottom of the screen. It doesn't make it scrollable at all until the widgets can't fit with the maximum screen height that the actual device provides to the screen. So if we go ahead and add a few more of these buttons like so, you will quickly notice, let's actually add one more, you will quickly notice that now our screen is actually scrollable, and now but our text don't have an account. It's still at the very bottom of the screen, but now it is actually as close to these buttons as possible. This is pretty much because the screen is not tall enough in order to fit all these widgets, so now it becomes scrollable in order to prevent any overflows and bottom instance. If we are going to pop the screen, it will be also scrollable because the keyboard will actually make it shrink, reducing the overall available space. Let's go ahead and revert these changes back. So now you understand why we have created this app constraint scroll view. This is solely because we don't want to make our login view scrollable in case all the widgets are visible on the screen. And on top of it, we want to make sure that our button is always at the bottom of the screen. You may think that we could achieve it by using the spacer, but actually you can't use the spacer with the list view or single child scroll view because the height is not actually is actually unbounded, and the spacer meaning that this widget will take all the extra space that it has between this and this widget, and it only possible if the widget that we are using is column. We want to make it both scrollable and not scrollable, so this is solely the reason to have this apps constraint scroll view, and it actually allows us to achieve this awesome result. So this was pretty much everything that we need in order to create an actual functional login view for our application. So the next thing that we are going to create will be the sign up view. So let's go ahead and quickly start implementing it. And now let's start implementing our sign up page. So let's take a close look at the design that we are going to have at the end. So basically here is an app logo that we have created when we were designing our login view. And here is an avatar picker that we will use in order to pick the image from the gallery, and below it there are 4 text form fields for email, name, username, and password respectively. Here is a sign up button that the user can tap and create a brand new account with the avatar that he has picked and with the email, name, username, and password that he has provided. And optionally he can log in into account if he already has it. So now let's go back to the VS Code editor and let's go ahead and in our lib folder create a new folder inside of the authentication folder that we have created for the login. Let's go ahead and create sign up. Inside sign up, create view and create sign up page.dart. In here, let's go ahead and create stateless widget called sign up page. And in here, we're going to return sign up view. Let's go ahead and import the material, create the sign up view. Here, we're going to return app scaffold, body app constraint scroll view with the child column. And here we are going to pass padding, insets, or symmetric, horizontal app spacing extra large. So now above the Instagram app logo, we have a little bit of spacing. So now let's go ahead and inside of the column add children. And here we are going to create the size box with the height of app spacing extra large plus app spacing extra large. And in here we are going to return app logo. It we are going to pass box fit height. After it we can go ahead and inside of the view auth page, instead of the app scaffold, we can return the sign up page. But before, we can go ahead and create a sign up.dart file inside of the sign up folder, export the sign up page.dart inside of the view. And in the auth page, we are going to import the sign up from the authentication. And inside of the auth.dart, we can export the signup.dart file. So now when we are going to click on the sign up button, we can see that our logo and the extra spacing is appeared on the screen. So after it, we are going to have this image picker. So now let's go ahead and inside of the packages, we are going to need a brand new package where we are going to store the reusable UI components that will be called Instagram blocks UI. So let's dive into the packages and let's run the command very good create Flutter package Instagram blocks UI. Let's go ahead and create it. So basically in this package we are going to create all of our usable widgets
Whereas in the app UI, we were returning the basic application reusable widgets such as button, divider, and scaffold. But in our Instagram blocks UI, we are going to have a bit more specific reusable widgets, for example, for posts, for user profile, and so on and so forth. So now let's dive into the Instagram blocks UI, and in here we are going to create a folder called widgets. Inside of the widgets, we are going to create avatar, image, picker.dart, and let's go ahead and create inside of the widgets.dart file. Export here avatar picker.dart, and inside of the Instagram blocks UI, let's go ahead and export the widgets.dart inside of the source folder. So now we can go to the avatar image picker, go to the Instagram GitHub repository, search for avatar image picker, paste it in here, and now we can go ahead and import the dependencies that we need in this repository. Shared, path shared, and on top of it we are going to need app UI, path app UI, and we are going to store the dependencies. And in our avatar image picker, for now we are going to delete everything that is inside of the pick image function. We are going to implement it a bit later. So essentially the avatar image picker displays a circular avatar image that can upload the images from the device. Tapping on the avatar opens the image picker to select a new image. And here it basically just returns a tappable that will execute the pick image function. And inside of the tappable, we're returning a stack that returns a circular avatar and positioned widget at the bottom, at the right bottom corner of the avatar, with the little circular box with the color blue to actually pick the icon, but it's not going to be tappable. The whole avatar image picker is going to be tappable. So as you can see here, we're going to need an app size in our application. So let's go ahead in the app UI, lib, source, and let's go ahead and create a new folder called constants. And inside here, we're going to create app size.dart. Now inside of the app UI folder, search for the size.dart, copy the content, paste it in here. So essentially it's an abstract class called app size that actually just stores all the variables that we are going to need for our icons and all that stuff in order to have a better control of their actual size so that we can actually change them from one place. So let's go ahead and actually export it inside of the app UI, source constants, app size.dart, and now we're good to go. But now we can simply ignore public member API docs for the whole file. So essentially this avatar image picker accepts an image bytes to display the image that we have picked from the memory, and on upload function that will be executed in the pick image function that we can use in order to assign a few more variables inside of the SignUp view, such as image bytes and the file itself that we are going to get from the onUpload function, and the boolean flag whether or not we want to compress our image, the radius for the circular avatar, whether or not to add button radius, the placeholder size, and whether or not to add the placeholder as a person. Otherwise we will just return a null. So let's go ahead back into the sign up page, and in here let's go ahead and return an avatar image. But in order to make it possible, let's go ahead in the pubspec.yaml and import the dependency called Instagram blocks UI that we have just created with the path of packages Instagram blocks UI or the dependencies. So now we can actually import it in our sign up view, and let's go ahead and save it. So now as you can see, we have this button that is essentially a circular avatar that we can tap with this little cool fade effect that we get from the tappable widget. So now after it, we can go ahead and create all the text fields that we will have in our sign up view. Let's go in our sign up folder. Let's go ahead and create widgets. And inside of the widgets, let's go ahead and create sign up form.dart file. Status widget sign up form that will return a column. Cross axis alignment will be cross axis alignment start with the children. And in the children, we are going to pass all the form fields. So the first one is going to be for email. The second one is going to be for the full name of our user. The third one is a full username, and the fourth one for the password. So let's go ahead and say full name, username, and the password. So now let's go ahead in our widgets and create the first one, email form field.dart, and essentially we're going to copy it from the login email form field, copy it, paste in here, and instead of the login qubit, we're going to have, so instead of the login qubit, we're going to use sign up qubit. But for now, we doesn't have it, so let's go ahead and in the sign up folder, create block new qubit, sign up. So now we have a sign up qubit. Now we can go ahead and create a brand new state called sign instead of the block qubit, and sign up status. And sign up state
respectively. And in the data, we're going to have an email, and import the dependency for the form fields. And on top of the email, we're going to have the password, the full name, and the username. But for now, it doesn't have it, so let's go ahead and return the password that we have. So on top of the password, we are going to have the final full name, and the final username. Now we can go with the forms, and here let's go ahead and create the full name, the dart, and on top of it, create a username, the dart. So let's go ahead in the GitHub repository and search for the form fields. And inside of the form fields, let's go ahead and copy the full name, the dart file, paste it inside of the full name, the dart file, import all the necessary dependencies, form fields. So essentially, this is pretty much the same as the password and the mail. All it has the form full name validation error, the validation error messages, the validator itself, and the constructors for the validated and unvalidated. So let's go ahead and export it out of the source, out of the form fields. Let's go ahead and copy the username. Lastly, paste it in here. And this is basically everything that we need in order to have the full name and username form fields in our application. Let's go ahead and export the username dart. So now in our sign up state, we have everything that we need. Now let's go ahead and add these required parameters. Add it inside of the initial, full name unvalidated, username unvalidated, and password. We forgot to pass it inside of the parameters. Password will be password unvalidated. And inside of the copy this method, we are going to as well need them full name, username, and the password, full name, username, and lastly the password. So now we're good to go and implement the actual functionality of the business logic in the signup qubit. We can go ahead inside of the GitHub repository, search for the signup qubit, and copy almost everything that we have in here, except for the onSubmit method. Paste it in here, and we're going to as well in the signup state create a boolean for the show password, where this show password, and initially it will be false. And it's probably we forgot to pass all the parameters that we have instantiated, so password, and inside of the copy this method boolean, so password. Now we can go ahead inside of the signup qubit, and essentially it does pretty much everything the same as we did in the login qubit. There are a bunch of useful methods for the on email changed, on email unfocused, on password changed, on password unfocused, on full name changed, on full name unfocused, and on username changed, on username unfocused. So now we can use it inside of the email form field. Let's go ahead and sign up. Rename it for the sign up Dart first and export the qubit.dart file. Now we can import the authentication inside of the email form field. So now everywhere we use the signup qubit instead of the login qubit. On top of it, inside of the signup state, we can go ahead and search for the signup state in the GitHub repository, copy the signup submission status and the extension for it, paste it in here, and we are going to actually also need to rename this to the submission status, and instead of the signup status, return signup submission status, and instead of the initial, we're going to have idle status, idle. Basically everywhere we had signup status, we're going to rename it to the signup submission status. Instead of the status, we're going to have a submission status. So now in the signup state, we have this extension on the signup state so that we can easily check whether success, loading, and etc. And here we're defined a few more signup submission status states for the email registered, network error, in progress, and so on and so forth. Now inside of the email form field, we can select is loading, say select sign up is loading, and we can use it to enable respectively the form field whether it's not loading. And also in the autofill hints, we can go ahead and say autofill hints, and say email. And on top of, and this is basically all for the email form field. And actually in the form fields that we're going to have, we don't need the controller that I have created previously. We can simply go ahead and remove them. So now we can go ahead inside of the widgets folder, create widgets.dart file, export email form field.dart inside of it, and export the sign up form the dart. So now inside of the sign up form, we can use our email form field, but make sure that you import the dependency from the sign up widgets.dart file. We can go ahead in the problems, delete the test that we have inside of the Instagram blocks UI test. And now inside of the sign up page, we can use our sign up form inside of the expanded widget, pass the child inside of the column. And in here, we're going to use the sign up form and import the widgets.dart file. So now we can see the actual email, but for now it doesn't have the sign up block, so we can wrap the sign up view with the block provider and pass the value of the sign up qubit, import it So now we should not have this exception anymore. Cool, so now we have this email form field. On top of it, we're going to add a bit of the padding to it with the height of app spacing MD. And actually, let's go ahead and put the avatar image picker inside of the expanded column. And we can wrap the avatar image URL, avatar image picker with the align in the align widget. So now let's go ahead and create the rest of the form fields that we are going to have for name, username, and password. We can go ahead and copy the email form field, create a new one for the full name form field dart, import it, paste the code, change to the full name form field, and in here, instead of the on email unfocused, we are going to have on full name unfocused, and instead of the on email change, we are going to have on full name change. Instead of the name email, we are going to have given name. We are going to remove the text input type, and text capitalization, we are going to say text capitalizations words. So basically, when we are going to type the full name inside of the full name form field, the words, so every time we enter the new word is going to be decapitalized. Now instead of the email, we are going to say rename it to the full name error, and instead of the email text, we're going to say full name, name, edit description. Actually, we're going to have name text in here. So now inside of the sign up form, but before export the full name form field dart and use it inside the sign up form full name form field, and we're going to actually have the extra spacing between all the form fields that we are going to have in here, have spacing medium. Now we're going to create the same for the username form field dart file, export it, call it username form field. Instead of the on full name and focus, we're going to say on username and focused, and instead of the on full name, we're going to say on username changed. Here we're going to say the name, we're going to return the words, and we're going to say the error max lines and set it to 3. And instead of the name text, we're going to have a username text. Here we're going to rename the full name error to the username error, and inside of the state, we're going to select the username that error message. Now we can export it inside of the widgets and use it inside of the sign up form, size box, height, app spacing, MD, and use the username form field. And lastly, we are going to have for the same for the password. We can copy it from the login and paste it inside of the widgets, password form field dart. But instead of the login qubit, we are going to use sign up qubit, and the rest will stay the same. Now we can export it in the widgets and use it inside of the form password form field. Also, now we have the password that can be obscured, and all the exceptions should work fine when we are going to input the invalid value, for example, or the empty. But on top of it, we're going to, inside of the app scaffold, use the release focus and resize to avoid bottom instance to true. So now let's go ahead and try to empty to input the invalid value. As you can see, password should contain at least 6 characters, username as well, full name as well, input the valid values, so everything works perfectly for each of the form fields that we have created. Now we can go ahead and create the sign up button. For the sign up button, let's go ahead inside of the GitHub repository, copy the content, inside of the widgets, paste sign up button dart, paste the content, and import all the dependencies that we're going to have inside of it, L10N file. And lastly, we are going to implement the on submit functionality inside of the sign up qubit. So at the end of the file, we're going to create future void on submit that is going to have a parameter inside of it, file, avatar file. We're going to import .io, asynchronous function, and then here essentially we are going to assign the values of the email to the email that validated from the state email value. The same goes for the password, username, and full name, username, and the password. Now we're going to check is whether the form valid by using the form valid class and pass here email, full name, username, and the password, and check whether the is form valid. Now we can create a new state by copying the current state and pass here email, full name, username, and the password. And the submission state status, we are going to say whether the form is valid, and we are going to set it to the submission status in progress. Otherwise, it's going to be null. And we are going to emit the new state. Otherwise, and if the is form is not valid, we are going to return. After it, we're going to use the try catch block, and then here we are going to use the user repository. So now let's go ahead and instantiate user repository, pass as a parameter, as a required parameter inside of the sign up, and assign the internal value of the user repository to the parameter that we get from the required parameter, and now we can use it inside of the onSubmit function, await user repository, sign up with password, and we can pass here the password from the state password.value, state full name.value, and state username.value. And then here we're going to pass the email state email.value, and on top of it we're going to have avatar URL and push token. So basically the push token will stand for the token that is going to be used when we are going to implement the chat in our application. So by this token, we are going to actually send a notification to the user that we are chatting to using the Firebase messaging service. But for now, we're not going to implement it. We're going to need the push token as we're going to implement the chat itself. So for now, we will leave it as a nullable parameter, and the avatar URL basically stands for the avatar that the user will have after he has picked it from the image picker. But we're going to implement it a bit later, because the actual image picking is going to be custom in this application, and it will require a few more extra configuration. So for now we will focus only on the sign up page itself without picking the image. So inside of the sign up button we can go and use this onSubmit function, because we have just created it, and basically after it we can check if it's closed and return if the block itself is closed. Otherwise we are going to emit state copy this submission status and say the submission status to the sign up submission status success, and inside of the catch block we are going to use the error formatter as we did inside of the login qubit. So let's go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it in here. So now basically this error formatter will return the sign up submission status error in any case. Now we can return back to the sign up qubit inside of the sign up page and pass the user repository as a parameter, auto reload the application, go to the sign up, and finally we can use the sign up button inside of the sign up page, and we are going to have a sized box with the height of app spacing extra large. So now we have a few more spacing between the password form field and the button itself. And at the very bottom, we are going to have the text that says whether or not we want to log in our account. Login in account button. Let's go ahead and create it inside of the widgets. Log in into account button .dart, copy it from the GitHub repository, paste inside here, import the auth qubit, import the L10N file, and now we're going to export it inside of the widgets.dart file, sign in into account button.dart, and actually let's go ahead and rename it to the sign in into account. So now it doesn't have the exceptions. Let's go back to the sign up page, and here we're going to return a sign in into account button. And as you remember, we are using the app constraints scroll view. So now our button at the very bottom of the screen, because we are actually using the expanded in the column, and if you remove the expanded, it will be as close to the form as possible, but the expanded actually takes up all the available space, so that the widget sign in into account button is always at the bottom. So finally we can go ahead and test the functionality of our SignUp view by inputting some values inside of the test form, inside of the form fields. So in the email, let's go ahead and, for example, say john@gmail.com. In the name we're going to say John Dale. In the username is going to be john.dale. And in the password, we're going to pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check the obscure button, and let's go ahead and click this sign up button. And as you can see here, we have this username must be between 3 and 16 characters. Also, it can only contain letters, numbers, periods, and underscores. We can go back to the username, the Dart form field, and as you can see here, it's an exception. It's a username validation error that is returned in the validator only if the name rejects doesn't has much with the value inputted. But basically this value that we have inputted correctly should correctly match the regex that we are assigning on top. So I have found out that we forgot to pass the full name, username, and password respectively from the state. Instead we have the email everywhere. So let's go ahead and quickly change it. So now we should successfully try again sign up. We haven't been automatically authenticated inside of the application. As we can see in our logs, we don't have the connect to the PowerSync message. This is simply because that we are waiting, that the Supabase is waiting for the verification inside of the email that we have provided. In order to disable the email verification, we can go ahead inside of the authentication, search for the provider's email, and here we can disable the confirm email checkbox, so that when the user actually signs up the new account, he doesn't need to verify it in the email. Inside of the users, we can quickly go ahead and delete the user that we have just created, because we didn't have this email john@gmail.com, and in the table editor the user should have been automatically deleted. So now we can go back to the application itself and click the sign up button, and yes, now it works as intended. So as you can see, the old change event is signed in, and here we can see the connect to PowerSync message and the respective session of the user that we have just created and automatically signed in. So we can go back to the Supabase dashboard, and as you can see now, we have this John Dale with john@gmail.com with his username, with nullable avatar URL and push token, because we haven't passed it as a parameter inside of the onSubmit function, and as well as in the profiles we have the user inside of the authentication saying that the provider is a male as expected to be. Cool. So now this is pretty much everything that we needed in order to create a functional sign up page. Now we can actually go ahead inside of the login and test the login with email and password functionality. But before, as you can see now, we're already signed in the account. So in order to log out from the account, we can quickly go ahead in the login page, create a button, an elevated button, that the on-press function will be Supabase, actually read user repository logout without an icon, and label is going to be log out as a child. Actually, let's quickly tap on it. Now as you can see, we have signed out from our account. Now we can quickly delete it, and finally we can go ahead and provide the email that we have just registered in our application, john@gmail.com 123456. Now we have the connect to PowerSync as well as signed in old change event. So now we have both login and sign up screens functional in our application, so that the user can both sign in with Google, GitHub, and email, as well as registering a brand new account, but for now without an avatar URL, but we are going to implement it very soon. So the next thing that we are going to implement will be the password recovery functionality, so that even though the user has forgot his password from the email, he can go ahead and provide the email of the account that he wants to recover password of, and quickly provide a OTTP token that he will receive on his email that he has provided, as well as the token he need to provide a new password that is going to be used later on in order to authenticate in his account by this specific email instead of the previous one that he has forgotten actually. And here is the screen that is going to be actually used in order to confirm the email to send. It's going to send, the application is going to automatically send a OTP token to the email that has been inputted in this form field, and after it he will be able to input the OTP token that he will receive in his email inbox, as well as the new password that he will be able to use later on in order to authenticate in his account. And upon tapping on this change password button, the user will be automatically authenticated in the application without needing to go back to the login screen and sign in with the new password. It will be handled by the Supabase automatically. So after this process, in case he has inputted a valid reset token, he will be able to authenticate back to his account when he logs out from it with the brand new password that he has inputted in this new password form field. So finally, let's go ahead and implement this functionality where user can recover the password in our application. Now we are going to implement the screen where the user will be able to recover his password after the email confirmation. So here it is how the email confirmation screen is going to look like. So basically we are going to have a label which will say the user that it's an email verification, and below it we are going to create a text form field with an email that he's going to input this button that he can click, and he will automatically be navigated to another screen. So on another screen he will be able to actually change the password, but before he has to input the OTP token that will be automatically sent to the email that he has provided before, along with the new password that he is going to use in order to log in back in the application. And actually this button will automatically authenticate the user into his account with the email that he has provided before. So he doesn't need to manually go back and once again sign in into account using the new password. It will be automatically covered by the Supabase. So now let's go back to the code editor, and inside of the lib folder, inside of the authentication, let's go ahead and create a brand new folder called forgot password. And in here we're going to create view forgot password page.dart. And basically the forgot password page will stand for the page transitions feature, and we can go ahead and copy it from the auth page, because actually when the user will tap on this button, we want to make this cool animation when we are switching between the sign up and login page. So we're going to implement the same logic inside of the password of the forgot password page. So the forgot password page will serve for this animation. We can go ahead and copy it from the auth page, paste in here, and instead of the auth qubit, we are going back to the qubit inside of the auth and create here manage password qubit.dart. And in here we are going to create class manage password qubit extends qubit boolean with the state of boolean, import the Flutter block, create a super constructor. And in here we are going to pass super true. And in here we are going to create a method that is going to be change the screen depending on the show forgot password boolean that we are going to pass in here. Now let's go back, and instead of the auth qubit, we're going to say manage password qubit and import the material, import the Flutter qubit Flutter block. And instead of the show login, we're going to say show forgot password. So if we're going to show the forgot password, we're going to return a stateless widget called forgot password view. And in here we're going to return an app scaffold with a body, and inside it is going to be an app constraint scroll view, and the child is going to be column. And in here, instead of the login page, we are going to return forgot password view if we are showing the forgot password. Otherwise, we are going to return reset password view. Inside in the forgot password folder, we're going to create change password view, change password view.dart. And here we're going to create status widget called change password view, return an app scaffold here, body app constraint scroll view, and the column inside of it. And we are going to actually rename it to the change password view. But before, let's go ahead and create another file called change password inside of the change password folder and export the view change password view. After it, we're going to as well export the forgot password inside of the forgot password folder, password.dart, export view forgot password page. Now we can import the change password. And for now, to test these basic pages, we're going to search for the forgot password button, and then here we're going to uncomment this function that will navigate to the manage forgot password page. And inside of this forgot password page, we're going to create manage forgot password, and then here we're going to return forgot password page. We're going to wrap it with the manage password qubit. So now we can go ahead and import the forgot password, and we're going to create this route inside of the manage forgot password page. So let's go ahead and create static route void route, and we're going to return page route router builder with the type of void, and we're going to return here a page builder, and we're going to return manage forgot password page, and instead of router we're going to return the route. And in here we're going to set the transition duration to duration.0, as well as the reverse duration, and set it to 0. So basically we want our manage forgot password page to be appeared on the screen without any animation. So now we can click on the forgot button, and as you can see, we have been automatically navigated to the manage forgot password page, but we don't see anything because we haven't provided anything inside of the column. So let's get back to the screenshot, and in here we're going to return an email verification label. So let's go ahead and create a status widget for it, and it's going to be called forgot password email confirmation label. And here we're going to return text, and inside of the text we're going to return context ltn confirmation email, and we're going to say forgot password email confirmation text along with the style context headline small. And inside of the column, once again, let's go ahead and return the forgot password confirmation label. Also, now we are going to specify the cross-access element to start, and on top of it we are going to specify the padding to it, edge, insets, symmetric, horizontal app spacing, extra large, and in the app scaffold we are going to use the release focus and resize to avoid bottom insets to true, and we're going to create an app bar, and we're going to remove the constant keyword, and we're going to set the title to the text with the value of context ltn recovery password text, and the center title will be set to false. And after it, we can go ahead and above the forgot password email confirmation label, we're going to set a horizontal gap. And for it, let's go ahead and inside of the app UI, create another reusable widget inside of the widgets called gap.dart. So the gap will look like this. So essentially, it's just a sized box with predefined constructors for the sized box with width or height directly or with both of them. But the constructors basically just make the usage a bit more easier rather than using the sized box. And on top of it, we can specify the color to it, as well as the gap. With the sized box, we have a sliver gap that will essentially just return a gap depending on the width or height we provided, and it's going to just wrap it with the sliver to box adapter that essentially creates a sliver that contains a single box widget. So we can use it inside of the custom scroll view. And let's go ahead inside of the widgets and export gap.dart. And let's get back to the forgot page, and let's go ahead and use the gap v, and then here we're going to specify app spacing extra large multiplied by 3. So now we have a bit more spacing between the app bar and the label. So the next thing that we are going to create will be the email text form field. We have already created 2 times the email form field, so let's go ahead and simply copy it, and inside of the forgot page create widgets and create forgot password email form field .dart, paste it in here, and rename the email form field to the forgot password email form field. And here let's go ahead and delete the text editing controller because we don't need it. And instead of the login qubit, we're going to have forgot password qubit. So let's go ahead and inside of the forgot password create a new qubit called forgot password. Let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, search for the forgot password state and paste it in here, import the dependencies, and actually inside of the email that we had created before, we're going to rename the unvalidated to pure, because I was incorrect when we actually called the pure unvalidated and validated to dirty, and it's actually not true. So essentially just the pure means that the email hasn't been touched yet, and dirty means that the email has already been touched with the specific value. And the same stuff we're going to rename the full name pure dirty, password dirty, pure, and the username to pure and dirty. So now we have the forgot password state, and at the very bottom, as you can see here, we have forgot password status message. That is essentially a map of forgot password status and submission status message that we doesn't have yet. So basically we can map this forgot password status message with the forgot password status enum, and whether it's failure is going to return a submission status message generic error, or if it's too many requests, meaning that we have requested for the email for too many times, is going to return the submission status message with the title of too many requests and description, please try again. Inside of the packages, inside of the shared, we're going to create a new model called submission status message.dart. So let's go back to the GitHub repository, copy and paste it inside here. So essentially it's just a class that has a title and description in its parameter and has a few predefined constructors for the generic error that simply return the title something went wrong, try again later, and the network error just return the title that the connection with the interrupted. Let's go ahead and export it. Submission status message dart, and we're going to use it inside of the forgot password form that we're going to create right now. So let's go ahead and before set up the forgot password qubit. So let's go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it in here. So essentially it's just the same stuff as we did before in our login and sign up qubit. We're defining an on email changed and on email unfocused, and the on submit function that assigns the email, checking whether the form is valid. And in the user repository, we are going to create a new method called send password reset email. So let's go ahead in the user repository. But before we are going to actually modify the Supabase authentication client. But before we need to go to the authentication client, and here we are going to define the base classes for the reset password functionality and the send reset password email functionality. So let's go back to the GitHub repository, search for the authentication client and copy these 2 methods that we're going to need right now. And just above the logout, we are going to quickly copy and paste it. And on top of it, we're going to need these exceptions above the authentication client itself for the send password reset email failure and reset password failure. Go ahead and paste it right above the logout failure. Cool, so now we have these functions. Now we're going to implement them inside of the Supabase authentication client. So let's go ahead and quickly copy and paste them from the GitHub repository. So essentially this send password reset email is going to send the actual email with the OTP code that we are going to, where we will be able to change the actual password with the new value. So actually, in case of any errors, we are just throwing the send passwords reset email failure, and the reset password itself is going to execute two functions. First is to verify OTP that both comes from the PowerSync repository that we have configured before. So essentially the verify OTP is going to execute this function inside of the Supabase itself. So it's basically is going to verify an OTP and will automatically authenticate a user with an OTP that we are going to provide inside of the token parameter. And the type we are going to actually specify as a recovery, because we are going to actually recover the session, the password of the account that we have forgotten. And lastly, we are going to update the user with the new password that we are going to pass in this reset password method. And update user essentially just a method that updates the user data if there is a logged in user with the user attributes that accepts the email, phone, password, nonce, and that data. So we are just passing here a data. And this is pretty much all that we have in these two methods, nothing fancy. Now we can go back to the user repository, and first thing that we are going to do is to remove the start with that is not actually related to this stuff, but we just need to remove this start with because I was wrong when I was mentioning it to you, and we are not going to use auto state changes anymore. So after you have removed it, you can go ahead and inside of the GitHub repository, let's go ahead and search for the send password, reset email, and reset password functions, copy them and paste. We are just using the authentication client to invoke the send password reset method that we have just defined in our authentication client and implemented it in the Supabase authentication client that we are going to actually pass to this user repository. The same goes with the reset password. So now in our user repository, we have an access to the send password reset email. So when we are going to submit the forgot password button, we're going to send the password reset email that we have provided inside of the box that we're going to specify in our forgot password form. Now let's go ahead and create a form inside of the widgets forgot password form.dart. Status widget forgot password form column cross-axis alignment at start children, and in here we're going to pass forgot password email form field. But before we are going to actually create a widgets.dart file and export here forgot password form.dart and export the forgot password email form field. Now we can actually inside of the form import the widgets itself. Cool, so now we can use this forgot password form inside of the forgot password page and make sure that we are importing the widgets. Now we are going to wrap our forgot password change once more, but we're going to convert it to multi-block and specify here forgot password qubit that will accept the user repository as a parameter. Import the forgot password qubit and pass here a user repository. So now, as you can see, we have this screen with the email form field, and between the forgot email confirmation label and the forgot password form, we are going to specify the gap with the app spacing of medium. So lastly, we are going to create this fancy button that is going to redirect us to another screen. So let's go ahead inside of the widgets and create forgot password send email button. Go to the GitHub repository, copy the content and paste it in here. Now we're going to import all the dependencies from here. So as always, it's just a button. It's just a tappable button with some throttle durations with an onPressed function that is going to execute an onSubmit inside of the forgot password qubit. Inside of the onSubmit method, we actually have an optional void callback that called onSuccess that is going to be called when our send password reset email is successfully executed. And in onSuccess, we are going to change the screen inside of the manage password qubit. So essentially it will automatically animate us to another screen, change password view. So now we can go ahead and inside of the forgot password view, return this button after the spacing and we're going to export this button inside of the widgets. Now we can use it for forgot button send email. And in order to test that we have this animation between two pages, I'm quickly going to comment this function right here, and we will quickly notice this, and we will quickly notice that we have this field is required. Now we can easily go and comment this, auto reload our application, go back to the forgot password page further, and as you can see now we have redirected to the change password view. So in the change password view, we are going to have a few more text form fields and the button, and on top we are going to have the app bar. So inside of the app scaffold, let's go ahead and first use the release focus and resize to what bottom instance and specify the app bar. But before, let's remove the constant and specify the title with the text context LTN, change password text, and center title set to false. Now we're going to specify the leading button inside of the app bar with an icon button, and the icon is going to be icon adaptive icons adaptive arrow back, and on the onPressed function we're going to return confirm go back with the context, and then here we're going to define the function for the confirm go back, and we're going to import the dependencies. So now we're going to create an extension that we will use on top of the context that will allow us to easily and smoothly call the dialogues. So in this case, we're going to execute a dialogue when the user will want to navigate back from this screen, because he will not be able to return here without sending the OTP code to his email once again. So first we're going to ask whether whether the user sure to leave this page, and now on the function callback that is going to be executed upon the yes button tap is going to animate our page back to the forgot password. So now let's go ahead in the app UI, and in the extensions we're going to create a show dialog extension dart. Go to the GitHub repository, search for the show dialog extension, copy the content, paste it in here, and on top of it we are going to import the dependency called GoRouter. So GoRouter essentially will be used in our application as our main router, and on top of it we are going to have a show list options model with the model option. So let's go ahead back to the shared folder, and inside of the models let's go ahead and quickly create the model option .dart file. Go to the shared and search for the model option.dart, copy and paste. So instead of the build context callback, we can simply say void function build context, and in here where we can go ahead and in the popspec.yaml and import the app UI path app UI. For now it may seem confusing a bit, but essentially there is no fancy things going on. We are just defining a few useful classes that we can use in order to execute our dialogues. And let's go ahead, and before it we are going to export the extension that we have just created, show dialog extension.dart, so that we can actually inside of the model option that we are going to export as well in the models use it both. So in the model option we have an own tab callback, name caller, icon data child, no action, and other stuff in here, and the predefined on tab function that is going to check whether the model option is destructive, and if it is going to actually execute the function confirm action that is going to show us a confirmation dialog that is going to show us an adaptive dialog with a few options with buttons, which on pressed functions will either pop the screen or execute the yes or no action callback that we are passing inside of this show confirmation dialog function. And the show adaptive dialog essentially is just a jet dialog that inside of the builder returns an alert dialog that adaptive with the title, text style, content, anxious, and other stuff. So this is all that this on tap callback function does, and on top of it we have the copy this method in here, and this is all. So on top of it in the show dialog we have the show confirmation bottom sheet that returns show bottom sheet with the builder of column, a few sized box, text, app divider, and here are buttons whether it's cancel or okay. After it we have the show adaptive dialog, the show bottom model, and that returns the show bottom model bottom sheet with the builder, material, column, text, divider, and content, and the show list options model that we are actually using this model option, and we can easily add as many model options as we want.
that are going to be mapped, because we are actually passing here in options. We are going to map it, and we are going to return either an option child or a tappable with the list style, title, leading, and other stuff that on top will pop the screen with the model option that we have just chosen. And after it will return actually this model option, so that after we have executed it, we are going to be able to execute this on top function that will either pop up the confirm action dialog or a simple on tap callback that we are passing inside of this model option. Even though it may look a bit complex, but it's just all about the models and bottom sheets, so you can go ahead and read more about it if you want, but we're not going to use it a lot in our application, so don't worry if you don't completely understand what is going on here. And now we can go back to the change password view, and on top of providing the confirm go back to the icon button, we can go ahead and in the side of the app scaffold use the on pop invoked function, and in here we're going to use the did pop. If it popped, we're going to return nothing. Otherwise, we're going to execute confirm go back. So now essentially when we are going to but before we can actually use this show dialog extension, we can go ahead quickly dive into the terminal, dive into the packages, and run inside of the app UI and run the command flutter pub get. Now we can go back and run the flutter pub get in the root folder of our application. So now we have ensured that we have added all the dependencies that we have just added, such as go router. And now we can hot reload our application, go to the forgot password view, change password, and now if we click on this button, we are going to see the confirmation dialog whether we sure to go back. If we tap on cancel, nothing will happen. But essentially we can't now use this cancel or go back button because as I said you before, we're going to use the go router as our main router in our application. But for now we haven't configured the root router for our application, because as you can see in our app view, our material app is just a material app without a router, and we just simply returning the home screen for here. So for now we're going to just hot reload, and it will be automatically fixed when we are going to set up the router, but we are going to do it straight away after we are going to end up with the change password functionality. So let's forget about it for a moment, and inside of the forgot password qubit we are going to uncomment these lines of code, hot reload, and let's go ahead and create this form field with the text form field for the OTP token and the new password. So let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, search for the change password field, copy it, and inside of the change password, create a widgets. And inside of the widgets, let's go ahead and create change password form field dart. And we are going to actually rename it to the change password form field. And we are going to need the change password qubit as well. But before, let's go ahead and import the LTNN. And inside of the change password, let's go ahead and create a new qubit called change password. Go back to the GitHub repository and copy the change password real quick. And lastly, the change password state. And now we are going to need to create an OTP form field. So let's go back to the form fields. And then here in the source folder, let's go ahead and create an otp.dart file. Search for the otp.dart, copy it, paste in here, and delete these lines of code. And this is all. Now let's go ahead and export the OTP. And now we can safely use it inside of the change password state. So essentially we are just defining here OTP, password, show password, and status. And in the qubit we have all the same stuff for the on password unfocused, on password changed, and on submit method that will execute the user repository reset password with the email, OTP, and the new password that we are going to pass inside of the new password text form field. Now let's go ahead and import it inside of the change password form field, and let's go ahead and create inside of the widgets change password form.dart. Let's go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, rename it to the change password form, import the qubit, and for now we are going to remove this listener. I'm going to explain it to you a bit later. Now we can go ahead and the widgets create the widgets.dart file, export here change password form field, export change password OTP form field that we are going to create right now, and copy the name and export the change password form.dart. And let's go ahead and create change password OTP form field. Let's copy it, paste, change to the change password OTP form field, import the change password qubit, and we can finally use it inside of the form field, change password OTP form field.
imported, and between them we are going to use the gap with the height of app spacing medium. And now we can finally use the change password form inside of the children, inside of the column change password form. And lastly, we can use the gap app spacing medium, and here we are going to return the button that we can click on and change the actual password and automatically sign in into account with the email that we have provided in the previous page. Now in the GitHub repository, let's go ahead and quickly copy the button, rename it to the change password button, import the dependencies, and now we can finally use it inside of the widgets, the Dart file, export it, change password button the Dart, and we can use it inside of the form, inside of the view, change password view. So we can use the change password button, and we can go finally to the forgot password. And before we can test the functionality of our password OTP reset email, we are going to once again go to the forgot qubit, comment these lines, quickly go and click to the further button, and we are going to once again go to the forgot password page and wrap the forgot password page with another block provider, but this time it's going to be change password qubit with the user repository code reload. And the last thing that we are going to do is to we're going to wrap the widgets inside of the expanded column widget, and above it we're going to use the gap with the height of extra large multiplied by 3, and inside of the app constraints view we're going to use the padding edge insets symmetric horizontal app spacing extra large. So as you can see, now we have identically the same pages for the change and email verification screens in our application. So they are both functional. We can provide here the values, and it will be automatically validating itself. Now we can go back, but we are not going to be able to go back. We are going to hot reload our application, and finally in the forgot password qubit, uncomment these lines. Once again, hot reload our application. But before we are going to test it, I'm going to real quick sign up a very new account with this password 123456. Sign up, successfully signed up, and I can quickly go ahead and inside of the login page return an elevated button and a non-pressed function. I'm going to use the user repository logout child text and click on this button, signed out. Now we can finally go ahead in the forgot password page, specify the email that I have just registered, click to the further button, and now in my email inbox I'm able to see this reset password message with the follow this link to reset the password for your user. But actually we forgot to set up the reset password inbox. So we can quickly go ahead in the Supabase dashboard, in the authentication, search for the email templates. We are going to choose the reset password, and then here make sure that your reset password email looks like this with the H2 reset password by default, and the P with the message that this is your OTP token to reset password. And the OTP token we are going to get from the token that the Supabase actually provides to us in the variables that you can find on top. This token variable is going to provide us the 6-digit numeric email OTP. After you have modified your reset password with the OTP token, you're going to click the save button, and we can go back in our application, click on the forgot password button, specify the email that we want to recover, click the button, and now in the email we are able to see the reset password email that we have just modified with the OTP token that we have received from the Supabase. Now we can copy it, paste it inside of the application, and we can provide a new password 123456 and we can click the change password, and now the magic will happen so that the application has automatically connected us to the PowerSync and with the appropriate session, meaning that when we are going to set up our router, we will be automatically navigated to the home screen without needing to sign in explicitly after the change password. Now we can quickly check that the password has actually changed to the new one. We can go ahead and return our elevated button to log out. Now we have signed out. So now we can provide the email that we have just recovered. And first I'm going to provide the password that I previously registered my account with. And for some reason our password hasn't been actually changed, and we can actually quickly go ahead and fix it by going to the Supabase authentication client, and in the reset password we can get rid of this await future wait, because we don't want to make our PowerSync update user and PowerSync verify OTP concurrent, because we need to first wait for the verify OTP, and then we can update the user with the new password. Because when previously we were trying to concurrently use the verify OTP and update user method, the update user method was invoked with no user currently authenticated in. So now we have to wait first for the verify OTP, and after it we will be able to update the user with the new password. And on top of it, you can go to the change password qubit, and inside here, after the reset password invocation, you can go ahead and instantiate a new state, assigning a reset password status to the success, and before checking to whether the instance of the change password qubit is closed, you can go ahead and return nothing. Otherwise, you can go ahead and emit the new state that we have just assigned. So the last thing that we need to do in order to actually make it possible to update the password for the user is to change a few codes in the PowerSync repository. So let's go dive into it and let's find the update user. So in here, basically, the update user accepts the attributes and the email redirect to. And the user attributes has a few parameters such as email, phone, password, knowns, and data. And previously, if we look into the Supabase client, we were updating the password directly, passing it inside of the data. But actually, there is a specific dedicated field for the password and email, phone, and other parameters that are mentioned in here that are actually have to be specified by providing a parameter rather than passing them inside of the data that we used to do in our previous example. So let's go ahead and completely refactor this code. Let's go ahead inside of the user attributes, copy these fields, and let's go ahead and paste them inside of the update user, replace semicolon with the comma, reduce the spacing, and now inside of the user attributes we can pass email, we can pass password, we can pass knowns, and we can pass phone. And lastly, we are going to change the code inside of the Supabase authentication client inside of the reset password method. So in here we are going to directly pass a new password inside of the password field. So after this final touch, the password of the user will actually be updated, because previously we were doing it in wrong, because we couldn't actually pass the password and the mail nonce and the phone inside of the data. This is why our password wasn't updating as it was supposed to. So now before we are going to actually reset our password, first let me demonstrate that I can actually log in into my account with this specific password. So as you can see, now we have this message connect to PowerSync, meaning that this password is suitable for this email. But let's assume that I have forgot this password, and first of all, let's go ahead and log out from the account first and go ahead and input the email that we want to recover. And in our email inbox, we should have this OTP token. Now we can copy it, paste inside of the application, and set the new password. For example, elo1234. Change password. And now you can see that Supabase has automatically actually has automatically authenticated our account with this email that we have specified without manual sign in into account with the new password. But actually we can auto reload our application, log out from the account once again, and let me quickly demonstrate you that the password that we have just changed is actually now suitable for our account. And here we are going to specify elo1234 login. And now as you can see, we have successfully logged into this specific account with this email that we have just recovered with the email that we have changed, so that if we are going to input the old password, we are going to have invalid login credentials status code 400, meaning that we have inputted either email or password wrong. But in this case, obviously only the password is the case, meaning that the password has actually changed. So now that we have functional forget password page where we can completely reset the password and set it to pretty much anything we want, now we have set up the email OTP code that is automatically sent to our email inbox, to our email that we specify in this text form field. And after all, we can seamlessly authenticate. We can be seamlessly authenticated into our account by tapping on the change password button without needing to once again log in into account. But as you can see, the password that we have actually changed is working as intended. Once again, I can quickly demonstrate it to you. Login, we have once again logged into our account. This is it for the forgot password functionality. Now in our application we have both functional login, sign up, and forgot password pages
Last final touch, I would like to add a snack bar with the messages of either success or failure when we have, for example, inputted invalid credentials, or for instance, we have successfully authenticated in our application, so that the user interface is more friendly and the user can actually understand what he is doing wrong. So first of all, we can go ahead in the app UI, and we are going to create once again a reusable widget called Snackbar.dart. In this application, we are not going to use a primitive widget called Snackbar, as you all may be used to use a lot in your applications. We are going to implement our custom, very beautiful Snackbar that we will be able to call without a context pretty much anywhere we want in our application. So in the GitHub repository, search for the app Snackbar, copy the content, and paste inside of this file. We don't have only one dependency called pausable timer. Let's go ahead and add this dependency. I'm going to quickly explain you what is going on in this file. So basically at the very top, we have class called snackbar message that represents a base model for our snackbar that we're going to use in our application with a few parameters such as title for our snackbar, description, icon size, icon color, timeout for the actual snackbar, on tap function, whether the snack bar is error, and other parameters that we are going to use in order to provide a more user-friendly interface. And after it, we have an actual app snack bar widget that is going to handle a lot of complex stuff with the animations of the actual snack bar. So basically we have this post method that is going to add to the current queue the snack bar message that we want to display into the user interface for the user, and we are going to seamlessly animate it in here. Basically we are just using a bunch of animation controllers with a bunch of curves, durations, and other stuff with the timeout, with the pausable timeout and other cool stuff. The animate out method, the close all snack bars basically, and the initSet method that in which we are initializing all of the animations controller and other stuff. So it's quite complex to explain you, so let me quickly demonstrate it to you in the application itself. But before, we are going to export it in the widgets, and let's go ahead and the terminal run the Flutter pub-get so that we can use the pausable timer that we have just added in our application. I have told you before that we are going to be able to use this snack bar any part of our application without a context. This is actually achievable with the global keys that we are going to use in order to execute the functions inside of the app snack bar itself, such as post, close all, and all this stuff. We are going to be able to do it by accessing the app snack bar state from the global key. So let's go ahead inside of the app folder, search for the app.dart file, and then here let's go ahead and create this snack bar key. And at the very bottom of this app.dart file, let's go ahead and create two methods we are gonna use in order to open the snack bar and close all the snack bars that we have. So the first method is simply using the snack bar key, accessing the current state, and using this post method. Here we are passing a few more parameters such as snack bar message that we want to display, and optional parameter clear if queue, and whether the app snack bar that we want to display needs to be undismissible for a certain period of time. And clear if queue basically defines whether we want to push one snack bar on top of another snack bar without making a queue. So basically, if, for example, we multiple times tap on the same button that will execute this function to open snack bar with an exception, with this clear if queue set to true, we will be able to push the snack bar over and over again so they don't queue. And with that, with the clear if queue set to false, it's going to be scheduled for as many times as we have executed this open snack bar function. So let me quickly demonstrate it to you. But before, in our app view.dart file, we are going to use the builder, and inside of the builder we are going to return a stack with the children parameter, and inside of it we are going to use the app snack bar, and here we are going to pass bar key. Straight below it we're going to use the child. So the child basically stands for the whole application itself, and basically on we want to display on top of anything on the screen the app snack bar that we are going to show. So for example, let's go ahead in the login page, create the button, and on tap we are going to open snack bar with the snack bar message success, and the title is going to be successfully opened snack bar, and the child is going to be text show snack bar.
But before we can click on this button, we are going to hot reload our application. And actually in our app view.dart file, we have to put this app snackbar below the child itself. So it's not above it, because actually everything above it is going to be below the UI itself, so we are not going to see it. So make sure that you have this app snackbar straight below your child. Now we can go and tap on this show snackbar button, and as you can see, we have successfully showed a snackbar with the message successfully opened snackbar, and this predefined success constructor uses an icon and passes icons.done. So basically this stands for this icon, and the background color to green with the description and title that we're passing to see the successfully opened snackbar. And the coolest feature in this snackbar is that when we are going to tap on it, we will be able to smoothly navigate it from left to right with this incredibly smooth animation. And as soon as we no longer move our mouse, is going to be automatically pushed away from our screen, and if we tap on it, it's going to be also pushed away. And now I can actually create another button to close all snackbars, and I'm going to execute close snackbars method. So first we're going to show the snackbar, and after tapping on this button, it's going to be automatically closed. So basically, let me quickly demonstrate you the clear if queue parameter. So by default, it's set to false. So now if I tap for multiple times on this show snackbar, it's going to queue snackbars, and it's going to show them one after one, and it's going to show us as many times as I have actually executed them. But if I tap a few more times and close all snackbars, they are not going to appear on the screen, because I have actually closed all of them at once. And so now if I pass clear if queue to true, now I can push the snackbars on top of any existing ones, so that they don't create a queue of them. And if I close all the snackbars, there is no queue, but so basically just close the one snackbar that is shown on the screen. So this is how the clear if queue works if it is set to true. So this is pretty much all that I wanted to show you, how the app snackbar works in our application. It's much better than the ordinary snackbar, so I totally recommend you to use it. So now we can actually go ahead and implement the actual snackbars for the message to show for users the messages, the error messages. First of all, go to the login state, and we're going to create a login submission status message that is essentially a map of a login submission status and submission status message, and we are going to map it with our login submission status, and depending on the state of this status, we are going to have an appropriate message that we are passing to the value of this key. And in order to actually show a snackbar, we are going to search for the login form and wrap the column with the block listener. And we're going to use here login qubit and import the Flutter block. And we're going to listen when only if the previous status not equal to current status. And inside of the listener, we're going to check if the state status is error. We're going to open a snackbar, and we're going to show a snackbar message error that is essentially just a snackbar, but with the predefined background color set to red and the icon set to cancel rounded, and the is error boolean flag is set to true. In the title we are passing login submission status message, so essentially we are just mapping through all of these login submission status messages by the status that we get from the state in the listener, and we are getting a title in here, and in the description we are doing the same stuff, but in this case we are accessing the description. Otherwise we are getting the state, the message from the state that we are assigning in our login qubit error formatter void method by converting the object e to string. So let me quickly demonstrate you how it works. Let's go ahead and hot reload our application, and let's input some random values inside of the email and password as well. So now after we have login, as you can see now, email and or password are incorrect, and in this case actually we are not going to use the state message, because actually instead we're going to use it if the title is null. Otherwise we're returning a message saying context out and then something went wrong. So essentially, as you can see now, we have this little cool snack bar that is actually draggable, that indicates that email and or password are incorrect, so that the user can actually understand what he is doing wrong. So the same stuff we are going to do in the sign up. So in our sign up state, let's define the sign up submission status message with these values where the if the submission status is email already registered, we are going to use to have a title of user with this email already exists with description try another email address, and if it's just an error, we are going to return a generic error with the message something went wrong, try again later. And if the submission status is network error, we are going to use the network error constructor. Now we can go to the sign up form. And wrap our column with the block listener, use the sign up qubit, import the sign up, import the Flutter block, listen when previous status not equal to current submission status. And in the listener itself, we're going to once again check if the state is an error. We're going to show the snackbar with the same snackbar message .error, and we're going to do pretty much the same stuff. But this time it doesn't have this error message. So after we have set up this open snackbar for the sign up, we can go ahead and try to register account with the exact email that we have already registered, so that we will get the message of the user already exists with this exact email. But before, let's go ahead inside of the sign up qubit and modify error formatter a bit. So in our submission status, we are going to check whether the error object is sign up with password failure. We are going to check if the auth exception is error. If it's the case, we are going to switch the error status code and we are going to pass it to integer, and we are going to check whether the status code is bad request that is equal to 400. We are going to say that the sign up submission status is email already registered. Otherwise, it's just a generic error that we don't want to specifically show to the user. Otherwise, we just returning the idle, meaning that it wasn't the sign up with password failure either, or actually we can return here an error as well. And finally, we just assigning the new submission status to the submission status in the copy with method. So now if we click on the sign up button, we will quickly notice that the user with this email already exists. Try another email address. And this is exactly what we are expecting our application to show us, because we have already registered the account with this exact email, meaning that we can't register any more accounts with this email. Now, lastly, we can go to the forgot password view, and in here we're going to set up a few more snack bars. So let's go ahead in the forgot password form, wrap the column with the block listener, use the forgot password qubit, import all the dependencies, and listen when only if the previous status not equal to current status. And once again, in the listener, we are going to check on top of the if the status is error, if the status is success, we are going to show the snackbar message with the success indicator, and we are going to return a verification token sent, that is actually the verification token sent to email that we are passing in here, and the email is actually state email value that we get from the forgot password qubit. And in case the status is error, we are simply doing the same stuff in the open snackbar with the clear if queue, and the forgot password status message fairly is the same with the failure set to generic error and too many requests set to too many requests, please try again. And now after we have hot reloaded our application, we can quickly go ahead and for the last thing configure the forgot password qubit. In the switch method, we are going to check if the send password reset email is failure. We are going to check whether the error is auth exception, switch between the status code and check if it's too many requests. We are going to return a forgot password status too many requests, otherwise the failure. So now save the changes and specify the email that we want to check, go further, and now here is a success message that says that verification token sent to the mail that we have just specified. And we can quickly go back, since we have just sent a token. After we tap on the further button, we have this error saying that we have too many requests, and the description says to try again later. And in the console, it actually says that for security purpose you can only request this once every 60 seconds. So we just have to wait for a bit. But while we are waiting, we can go ahead and finally search for the change password state. In here we already have the reset password status message, but we're going to rename it to the change password status message. And once again, let's go to the change password form, wrap our column with the block listener, use the change password qubit, and inside of the listener we are going to check again
if the status is error, we are going to use the change password status message and get the title and description, and we're going to use the listen when to check if the previous status not equal to the current status. Click on the further button, and in here first we are going to input the invalid token. It's just random numbers. I don't took them from the email inbox itself. But before, let's go to the change password qubit, and let's actually set up the void error formatter, passing here an object error and the stack trace. And in here we are going to add an error to the block observer with the stack trace, and the submission and the status is going to be switch error, and we're going to check if the exception is change reset password failure. We are going to need only for the final odd exception error importing the PowerSync repository, and we're going to switch between the error status code parse, and in here we're going to say in any other cases that doesn't suit with us, we are going to return the failure. Otherwise, we are going to say if the HTTP status is unauthorized, we are going to say reset password status invalid OTP. And otherwise, if the error is not a reset password failure, we are going to say reset password status failure. Now we can emit new status, and we can use this error formatter inside of the try catch block. And finally, we can input some random password inside of the view, inside of the password form field, and click the change password. And now, as you can see, both the message and the actual Snackbar says that we have inputted the invalid OTP, and it asks us to re-enter it and check. And the actual message says that token has expired or is invalid. So this is pretty much everything that we were about to do with our Snackbars, so that the user has a better experience when he faces some unexpected behaviors. For example, he inputted some invalid credentials so that he can clearly see what is going wrong. And on top of it, we have implemented some of the success messages that are just to inform the user that we have sent the email, or that something happened after he has clicked on the button or whatever he made, so that it's clear for him what is going on with in the application right now. Now we can finally hot reload our application, and this is all for the authentication in our application. Now we can move on to the most interesting and most important part in our application, the actual Instagram itself, where the user will be able to post some media, to post stories, to see others users stories, to see the timeline, to see the reels, and all this stuff that actually is a user able to do in the actual Instagram application. And we are going to do a step-by-step guide how to implement it in this tutorial, so make sure that you're ready. So let's go ahead and deep dive into it right now. So now I'm going to show you how we are going to set up the routing for our application. As I said you before, we are going to use the Go router as our main package that will handle all the logic under the hood. So first things first, let's go ahead in the pubspec.yaml file, and in here, instead of using the add dependency, we are going to manually add Go router dependency with the version exactly of 12.1.3, or actually not exactly this version, but make sure that your Go router version until for now is less than 13.x. Other numbers don't matter. So as you can see in the console, it says that in the app UI pubspec.yaml we also have this Go router, but we are going to replace it with the version below the 13. And the reason for this, when we are going to use the pop scope in our application, we can go ahead and see this example in the apps scaffold. As you can see, we have this will pop scope extension that is essentially has on pop invoked method that will be called when we want to navigate back from the page. So for example, we want to prevent the user to completely shut down the application when he will press the back button on the Android only, and instead we are going to implement our own logic. It won't be possible if the Go router version is 13 or higher than this value. This is why we are manually setting this version to 12, and other numbers doesn't matter. So now let's go ahead in the lib folder of our application, search for the application, and here let's go ahead and create the routes folder.
and inside of it, let's go ahead and create routes.dart file. Now we are going to create a Go router instance called router, and we are going to return Go router. And in the routes, we are going to define all the routes that we are going to have in our application. So the first one I'm going to specify will be Go route, and the path will be auth. So basically, the top level functions are always going to have the path with this slash symbol, and after it we can specify the name of our route, and we can use this slash as many times as we want, it doesn't matter. And we are going to specify the builder for this page, and we are going to return auth page. So basically this route will return the auth page that we are initially in, but in this case it is not a route because it's just a simple page that we are returning in our material application. So now we can go in our app view.dart file, and we can modify our material app and use the router, and instead of passing the home parameter we are going to need a router config, and on top of it we are going to define router config called router, and we are going to pass the router config in this parameter. And as you can see now, we have no routes for the location. This is basically means that we always need a default location. In order to override this initial value, we are going to say initial location auth. And now as you can see, we have the same authentication page that we had before, but now using the Go router. And I'm going to quickly demonstrate you that our Go router is actually functional already, because as you remember previously, we had some issues when we were showing the user the dialog and we couldn't navigate back because it used the Go router. Go to the forgot password page, input the email, it doesn't matter for now. So now we can press the back button, go back, and as you can see, it works as intended, meaning that we have already set up everything correctly. This is as simple as that. We have just to define some routes in this router config. So now, since we have the authentication in our application, we are going to use the dynamic routing in our application depending on the authentication status of the application that the user is currently in. For example, the status is authenticated, therefore we will force the Go router to go to the home screen. Otherwise, if it is unauthenticated, it will be automatically pushed to the authentication page. So basically the home page the home page in our application will stand for the app scaffold with the bottom navigation bar. So our next task will be to create a bottom navigation bar in our application that will be shown when the user is authenticated, and the bottom navigation bar itself will have 5 different tabs, and we are going to define them in the app UI inside of the source folder constants. And we are going to create a new file called data.dart file. We are going to copy it from the GitHub repository, search for the main navigation bar items and the class nav bar item itself. So essentially we're just defining it to have a class that represents just a label, child, and icon for the bottom navigation bar item that we are going to have inside of the actual screen itself. For now we're going to ignore the public member APIs. So essentially we have the 5 navigation bar item. First, for the feed page with the icons data home field that looks like the home itself. The second page is going to be the timeline, but the icon for it is going to be search, because essentially the timeline page will contain both search and the timeline itself, and the label is going to be the search label. So the labels we are passing in here because we want them to be localizable. Therefore we are going to pass the alternate value inside of these main navigation bar items when we are going to use it. So the third navigation bar item is going to be to create media label. So essentially it is not going to be a bottom navigation bar itself. We will use it as a button that is going to be ignored by the Go router itself. Instead we are going to execute function to navigate the user to another page where he will be able to create the actual media itself. The fourth tab is to display a reels, so it's basically a reels page. And the fifth, the last page, the last navbar item is going to display us the user profile screen with the actually custom user profile avatar widget that we're going to pass inside of the child in here, and the label is still the same. Why we want to pass here a child, not the icon? Because we are going to use here our custom user profile avatar widget to display the avatar URL of the profile that the user has picked instead of the icon. Now we can use this data inside of the constants, create a constants.dart file, export data.dart, and export size.dart file. Now inside of the app UI, we can export the constants.dart file. So finally, we can start implementing the actual bottom navigation bar. Now inside of the lib folder, let's go ahead and create a navigation folder. And in here, we're going to need only view for the bottom nav bar.dart file. And we're going to create bottom nav bar stateless widget that is going to return bottom navigation bar. And in here we're going to define, so we're going to pass the bottom navigation bar items, and we're going to define them first navigation bar items and assign the value to the main navigation bar items. And in here we're going to pass navigation bar items, and we are going to map each element of this main navigation bar items list that is essentially a list of nav bar item, cast it to list, and we are going to return bottom nav bar item, and the icon is going to be each element the child. Otherwise, if the child is equal to null, we are going to return an icon with the value of each element's icon, because the icon essentially is icon data, not an icon widget itself. And inside of the tooltip, we are going to use each element's tooltip, and the label we are going to use each element's label. So now in here we are going to define context ltn. Before it we are going to assign the ltn value to the context ltn to reduce the usage of the context. And here we are going to use the home navbar item label, ltn search navbar item label, ltn create media, ltn reels navbar item label, profile navbar item label. And the user profile avatar widget is going to be for now just an icon with the icons data of person. We are going to actually define here a reusable user profile avatar widget, but for now we are going to leave it as an icon. So inside of the bottom navigation bar itself, we are going to implement the logic for switching the bottom navigation bar items itself. But first we are going to specify here a parameter called stateful navigation shell, and it's going to be required. So basically this navigation shell we are going to get from the Go router itself when we are going to use this stateful shell route. That will essentially allow us to have these bottom navigation bar items, and all of these bottom navigation bar items will be able to stack multiple pages on top of each other with help of this stateful navigation route that we are going to define a bit later. But for now, let's go ahead and implement the logic when we are going to tap on the navigation on each of the navigation bar items that we are going to have. So the value on tap is going to be index, and we are going to use this navigation shell to go to the branch, and on top of it we are going to specify whether we want to navigate to the initial location of the branch itself. Now in here we are going to check whether the index that we get from the bottom navigation bar item is equal to the navigation shell that current index. So essentially, for example, when we are on the home screen navigating to the timeline page, we're changing the index from 0 to 1. So the navigation shell that current index is not the same as the index that we are changing. But essentially, when we're going to tap on the same navigation bar item that we are currently in, the index is going to be equal to the navigation shell that current index, meaning that we want to go to the initial location. So essentially, if the bottom navbar has multiple pages stacked on top of each other, so for example, we are currently in the feed page and we have the profile page stacked on top of the home page, meaning that if we are going to tap again on this navigation bar item that we are currently in this example is going to be feed, we are going to push initial location. So in this case, it is going to be feed, and we are going to pop all the stacked screens that we had previously. It doesn't matter how many of them is on the screen. It's always going to pop all of them and navigate us to the initial location of this specific branch with this index. So this is all for the on tap functionality. Now we are going to define some icon size equal to 28. We're going to say that show selected labels is equal to false and show unselected labels equal to false, meaning that we are not going to see the labels of the navigation bar items that we have defined inside of the main navigation bar items. We are going to be able only to see the tooltip of these bottom navigation bar items when we are going to long press on them. And lastly, we are going to specify the current index equal to the navigation shell that current index. Now we can go inside of the navigation folder and create here a navigation.dart file and export bottom nav bar.dart inside of the view. So, this is pretty much everything that we have to implement inside of the bottom navigation bar itself. Now we are going to use it inside of the Go router that we have defined previously. So in here we're using a simple Go route class, but in case of the bottom navigation bar, we are going to use a stateful shell route indexed stack. So as I said you before, we are going to be able to stack multiple screens on top of each other, and it's achieved by using the index stacked stateful shell route. And inside of the branches, we are going to define an actual stateful shell branches, 5 of them actually, and each of them is going to represent the actual bottom navigation bar item that we're going to have in our application. And lastly, we are going to specify the builder of the stateful shell route itself, and in here we are going to return bottom nav bar with the navigation shell, but actually it's not true. Instead, what we want to do is to create another page called home, another folder called home, and inside of the home we are going to create view. Inside of the view we are going to create homepage.dart file and export view homepage.dart file, and inside of the home page itself we are going to have this bottom navigation bar on top of the app scaffold, because we actually need to display the content itself, not just the bottom navigation bar. So in here, let's go ahead and define home view. Actually, we are creating the home page on top of the home view because we are going to wrap this home view with multiple block providers in the future. So let's go ahead and create a home view, and inside here we're going to for now we're going to define just as app scaffold with a body, and the body itself is going to be the widget navigation shell itself that we are going to have from the parameter stateful navigation shell. And essentially we can just go ahead and specify the navigation shell as the body widget, because actually the stateful navigation shell is actually a stateful widget, meaning that we can use it as a page, as a screen itself. And as a bottom navigation bar, we are going to define a bottom nav bar with the navigation shell as a parameter, and we are going to as well pass this parameter called navigation shell inside of the home page as well as a required parameter, and pass it in the home view like so. And we have already exported the home view. Now we can use it finally inside of the builder inside of the stateful shell route. Instead of the bottom nav bar, we can say home page and provide the navigation shell that comes from the builder. Now we can define here home.dart. And finally, for our stateful shell branches, we are going to define here routes, and inside of the routes we are going to use a simple go route, but we are going to remove the constant, and the path is going to be feed as the first stateful shell branch. And we're going to do the same stuff in every single branch that we have, and we are going to change the feed to the timeline. This we are going to change to the create media, and this actual go route is not going to have any builder or page builder. Instead, it's going to have a redirect, and we're going to pass a null to it. So essentially, as I said you before, this create media stateful shell branch will not actually display any pages by itself. Instead, we are going to ignore this route as a route, and we are going to use it just as a button that will execute the function to navigate us to another page. Here we will specify the reels, and the last one is going to be the user profile page. And for each one, obviously, we're going to have the builder, but for these stateful shell branches, we're going to use the page builder that essentially will return the page instead of the widget as builder does. So the page builder is will be essentially used for us to provide a page that can have the animation effect when navigating to this page. So in here we're going to return a custom transition page, and as a transition builder we're going to specify shared axis transition, and as a transition type we're going to specify shared axis transition type horizontal, and as a child we're going to pass child. So essentially this shared axis transition is going to make a transition effect when we are going to navigate to this feed page that will switch the pages in the horizontal axis direction. And as a child we are going to for now specify the app scaffold, and in here we are going to return a text, and let's go ahead and say style feed and specify the style context headline small and specify the copy this method make the font weight so we can see it clearly, and we can go ahead and copy this custom transition page in every single page that we have defined. Instead of the feed, we are going to say timeline, the timeline, and in here is actually we are going to specify the fade transition, and as an opacity we are going to as an opacity parameter we are going to specify curve tween with the curve equals to the curves is in out, and we are going to animate it with the animation that we get from the transition builder, and specify the child as well. In the create media we are going to leave it with the only redirect, and we're going to copy this custom transition page from the timeline and copy it inside, paste it inside of the Reels page builder. And lastly, for the user, we're going to copy it from the feed, and inside of the Reels, we're going to change it to the Reels, and in the user page builder specify the same shared access transition animation, and instead of the feed, we're going to say user profile. So now the error should be automatically gone, as we have specified the page builder inside of each stateful shell branch that we are going to have. But as you can see here, we haven't specified the page builder, but the redirect is more than enough to ignore this branch completely. So finally, instead of the auth, we can say the feed, and now we are able to see all of the bottom navigation bar items that we have in our home page. That is essentially a screen that has a navigation shell as a body parameter, as a body widget, and the bottom navigation bar just returns a bottom nav bar that we have defined previously. So actually I forgot to here specify if index equals to 2, meaning that we are tapping on the third button on the bottom navigation bar, and essentially we are going to ignore it, and instead we are going to call our own logic here, and else we are going to say navigation go branch, but for now it's going to be empty. So as you can see here, previously we had this a redirect only route must redirect to location different from itself, and now if we tap on this button nothing will actually change. But if I use here, for example, log I, and specify here message I'm create media, we're going to see that we are actually tapping on this button, but it is not a route, as I said you before, because we're not going to this branch actually. So for now, as you can see, this is pretty much all that we have to do in order to create a bottom navigation bar with the bottom navigation bar items. So now in the go route, we're going to scroll at the very bottom, and in here we're going to specify a redirect parameter, and in here we're going to make a logic that will automatically redirect us to different pages in the application depending on the application authentication status. So whether it's authenticated is going to be automatically the home page, otherwise it's going to be login. And on top of it, we are going to have a refresh listenable. In the refresh listenable, we are going to pass a listenable that will automatically refresh the Go router as the listenable itself is updated. And here we are going to create a class Go router app block refresh stream extends change notifier, and for now it's okay to pass as a parameter inside of the refresh listenable, and because the change notifier is actually a listenable, this is why we can pass it as a parameter inside of the refresh listenable. So now our task is to implement the redirect functionality so that when the user is authenticated, he is automatically navigated to the home page where he can browse the feeds and stories and all this stuff. So for this, we're going to create a block inside of the application folder called app. So this block will essentially actually handle the application status, and we're going to listen to the user changes so that we will be able to the authenticated instance of the user inside of the application itself in any part of it. So we are not going to waste time. I'm quickly going to copy the content from the app state, the Dart file inside of the GitHub repository, paste it inside of here, export the app stat. It's just a class that has the app status and the user as a parameter, and the app status represents a few statuses for the authenticated, unauthenticated, and onboarding required. And as a default parameter, we are going to have a user as an anonymous, and the status is going to be required. And here we are defining some app state constructors for the authenticated, onboarding required, and the unauthenticated. Defining an appropriate app status for this app state. Now let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, copy the app event.dart file, paste it inside of here, and in here we're just simply defining a few app events such as app logout requested and app user changed. And finally, let's go ahead and copy the app block.dart file, paste it in here. And for now, we are going to remove the notification repository. Good. So essentially, just this app block has a parameter inside of it, required parameter user, that we are going to pass inside of the top level functions in our application, such as app view, from the user repository user.first, from the user repository package itself. So as you can see here, if we go to the user repository, we have the user stream. This is essentially an authentication user stream. So go ahead in the Supabase authentication client, search for the user, and it's simply the PowerSync repository auth state changes stream, and we are mapping it to the actual user with the auth state that we get from the auth state changes stream. So we are going to use this user inside, pass this user inside of this app block, so that initially when our application is launched, we have some user, whether it's authenticated or unauthenticated. And in here, we are defining a user subscription, subscribing to the user repository user stream, executing the event called app user changed. That is essentially, depending on the state status, emits the appropriate app state value. So basically, if we are in the authenticated state, it does nothing. If it's an onboarding required status, it does nothing. Otherwise, we are checking whether the user that we get from the user stream is not anonymous, and it's a new user. Actually, we are going to emit an app state onboarding required. Otherwise, if it's anonymous, we are going to return we are going to emit app status unauthenticated, meaning that the user is not logged into the account. Otherwise, we are going to authenticate our user with the app status authenticated with the appropriate user. And on app logout requested, we have this user repository logout method that is actually just calling the authentication client that logout. And if you look inside of this logout method, make sure that you remove the future.wait, because previously it was throwing some exceptions, and make sure that you have in this exact order this db.disconnect and clear, Supabase auth sign out, and Google sign in.sign out. And in the close method, we are simply closing the user subscription and the push token subscription that we are going to use in the near future, that we are going to implement the chat in our application. But for now, leave it as it is. So finally, we can go inside of the app.dart file and export block app block.dart. So now inside of the router, we are going to pass app block as a parameter app block. Inside of the app view, we are going to read the app block from the context, import the Flutter block, and import the Flutter, and import the app. And finally, we can go ahead in the app.dart file and wrap the app view with the block provider. And in here, we are going to define app block, import it, and specify here user repository and the user that we are going to pass as a user, as well as the user repository. So now in each of our main files, we have this exception. So as our user, we are going to pass user repository user.first, awaiting this value, and we are going to mark the bootstrap function as an asynchronous. Now we can go ahead and copy all this stuff and paste in each of our main.dart files, so it looks the same in each of them. So now in our app test.dart file, we can go ahead and as well provide a user, but in this case we are going to create a mock user that extends mock, that implements user. Now we can pass here a mock user. So this actually app test.dart file is not essential. Now we can hot reload our application, and as you can see now, everything works flawlessly. Now, as we have created the app block, we have an access to the authentication status. Now we can go ahead in the GitHub repository, search for the routes.dart file, and copy the content of the redirect function. Go to the routes and paste it in here. So basically, we are defining here some variables such as authenticated, and is in feed. The authenticated variable checking whether the app block that we are passing as a parameter inside of the router status is authenticated, meaning that the user is authenticated. Then we are checking whether the user is currently authenticating, meaning that the matched location that the user is currently in
is auth, meaning that we are currently in the authentication screen and we are about to sign in or sign up in our account and checking whether we are currently in feed. So for now, we are checking if we are in feed and the user is not authenticated, we are returning an auth path. Otherwise, we are simply not authenticated, meaning that we are not in feed as well. We are returning the auth path also. And lastly, we are authenticating. So now we are in the authentication screen and the user became authenticated, we are redirecting the route to the feed page. Otherwise, we are returning null, meaning that none of these if statements passed. And lastly, in the GitHub repository, we can go ahead and copy the go route app block refresh stream, paste it in here, import the Dart asynchronous library, and inside of the go router app block refresh stream, we are going to pass app block stream. So essentially, this go router app block refresh stream has stream of the app state inside of it as a parameter, and here in the blocked constructor of this go router app block refresh stream class, we are using the notify listeners method, and we are defining the subscription that is listening to the stream as a broadcast stream, and on each app state it assigns a new app state to the internal value that we get from here. And if the app state equals to the current app state, if the internal app state equals to the app state that comes from the stream, we are doing nothing. Otherwise, we are notifying listeners that the app state has changed. So this is this go router app block refresh stream is used just to update the router itself when the app block state is changed. So for now, we're going to check whether or not it will function without this refresh listenable. We're going to hot reload our application and we're going to try to sign in our account with the Google. And as you can see, we have successfully authenticated in our application. But even though we have created a redirect logic in here that should in fact redirect us to the home page, it doesn't, because we don't have the refresh listenable, meaning that when the app block state changed, we should refresh the actual router so that the redirect function is executed. But if we hot restart our application, we should now see that we are in the home page of our application. So if we use the refresh listenable, we are going to notice that it will be automatically without the hot reload. But for now, let's go ahead and inside of the user use an elevated button, and on pressed we are going to use an app block. We're going to app logout requested, and as a child we are going to pass logout, import the Flutter block. So now instead of the user's text we have the logout button, and since we have now the refresh listenable, when I click on the logout button, but before I tap on this logout button, I'm going to hot reload my application. And now when I tap on this logout button, the application will automatically sign me out, as well as redirecting me back to the authentication page thanks to this refresh listenable. So now if we sign in with Google once again, we are going to see that we are automatically redirected to the home page, and this is what we wanted to achieve using this refresh listenable. So make sure that you always implement it, otherwise you will not have your redirect function executing when your app block is refreshed. And the last thing to mention inside of the Go router is to use the root navigator. That is essentially a global key with the navigator state and the debug label of root. So we're going to use this root navigator key inside of the stateful shell round, and we're going to pass it as a parameter of parent navigator key. So this is useful when we are going to define our go routes like an auth, but as an actual auth we're not going to need it because it's just a separate go route. So essentially we are going to need it when we are going to create, for example, a user posts page that we will want to stack on top of the current screen. We will want to specify the root navigator key in order to get rid of this bottom navigation at the bottom of the screen. So basically the screen that will have this root navigator key as a parent navigator key will always push this screen as a root without making a stack on top in each of these stateful shell branches. So let me give you a quick example. So let's go ahead and create a route called test, called root, and specify the builder of just an app scaffold with the center child text. I am
root, style, context, headline small. And so for now, if we specify here parent navigator key of root navigator key and we hot reload our application, specify the navigator key as the root navigator key inside of the Go router. Now let's go ahead inside of the feed page, and for example, instead of the text, we're going to use the elevated button, and on press we will push our screen to the root. Child will be text go to root. So in the feed we'll have this button go to root, and when we will click on it, you can see that the bottom navigation bar is completely disappeared. As I said to you before, this is because we have specified the parent navigator key as the root navigator key. If we remove it and hot reload our application, route will stack on top of the actual feed page, so that when we tap on this home button, we will be automatically pushed to the initial location of this branch. So this is the difference of using and not using this root navigator key. So in some cases we are going to use it, in some cases not. So just you have a better understanding what this root navigator key stands for. So for now, this is all that I wanted to show you inside of the Go router. So now, after we can authenticate our user inside of the application, we can start implementing the UI of our Instagram clone. So the first screen that we are going to build will be the user profile page, where the user will be able to see when he is authenticated. And on top of it, we will be able to see other users' profiles when we will click on the avatar itself inside of the feed, or whenever or wherever we can tap on the someone else user's profile to see theirs profile. So now we are going to implement it inside of the last tab that we have in our bottom navigation bar. So let me quickly demonstrate you the final design of the screen with the profile of the user that is currently authenticated. So essentially there will be an app bar that will display the name of the user, and at the very end there will be two buttons that user can click. The first one will show us a bottom dialog where the user can choose from three options whether to create a post, reels, or story. And this button will essentially open the bottom dialog, the bottom sheet with some settings where user can change the theme for the application, the locale, and on top of it where he will be able to log out from his account. Now below the bar we will have a few more details about the user's account, how much posts he has, how much followers he has, and how much followings he has. And in here we will also display his name, but essentially in here we are displaying his username first. But if he doesn't have a username, we are displaying a full name. So by default, if the user provided the username, here will be full name, and here will be displayed a username first. And as you can see here, we have two buttons to edit profile and share profile respectively. And this button just a placeholder for now because it doesn't have any functionality, but to follow the original Instagram design, we are going to add this button as well. And so in here we have two tab bars. First to display all the user's posts, and the second to display all the posts related to this user. So this is pretty much it for the design that we are going to implement for our user profile screen. So now let's go back to the code editor, and let's go ahead and create in our lib folder profile folder, and inside of it create a view and create user profile page.dart file. And on top of it, inside of the widget, inside of the user profile, let's go ahead and create a widget. We don't have anything to export, so inside of the user profile create a user profile.dart file, and in here export the view user profile page.dart file and export the widgets.dart file. Now we can start implementing the user profile page itself. So now we will have a user stateless widget user profile page that will essentially return a user profile view, and the user profile view is also a stateless widget that will return an app scaffold with the body nested scroll view. And on top of it, on top of the nested scroll view, we are going to use the default tab bar controller, and here we are going to pass the length of 2, and because as you remember we are going to implement the tab bar itself, and we are going to have only 2 tab bars and they are not going to be dynamic, so we are just passing the length equals to 2. Now we are going to convert the user profile view into the stateful widget, and we're going to create scroll controller. We're going to name it nested scroll controller, and in the init state method we're going to initialize the nested. We're going to initialize nested scroll controller, and we'll assign it to the scroll controller. And in the dispose method we're going to dispose the nested scroll controller, and inside of the nested scroll view we're going to pass a controller, the nested scroll controller that we have just created. Now inside of the header sliver builder, let's go ahead and implement the app bars that we are going to have on top of the user profile screen with the user profile name, buttons, and the user profile avatar and his account statistic. So for it we are going to use the header sliver builder, because the actual header inside of the user profile view will be separate from the body itself. So inside of the header sliver builder we are going to return sliver overlap observer, and we are going to pass the handle to the nested scroll view sliver overlap observer handle for context, and we are going to return a sliver inside of it. And actually we are going to pass a list, because the header sliver builder accepts a list of widgets. This is why we are going to return a list of widgets, but essentially it will be just a sliver overlap observer. And inside of the sliver we are going to use a multi-sliver, and we're going to add dependency called sliver tools. We are going to need the multi-sliver inside of the sliver overlap observer, because essentially we will want to prevent our actual body where the user will see the posts from being overlapped behind the app bar itself. As far as we have multiple widgets inside of the app bar itself, inside of the nested scroll view, we will have to use the multi-sliver, because the Flutter unfortunately to provide multiple slivers inside of a single widget sliver. This is why we are using a multi-sliver, because it can actually have multiple children's as slivers inside of it. So now we can use multiple slivers inside of this widget. As long as this multi-sliver is just a widget, we can pass it as a sliver inside of the sliver overlap observer. So now inside of this multi-sliver, we are going to actually provide the app bars and the tab bar and the user inside of the user profile screen itself. So first of all, let's implement the sliver app bar. So for this we are going to use an actual sliver bar widget. So let's go ahead and create user app bar widget, and inside of it let's go ahead and return a sliver padding and pass a padding to the edge instance only to the right with app.md value. And inside of the sliver parameter we are going to return a sliver app bar with center title set to false, and the pinned and floating parameters we are going to define using the model route of context. In fact, this is first boolean returns whether this route is bottom most active route on the navigator. If is first and is current are both true, then this is the only route on the navigator, and is active will be also true. If is the bottom one, so for example the bottom navigation bar items are returning the screens that are the bottom, but if we stack any screens on top of them, they won't be first, so they will return the false. So now I'm going to quickly demonstrate you why we are using these pinned and floating variables, and we are not setting them to respectively false or true, but rather we are using the model route of context is first. Because as you can see in our user profile first screen, where we are currently displaying a bottom nav bar, as you can see, we will be able to float our screen, to float our sliver app bar as we scroll back. As you can see, it floats back. As you can see, we can see it when we scroll. We should not see this floating behavior if we scroll on the user profile page, if it is not first on the route. So this is why we are using it. And if it is not first, meaning that we want it to be pinned, as you can see here now, if we scroll, the user sliver bar doesn't move, and it's exactly what we want to achieve. So this is why we are using here model route that of context is first. So the title in our sliver bar will be the row with the flag set to 12, and in here we are going to display the user display username, and on top of it we are going to display a verified user icon inside of the flexible as well. So let's go ahead and first remove this user display username, because for now it doesn't have the user. And let's go ahead and say here my name. And in the children of the multi-sliver, we're going to return sliver user app bar, and we're going to rename it to the user profile app bar. And in order to hot reload our application, we for now return the column inside of the body. And now we can go ahead in the routes and replace the user page with an actual user profile page, and make sure that you import the user profile the Dart file. And now we can go to the user profile page, and as you can see, now we have this name of our account with the verified icon. So now we are going to implement the actions of the user profile page. So now, as you can see, we will have two variants of the screens, if it is first and if it is not first, meaning that we have pushed the screen on top of other. And actually we will have a third variant where we are going to other user's account, and we will have simply the three dot icon where we will have a few more options to interact with the other user profile account. So let's go ahead in the GitHub repository and go ahead and copy the user profile actions, paste it in here. Now let's go ahead and copy the user profile settings button, copy the user profile add media button. For now we are going to remove the on tab function, and for now we are going to remove this context select statements. So let's go ahead in our actions and return the user, but we are going to actually check whether we are the owners of the profile that we are currently visiting. So if it's the case, we are going to return the user profile actions. If it is not the case, we are going to return the user profile actions. So this is a simple button with the three dots, which will allow us to interact with other user's account. And otherwise we are going to return a list of widgets. So let's go ahead and copy it, pass it in here. So for now it doesn't have the is owner boolean. For now we are going to reverse the true in demonstration purpose. And as you can see here, if we are owners, meaning that this variable is owner will be true, we are going to see the add media button and the settings button. Otherwise we are going to see the three dots button that will allow us to interact with the other's user account. So this is pretty much all for now with the user profile app bar. Now we are going to implement the user profile header, where we will display the user's profile avatar and his own statistic about his posts, followers and followings, along with his full name, and along with the buttons to edit profile, share profile, and expand the suggested users. In order to do that, let's go ahead and create a brand new widget inside of the widgets folder. But before we are gonna do it, obviously we will need some data to display in this user profile app bar, the user profile header, along with the user profile app bar that will display the user's name. So for this purpose, we are going to create a brand new block inside of the user profile called user. And inside of this block, let's go ahead and copy and paste it from the GitHub repository so we don't waste our time. So the user profile is simply a class that extends a quotable as the initial state, has status, user followings, followers, posts count, followings count, and followers count parameters, and the copy with method. Now let's go ahead and copy and paste the user profile event. And finally, let's go ahead, set up our user profile block. So inside of the user super constructor, we are going to pass user profile state, and we are going to use the final user repository method, user repository class. We are going to pass the required parameter user repository, assign a new value, and on top of it, we are going to need user ID, optional string user ID. In here, we're assigning the user ID value to the user ID that we're passing from the user profile block constructor, from the user profile block parameters. Otherwise, we are assigning this value to empty. But in fact, we are going to extract the current user ID from the user repository. Let's go ahead and the current user inside of it. In order to do this, we are going to create a brand new package inside of the packages. So let's go ahead and create very good, create another Flutter package called database. So essentially, this database client won't be used only to have a current user ID, obviously. The name itself says that we are going to have package, we are going to handle fetching of the data itself that we are going to need in our application. Previously, we had the authentication client that was managing the authentication flow for our application, but the database client will actually allow us to manipulate and fetch for some data from the client using PowerSync as a bridge between our client and the Supabase. So the reason for us to not just specify the current user ID inside of the authentication client, because we are going to actually use this current user ID inside of the database client. So for us not to duplicate them, we are going to specify them only in the database client. So for now, let's go ahead and create an abstract class called user base repository, and in here we are going to specify the string of current user ID nullable, and for now we're going to ignore the public member API docs, and we're going to make the abstract class the database client, and we're going to extend with the user base repository, and we're going to create a constant constructor of the user base repository. And now we can create a new class called PowerSync database that extends database client, and we're going to implement the current user ID, and we're going to create a PowerSync database client constructor, and inside of it we're going to pass a PowerSync repository, and we're going to import the PowerSync repository inside of the pubspec.yaml. We can use it inside of the database client itself. We're going to assign the internal PowerSync repository value to the PowerSync repository required PowerSync repository instance that we get from the required parameter. And now we're going to use the PowerSync repository to get the Supabase authentication current session. We can go inside of the test, delete the testing of the database client. We can close the database client, and we can go to the user repository, and inside of the pubspec.yaml we can import the database client, and now we can use the base class inside of the user repository, the base database client, to access the database client, and we're going to pass a required parameter inside of the user repository for the database client. We're going to assign the value import the database client, and now on top of it we're going to extend the user repository with the user base repository, and now we're going to implement the current user with the database client current user. We have the issues inside of the main development, main production, and main staging.dart files. In order to fix them, we're going to instantiate the database, the PowerSync database equals to the PowerSync client. But before we are going to import the PowerSync database client inside of the pubspec.yaml file. Now we can use it inside of the main development.dart file, and we're going to pass the PowerSync repository inside of it, and we're going to pass the PowerSync database client inside of the user repository. We're going to copy it and paste in each of our main. Now we have this exception anymore, this error anymore. We can close the main development, main staging, and main production files. Now we can go back to the user profile block, and we are going to say if the user ID that we're passing is null, we are going to otherwise use the value of the current user ID, otherwise it will be empty string. And now we're going to assign the boolean getter to check whether we are the owners of the account with the specified user ID. So basically, why the user ID is optional, because when we are going to in some cases we are going to need the user profile block just to access some of our events. Therefore we will not be able therefore we don't want to specify the user ID, because the default value of it is our current user ID. We want to specify the user ID of the user's account that we have navigated to, and so we are going to check whether the user ID is equal to the user repository current user ID. Inside of the constructor of the user profile block, we are going to have on event trigger on user profile subscription requested, and we are going to implement the on user profile subscription requested. And inside of it, we are going to await and emit for each and we are going to check if we are the owners of this user profile block, meaning that we are currently meaning that we want to stream the current user profile. So we are going to return the user profile user stream. Otherwise, we are going to return the user profile user repository profile with the user ID equals to user ID. And on the data, we are going to return the state and copy it with the user that we have from our stream. So for now, we doesn't have the profile stream inside of the user repository. So let's go ahead and implement it inside of the database client. Inside of the user base repository, we are going to have user and with the required parameter of. Now we are going to implement it inside of the database. We are going to access the DB from the PowerSync repository, and we are going to watch. So basically, watch returns a stream of result set that we will be able to map, and we are going to check if the event is empty. We are going to return user. Otherwise, we will return the user from JSON, and we are going to pass the event to it. So now in our watch, we are able to pass the SQL command, and in here we are going to select everything from profiles where ID equals to question mark, and we're going to pass the parameters inside of the parameters that have the watch, the ID that we get from the profile, parameters. And now we are going to import user repository inside of the database client. Now we are able to import the user repository. But before, we are going to hide the user from the PowerSync repository, and we can actually go ahead and we are going to hide the user from the PowerSync repository. And I forgot to specify the type of stream because we want to stream our user actually. And in here we are going to use the first event that first, because actually the event is result set, and the result set is an implementation of the list with the type row, and the row is an implementation of the map string dynamic. So this is why we can actually use the user from JSON, because it has a parameter of the map string dynamic JSON, and accessing it from the event that first allow us to get the user from JSON. And now we can go to the user repository and implement the profile by calling database client profile. Now we can finally use it inside of the user repository, and instead of the user ID we're going to pass the ID. So now we have the event that we can call inside of the user profile page and subscribe to either our current user or to the stream of the profile of the user ID specified by the user ID that we assign inside of the constructor of the user profile block. Now we can go to the user profile page and we can wrap the user profile view with the block provider, and we are going to pass here user profile block, and we are going to the block user profile block inside of the user profile.file, and we are going to import the user profile and pass here the user repository, import the Flutter block, and as a user ID we are going to have a required user ID parameter inside of the user profile page. We're going to pass it inside of the user profile block. So now in our routes we have this exception that the user ID is actually required for us to pass, and this user is actually a stateful shell branch, meaning that we can access it from the bottom navigation bar. Therefore, we always know that we are going to see that we want to see here only our current user profile. Therefore, we are going to the select method to select our user from the app block that is always the current user, because we are subscribing to the actual to the stream of the current user from the authentication client. And we can use the ID of this current user inside of the user profile page, and inside of this, and on top of this user profile block, we are going to call the add method, and we are going to provide the user profile subscription requested. So now we can finally access the user inside of the user profile by calling the select method, and we can select the user profile and select the user from the state, and now we can display the name, the display username inside of our user profile app bar. So now we have this exception, type null is not subtype of database client, because now we have to hot reload our application. And now, as you can see, we have the username displayed inside of the user profile app bar. And lastly, inside of the user profile block, we are going to user profile block once again, but instead of the user, we are going to select we are the owners of this user profile block, and now we can use it. So now in our user profile page, for example, we can have inside of the column the button with an unpressed function that will push us to the user. And so now if we tap on this button, we will be able to see only one button instead of the model route that off context is first true in this case. Therefore, we are not going to return the gap and the user profile settings button nearby the user profile add media button. And since we are the owners of this user profile, we can see this actual add media button in here. We were not the owners of this screen, we won't be able to see this add media button. So now actually finally we can go ahead and implement user profile header with the details of of the user itself with his profile avatar and the statistics. Now inside of the user, let's go ahead and create the user profile header Dart file. And here we're going to return sliver padding, pass the padding to it, edge, insets, and that's symmetric. Horizontal is going to be app spacing medium, and the vertical app spacing medium as well. And inside of the sliver, we're going to pass sliver to box adapter, pass the child, and in here we're going to define a row that will display the user profile avatar and the statistics of the user. So now let's return the circular avatar and pass here network image with the URL of the user that we will get from the user profile blog avatar URL. And now we're going to use the user profile header inside of our inside of our header sliver builder. But firstly, we're going to as well use the user profile. We're going to select the user profile from the user profile block, and we are going to check user is not anonymous. We are going to actually return the list of the widgets, and then here let's pass the user profile header, but before we are going to export it inside of the widgets. So now we are able to see the user profile avatar inside of our user profile header. For now, it doesn't look exactly like the one that we're going to have in our final design, because we are actually going to create a reusable widget for all the user profile avatars that we are going to have in our application, whether it's going to be small or large. And on top of it, we are going to support automatically the stories inside of each user profile avatar, so we don't have to re-implement this functionality in each of these user profile avatars, but the actual stories we are going to implement later. So for now, just we're going to leave it as the circle avatar, as we have in our circle avatar widget inside of our row. So after it, we are going to specify the gap equal to the app spacing medium. We're going to specify the expanded widget, and inside of it, we're going to specify the status widget called the user statistics. Pass here this user profile statistics counts. So actually in this widget, we are going to return these three statistics for the posts, followers, and followings count. So now inside of the user profile statistics, we are going to create a row and pass the children, and in the children we are going to pass three of the reusable widgets called user profile statistic. So let's go ahead in our Instagram blocks UI, and inside of the source widget, let's go ahead and create the user profile folder, and inside of it, let's go ahead and create the user profile statistic. Copy the content from the GitHub repository, ignore the public member API docs. So essentially the user profile statistic widget is just a tappable with no animation effect that have an on tap function that we can pass from the user profile statistic optional parameter. And in the child of the tappable, we have the column with the main axis size to assign to main axis size that meaning that we want our column to have the possible minimum height. And inside of the children, we are passing the static value, the stateless class that we have created in here, and we want to apply large font if the value of the statistic itself is less or equal to 9909, and in the effective style, checking whether we want to apply the large font. Therefore, we return the context title large and copying the font size, setting it to 20. Otherwise, we just return the body large. In fact, we just return the text and we compile and we value of integer to the string value that will simply convert the integer from this type with the commas to the type with the like million, thousands, billion, and etc. And here we're passing the style, applying the font weight to the bold, saying the max line to 1, overflow to text overflow ellipsis, and text style align to the text aligned at center. So now inside of the user profile header, we can use the user profile statistic reusable widget that we have just created, but we are going to wrap it inside of the expanded and use it directly inside of it. But in order to use them, we are going to have them imported inside of the pubspec.yaml file, and we have it actually. In order to have access to them, we are going to export them. We are going to export it inside of the Instagram blocks UI Dart, and now we can import the user profile Instagram blocks UI, and we can actually copy it from the GitHub repository, use the ltn, and as the post count for now, we are going to pass just zeros everywhere. And inside of the user profile statistics, we're going to have a parameter value setter integer, and we are going to call this value setter on required this on statistic tab. And inside of the user profile header, we are going to have the void method that will push us to statistic with the and the required integer parameter called tab index. We are going to context push named statistics with the query parameters, and then here we are going to pass the user ID and set it to the user ID that we will get from the user profile header. And now inside of the user profile statistics counts, we are going to assign the onStatistic type function to user statistics info with the context and the tab index equal to and the value is actually a tab index. Now we can use the user profile header inside of our user profile and pass here the user ID with the value of user ID that we should get from the user profile view, accessing them from the widget. So now we have this equally sized user statistics widget that we can click on and they will eventually navigate us to the screen called user statistics with the extra of tab index. But for now, we are going to leave it for the future, and later on we are going to implement this user statistics page to respectively display the user followings and followers. But for now we are going to leave it as it is for now. Before we are done with the user profile statistics counts, we are going to actually replace these zeros with the actual values of the posts, followers, and followings of the user. In order to do it, we're going to go to the database client, and in here we're going to create a brand new abstract class called post repository. And inside of it, we are going to have a posts based repository constructor, and we are going to have here a stream with the name of post required string user ID. So we're going to return the stream of integers called posts amount of with the required parameter of user ID, and we are going to extend our database client with the posts based repository. And instead of extend, we are going to implement it, and now we are going to implement the function with the posts amount of. So now we are going to return the PowerSync .db.watch with the SQL command select count as post count from posts whether user ID, where user ID equals to the question mark, and the question mark is the parameter that we pass at the user ID, and we are mapping the event. As you remember, the result set as is an implementation of, therefore we can map it, and on each element we're going to use the post count and access the first element from there, and we're going to cast it as an integer. Instead, of course, we could directly access the first element from there and then cast it as an integer, because we doesn't have actually a list of post count. Now after since we have the post based repository and we doesn't have the repository associated with the posts, we are going to create another very good Dart package called posts repository, and this repository will handle the post data flow. And now we can import in the pubspec.yaml dependencies, and we are going to use the database client. Now we are going to extend the post repository with our base repository, and we are going to implement the post repository post amount of stream by using the database client once again. Now inside of our test we can remove, and in the pubspec.yaml we can the posts repository, and now inside of the user profile block we can implement another event called user profile post count subscription requested, and we are going to create another future void method that we are going to call when this event will be executed, and we are going to emit, and we are going to use the post repository that we have just created, and in the stream we are going to pass the post repository post amount of, and the post count value we are going to use in order to copy the state with the post count with the new post count value. After it, straight away we are going to create two more events, but before we are going to go back to the database client once again, and inside of the user base repository we are going to create a new stream called string ID followings count of and the followers count of, and you can actually use the user ID instead of the ID, so it's a bit more clear. Now we're going to implement these two functions. So the followers count of as the SQL command that also select count as subscription count from subscriptions, where the subscribed to ID equals to the question mark to the ID of the user that we pass inside of the user followers count of, and we are returning the subscription count that we get from this SQL statement as an integer. And the same goes with the followings count, but instead of checking where the subscribed to ID equals to the question mark, we are checking where the subscriber ID equals to the user ID. Now we can go back to the user repository, implement these two functions inside of here, inside of the user repository, call the database client followings count off, and call the database client followers count off, and replace the ID with the user ID. Now replace it in the user profile block, and inside of the user profile page we are going to specify the post repository, and we are going to read it from the but before we have to actually instantiate it inside of the each of our main files, and inside of the app we are going to have the post repository as the required parameter, and we are going to convert the repository provider to the multi-repository provider, and we are going to provide it with the value of post repository. Now we can pass the post repository, copy it, paste it inside of each main.dart files. Now we can hot reload our application. And lastly, inside of the user profile block, we are going to implement the user profile followings count subscription requested and event called user profile followers subscription count requested. Now create the future void for both of these, and we're going to emit repository followings count user ID, and on data we are going to have the followings count, and we are going to return a state and copy it with the followings count. Now we are going to copy this future void method, paste it in, and replace the followings with the followers as well as the event, and replace the followings count off with the followers count of two more events. Now we can execute both of them inside of the user profile page as well as the user profile post count of requested. User profile post count subscription requested, add user profile followings count requested, and lastly user profile count subscription requested. And finally, inside of the user profile header, we can use these values. We can select them from the user profile block and replace them with the zeros. Now, as you can see, we still have zeros, but this time these values are not static. As soon as we are going to create a new post, this count will increase, as well as the followers and followings count. So now in our user profile header, we have to implement the last two things to display our user profile full name, and the last thing will be to display these buttons at the bottom of the header. So right below the row, we are going to copy and paste the content from the GitHub repository. Right below the row, we are going to return the gap with the height and the value of appspacing.md, and we are going to align the display full name text with the center left, meaning it will be displayed right below the user profile avatar, and after it we will have another gap, and in here we are going to check if the user profile, if we are the owners of the user profile block, we are going to select it from the user profile block, and we are going to respectively return the three widgets for the edit profile button, share profile button, and show suggested people button. We will return the expanded widget where we will display the user profile follow user button. So now let's go back to the GitHub repository and copy the edit profile, share profile, and show suggested people buttons, and on top of it we are going to create a user profile button.dart reusable widget inside of the widgets folder. Let's go ahead and copy it, paste it inside here. So essentially it's just a tappable with the padding, export it inside of the widgets. And lastly, as you can see here, we have this spacer between, and essentially we are just providing here a width with the app spacing, that small value, meaning that each of these widgets will be spaced with the app spacing, that small value, meaning that between edit profile and between share profile and show suggested people button will be the gap with a value of 8. We could go ahead and just specify here a gap, but it's a bit more, but it's a more elegant way of using the spacer between the list of widgets. So now we can go to the shared, and inside of the extensions we're going to create an iterable extension, copy the content from the GitHub repository, paste it in here, and so essentially we are creating an iterable extension on the iterable with the T, with the generic type of T. So this method will insert the item between each of the elements inside of the iterable, and the separated by will essentially do the same, but in this case it will return the iterable directly instead of the returning in the list. After it we will have the safe nullable map that is not related with this, but essentially we are going to use it inside of the database client,
because it will be really helpful in case when we have some unexpected errors with mapping the element to another element by providing a try-catch block, and in case the mapping the element to another element had caused an error, we are going to return a nullable instead of this element. Because if we are about to use a generic map that we are using in here without the try-catch block, if only one element inside of the list that we want to map will throw an error, the whole list of objects that we are mapping to another objects will not be displayed. So it's not what we want to want. So it's not what we want. Instead, we are returning a null in case this mapping to another element throws an error. Another method will just return a safe map without null, because in here we actually have to return something, because if we remove the nullable we can't simply ignore, so we have to return something, but we can't return just an element because it will be an unexpected behavior. Can't actually return an element because it's a type of T, but the safe nullable map is the type of E. This is why we are returning a nullable here, but in our safe map we are not using the map anymore. We are marking this method as asynchronous, and we are yielding the two element, and in case of the error we just don't do anything. So essentially we are just using the for loop, and the for loop doesn't require to return anything. Instead we are just yielding the element in case of the success. So on top of it we are going to return the extension called list widget. This is the exact method that we want, and in here we are actually using the insert between method on uh, that will return a list. It will insert the item between them. In our case, we're checking if the height is not null, we're returning the gap with the height, otherwise the gap with the width, otherwise we're returning the size box.shrink. Now we're going to export these extensions. Now we can import the shared, and lastly we can create the user profile follow user button, so we can copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it in here. So we have a few more errors saying that we doesn't have the better stream builder. Now inside of the Instagram blocks UI, outside of the widgets, we are going to create a better builder.dart, copy and paste it from the GitHub repository, export it, and essentially this better stream builder is just an enhanced version of the usual stream builder. It has an optional comparator, no data and error builder parameters that we can pass to this better stream builder directly, and it will automatically handle these cases for us without manually checking whether the state is error, whether the state is loading, and so on and so forth. Actually, better stream builder will expose the comparator, and by default it's actually comparing the last event and event. It is the case, it will return the last event. Otherwise it will return an event from the stream itself, so there will be no redundant data. Now on top of it we are going to have the following status that we can use to constantly check whether we have followed to a specific user. Now we can go to the database client. Inside of the user base repository we can have the stream of boolean type checking the following with the required user ID. But we essentially we don't need to pass here a following status, because we will always, but we don't have to have a required parameter here. Instead, we will have it as an optional parameter. Now we're going to implement it. Now we're going to create the following status inside the user base repository, and the following status will have the user ID and the follower ID optional inside of it. And here is the implementation of the following status, selecting one from the subscriptions where subscriber ID equal to the question mark and the subscribed to ID equal to user ID. So the question mark is either the follower ID or the current user ID. And inside of the map function we are checking if the event is not empty. Therefore it has found the subscription where the statement is satisfied with the where. Therefore it's not empty, meaning that the following status is true, meaning this the user with the user ID is followed to the follower ID, or by default to the current user. Now we can go back to the user repository, implement the following status method, and on top of her we are going to define the following status using this following status method from the user repository as a broadcast stream. Now we can use it inside of our user profile header. Now as you can see, we doesn't have the follower model options. We can go to the data, the Dart file, and add the follower model options. So essentially it's just a list of a single model option with the name of unfollow label and with an on-tap function which will execute unfollow or follow to the user depending on the follow status. And on unfollow tap, we are going to execute user profile follow user requested, and we are going to implement it inside of the block profile follow user requested. We are going to execute this function. We are going to implement, and inside of the database client, so now inside of the user-based repository, we are going to have two more methods, both for following and unfollowing the user. So here we are going to define the follow and unfollow methods, and inside of the PowerSync database client, we are going to implement them. And on top of these two methods, we are going to have another one called isFollowed, which will check whether the follower ID, whether the user is followed to the follower ID, to the user with follower ID. So here is what the isFollowed method will look like. We're going to execute this statement. We're going to check whether it's not empty as we did in the following status, and the follow method will check if the current ID is equal to null. We're going to return nothing. Otherwise, if the follow ID is equal to the current user ID, we're going to return nothing because we can't follow to the user with the exact same ID, the user's current ID. After it, we're going to check whether the following, whether the with the follower ID followed to the user ID, with the follow to ID. If it doesn't exist, we are going to execute SQL command that will insert into subscriptions the new subscriber. Otherwise, we are going to unfollow the user, and the unfollow method will delete from subscriptions where subscriber ID and subscriber to ID equal to the unfollow ID. So now in the user repository, we're going to implement these three functions, and we're going to use the database client for it. So basically in our user repository, we will not need unfollow because the follow method will cover both unfollow and follow functionality. Now we can go back to the user profile block, and inside of the user profile follow user requested, we're going to execute the user repository, and the follow to ID will equal to the event that user ID or the underscore user ID. So the event user ID is an optional user ID that we can pass to the user profile follow user requested event itself, and we are going to wrap it inside of the try catch block. If there is an error, we are going to add it to the app block observer. So now we can actually use this user profile follow user request, but we're going to see this user profile follow user button only in case when we visit someone else user profile account, except for our own. So as you can see, now our design looks almost the same on the video. So lastly, we are going to implement the tab bar and the tab bar view itself, so we can safely close the user profile header, and right below the user profile header we are going to need the sliver persistent header, and the delegate we are going to create will be called user tab bar delegate, and instead of extending the status widget, we're going to extend the sliver persistent header delegate, and as a parameter we're going to the tab bar, and instead of the build method we're going to override main extend, max extend, build, and should rebuild. So inside of the build method we're going to use the colored box with the color of the current theme scaffold background color. So if the scaffold background color is black, the background color of the tab bar will be black as well. So now we can pass the user profile tab bar delegate inside of the sliver persistent header delegate, and we can pass here the tab bar with the tabs. So as you can see here, we are going to have two tabs. First for displaying the user post, second to displaying the posts related to the user. So the first tab we are going to have with an icon grid on, and the second with the person outline. We are going to have the indicator size equal to the tab bar indicator size 0, label padding 0, and indicator weight. And we're going to say whether the sliver persistent header is pinned by checking whether the model route of context is first, and we're going to use the reversed value of it. If it is first, it is not going to be pinned, as you can see, but if it is first, we are going to pin it. You can see it in this video now where we are actually scrolling our user profile page, but this sliver persistent header pinned, because this page is actually not first, as because we have this back arrow button, meaning that this page was pushed on top of another page, and because we doesn't have the bottom navigation bar. So finally, this tab bar. We can implement the tab bar inside of the body, and in here we are going to pass for both tab bars. The first widget will display the user, and the second one will display the user profile mentioned posts page. So for now, both of these widgets will just return the containers for now. So now after we have created a basic layout for our user profile page, now we can implement the bottom sheet for the settings for in our user profile page. So the bottom sheet will actually look like the basic one, and in here user can switch between different languages, change the theme inside of the application, as well as log out from his account. So now inside of the user profile settings button, we have an on top function that executes the show list options model function on the context, and inside of this function we have the options parameter in which we can pass the list of model options. We can go to the GitHub repository and copy the list of options that we are going to have inside of the model sheet, and let's go ahead and copy the logout model option, and let's go ahead and copy the logout model option. Now import the go router, the app block, the ltnn. We can replace the context ltnn with the ltnn variable. So basically this logout model option returns a tappable with no animation effect, and on tap function executes the confirm action future word method that will pop the show confirmation dialog. The function that will be executed if the user confirm the action will pop the dialog and will request the logout from the application itself. And on top of it, we are going to create a locale model option and the theme selector model option. For it, let's go ahead and inside of the lib folder create a selector folder, and inside of it, let's go ahead and create theme first. Secondly, create a locale, and inside create a selector the dart file, locale the dart file, theme the dart file, and export locale the dart, export theme the dart file. Now inside of theme, let's go ahead and create view. Let's go ahead and create a theme selector, and instead of the theme the dart, we are going to call it selector as well as the locale selector. So let's go ahead inside of the theme selector, inside of the GitHub repository, copy the content, paste it, and now we are going to create a block inside of the theme folder called theme mode. And let's go ahead inside of the GitHub repository, copy the theme mode event, paste, import Flutter material, delete theme mode state, and inside of the theme mode state we are going to provide the theme mode, and inside of the super theme mode initial we're going to have theme mode.dark, and instead of the block we are going to use the hydrated block, and we are going to add the new dependency called hydrated block. So essentially this hydrated block will preserve the state for our block, meaning that if we shut down our application, that theme that we have previously chosen will be preserved in the cache, and as soon as the theme block will be instantiated, the state will be loaded from the cache first if it exists. So user can have a consistent theme mode selection without choosing it for multiple times. This is why we are using here the hydrated block. And in order for hydrated block to function properly, we can go to the bootstrap.dart file and specify here a hydrated block.storage. We are going to await hydrated storage.build, and the storage directory is going to be hydrated storage, a web storage directory for the web application. Otherwise, we are going to await get temporary directory function from the path provider dependency. We are going to add it inside of the pubspec.yaml file. Let's go ahead and import it inside of the bootstrap.dart file. So now we're good to go to use the hydrated block inside of the application. Now in the theme selector, we can export the view theme selector and block theme mode block. And inside of the theme selector, we can import the theme selector. And this is it for the theme selector. So the same stuff we are going to do in the locale folder, locale selector. Go to the GitHub repository, copy the locale.selector, paste it inside this file, and create a new block called locale. Delete the state, copy the event, import the locale, and in the state provide the locale, and as an initial locale we are going to provide a locale with the
English language code, and the country code will be US. And once more time, we are going to replace the block with the hydrated block and provide a from JSON and to JSON implementation to respectively get the state from the cache and cache the actual state to map string dynamic value. Delete the part of the locale state, export block, locale block, locale view, locale selector. So now we can finally import the selector inside of the user profile page, auto reload our application, and if we tap on this settings button, as you can see, we have an exception saying that we doesn't have a locale block above the locale selector widget. For it, let's go ahead in the app view, in the app.dart file, and convert the block to the multi-block provider and provide the widget with the locale block as well as the theme block. Now we can go inside of the app view.dart file, and we are going to wrap our material app router with the block builder and specify here locale, and instead of the locale state we are going to pass locale, and instead of the state we are going to say locale. In here we are going to pass the locale equal to the locale value from the locale block state. And once again we are going to wrap the material app with the theme, and the value of the theme mode we are going to specify the theme mode that we get from the state from the theme mode block. Also, we can wrap our material application with the animated switcher, provide the duration to the 350 milliseconds, and as a final touch, we can wrap our widget with the media query, provide the data to it media context, media query dot of context, copy with text scale factor scalar dot none, no scaling. Why this media query is essential for us? If you have ever tried to change the size of the text in your application in your phone on your phone, you could notice that the actual size of the text inside of the Instagram particularly didn't change. And in Flutter, in order to achieve this result, we can use the text scaler set to text scalar that non-scaling, meaning that it will not apply any scaling to the text depending on the text scale factor that the Flutter gets from the system settings of the phone itself. Meaning if we change the font size inside of the phone system settings, the size itself of the text will not be changed, meaning that none of the UIs in our application will not change. And this is what we want. We want to preserve the exact way of looking for our widgets with text, because sometimes if we don't specify this media query text scaler no scaling, it can overlap with the other widgets and just mess up our overall design. So this is why this is essential. And the locale block and theme mode block we just using with the block builder in order to access the state from these blocks and respectively use them inside of the material application. Now we can hot reload our application, go to the user profile page, click to the settings button, and as you can see now we have the language and theme selectors, and actually in the theme selector and actually in the locale selector you can go ahead and delete the drop down menu of the Russian, because we doesn't have the Russian language in this application. So essentially, once again, if we click on this drop down button, we can choose from multiple values. So for example, if I copy the drop down menu and say for example the Russian, we have one more option, but I forgot to change the text of this drop down menu, but it's not important. I hope just for you to understand, you can extend this drop down menu with as many locale options as you have in your application. Just make sure that you apply the appropriate value of the locale in it, so that if the user click on it, onChanged function executes with the proper locale that will execute the locale changed event that will change the state of the locale inside of the application. And with the theme selector, everything works exactly the same. We have these drop down menu items with specific theme mode values that goes for the system light and dark. So now I can demonstrate you, if we click on the light theme mode, we can simultaneously switch from dark to light and vice versa, and from light to dark, and from dark to the system. So as you can see, we have these three options that we can switch from. So the most important, as I said, just to put the right value of the drop down menu
so that when the onChanged function executes, you have a proper value that you can pass to the event that will change the event that will be executed inside of the block, and the block itself will change the state to the appropriate one that you have actually picked. And the default value is actually comes from the team mode block by using a watch extension on the context and by watching the state itself, because the state actually is the team mode without accessing the team mode, because as you could notice, we have deleted both locale and team mode block states because these blocks are simple enough to have an exact type of the state that we store in this block. So lastly, we have this logout button that will, upon tapping, will automatically unauthenticate us from application. So now if I click on it, I can confirm that I really want to log out from the application. So now if I click on this logout button, you will quickly notice that I will be automatically unauthenticated from the application, and I will be automatically redirected to the authentication page. Now I have to actually confirm that I want to log out from the application, and as you can see, the Go router has automatically redirected me to the authentication page where I can again sign in my account or sign up a new one. So let's log in back to the account, and as you can see, we have automatically authenticated inside of the application as well. So this is pretty much all for the settings inside of the user profile page that we are about to configure and design. And if we compare it to the final design, it looks exactly the same as we were trying to achieve. So essentially, you can add a few more options if you wish to have inside of this settings model bottom sheet. On top of the logout, you may probably put the edit profile instead of having it right below the full name of our user. So you may quickly notice that it's not actually similar to the design of the Instagram application, because it has much more options and settings that you can customize as you want in your Instagram application. But to make the application simpler, we have just the option to change the locale of our application and the theme mode that we want our application to. This was it for the settings in our user profile page. So now after we have created a basic layout for our user profile page, now we can implement the bottom sheet for the settings for our user profile page. So the bottom sheet will actually look like the basic one, and in here user can switch between different languages, change the theme inside of the application, as well as log out from his account. So now inside of the user profile settings button, we have an on top function that executes the show list options model function on the context, and inside of this function we have the options parameter in which we can pass the list of model options. We can go to the GitHub repository and copy the list of options that we are going to have inside of the model sheet, and let's go ahead and copy the logout model option, and let's go ahead and copy the logout model option. Now import the Go router, the app block, the ltn. We can replace the context ltn with the ltn variable. So basically this logout model option returns a tappable with no animation effect, and on tap function executes the confirm action future word method that will pop the show confirmation dialog. The function that will be executed if the user confirm the action will pop the dialog and will request the logout from the application itself. And on top of it, we are going to create a locale model option and the theme selector model option. For it, let's go ahead and inside of the lib folder create a selector folder, and inside of it, let's go ahead and create theme first. Secondly, create a locale, and inside create a selector a dart file, locale the dart file, theme the dart file, and export locale the dart, export theme the dart file. Now inside of theme, let's go ahead and create view. Let's go ahead and create a theme selector, and instead of the theme the dart, we are going to call it selector as well as the locale selector. So let's go ahead inside of the theme selector
inside of the GitHub repository, copy the content, paste it, and now we are going to create a block inside of the theme folder called theme mode. And let's go ahead inside of the GitHub repository, copy the theme mode event, paste, import Flutter material, delete theme mode state, and inside of the theme mode state we're going to provide the theme mode, and inside of the super theme mode initial we're going to have theme mode.dark. And instead of the block, we are going to use the hydrated block, and we are going to add the new dependency called hydrated block. So essentially this hydrated block will preserve the state for our block, meaning that if we shut down our application, that theme that we have previously chosen will be preserved in the cache, and as soon as the theme block will be instantiated, the state will be loaded from the cache first, if it exists. So user can have a consistent theme mode selection without choosing it for multiple times. This is why we are using here the hydrated block. And in order for hydrated block to function properly, we can go to the bootstrap.dart file and specify here a hydrated block.storage. We are going to await hydrated storage.build, and the storage directory is going to be hydrated storage, a web storage directory for the web application. Otherwise, we are going to await get temporary directory function from the path provider dependency. We are going to add it inside of the pubspec.yaml file. Let's go ahead and import it inside of the bootstrap.dart file. So now we're good to go to use the hydrated block inside of the application. Now in the theme selector, we can export the view theme selector and block theme mode block. And inside of the theme selector, we can import the theme selector. And this is it for the theme selector. So the same stuff we are going to do in the locale folder, locale selector. Go to the GitHub repository, copy the locale.selector, paste it inside this file, and create a new block called locale. Delete the state, copy the event, import the locale, and in the state provide the locale. And as an initial locale, we are going to provide a locale with the English language code, and the country code will be US. And once more time, we are going to replace the block with the hydrated block and provide a from JSON and to JSON implementation to respectively get the state from the cache and cache the actual state to map string dynamic value. Delete the part of the locale state, export locale block, locale view, locale selector. So now we can finally import the selector inside of the user profile page, auto reload our application, and if we tap on this settings button, as you can see, we have an exception saying that we doesn't have a locale block above the locale selector widget. For it, let's go ahead in the app view, in the app.dart file, and convert the block to the multi-block provider and provide the widget with the locale block as well as the theme block. Now we can go inside of the app view.dart file, and we are going to wrap our material app router with the block builder and specify here locale, and instead of the locale state we are going to pass locale, and instead of the state we are going to say locale. In here we are going to pass the locale equal to the locale value from the locale block state. And once again we are going to wrap the material app with the theme, and the value of the theme mode we are going to specify the theme mode that we get from the state from the theme mode block. Also, we can wrap our material application with the animated switcher, provide the duration to the 350 milliseconds, and as a final touch, we can wrap our widget with the media query, provide the data to it media context, media query that of context, copy with text scale factor, text scaler dot none, no scaling. Why this media query is essential for us? If you have ever tried to change the size of the text in your phone, on your phone, you could notice that the actual size of the text inside of the Instagram particularly didn't change. And in Flutter, in order to achieve this result, we can use the text scaler set to text scaler that non-scaling, meaning that it will not apply any scaling to the text depending on the text scale factor that the Flutter gets from the system settings of the phone itself. Meaning if we change the font size inside of the phone system settings, the size itself
of the text will not be changed, meaning that none of the UIs in our application will not change. And this is what we want. We want to preserve the exact way of looking for our widgets with text, because sometimes if we don't specify this media query text scaler no scaling, it can overlap with the other widgets and just mess up our overall design. So this is why this is essential. And the locale block and team mode block we just using with the block builder in order to access the state from these blocks and respectively use them inside of the material application. Now we can hot reload our application, go to the user profile page, click to the settings button, and as you can see now we have the language and theme selectors, and actually in the theme selector and actually in the locale selector you can go ahead and delete the drop down menu of the Russian, because we doesn't have the Russian language in this application. So essentially, once again, if we click on this drop down button, we can choose from multiple values. So for example, if I copy the drop down menu and say for example the Russian, we have one more option, but I forgot to change the text of this drop down menu, but it's not important. I hope just for you to understand, you can extend this drop down menu with as many locale options as you have in your application. Just make sure that you apply the appropriate value of the locale in it, so that if the user click on it, onChanged function executes with the proper locale that will execute the locale changed event that will change the state of the locale inside of the application. And with the theme selector, everything works exactly the same. We have these drop down menu items with specific theme mode values that goes for the system, light and dark. So now I can demonstrate you. If we click on the light theme mode, we can simultaneously switch from dark to light and vice versa, and from light to dark, and from dark to the system. So as you can see, we have these three options that we can switch from. So the most important, as I said, just to put the right value of the drop down menu, so that when the onChanged function executes, you have a proper value that you can pass to the event that will change the event that will be executed inside of the block, and the block itself will change the state to the appropriate one that you have actually picked. And the default value is actually comes from the theme mode block by using a watch extension on the context and by watching the state itself, because the state actually is the theme mode without accessing the theme mode, because as you could notice, we have deleted both locale and theme mode block states because these blocks are simple enough to have an exact type of the state that we store in this block. So lastly, we have this logout button that will, upon tapping, will automatically unauthenticate us from application. So now if I click on it, I can confirm that I really want to log out from the application. So now if I click on this logout button, you will quickly notice that I will be automatically unauthenticated from the application, and I will be automatically redirected to the authentication page. Now I have to actually confirm that I want to log out from the application, and as you can see, the Go router has automatically redirected me to the authentication page where I can again sign in my account or sign up a new one. So let's log in back to the account, and as you can see, we have automatically authenticated inside of the application as well. So this is pretty much all for the settings inside of the user profile page that we are about to configure and design. And if we compare it to the final design, it looks exactly the same as we were trying to achieve. So essentially, you can add a few more options if you wish to have inside of this settings model bottom sheet. On top of the logout, you may probably put the edit profile instead of having it right below the full name of our user. So you may quickly notice that it's not actually similar to the design of the Instagram application, because it has much more options and settings that you can customize as you want in your Instagram application. But to make the application simpler, we have just the option to change the locale of our application and the theme mode that we want our application to. This was it for the settings in our user profile page. So as our next task, we are going to design the bottom sheet where user can choose from three main options whether to create reel, post, or story. But before we are going to design this actual bottom sheet, we are going to implement the custom media picker in our application. And I'm going to quickly explain you why it is custom. In the Google Chrome, in the pub.dev website, unfortunately, there is no a single package that will allow us effortlessly media with the following requirements. The media picker has to provide for us an option to crop an image, to pick the image itself, as well as the image pick the video. As you can see right here, there is a duration, meaning that this is a video. So unfortunately, there is no a single package that will provide for us by default to have an image cropping and selecting for both images and videos. So in the Google Chrome, we can search for the pub.dev WeChat asset speaker. This is a very well maintained, quite popular package for picking the media with a quite good design. But unfortunately, it doesn't fit with our requirement. Firstly and lastly, it doesn't have an option to crop images. This is the only reason why we don't use it as our main media picker. If it had an option to crop images, we could easily go ahead and use this one, but unfortunately it doesn't. So I decided to use another package. In the pub.dev packages, there is another very good package called Insta Adsets, and this is also a very good maintained and quite popular media picker that you can find in the pub.dev website. And it actually does have an image cropping, but this time unfortunately it doesn't have an option to pick both images and videos and with cropping the image with the same at the same time. Actually, Insta Asset Speaker is a direct custom delegate of Flutter WeChat Asset Speaker that we have just seen. So we are not going to use any of them. And as you can see here in the features, it says that videos are not supported. So there is a last package in the pub.dev packages called Picker Plus. So as you might think, this package perfectly suits with all of our requirements, but unfortunately by default it doesn't. Unless the Insta Asset Speaker and the widget and the WeChat Asset Speaker, it has an option to pick an image. It has cropping. It doesn't have an option to pick both images and videos. So in this case, it was much easier to have an option to add an option to pick videos as well as the images. So this is why I decided to stick with the Image Picker Plus, even though it's not very good maintained. But this Image Picker Plus has a big number of major issues that it has by default. Due to the fact that it's not maintained at all for 8 months already, meaning it doesn't support the latest stable Flutter and Dart SDK versions. Unfortunately, it doesn't support the iOS at all, even though there is an iOS installing. It just says to you to add these permissions inside of your info.plist file. But unfortunately, on the iOS application will crash every time you try to run the application with this package by default. Overall, I tried my best and created an ultimate enhanced version of the Image Picker Plus that supports the latest Flutter stable version, perfectly suits with all the requirements that we need to have, that the media picker has to have. So as you can see in this screenshot, I have modified the Image Picker Plus, so now we can both crop the image and pick at the same time images and videos from the same page. And on top of it, at the very bottom, as you can see, there is actually three options. The media, the first one is to pick it from the gallery itself. The second one is to take a photo from the camera. And the third one is to make a video with the camera as well. So here is what it looks like on the Android and on the iOS as well, but on the emulator, unfortunately, I couldn't do a screenshot because the camera, because the iOS doesn't provide you doesn't provide the emulator camera by default. So as you can see here, it's very similar to Instagram UI, both for the camera picker and the video picker. So in here, in the video, you can actually record the video with the duration itself. In the camera, in the photo, we can just pick a simple photo with the option to turn on the flashlight and use this image clicking on this blue arrow to go forward. So the only way to obtain my custom version of this image picker plus that supports all of these features and works perfectly on Flutter on iOS and Android, to go to the GitHub repository of the Flutter Instagram offline first clone in my GitHub account, download the source code of this application. Once you have downloaded the source code of this application, you can go ahead in the side of the packages, find the image picker plus, and you can simply go ahead, drag and drop it inside of the project that you have inside of the packages folder, like so. And as you can see, we have no exceptions, no errors, nothing wrong with this image picker plus, and we can safely use it on any device we want inside of our application. Even though by default image picker plus is now not maintained at all, give you an opportunity to use it on iOS devices at all, and doesn't support the latest Flutter stable versions. I really want you to go to this pub.dev packages image picker plus inside of your browser and click this like button in order to support the original author of this package, because he made a great job for the Flutter community to have this very good looking UI. That is very similar to the Instagram itself. So even though it has these major issues, make sure to support him for his hard working. And if you want me to have this image picker plus merged with the main branch of this image picker plus, make sure that you leave the star for my Flutter Instagram offline first clone GitHub project in my GitHub account. And if you would really like me to contribute to the image picker plus and communicate with the original author of this package, make sure that you leave the comment below this video. Only after this I will really know uh, that you would really like me to have this image picker plus available in a really convenient way, just by importing it as a dependency in your pubspec.yaml. So that make sure that you leave the like comment under this video, start this GitHub repository in my GitHub profile, and leave the comment that you would like me to contribute to the image picker plus itself. So now after we have an access to the image picker plus from imported from my GitHub repository, let's go ahead to the shared lib source config folder. In the utilities, inside of the config folder, let's go ahead and create the image picker.dart file, and let's go ahead inside of the GitHub repository, copy the content from the image picker class, from the image picker file, and import the image picker plus from the packages, import it inside of the pubspec.yaml file. So now we have no errors inside of the image picker.dart file. On top of fixing all the existing issues with the image picker plus itself, I have added a bunch of new stuff inside of this package itself, as well as adding a few more localizable text and a bunch more cool stuff that the image picker plus didn't have by default. So essentially in this image picker plus, we are creating a singleton of this pick image class, and we are creating a tabs text late tabs text instance, and in the void method we have a parameter texts that we assign our underscore tabs text value, and actually we are going to call it from the top level function of our application, because the actually tabs text just has a bunch of texts that the image picker plus actually uses, provide multiple languages to make it localizable. So on top of it, we are providing here a default filter option that will allow us to provide a duration constraint to have the maximum duration of the video of 3 minutes. And we are providing here an app theme with the context that returns an app theme from the image picker plus itself, with the focus color equals to the context that adaptive color and the primary color equals to the custom context that custom reversed adaptive color.
we can actually return here reverse adaptive color. And in the sliver grid delegate, we create cross-axis count. We create a sliver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis count and setting these values like so. And we are using the sliver grid delegate only to pick image from the gallery. So now we have a few methods. The first one will pick both images and videos from the gallery, and there is a bunch of parameters that we are passing in here, and there is required parameter. We have the context and the on media picked function that we are calling with the details that we get from the callback function from the pick both method itself. And the pick both method is actually an extension on the build context that essentially executes the push to custom picker function that will navigate us to the material page custom image picker with a bunch of parameters. So the same stuff goes with the pick image, pick video, and the custom media picker widget itself. If we want to directly return the custom image picker page itself rather than navigating to it by executing the method. So on top of it, we are going to need the image compress class in our application. So let's go ahead and quickly copy and paste it inside of the application. And we're going to import Flutter image dependency so that in here we are compressing the bytes of the file that is a type of uint8 list, and we're checking if the file length bytes is greater than 200. We are returning a compressed result, and the quality of the image is equal to 90 if the length in bytes is greater than 4 million, otherwise it's 72. And straight after it we have a compressed file that directly compresses a file, checks whether it's PNG or JPG, and it's go ahead and simply compresses the image. Now on top of that, we are going to have a video class inside of the config, copy and paste, and we're going to add the dependency video compress. So in here where we will be able to compress video by calling a compress video method, as well as getting the video thumbnail, providing a video file, and getting the byte thumbnail from the video compress package itself. After it, we are going to have a few more useful config files such as UID, and we are going to add dependency called UUID. And here we are basically creating a custom UID generator class that uses the UID with the global options, and inside of it we are passing the crypto RNG that basically generates a custom internal with the secured random. And lastly, for now, we're going to have a blur hash.dart file in which we are going to add the dependency called blur hash, and this blur hash plus class will essentially encode the bytes of an image and will return a string of the blur hash itself that we are going to store in our database client. And the blur hash itself used in order to display it when the image is loading, rather than displaying just a circular progress. It will simply make a loading progress of the image more beautiful, as well as the image. So this is why we have this blur hash plus. So now we can go ahead in the config.dart file and export blur hash.dart file. We can export image picker, we can export image compress, and we can export the video plus and the uid.dart file. Now we can go ahead inside of the root of our application, run Flutter pub to resolve all the dependencies that we have just added. Now we can hot reload our application, go to the user profile. Now we can actually design the bottom sheet where user can choose from multiple options which media. Cool. So now let's go ahead and design the bottom sheet in which the user will be able to choose from 3 different options which media type he wants to create. Let's take a look at design that we are going to have at the very end of this section. So basically there is a 3 list style. The first one will navigate the user to create a reel specifically, and the second one will navigate the user to create post, and the third one respectively to create a story. So basically for the reel and the post, we are going to be redirected to pretty much the same page, whereas the story will be a complete new page that we're going to cover a bit later. So now we are going to design this bottom sheet we can go back to the code editor and inside of the user profile page, the Dart file, search for the user profile, add media button. Let's go ahead and implement the on top functionality in order to actually make this button to show us the bottom sheet where the user can choose from 3 different options. So now we are going to create, now we're going to use a show list options model extension on top of the context, and we're going to assign the LTNN file. So basically this method will execute the show bottom model function that is essentially executing the show model bottom sheet that comes from the native Flutter material package. So inside of it, we are passing a title optional parameter as well as the list of options that we're going to map and convert them to an actual widget such as tappable, or if the option that we are passing inside of the parameters has a child, we are returning it directly. So in here, in the options, we are going to pass create media model options that we are going to define inside of the data.dart file. We can search for it inside of the app UI package inside of the GitHub repository, search for the create media model options, copy it from the GitHub repository and paste it inside of our project. So now we have a list of model options that we have seen previously. The first one for the reels, the second one for the posts, and the third one for stories. And inside of it, we have a few parameters that will essentially be a label. The labels are going to actually display choice for the user that he may pick. The context is actually not used in here. We can remove it, and the go to function will be executed upon on each of these model options inside of this of the bottom sheet, but the actual real button will have an on create real tab because it will execute. It will require a bit different implementation of the on tap function, and so when tapping on the post model option, we are going to be navigated to the create post page. Otherwise, is if the option story, we're going to navigate the user to the create stories page. And option and as the required parameter, we have enable story boolean flag that indicates whether or not we should display the story label. We could go ahead and do the same stuff for the post and the reels as well, but just in demonstration purpose, we are doing it only with the story. So essentially for now, the enable story will be set to true as a static value, but in future we are going to create a separate block that will be specifically designed to check whether or not this specific feature to create stories from the Firebase remote config is enabled, so that if there are some potential problems or issues with creating stories, we can go ahead and seamlessly disable this create story functionality, create story feature, as well as for posts and for reels, and we can do it pretty much as many times as we want. But in demonstration purpose, as I said you before, we are going to do it only with the story. So for the go to function, we are simply getting the route and an extra parameter, and we are pushing the current screen to another route with an extra parameter that we get from the go to function itself. And in the labels, we are passing the LTNN, and we in the labels we are accessing an LTNN and using the real text, post text, and story text respectively for each of these label values. And on top of it, we have a title that we are going to display, and it will say create depending on which language we are currently using. And so for the on create real tab, we are going to implement it a bit later on. So we mark this task as a to do, so we don't forget to implement it in the near future. And as long as the show list options model is a feature, we can use a then method on top of it, and we're going to get an option. So inside of this show list options model, when we will tap on each of these items, we're going to have a pop method on each tab of this on these model option items. We're going to pass an actual option inside of the pop result parameter. We can access this option that we have popped our screen with to check whether it's null. Otherwise, we can execute the on-tap function that we have on each model option that will firstly check whether it's destructive and will pop another dialog that will confirm the action, whether or not the user sure to to apply the changes in the application. Otherwise, it will just return a simple function that we are passing inside of the on tab itself. In this case, we are passing a goto function. If it, in our case, it's not destructive, so it will simply call the goto function when we are going to choose one of the options. So now let's hot reload our application and let's see whether or not our create media button works as expected. Cool, so now we have the exact design that we were about to create. So for each model option, we have a list style that is displayed and actually is tappable. So on each of them we can tap, and it eventually will be navigated to the page that we pass as a route parameter inside of the goto function. So now let's try to connect the media picker that we have created previously, our custom one, to actually pick the media and create a post so that the user in the application will be able to actually create. Before we started to implement the create post page, we're going to display a global status that something is loading in order to indicate for the user that something is being uploaded to the database or something is being processed at this moment. So now we can go ahead in the app UI inside of the widgets. We can create a brand new widget called app loading progress. The Dart file. We can go to the GitHub repository once again, search for the uploading progress, copy it, and paste inside of this newly created file. So this uploading progress is a stateful widget that will essentially display for us a sized box using the animated builder, animated opacity, with the dynamic widths depending on the width of the navigation sidebar that we are calculating using these values inside of it. Where in here we are checking if the value is greater than 0, we are in the full screen mode. We will want to return null for width, otherwise we're going to return the actual width navigation sidebar of double, and we're going to align this uploading progress at the bottom of our screen. We could go ahead and say, and it will be displayed at the top left of our screen, but we're going to stick with the bottom left value. Now we have an animated container that has an animated height value that is depending on the visible value is 0 or 3, meaning that the height will be automatically animated depending on the state, depending on the current value of the visible value notifier. Actually, we are updating this value using the animated builder once again, but not for the animation at all, but to use a listenable merge in order to unnest our widget tree and not use value listenable builder for multiple times. So we can simply merge the value notifiers inside of a list. It doesn't matter which one will update first. It will re-render the whole widget that we are returning inside of the builder function. So essentially, if the visible is updated, it's going to change the height value. And lastly, we have a liner progress indicator that actually displays for the user that something is loading, and the liner progress indicator goes from the native material package. There is no required dependencies to have this liner progress indicator to be displaying in your application. So we can go in the widgets.dart file, export app loading progress.dart file. Now we can go to the app.dart file inside of the app, and we can create another key that will be used to access the global state of the app loading indeterminate state of our app loading indicator that will allow us to access this current app loading progress state and manipulate and call the callbacks inside of it, such as set visibility, that will essentially set the value of visible to the visible parameter that we are passing inside of this set visibility parameter, whether it's true or false. And optionally, we have an opacity that we are not going to use, and in case we don't want to auto hide our app loading progress, because initially we are using the debouncer here that will automatically disable the visible and set it to true of this app loading progress indicator, because in the debouncer we have a timer set to 5 seconds. So with
without the auto hide parameter, we are going to automatically disable it after 5 seconds. So if we are going to say it to change it to false, the uploading progress will not be hidden by itself. So we will need to explicitly call the set visibility once again to change the visible to false. So essentially this opacity once again is dependent on the visible parameter that we get from the set visibility method, and we are checking whether its value is false, meaning that we don't want it to be visible. Therefore, we are going to set the opacity value to 0, optionally define an opacity that we specify inside of the set visibility, or by default, as always, we want our uploading progress to be with an opacity value of 1, meaning that it will be fully visible on the screen, and the opacity value we use inside of the animated opacity widget that essentially animates the sized box, which is a child of this widget. So basically each time the opacity changes, the sized box externally, the sized box itself doesn't re-renders, only a opacity changes depending on the value of the opacity value notifier. So now since we have this loading indeterminate key, now go to the app, view the Dart file, and as well as the app snackbar, we can use the app loading indeterminate and specify here a loading indeterminate key. And now lastly we can go back to the app.dart file and specify here toggle loading indeterminate, which is by default enabling the actual app loading and making it visible for the user with the auto hide boolean set to false, meaning that we will need to explicitly set the loading indeterminate value to false, visible value to false. Now we can quickly test that our actual app loading indicator works in our application and it is visible and correctly displayed at the very bottom of our screen. We can simulate that we are loading some data by tapping on some button. So for example, search for the edit profile button, and instead of pushing the screen to the edit profile, we can toggle loading indeterminate in order to make sure that when we will tap second time to this button, we will we will make it invisible. We're going to use a custom variable that will check whether it's visible. It should be visible. So now we can pass it inside of the enable parameter, and each time we toggling the loading indeterminate, we are setting the value of the visible to the reversed value of the visible, and we need to remove the final. If we tap on the edit profile button, we will quickly notice this cool little liner progress indicator at the very bottom of our screen, and for some reason it has been automatically disappeared. It has automatically disappeared from the screen of the visible, removing the check of the visible that we get from the set visibility method itself. And by doing it, we can once again go to the user profile page and execute the toggle indeterminate function. So now our app loading progress will be appeared for as long as the application is actually stays alive. And now if we tap on this button once again, has set the visibility property of the app loading indeterminate to false, meaning that it should be disappears from the screen. So now since you understand what this actual global loading indeterminate widget is going to make in our application, we're going to revert the changes when we tap on the edit profile button, auto load our application. Also now we can clearly indicate for the user that we are currently processing some data instead of using a snack bar. We're going to design two pages. The first one will allow the user to pick the appropriate media that he wants to use in his post, and is going to have a certain design that I have already showed you several times. So essentially the user can choose from multiple images and videos that he has on his device, and on top of it the user can crop the image and adjust it with the to achieve the desired result. After clicking on this button, he will be automatically navigated to another page to actually create the post and to once again check that he has picked the correct media that he actually wants to share with other people. And on top of it, of course, the user can pick both images and videos. For this, we can display a button that will automatically enable a mode that will allow to select multiple medias, or we can long press on any of the following containers with the image or media or video, and the multiple selection mode will be automatically enabled. Now let's finally go back to the code editor and start implementing this design in our application. First things first, let's go ahead in the widgets folder inside of the user profile and create user profile create post.dart file. And outside of it, let's go ahead and create a stateless widget called user profile create post with several parameters: can pop, image picker key, on back button, and on pop invoked. It will allow us to more deeply customize the behavior of the page itself when we are going to navigate, when the user will try to navigate back from the screen, because we will have several places where the user can pick the media. The first one will be when user clicks on this button, the page will be automatically switched and swiped to the left as the page view, and we will achieve this using the page view in the near future. The next place where the user can pick the media will be after clicking on either post or reel model options inside of the create media bottom sheet. So there will be a few places where user can actually create posts. User profile create post will be suitable both for reel and post because it's the same stuff. So now instead of returning a simple container, we can go ahead and return a pop scope, a widget that registers a callback to the attempt by user to dismiss the enclosing model route, meaning that on the Android only, when the back button will be pressed, this pop scope will automatically handle the on pop invoked method, in which we can directly manipulate with routing, and instead of popping the page, whether the can pop set to false, we can navigate the page. We can change the page view like the original Instagram. This is what the pop scope is meant to be. And after it, we can finally use the custom image picker that we have defined in our shared using the custom media picker that will return the custom image picker stateful widget that will display everything that you can see on this screenshot. Several optional configuration. For now, we can't import the image picker itself because we need to go to the share.dart file and export and hide the app theme. Otherwise, we will have the conflict with our actual app theme that we have defined inside of the app UI folder. So we definitely don't want it to happen, so that we are hiding the app theme from the image picker plus when we are exporting it inside of the share.dart file. And now we can go back to the test.dart file, and if you haven't already exported the shared.dart file, go ahead and import inside of this file. So so in the source we are specifying the image source that both, meaning that the user can choose from both images and videos. And the picker source, we're going to use the picker source both, meaning that the user will be able to choose from both gallery and lastly the video. So by default he has an option to choose from gallery and photo, and the both meaning that he can choose from photo and video on top of only photo. And on back button, we're going to check if the on back button tab callback is not null, that we are passing inside of the user profile as an optional parameter is not null. If it is not, we are going to execute it. Otherwise, we are going to return to pass a null as an argument for on back button tab function. And on media picked, we are going to push the screen when the blue arrow button will be tapped to another screen where the user will be able to publish the post. So the screen where the user can finally publish the post and identify whether he has picked the appropriate media. Lastly, provide an optional caption for the post itself. Will look the design of it will look like on this screenshot, quite fancy. So now on media picked, we are going to use the context that push named, and we're going to specify here publish post, and we're going to define it in our rouse.dart file. But before, we're going to create post props so that we can pass in our as our extra argument inside of the push named the create props class that contains details. We are creating a reel and the context and the optional context that we can pass inside of the create post. So the detail automatically comes from the on media picked that will pass for us as selected images details for both images and videos that we can then display as a preview for the user. So after it, we can go into the routes.dart file, and before specifying the publish post route, we're going to actually uh, make it possible for user to navigate to this actual user profile create post. So inside of the user stateful shell branch, we are going to specify routes argument as a list of go routes, and we can quickly go ahead and copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it, and we're not going to directly import the file that we have just created. Instead, we're going to export it inside of the widgets. So now it has been automatically imported because now the user can navigate to the create post page, and inside of the create post page we're going to specify routes argument once again that has a list as an option. And once again we can go to the GitHub repository and copy the go route for the publish post route, paste it inside, and now we're going to create the create post page that will display the design that you can see on this screenshot, that will allow us to share the actual post that the user is satisfied with the media that he has picked from the previous screen, with an optional caption. Now we can go back to the user profile page, the Dart file, and here we are going to create a create post page stateful widget, a required parameter create post props, and inside of the create post page state above the build method we are going to define the caption controller, and on top of it, right below it, we're going to dispose the caption controller directly, because the text editing controller is actually a value notifier, and each value notifier has a dispose method. So we definitely want to get rid of unused caption controller when our screen is no longer when our screen is not function anymore. After it, inside of the widget, inside of the build function, we are going to return an app scaffold, and with the release focus set to true, resize to avoid bottom inset set to true. So the release focus will make sure that we can tap anywhere we want on the screen, and the caption and the focus from the text form field that we can tap on in order to type the caption for the post will be automatically reset if I want, for example, to click on the tab button. And the actual keyboard on Android or iOS disturbs me, and it doesn't allow me to fully see the screen. As an app bar, we are going to provide an app bar widget with a center title set to false, and as a title argument we are going to set a text with a context ltn new post. As a body, we are going to specify single child scroll view, and in here we are going to have a padding edge inset symmetric horizontal and vertical both equal to the app spacing that sm value, meaning the value of it is 8 pixels. And as a child, we're going to pass a column with a cross-axis alignment set to cross-axis alignment at start, and the children list, and the list of children's that is going to display the actual preview of the post of the media that the user has picked, as well as the text form field to write a caption. And lastly, we are going to implement the bottom navigation bar with the function called onShareTab with a parameter string caption. In here we define the void goHome method that checks whether the widget.props is real, meaning that we have navigated to this page and we want to create a reel specifically. So it will be possible only to make from the reels tab and only from the user profile page create media in here, clicking on this list tile. Therefore, we want to context to pop the screen twice in a row. In order to get rid of any stacked widgets, go back to the root page, either user or routes, and otherwise we're going to navigate to home page, that will be our feed, and we're going to just change the page view, because in the original Instagram you can change the pages by scrolling either to the left or to the right. We're going to implement it in the near future. So when we will have an option to switch these pages, we are going to respectively replace the to do with an actual functionality that will navigate us to the feed page. After it, we have the try catch block that will execute toggle loading indeterminate that has by default an enable boolean variable set to true, meaning that it will automatically enable the visibility parameter inside of the app loading indicator with an auto hide set to false directly after toggling the loading indeterminate. That will automatically indicate for the user that the process of the media creation has begun. We're going to implement the actual create post functionality with the details that we get from the props of this create post page as an argument. So for now we doesn't have a feed block because we haven't implemented the feed page itself. We are not going to use the feed block in order to create an actual post. Instead, we are going to directly use the repository dedicated to manage the posts, that the data flow. But before, we doesn't have a function to create our post itself. So inside of the database client, we are going to search for the post-based repository, and in here we are going to define a method called create post that will optionally return for us a post. So for accessing the post class model, we're going to dive into the shared folder models and create a new one for the post. Not to lose our time, we can go to the GitHub repository post, copy the content from it and paste inside of this file. Now we are going to import inside of the pubspec.yaml user repository, specify the path described like display in the video, sort all the dependencies. Now we can directly access it inside of the post.dart file, and on top of the post.dart file, inside of the models, we are going to have a user converter dart. It essentially will be useful, the JSON serializable that we are going to use in order to actually serialize and deserialize our post from JSON and to JSON. And by default, the JSON annotation and the JSON serializable itself know anything about the classes and the models that we have created by ourselves. Therefore, we have to explicitly provide converters for them for the JSON serializable, so he can properly pick up the from JSON deserializer for this, so it can distinguish them from an actual object, because otherwise he will not be able to convert them at all. So for this purpose, we are creating the user converter.dart file, copy it from the GitHub repository. Actually, we will have to add a new dependency called JSON annotation, because for now we doesn't have it. Therefore, we can't use the JSON serializable itself. And inside of the dev dependencies, we are going to add JSON serializable as well as a build runner dependency to actually generate the code for the JSON serializable that will automatically generate the code to serialize and deserialize the models that we are going to have. On top of it, we are going to need a dependency called meta. And lastly, for the post, we are going to have a list of media, but for now it doesn't have a model for media. So let's go ahead inside of the source and create a media.dart file. Now, so we don't lose our time, once again, copy the content from the GitHub repository, paste it inside, and as you can see, once again, it doesn't have an quotable, so add it to the pubspec.yaml. So on the at the very top, we have a JSON converter, media converter from DB, that extends the JSON converter, specifying the media that we want to get from the JSON and that we want to get when we are accessing the toJSON method. And this media will allow us to actually properly deserialize, and serialize the list of media that the JSON serializable is going to handle automatically for us. The same one goes for the list media converter from remote config. The name explains what it is made for, but in this case, a list dynamic as JSON when we are deserializing it from JSON, and when we are serializing it to JSON, we get the list of map of string dynamics instead of string, because explicitly for the Firebase remote config that we are going to need a bit later on, we are going to have these exact data types from the remote config. This is why we have two different converters for the list media.
for the JSON serializable. Now we are going to need the image media and the video media, because actually the media is an abstract class. So now we are going to have a clear representation of the media. The first one for the image media and the second one for the video media. Now we can go to GitHub repositories, copy the image.dart, paste it inside. So essentially the image media is a representation of the media block that has all the required super parameters, and as an optional blur hash, and as a type we are specifying the image media identifier that we have specified as a static identifier, and the value is equal to the double underscore image underscore media and the double underscore at the end. Clearly distinguish the media and the type, and the image media JSON to JSON and from JSON will be automatically generated when we will run the build runner command. On top of it we have the uint converter that implements the JSON converter with the exact type of uint list, at least as a from JSON type, and the list of integers as a to JSON serializer. This serializer. At the very bottom we have the memory image media that as well extends the media, but this time it will be used to display the memory image media that we are going to have actually as a detail that we're going to have from the page where we actually select the media, in case it is an image. The same stuff we're going to have for video. And actually I have a mistake that I have copied and pasted inside of the video. We can go ahead and copy back, paste it inside of the image.dart file. So for the video.dart file we're going to do the same stuff, just go ahead and copy the content from the GitHub repository, paste it inside, import the shared media models, but actually we're not going to do it. We're going to export media.dart file, export image.dart file, export video.dart file, user converter.dart file, so that we don't have to explicitly the media or image or video. So the video stands with the same logic, but this time we have a parameter called first frame URL inside of the video media. It will be used to display for the user the preview of the image, so he can clearly see what the content is about without actually playing it. And as a default value we are setting it to an empty string with a JSON key annotation. The identifier goes with the same logic, but this time we doesn't have the uint converter. We don't want the duplication. The same goes for the memory video media, but this time it has a file required parameter to display an actual video from memory. Now we're good to go, and we can go ahead inside of the packages, run the dart run runner build command that will automatically generate all the required files for both image and video media inside of the shared folder. Well, we have an exception that says that the JSON serializable can't generate from JSON code for file, fixable by you removing the JSON serializable, because the memory in video media doesn't actually requires any to JSON or from JSON serializations that the actual JSON serializable generates. Therefore, we don't need the JSON serializable annotation, so we can safely go ahead and remove it. Now let's go ahead and rerun our dart run build runner build command, and let's see whether we have no more exceptions. So now we don't have exception message, and we have succeeded after 17 seconds with 930 outputs. So we can go to the post. For now we are going to comment this out because we don't need it, and we will go back to this extension as we will need it in the near future. Finally we can go back to the database client, and we actually forgot to export the post. So finally we can close it and go back to the database client. We're going to go inside of the database client pubspec.yaml, and inside of it we're going to import the shared sort all the dependencies. So now we can easily access it inside of the database client. And finally let's go ahead and implement the missing override function inside of the PowerSync database client, and we're going to search for the create post inside of the database client in the GitHub repository, copy it and insert it in the database client create post. Now we will try to understand what we are trying to get here. So first of all, we are trying to check whether the current user ID is not null. If it is null, we are going to return null and we will not execute any SQL command to create an actual post inside of the database client. And otherwise, we are going to have a result that equals to the await future wait. So we are going to concurrently execute and get from the PowerSync DB will execute an SQL function that inserts into posts ID, user ID, caption, media created at with a certain values that we pass inside of the list of objects that has an execute as an optional list of parameters, meaning that this function will return a newly created post with the data that we pass from as a parameters inside of the execute function. Here we select star from profiles where ID equals to the current user ID. So now we're checking if the result is empty. If it is the case, we're returning null as well as in the case of the current user ID when it equals to null. Otherwise, we are accessing the row by using a map string dynamic from, and we are using the result that first as result set. And in order to get access to the result set and the row, we are going to search for the PowerSync repository .dart file, go into the another PowerSync repository .dart file that does the importing. Firstly, hide the user from the Supabase Flutter because we forgot to do this before. More importantly, we are going to export the PowerSync SQL3.dart package. Inside of the database client, we have an access to the result set and the row. Now we can remove the hide of the user. We are deserializing a result.last and casting it as a row, and we are getting the user from JSON because the row, as I said you in previous example, is an implementation of map string dynamic, and the user from JSON is an essentially map string dynamic JSON to a new user of the user to the new instance of the user. And now we are returning a post as well from JSON, and inside of the JSON parameter we pass a row, and we are copying our post instance with an author that we get when we deserializing it from the result that last as a row. So now why we are using the result first and last? Because the actual future wait returns a future list of t of generic type t as long as it as an input of list of futures. So it returns results for this execution and this get method. So for this one we are getting the post row, and from this one we get the profile row. After we have a complete implementation of the create post inside of the database client, we can implement it inside of the posts repository by using a database client create post with all the required parameters. And now inside of the test.dart file, we can replace the to-do create post, and we're going to read repository, import the Flutter block, import the Flutter, import the user, import the posts repository, and we're going to call a create post method. As an ID, we are going to pass a post ID, generates a random ID based on UUID library that we have created as our custom UID generator, having a global access to it without accessing it directly from the UID generator class, because we have an anonymous constructor that doesn't allow us to directly use the UID generator and to initialize it outside of this file. On top of it, we are going to need the user ID, since we can create posts being authenticated in the account, and since we can create the post only as an author, we are not going to specify the user ID as a parameter. We can remove it, and inside of the database client create post we can remove the user ID as well. So finally, instead of using the user ID parameter, we can use the current user ID getter that we specifies the value of at the very top of the PowerSync database client by accessing the Supabase auth current session user.id. So now we don't need to specify the user ID because we always know that we are going to create a post with the current authenticated user ID. And as a last argument inside of the create post method, we have a media. For now, we have create post props, and inside of the props we have selected images details. So in order to make the process of selecting the details of the props a bit more convenient, we are going to predefine a list of media that is going to be as late, and we're going to define a getter for the select files that we get from the widget, props, details, selected files. And finally, inside of the initStat method, we can define the media value and assign it to the selected files that we have just created as a get method and map it and check for the each element whether it is the image, because each element is a selected byte, and a selected byte, a selected file, selected byte, and boolean that says whether it's image or not, and it is automatically covered by the custom media picker that we have created before. And lastly, if it is the image, we are returning the memory image media with the bytes set to the element that selected byte and the ID to the random, and the ID equal to the random UV or UID. The same stands for the memory video media. The element is the video. We are returning an instance of the memory video media with the random ID and the file set to element that selected file. And we are finally converting the mapping result from iterable by default to list. I wish I could say that we could go ahead and use this media inside of this media argument in order to create our post. But unfortunately, the media accepts only a type of string. We could access this, we could convert our list to a string by using a JSON encode. This is a bit more complicated than that. Before we get started to implement this logic, we're going to define the upload post method that will accept, and as a required parameter we're going to specify a list of map and name it media. And in here we're going to return a function that will simply convert the media that we get from the media parameter, encode it. So now we have the upload post void callback that has a required parameter of list map string dynamic and that called media, and we are encoding it to the string type that is accessible inside of the create post method. So after it, let's go ahead and check whether the widget is real. If it's the case, we're going to call a try catch block, and in a try catch block we are going to define the post ID and the storage from the Supabase instance client storage from posts. So we can go to the Google Chrome inside of this dashboard, inside of the Supabase dashboard, we can search for the storage, and as you can see we have three different buckets. The first one for the avatars, the second one for the posts, and the third one for the stories. So in this case we will need the posts. In here we are going to actually store all the media that all of our posts will have inside of it. This is why we are using Supabase instance client storage from posts. Now we can import the PowerSync repository, and after it we can define the late final media path with the post ID that we initializing a bit, that we are initializing in here. We can add a slash to it and say video 0. We can go ahead and define a selected file that equals to the selected files that we get in the getters right above it, but in short, it's just widgets, props, details, and selected files. And we are accessing the first element of this list of selected files. After it, we are extracting the first frame from the selected file by using the video plus class get video thumbnail that accepts the file of the video itself, and it returns the uint 8 list nullable feature, and we want to await the value of this video plus that get video thumbnail. After it we are going to define the blur hash for our video, because first we are checking if it's the real. So if it's the case, we are returning a blur hash, we are assigning the blur hash, and we are checking if the first frame is equal to null, we are returning an empty string. Otherwise we are using the blur hash plus class, the blur hash encode method that essentially uses the blur hash package and encodes the bytes that we pass as a parameter inside of the blur hash encode with this exact component x and component y values equal to 4 and 3. Now we can go ahead and compress the video by using the video plus that compress video with the exact selected file, because actually the selected file is a selected byte, and on the selected byte we can access the selected file. And in the compressed video method from the video plus uses the video compress and returning the result of the compress video method directly from the video compress package that returns a media info. And the media info itself contains a few more parameters inside of it, such as path, title, author, width, height, orientation, file size, duration, is cancel, and the actual file that has been compressed. And now, since the value of this function is nullable, we are using a nullable aware operator and we are accessing a file. And if it is null, we are going to return the selected file, that we are trying to actually compress. The video plus compression returned null. After it, we are extracting the bytes from the video and we are assigning it to a new value, to a new parameter called compressed video bytes. After it, we are going to define an attachment file that we doesn't have for a moment, and it will essentially just contain a few more useful parameters inside of it, so we can easily store it in a single instance of a class. We can go to the shared, and inside of the models we can go ahead and create the attachment file, the dart. Now we can go to the GitHub repository and copy the content of the attachment underscore file, the dart. We can paste it inside of this file. We are going to import a few more dependencies inside of the pubspec.yaml inside of the shared, such as HTTP parser. On top of it, we are going to need a dev dependency called freezed, and as a regular dependency, we are going to add freezed annotation. And as a last dependency in this file, we are going to need a DO. And on top of this attachment file, we are going to go to the config, utilities, extensions, and in the extensions, we are going to create a string extension.dart file, and in here we're going to create a string extension on string, and we're going to return a media type as a getter of the media type with the following logic that will format the string to the lowercase and will check whether it ends with hike. It will return a media type and it will parse it to image hike. Otherwise, we are going to look up for the MIME type of this string, and if the MIME type is equal to null, we are going to get the null. Otherwise, we are returning a media type that parse with the MIME type that we get from the lookup MIME type function that we are going to get from the MIME dependency that we're going to import inside of the pubspec.yaml. So now we're going to import the MIME dependency. This is it for the string extension, and now we're going to import the HTTP parser in order to have an access to the media type class. Now inside of the extensions.dart file, we can export the string extension.dart file. This is all that we need and is required for the attachment file. Now we can go ahead inside of the shared folder once again, run the following command: dart run build runner build. Now we can wait until the required files for the attachment file.dart is generated. Now, as you can see, we have a success message, meaning that all the generated files required for the attachment file.dart has been automatically generated. Now we can close the console. We can go ahead in the models.dart file and export the attachment file that we have just created. And finally, inside of the user profile create post.dart file, we can access the attachment file, and right after attachment we are going to execute the upload binary on storage that we get from the Supabase, and we are going to have a file options. We are going to set the content type argument to the attachment media type MIME type that is going to return the media's types MIME type. The cache control will be set to this exact value, and it will preserve the cache for this specific media for as long as we specify in the cache control argument. After it, we are going to access the media URL from the storage.get public URL with the exact media path that we assign in this late final variable, and the name for it video underscore 0, because if the media is real, we are going to have only one media inside of a single file, so we don't need to enumerate through any of selected files. This is why we are actually accessing the first element, because it's certain that we will have only one file
if it's the case of the real media. And after it, we have another variable called first frame URL that we are going to assign by checking if the first frame that is type of uint at least is not null. In this case, we are going to assign a new variable called first frame path with the exact same post ID that we have created on top of this tire cache block, and we're going to call it video first frame 0, and we're going to execute await storage upload binary function on top of the storage that will essentially upload the uint at least instead of the using. And in the file options, we are specifying the exact same thing that we did in the example. After it, we are assigning the first frame URL to the storage.getPublic URL of the first frame path that and we do the same for the media URL itself. And after it, we can assign a list of map string dynamic and call it media. And inside of it, we're going to have media ID, URL, blur hash, and first frame URL, and all of that we have specified right above it. And now this media we can use in order to upload the post, and we're going to pass inside of it the required parameter for the media that it has to accept in order to create a post itself. And after it, if it's not the case of the real, we're going to specify the storage once again, create a media, and we are going to enumerate through each of the selected files that lengths that we have in our details that again from the props. And now we're going to assign the selected byte, selected files, and whether it's whether the selected file that we are currently checking is the video by having this file extension that uses the path of the file, making it to the lowercase and checking whether it contains an MP4 with a start index of the path that length -5. Now we are assigning the blur hash string for the media itself. After it, we are assigning the uint at least converted bytes, and now we are checking whether the media is video. If it's the case, we are converting the bytes. We are assigning the converted bytes to the video plus get video thumbnail with the selected file inside of it, and the blur hash is equal to the converted bytes is equal to the empty string if the converted bytes that we get from the get video thumbnail function is null. Otherwise, we are returning a blur hash plus that blur hash encode with the converted bytes inside of it. If the media is not a video, we are simply returning a blur hash. We are simply assigning the blur hash to the await blur hash plus that blur hash encode with the selected byte inside of it. In case it's not a video, we don't need the converted bytes. The converted bytes is needed only in case a media is a video. So now we are defining the media extension by splitting the path by the symbol of dot, accessing the last of the string of the list of strings that is got from the split method, and lowering the case. In any case, it's an uppercase, and we are defining the media path with the exact post ID that we define, and we are checking the media type is not a video. We are returning, we are using the image underscore and using the $sign with each I variable that we get from the for loop. Otherwise, we are returning, we are using the video underscore $I as the name of our media path. After it, we are defining the uint list bytes, and now we are once again checking if the media is video, and in here we are using the try catch block, so the whole process of the enumerating through each selected file that we have picked from the media picker is not blocked by a single exception from for a compression of a video. We are using here a try catch block for this case, and we are using the compressed video, and we are getting the compressed video from the video plus that compressed video function, and we are defining the value of bytes equal to the pick image bytes, and the provided file will equal to the compressed video file. Otherwise, if the try catch block caught the exception, we are simply assigning a bytes value to the selected byte that we get for each selected files by an index using the selected byte parameter variable inside of the
selected byte. After it, we are going to use await storage upload binary and upload the file with the exact file options that we had before. And after it, we are going to define the media URL by using the get public URL with the media path, using the defining the first frame URL and checking if the converted bytes that we are defining on top is not null. We are going to upload everything that is required for the first frame path for the video with the exact same file options, but using the media extension. In this case, we are defining the media type, assigning it to the value of video media that identifier, otherwise an image media identifier. And finally, we're once again checking if the media is video. We are adding the map string dynamic to the list of map string dynamic that is called media, and assigning here this string, this value key pairs. And after it, we can finally call the upload post with the media that we define right above the for loop that enumerates, that goes for each selected file and does this process for each of them. Right below, we have the go home that call that we have defined right above the try catch block that executes all of this code, and right below the go home that call method, we are going to toggle loading indeterminate and set the enable argument to false. Therefore, the app loading progress will be automatically disappeared. So in the case of the success, executing the open snackbar method shows a snackbar message of a success with the title set to the successfully created post. And in the case of the failure, we are toggling the loading indeterminate as well, but in this case we are opening the snackbar with the snackbar message.error and assigning the title value to the failed to create post. So it's clear for user that the post has been successfully created. So finally, we can use this on share tab method inside of the bottom navigation bar. We are going to copy it from the GitHub repository inside of the user profile create post.dart file called the publish post button class that is a stateless widget. It will simply return a bottom map bar with the child of column, with the main exercise size set to main exercise that main, with the app divider and the padding of the horizontal and vertical set to app spacing medium, and the tappable button that has an on-tap function that equals to the on-share tab void callback method that we get as a required parameter from the publish post button, and we're setting the border radius of this button to 6, the color of the tappable to app colors.blue, and we are aligning the content of the tappable itself with the padding set to the edge insets symmetric vertical and horizontal set to app spacing MD, and as a child we are using the text with the value of the context.ltnn.share post text with the style of the context.label large that we are accessing as an extension from the text style extension built on top of the build context. So now inside of the bottom navigation bar we can use this publish post button with an on-share tab function that will be executed each time we click on this publish button with the caption controller that text value. So now straight after we have created a publish post button, we can add a caption text field inside of the column, inside of the single child scroll view that we have inside of the actual body of our application, of our create post page. So now let's go ahead and create a caption input field class that is a stateful widget with the text editing controller caption and on submitted function are required parameters inside of it. In the build method, we are going to return an app text field with a border set to input border.none, text controller set to widget.caption controller, content padding edge.insets 0, text input type text, text input type action, text input action, new line, and the text capitalization will be equal to the text capitalization that sentences, and the hint text will be equal to the context.ltnn right with the 3 dots at the end, and with an on field submitted that will be executed if the user has submitted the form field of this exact caption input field. And on top of it, we are going to define a late string initial caption that we are going to initialize in the initStat method that will initially be equal to the widget that caption that is a required parameter inside of the caption input field itself. In the did update widget, we are going to check if the old widget that caption is not equal to the initial caption. We are going to call a setStat method and assign an initial caption value to the new value of the widget caption because the value of the old caption not equal to the initial caption initial caption widget's value. Straight after it, we are going to define a string method that will extract an effective value from the widget caption controller text.trim with an optional string parameter inside of it, and with a nullable with a two question mark, it will return either a value if it's no null, otherwise widget caption controller text trim, and the trim essentially will return the string without any leading and trailing white spaces. And straight below it, we are going to define a boolean method that checks whether the initial caption equals to the effective value of the value that we get as a nullable parameter inside of this function. We are going to define a non-field submitted function by using this value that we get from this function directly, and we're going to check if the value that we get from it is equal to the initial caption. We're going to return a null as a function inside of this argument. Otherwise, we're going to execute widget on submitted function with an effective value, and inside of it, we're going to pass a nullable string that we as well get from this on-field submitted function. Now we can use this caption input field instead of this to-do caption text field. Caption input field. So inside of this caption input field, as a caption controller parameter, we are going to use the underscore caption controller that we initializing at the top create post page state. Now we're going to remove the constant of this single child scroll view, and as a caption parameter, we are going to specify caption controller text trim, and as a non-submitted function, we are going to call an onShare tab that I have previously explained for you. So as soon as we hit the forward button on the keyboard, it will execute a non-submitted function that is essentially an onShare tab. Therefore, it will automatically create a post when the user taps on the done button. Save the changes for our application, and we can go into the terminal, go to the root of our application and run flutter pub get command to resolve all the dependencies that we had added previously, and we are going to wait for a bit. So now if we go to the debug console and we hot reload our application, there should be no exceptions. As you can see, we have successfully hot reloaded our application, meaning that we have successfully resolved and updated all the dependencies that we have added previously. And just for a second, let's go ahead and try to look at the page that we has created for now. And just for a moment, before we started to implement the preview of the media that user has picked, we are going to quickly review what we have already created in our user profile create page. But as you can see here, we have late initialization error. Field tabs text has not been initialized. Inside of the console, the pick image custom media picker on the line 135, the usage of this tabs text. In the image picker, there is an init method that we have to call in order to initialize the tabs text, because by default it's late. Always have to define this. We always have to call this init method from anywhere we to actually initialize the tabs text to use it. If you remember, the tabs text is essentially just a class that contains all the required localizable text. Actually, our custom media picker uses to display. So now we can go to the app view.dart file, and inside of the view we can create app init utilities.dart file, and inside of the app init utilities.dart file, we are going to define an init utilities void method that will accept the context and the locale as the parameters inside of it, and we are going to define whether the locale of the current context is equal to the locale that we are trying to pass inside of the init utilities, and if it is the same, we are going to return nothing.
in case we somehow changed the locale to the same that we previously had. After it, we are going to assign a new value to the L10N from the context that we are passing to the init utilities. And after it, we are going to call the pick image singleton straight away and use the init and pass here a tabs text with the tabs class inside of it. And in each of the we are going to specify the appropriate the respective value from the L10N from the app localization. And as you can see, we doesn't have the new avatar image text, so we can quickly go ahead and update our app_en.arb file in our application. Go to the terminal, run flutter gen L10N in our English ARB file for the commas and replace them with the double commas. So now we can run this command once again, and as you can see, we now have successfully generated the new avatar image text. So now we can use this init utilities method inside of the app view Dart file by calling widgets bindings instance add post frame callback, and we are going to call this init utilities on the create media button. Well, so for now we can't be actually automatically navigated to the tab or the zero. The context that we are using actually doesn't have an access to the stateful navigation shell. So we are actually going to mark it as a to-do, and we are going to come back to as we are going to actually implement the feed page in our application. But for now, leave it as it is for now. Don't worry, we are going to cover it. We are going to cover everything in this tutorial. So after we have completed the page for the picking up the media and publishing our post, we can try to finish it with the creation of the reel. So specifically for the reel creation, we are going to implement on create reel tap void function inside of the user profile page. We are going to replace the empty function with the arrow function that will execute the pick image singleton to pick video, and it will essentially use the extension on the context that will push us to the custom scroll view with some of the parameters that we can pass inside of this push to custom picker. It has a parameter called onMediaPicked that will be executed when the user has already picked some media and he actually wants to publish inside of the page that we have just created specifically for the publishing, where the user can review the media that he has chosen. And on top of it, we're going to specify the extra with the create post props, and we're going to pass here details as well as the is real boolean set to true. We can reload our application, go to the user profile page, click on the create media button, click on the reel button, and as you can see now, we can choose only from videos, because as you can see, we have picked option to pick only videos. And by default, the pick video has a multi-images parameter set to false, meaning that we can choose only one at a time. And the max selection set to true as a default value. As a source, there is an image source that both, meaning that we can both select from the gallery and the video. But unfortunately, if you remember, for the iOS, the emulator unfortunately doesn't provide for you the virtual camera to test the actual functionality. In order to see that the video is working, you have to have a real device connected to your macOS, otherwise it will not be function. Therefore we see this no camera found message. But on Android, but on an actual device, I guarantee you that it will work as expected. So as I said before, in the gallery we can choose only a single video at the time, because the multi-images set to false, because the reel itself is recognizable only to have a single video at a time. So if the post have more than one video, or it has the video and the image, it is not an actual reel, it's just a post. So this is why we are specifically using this pick video with the multi images set to false, and we are specifying here is real to true, because we are actually we actually want to create a reel. We have an option to create a reel by specifying only a single image from the generic media picker itself. it doesn't matter where we pick this video, but in here we have an option only to choose from videos specifically. So technically it's the same whether to pick the reel or post, but here the user has option to choose only from videos. So now we can click on the arrow button, and as you can see there is the same UI. We have an option to write a caption for our post, and instead of the actual video display we have a video text just as a placeholder for now, and we can actually pass here a caption. Very good video, worth watching. Now we can click the share button. The app loading indicator started to, and this time as you can see we have been automatically popped from the screen, because as you remember in the user profile create post we have a go home that checks if the widget props is real set to true. We will our screen twice, so this is why we have been automatically redirected. This is why the application has automatically popped the screens that we had. So now we are in the user profile page, and as you can see with this posts count, it indicates that we have successfully created all of our 3 posts, and on top of it we can see it inside of our Supabase database. And in this time we can go to the storage, and as you can see for and for 2 more posts that we have created, they have been created for 2 more posts media. So in the video, so in the folder that is related to the post that is essentially a reel, there is 2 files. The first one to display it in actual video, and the second one is to display the video first frame, to have a preview of the video itself without playing it first. We are going to need it as we will implement the feed page. So for now this is pretty much all that we were about to create in order to provide for user an ability to create a post and a reel specifically. But as I said before, technically there is no difference between these pages. The first one is specifically set to choose only one image, and the second one can choose from any option that the user can choose, either photo, video, or the gallery, either image or video, and as well as cropping the actual image. So our final design looks almost the same we have just created, despite the fact that we doesn't have this big image, but it's going to be fixed very soon. So for now, let's go ahead and since the user can create the post, now we are going to finally display them in our feed page. And so now let's finally dive into the for the feed page itself. So finally the user can completely create a post from the create media bottom sheet, pick up the desired option whether to create a post or a reel. So after all, he will be able to see it in the feed page, but we are going to start designing and implementing the logic for the feed page after we finish the user profile completely, so that we can click on this button to display the user statistics, and finally edit the user profile count as well. And as a final touch, we will implement a reusable component for the user profile avatar that will be used in our entire application. Everywhere we will want to display an avatar that will have connected access to a single source of stories in the future, so that we will not need to re-implement the same logic several times. So in our next task, we are going to design the screen where user can see the info about his followers and followings. The final design for both of these pages is going to look like on these 2 screenshots. So on the first screenshot, the user can see the followers that he currently has with these cool list styles in it, and in each list style he can seamlessly remove this follower from his account by pressing on this remove button, as well as follow to the follower that he has in case he is not followed yet. And the same goes for the followings page, where the user can see the info about the user that he is following, as well as the button that he can tap and automatically unfollow from the user as soon as the user will tap on the unfollow button, so that it becomes blue. The user from the list of followings will not be immediately removed, so he can follow to this user back again as many times as he stays inside of this page. So for example, if he pressed on the following button and became
and the button became blue. If he go back now to the user profile page, opens up the following page once again, he will not be able to see the user that he has unfollowed just now. Essentially, the last thing that this page itself has, that will contain an app bar with the back button and the tab bar itself, which will contain only two tabs which user can tap respectively to switch between these different tabs to see either followers or followings page. So now let's go back to the VS Code editor, and inside of the user profile widgets, let's go ahead and create user profile statistics.dart file. Inside of it, we are going to create a stateful widget called user profile statistics, and inside of it, we are going to pass a tab index integer parameter that will define the initial tab that the user is going to see when he will click on this statistics button. So for example, clicking on the followers, the tab index will be 0, so the user will automatically see from scratch the page with the followers info. And the same goes with tapping on the following button. It will have the initial tab index of 1, meaning that we are going to display for the user the info about the list of his followings. So inside of the build method, we are going to return an app scaffold, and inside of the body parameter, we are going to use a nested scroll view. So essentially, the top level page, as I said you before, we have the sliver app bar that will goes into the header sliver builder. Inside of it, we are going to display the tab bar view. So now inside of the header sliver builder, we are going to return a list of widgets and return a sliver overlap observer with a handle set to nested scroll view that sliver overlap observer handler for context. And the sliver will be the user profile statistics app bar that we are going to define right below the user profile statistics page. Now inside of it, it has a controller parameter that will essentially be used inside of the tab bar itself that displays the tabs that user can switch between, and the tab bar has following settings. And the first tab will have a context.ltnn.followers count text value that is a plural localizable text that will display the only one follower text if the count is 1. In any other cases, it will display a followers text. And the same goes with the following count text with the following scout count that we get by selecting from the context using the user profile block and selecting the followings count and followers count that we are going to get from the user profile block itself when we are going to subscribe to the event that will automatically emit the new value of the followers and followings count respectively as the user follow to another user or he remove the follower from his account. Now we are going to define the body inside of the nested scroll view. We are going to return here a tab bar view with the controller tab bar controller that we are going to define on top, and inside of the init state method we are going to initialize the tab controller and set the length of it to 2, and the vsync parameter we are going to assign to this. And in order to have an ability to use this within the user profile statistics state, we're going to use the ticker provider state mixin in order to have an ability to use the ticker itself that is required inside of the vsync parameter as displayed in here, the type of ticker provider. And right below the initializing the tab bar controller, we're going to use the widgets binding that instance that add post frame callback that will essentially automatically animate the tab bar controller to the index that we are passing as a parameter inside of the user profile statistics as I explained you before. So initially we are going to have either 0 or 1 index so that the tab bar controller will be automatically animated to this specific value. So in the side of the children of the tab bar view, we are going to respectively display either a tab for followers or followings. So now let's start designing the tab for the followers that will look exactly the same as on the screenshot. So for it, let's go back to the widgets folder, and you're going to create the user profile followers.dart file, and inside of it we are going to define a brand new widget with the name of the user profile followers that as well is going to use the automatic keep alive client mixin that is going to automatically handle the life cycle of the widget, and it is going to preserve the state of the internal state of the widget. So
it's not rebuilt when we are going to switch between these two tabs on the user profile statistics page. Therefore, in this case, we are going to use this automatically keep alive client mixin. Now we're going to define the super build context widget method that is required to be called in any widget that uses the automatic keep alive client mixin. And we're going to define the followers by selecting the context and providing the block.state.followers from the user profile block. And inside of the initState method, we're going to call the user profile followers subscription requested event from the user profile block. And straight after it, we are going to override the value of the won't keep alive of this widget and set it to true. After it, we're going to return a custom scroll view inside of the build method, and in the cache extend argument we're going to pass a value of 2760, and inside of the list of slivers we are going to pass sliver overlap injector with a handle of the nested scroll view that sliver overlap absorber handle for. We're going to need this sliver overlap injector because inside of the user profile we're going to need the sliver overlap injector because inside of the user profile statistics we are using the nested scroll view, and as we define the header sliver builder, inside of it we use the sliver overlap absorber that will automatically preserve the actual body from overlapping with the actual header sliver builder. And in order to apply the changes so that our body with the custom scroll view will not overlap with the actual app bar that will contain the following content on top, we're going to use this sliver overlap injector. So right below it, we're going to define the sliver list.builder that will actually display the list tile with the info about the user that we are either following or about the user that follows us. So inside of the item count, we're going to pass the followers.length, and inside of the item builder, we're going to use the followers that we have defined on top by the each index in the item builder, assign the variable and call it the user, and return the user profile list style. And inside of the arguments, we're going to pass the user that we have defined and the boolean flag whether or not we're going to display the follower list style. So inside of the widgets, we're going to create the user profile list style.dart, and we're going to quickly copy and paste it from GitHub repository. So inside of this user profile list style, we are defining a class that extends the stateful widget called user profile list style itself. And as I said before, it has the required parameters that stands for the user that we want to display the info about, and the boolean flag that represents whether we want to display the follower list style or the following. In the init method, we are going to check whether we are rendering the list style for the follower. In case we are going to assign a new value to the future boolean that is called underscore is followed to the context future boolean that we get from the is followed function that comes from the database client that essentially returns result and checking whether or not it's empty by select, and the SQL command selects only one value from subscriptions where subscriber ID is equal to follower ID and subscribe to ID will equal to the user ID that we are passing inside of these parameters, so that basically we can use this is followed inside of the future builder and get a lazy result of whether the user is followed to the user that follows us, whether we are following the user. Right below it, we are defining some methods to remove follower that will execute the confirm action, and inside we are just passing a few extra parameters that defines the title, content, confirm text, and no text for the confirm action itself, and as a function that will be executed if the user will confirm the action, it will execute the user profile remove follower requested event that we are going to implement inside of the user profile block. After it, we have the void follow method that will execute the user profile follow user requested method and will use the widget.user.id as a value that we're going to pass as an optional parameter inside of this event that is going to process the data and automatically follow the user that we clicked on. And inside of the build method, we are defining the profile of the user that is currently broadcasting inside of the user profile block by accessing it from the state, and we are selecting the current user from the app block assigning the name of this variable to me, and we're checking whether the list style of the user is actually equal to the currently authenticated user by checking the IDs of the user that we are passing inside of the parameters with the user that we get from the app block. After it, we're checking whether the profile from the user profile block is the same as the profile from the current user profile block, because we can render this user profile list style from different places. For example, in case where we go to the user profile statistics page from the bottom navigation bar, we will obviously have the isMine boolean set to true, because both the user profile block and the app block will broadcast the same type of the user, that will be the current user. But in case we have navigated to the other user's profile, we will have different values. This is why we have to check it, because depending on different values of these boolean flags, we are going to render different widgets and have different behaviors inside of the user profile list style. So in general, just in the build method, we are returning a tappable that will navigate us to the user profile page with the parameters of the widget.user ID. Inside the tappable, we are returning a row as a representation of a list style, and we have we are going to have the exact design with the user profile avatar, the user profile full name, username first. If it's null, is going to display the user full name and actually the user full name first, otherwise it's going to display the username, the remove follower button, and the same goes with the following list style. And here where the follower boolean comes when we are going to check which of these buttons to render, whether the remove or following button. So as it is for now, we doesn't have this user profile, user stores avatar reusable widget. So for now, we're going to simply replace it with the circle avatar, set the radius to 26. As a foreground image, we're going to use the network image with the URL of widget.user.avatar URL, otherwise the empty string. So after it, we are defining the expanded with a row inside, flexible column, default text style, row, and here we're displaying the username as I said you before, but on top of it we're using the flexible in order to make the actual full name take as less space as it can potentially have without without overflowing. But in case it overflows, it's going to display the follow text button as displayed on the screenshot, and as well as the following button inside of the following page is going to be either blue if we haven't subscribed to the profile page of this exact account. Otherwise, if we tap on this button, it's going to become gray until we go back to the user profile page and return back to the user profile followers page. So after it, we are not going to see this follow button anymore. And straight below, inside of the column, we are displaying the user display full name shown in the screenshot, and after it we have a gap with the value of appspacing.md, and we are displaying the button for the remove or following that is called user action button. Here we are passing the user as a parameter, whether to display the follower button to remove it from the current list of the user followers, whether it's mine or whether we are displaying the list style of the currently authenticated user, and an on-tap function that will be follow, otherwise is going to execute the remove follower function. As the last widget, we are checking if the value of isMine equal to true. We are going to return a list of widgets with a gap and the flexible with a tappable, that is essentially this options button that will either execute nothing or will allow us to remove the follower from the list of the followers of this user. And as a final touch, we are using the spacer between applying to the list of the widgets inside of the row with the value of width set to appspacing.md. And the user action button will return a better stream builder, and as a stream we are going to pass the following status, and the user ID we are going to pass user.id from the parameters inside of this widget. In the builder method, we are going to return the user profile button with following parameters. After, we are going to define the child, which will check for 3 different values: follower, isMine, and isMe. In different scenarios, we are going to remove either the follower remove button or the following button, and in case none of these states were actually true,
we are going to return null. So in case of null of this child, we are going to return sized box that shrink. Otherwise, we are going to wrap the child with the flexible set to flex 9. After all, we have the follow text button that will display this text in the same line with the user profile username, and is going to return a future builder with a parameter was followed that is equal to the is followed that we are assigning in the initSet method if we want to return a follower button. So it's going to lazily check whether we was followed to this user. If the was followed is null and the was followed equal to true, we are not going to return anything, so we're going to display the sized box that shrink. Otherwise, we're going to return a better string builder once again with the following status, and we're going to check if the followed and was followed both equal to true. We're going to return an empty widget. Otherwise, we're going to return a text that rich with a text pan, and inside of the text pan children's, we're going to return this text that will visually separate the user name and the follow text itself. And as an actual follow text, we're going to define a recognizer with a non-type function that will add the user profile follow user requested event with the user ID from the parameters inside of the follow text button. Now inside of the widgets, we can export user profile list style .dart, and we're going to export the user profile followers .dart file. And after all, we're going to go inside of the user profile block, and we're going to implement the user profile followers subscription requested. Before we will dive into the database client, and we will implement the missing functions inside of the user-based repository. We're going to have two extra methods. The first one is going to return a stream of users in a list of the user identified by the user ID that we get from the required argument inside of this function. We're going to define the get followings function that will return a future list of users with the same required string user ID argument that will define which users followings we want to return. So now inside of the PowerSync database client itself, we are going to implement these functions. So the first one will be the get followings. This essentially will return followings from the database. So first things first, we are defining the followings user ID that we want to return a profile from. We're selecting the subscribed to ID from the subscriptions, where the subscriber ID is equal to the user ID that we want to get the followings list. And if the followings user ID is empty, we are returning nothing. After it, we are defining a empty list of followings, and we are using the for loop, and for each followings user ID we get the followings, and for each we are defining a result is a PowerSync repository db execute with the following select statement that will select everything from profiles where ID is equal to the followings user ID subscribed to ID. So why we are using this followings user ID? Because actually in the followings user ID we are selecting the subscribed to ID, and the followings user ID is actually a result set. And as I said you previously, the result set is an implementation of the list of rows, and the row is an implementation of the map string dynamic. So essentially the followings user ID as is a list of map string dynamic, so we are iterating through the list of map string dynamic, and for each of them we are going to have the subscribed to ID, and we are going to actually display the profile of this exact subscribed to ID user profile, and we are going to convert the result that first by using the user from JSON, and we are going to add this following to the followings list, and as a final touch we are going to return the followings list that we got using the for loop for each followings user ID. And finally we are going to define a stream list of users. We're going to mark it as an asynchronous operator specifically for the stream. We're going to do pretty much the same stuff, but instead of using the get all on top of the DB, we're going to use the watch, which will return a stream of the result set instead of the just result set. And so essentially each time the subscriptions updates, this SQL query will be re-executed. So we are going to have the updated result each time the subscribers, the followers of the user updates. Now we are going to actually use the await for. It's a unique keyword for the stream only to await the actual result from the stream to get a single result set. And after it, we're going to define the followers list of empty list of users, and we're going to define the followers futures that will await the future wait, and it will map the result where the row is not empty, and it's going to use the safe map that we have defined previously that will actually log us an error that some of the elements was failed to convert to another element, so that the whole list of the results will not be ruined by the one exception that was caught. So in the map itself, we're going to get an optional profile from the DB, and we're going to access the subscriber ID as we get it from the select statement of the row, and we're going to actually use the for loop for each followers futures, and we're going to access the user because the get optional will return us a nullable row, and we're going to check whether the user is equal to null. We're going to continue checking for the next user that is not equal to null, and we're going to convert the row by using the user from JSON factory constructor, and we're going to add this brand new user to the followers list of users, and at the very end of the await for, we're going to yield the list of followers. Overall, this function may look not performant and not optimized, because if a single recording inside of the subscription will, the whole list of users will be re-rendered, meaning that it will take up a lot of time to compute this function, this logic, and eventually if the list of followers too big, it will cause a lot of laggings in the application. In terms of simplicity in the tutorial, we are going to leave it as it is for now. So now we can finally go to the user repository, and we're going to implement inside of it two missing overrides function, and we're going to simply call it from the database client with exactly the same parameters inside of them. So now we can use them inside of the user profile block. Now we're going to use the on event, and we're going to proceed the user profile followers subscription requested, and we're going to implement the on user profile follower subscription requested method, which will accept the user profile follower subscription requested event and the user profile state. And inside of the asynchronous function, we're going to use emit for each, and as a stream we are going to pass user repository followers. As a user ID, we are going to use the underscore user ID, and on each data we're going to have a list of the followers, and we're going to copy the state and return it with a new followers and emit the state in the user profile block itself. And lastly, we're going to define another on event, but this time we're going to process user profile fetch followings requested, and we're going to implement this event as well. Profile fetch followings requested, specify the user profile state, and we're going to call the try catch block, and we're going to have followers, and we're going to await the value from the user repository, and we're going to emit state, copy this with the followers and rename it to the followings, because we are fetching for the followings. So now finally inside of the user profile block, we have an implementation of both user profile fetch followings requested and the user profile followers subscription requested. Now we can go back to the database client, and we are going to have once again another function, and we are going to call it the remove follower with the required string parameter of the user ID, so that it will allow us to remove the user from the followers list. Now we're going to implement it inside of the PowerSync database client, and we're going to check if the current user ID equal to null. We will not process this function, otherwise we will execute the PowerSync.db SQL command, and we're going to delete from subscriptions where subscriber ID equal to the user ID that we get as a parameter from this function, and the subscribed to ID is equal to the current user ID. Go to the user repository and implement this function inside of it database client remove follower. So now finally we can implement it inside of the database, inside of the user profile block, call on user profile remove follower requested, and we're going to implement this event with the user profile remove follower requested, and as a state we're going to pass user profile state, and we're going to use an on try catch block, and we're going to await user repository remove follower, and we're going to pass an optional event that user ID, otherwise the user underscore ID. And this is pretty much all for the implementation inside of the user profile block for the user profile remove follower requested event. So now finally we can go to the routes and define a brand new route for the user profile statistics. So right after the page builder of the user, bottom navigation app bar, inside of the list of routes, we are going to define a brand new go route for the user statistics that you can copy from the GitHub repository, and we are going to import the user repository, post repository, and the user profile statistics from the user profile page, and we're going to export the user profile statistics .dart file, and inside of it we're going to ignore the lines longer than 80 characters. So essentially we are wrapping the user profile statistics page with the block provider, and we are initially adding the user profile subscription requested event, user profile followings count subscription requested, and the user profile followers count subscription requested. So initially when we are going to see the user profile statistics page, we are going to have a value of the current user, of the followings count, and the followers count of the user that we want to see the statistics of. And from query parameters we are accessing the user ID as well as the tab index by using the state.extra, casting it as an integer and passing the tab index inside of the user profile statistics itself. And lastly we are using this transition builder with the shared access transition with the animation of type shared access transition type that horizontal. So finally we can tap on the followers, and as you can see, finally we have the page, the top level page, user profile statistics, which have the tabs for the followers and the followings, but we have actually implemented only the followers. So now we can go back to the user profile statistics, and we are going to add a user profile widget that we have just created. And lastly, we are going to add another widget called user profile followings.dart. We are going to quickly copy it from the GitHub repository because it is very similar to the user profile followers page, but instead of the user profile follower subscription requested, we are adding the user profile fetch followings requested as an event inside of the initSet method. Other things are exactly the same, but instead of the followers we have the followings selecting from the user profile block. So now we can export this widget user profile followings.dart, and we can finally use it inside of the children of the tab bar view. So now if we finally navigate to this page, we should no more see this controller's length property exception. So let's quickly go to the Supabase dashboard inside of the table editor, and let's find the subscriptions, and let's insert some dummy data so we can actually, in order to see that we have set up everything correctly, as an ID we can actually edit this column and add a default value of gen underscore random underscore uuid. So a default value of it will be a random ID. So now we can insert a row. We are going to choose the subscriber ID, and I'm actually going to choose any of these except for the user ID that I'm currently authenticated with, and subscribed to ID I'm going to choose the user ID that I'm currently authenticated in. I'm going to click the save button, and we will quickly notice that we have one follower with the exact full name and username of this user that is an actual follower of us, but we are actually displaying only the full name because this user doesn't have the username. Therefore it is null, and in case of null we are displaying the follower the full name instead of the username. And we can click on the follow button, and as you can see inside of the following list, this user has been automatically added to the list of the followings, as well as the counter has been also incremented. So now we can either unfollow or follow this user back and forth, and as you can see, makes it possible to follow and unfollow this user for as many times as we can without instantly removing it from this list. And we can finally try to remove the follower from this list of our followers, and as you can see now we have no more any followers that are subscribed to our account, and all of these changes has automatically applied inside of the Supabase database. So as you can see now we have both functional followers and followings page, as well as the top level user profile statistics page, the router. Now we can quickly set up inside of the routes the user profile page so that we can see other users profiles info, we can go inside of the GitHub repository, search for the user profile, copy this and paste it right above the stateful shell route index stack, because it's going to be a normal route. For now, we are going to remove the props inside of this route, and we're going to remove the block provider. So now we can test whether we will be navigated to the user profile page if we tap on this list style of this user. And as you can see, now we can successfully navigate to other user profile page. It functions exactly like the user profile page that we have in our bottom nav bar. By default, we can unfollow this user, we can follow it, we can see this user's followers and followings pages as well, and we can continue this loop for as many times as we want, and we can navigate back as well. So this is how it's going to look like. We are going to actually implement the reusable widget for the user profile, our avatar, as I said you before, so that we can tap on it and navigate to the user profile page as well. So as our next task, we will design and implement a reusable widget for the user profile avatar so that we can reuse it everywhere, and it has the same design in each page of our application and has the same function. Now finally we can start implementing the reusable avatar profile that we can use everywhere in our application with the exact design in the each place. But before, we are going to search for the avatar image picker inside of the Instagram Blogs UI, and we are going to implement the pick image functionality, because previously we didn't have the picker, the custom picker in our application, therefore we couldn't pick the actual image from the gallery or from the camera. So now we can use it, and here is the code itself that will allow us to pick an image from the gallery, and the source will be equal to both, meaning that we can choose from both camera, meaning that we can either take the picture from the camera or pick it from the gallery. And we are basically compressing the image file itself here, and after we have compressed, we are making it as a file, getting the compressed bytes of the image, and after it we are calling the onUpload function that we get as a parameter inside of the avatar image picker, and we are passing the bytes and the new file of the compressed image that we have picked from the pick image package. And this pick image function will be executed on tab that we have inside of our tappable button. So we can quickly save our changes, and we can try to log out from our application. And for some reason we were not automatically redirected to the authentication page. We are still in the user profile page. In order to fix this issue, we can go to the route, and at the very bottom you should find the go router app block refresh stream, and in here we are going to actually remove the internal state app state, and we are going to remove the if statement where we were checking the internal app state, whether it equals to the app state that we get from the app block itself when we are subscribing to it, when we are subscribing to stream of the app state, because sometimes, as you can see, the app state can be actually equal to the previous app state, and therefore we have this unexpected behavior in our application when we are stuck in the user profile page and we weren't redirected automatically to the authentication page. So we can simply remove these lines of code, auto reload our application, and we should no more encounter this issue when we will log out from our application. Now we can quickly go to the sign up page, and in here click on the circular avatar picker, and as you can see, we have been automatically navigated to the page where we can pick any image or take a photo from the camera. We can choose one. So now if we pick the image from the gallery, we will not be able to see the actual image that we have picked as a preview instead of this default person icon with the gray background. In order to make the preview of the image that we have just picked visible, we are going to adjust the avatar image picker. Instead of passing the image bytes in this widget, we are going to delete the image bytes parameter. We are going to define the internal image bytes inside of the avatar image picker state, and on top of it you are going to actually convert the avatar image picker to the stateful widget, and after it you can use the image bytes instead of the widget image bytes inside of the circle avatar widget. And lastly, inside of the pick image, we can add the set state that will assign the image bytes to the bytes of the
compressed image that we get from our compressed file of picked image. So now if we hot reload our application and go back to the sign up page, we will quickly notice that if we pick the image, we will be able to immediately see the preview of it. And this is exactly what we were about to achieve. So now we can quickly go back to the sign up page, and in here we are going to convert the sign up view to the stateful widget, and we are going to define here a nullable file. We're going to call it avatar file. We're going to import the dart.io, and inside of the avatar image picker we are going to add an onUpload function, and we are going to need only the avatar file, and we're going to remove the constant of the app scaffold, and inside of it we're going to call the set state, and we're going to assign the avatar file to the file that we get from the onUpload function. And lastly, inside of the sign up button we can pass an avatar file inside of the parameters, remove the constant. Basically we have just defined a file inside of the state of our sign up view, and when the user picks an image from the gallery or take the picture from the camera, the onUpload function will be automatically executed. Therefore, the file that we get from it is going to be automatically assigned to the internal avatar file. And when we're going to tap on the sign up button, it's going to use the avatar file that we have just picked, and is going to provide it to the onSubmit function inside of our signup qubit. But for now it doesn't have support for uploading avatars, so let's quickly implement it inside of this onSubmit function. We can quickly go to the signup qubit inside of the my GitHub repository and copy the code right below the try catch block and paste it in our application. So in general, this code assigns a nullable string called image URL response that we are going to assign to an actual URL of our avatar if the avatar file that we are going to get from the sign up page is not null. And we're going to pass this image URL response as an argument inside of the sign up with a password function, like so. And so basically inside of this if statement we are getting the image bytes, having the avatars storage, using the storage.from avatars, getting the extension of the file by splitting the path of the avatar file with the dot symbol, getting the last value of the list of string that we have just split by this symbol, and converting it to lowercase so it will look like PNG or JPG. The file name is going to be the current date converted to the ISO string with the file extension that we get from this file extension, and the file path is going to be file name, and we're going to upload the binary inside of the avatar storage with the file path image bytes and the file options, and the cache control we are going to pass with this exact value, and the content type we are going to assign to the image slash file extension. And finally we are creating a signed URL from the avatar storage with the exact file path that we get assigned previously, and in here we are going to pass the expires in integer that will tell this signed URL to expire in this exact date. So basically the create signed URL is a bit different from get public URL. The get public URL doesn't have any expiration date, so it can exist, so it cannot expire at all, and it can be accessed without any or access tokens, whereas the create signed URL is going to be available only with the access token and until the expiration. And finally we can call the image URL response inside of the avatar URL inside of the sign up with password function. So let's quickly hot reload our application and let's test this functionality. I'm going to pick up an image real quick. I'm going to use the email. I'm going to give this account a name, username, and I'm going to click on the sign up button, and we will quickly notice that we have successfully created an account with the avatar URL that we have picked from the gallery. And inside of the Supabase dashboard we can search for the storage, and inside of the storage, inside of the avatars, we can see this signed URL that we have created with the exact date when we created it, with the extension type, and with the actual image that we have picked from the gallery. And lastly, in the database we have a function that will automatically delete the previous avatar URL if the user had one, and it will replace it automatically with the new avatar URL that user can pick from the application when he is authenticated already. And we have the trigger itself that will execute the function before update or before delete, delete old avatar, and essentially delete old avatar will just delete the actual old avatar and will replace it with the new avatar URL value. So this was pretty much it for the avatar image picker. Now we can go into the Instagram blocks UI, and inside of the user profile we can create user profile avatar.dart. We can immediately export it in the index, and we can go to the GitHub repository, copy the content of the user profile avatar and paste it inside of this file, and straight away we are going to get rid of the stories. For now we are going to implement it later. So the next thing, we are going to add a dependency called cached network image, and also we are going to import the PowerSync repository, and after it, inside of the build method, we are going to get rid of the has stories variable, and we are going to delete everywhere the reference of this boolean, as well as the get rid of the has stories everywhere. The avatar URL will have three different states. The first one, the default for the user, which doesn't have any stories. The second one, when the user has the stories and we haven't seen them yet. And the third state of the user profile avatar is when the user has the stories but we have already seen them. So it will have the gray border indicating that we have that this user has stories but we have already seen them, whereas the second state will indicate that the user has stories and we haven't seen all of them. So if the user has 3 stories, for example, but we have seen only 2, the avatar URL will still have the gradient border, whereas if we have seen all of them, we are going to have a gray border. And if the user doesn't have any stories, we are going to see a default user profile avatar. So this is why we have been using this boolean that we were defined, but we have removed it for now because we don't have any stories. We're going to need them a bit later. So basically we were checking in the border and gradient functions whether it was true in order to return an appropriate gradient, an appropriate box decoration or gradient for the avatar URL itself, whether it's going to be a gradient with the colors of the primary gradient from the app colors, or the black, or the gradient or the gray border decoration with the appropriate adaptive colors depending on the theme mode of the application. So straight after it, we'll have a placeholder function that will return either a shimmer placeholder or a placeholder, or it will try to return a placeholder builder that we get as a parameter inside of the user profile. Otherwise, it will return a default placeholder by default, which is a circle avatar with the background color set to app colors.gray and the radius, where we are either returning a radius that we get from the parameters as a nullable parameter. Otherwise, we are checking whether the avatar URL is large, returning a 42.0 value. Otherwise, we are checking whether we want to use the adaptive border. So then we are returning the 22.0, otherwise the 18.0. The height is basically a radius multiplied by 2, as well as the width. So now let's quickly go ahead and inside of the widgets create a shimmer placeholder.dart file. In the dependencies, we're going to have a shimmer, and we can go back to the GitHub repository, copy the shimmer placeholder.dart file and paste it inside of this file. So essentially it will return us a shimmer from colors with the base and highlight color that we are defining on top, with the appropriate width and height. And as a child, we're going to pass either a child if we have it not as null. Otherwise, we're going to return an image that is either a placeholder image builder with the width and height, or the default circular placeholder image, or the default placeholder image. The default placeholder image is an assets images placeholder, and the default circular placeholder image is a circle avatar with the exact placeholder image, but in this time with the provider and the radius instead of the width and height. Now we can export the shimmer placeholder.dart file. So now we can use it inside of our user profile avatar. So in order to fix these issues, couldn't resolve this package cache network image, we are going to run the Flutter pub get command. But before, we are going to get into the packages Instagram blocks
UI and run the Flutter pub get command. Now we can hold reload our application. But before we are going to run the Flutter pub get command as well inside of the root of our application in the Flutter Instagram clone. So as you can see here, we have changed 5 dependencies. Now we can hot reload our application and we should no more see this couldn't resolve issue inside of the debug console. So after the placeholder, we have the if statement where we are checking if the avatar URL equal to null or the avatar URL is empty. We are going to return a default circular avatar with the profile photo that is a default photo for the user if he doesn't have any. After it, we are checking if we want to return an image with the adaptive border. We are going to return the avatar and it's going to be a container with the height and width plus 12, decoration equal to the border, and with the stack equal to the alignment that's centered. And with the children of a container decoration border not equal to null context black decoration or white decoration depending on the brightness of the current theme. Otherwise, if the border is null, we're going to return null instead of any decorations. And as a child, we're going to return a child. We're going to return a circle avatar with the default profile photo. And otherwise, if we don't want to return the user profile avatar with the adaptive border, we are going to return a gradient circle container, which will return a custom paint, which will draw for us a circular border with the appropriate gradient that we pass inside of this gradient painter. The gradient we're passing inside of this gradient painter, and we're getting it from the circular gradient container itself, and the gradient we are assigning as a function in here, as you remember, and we are returning a linear gradient with the color of a gray shade 600 in case we want to display an image with the inactive border, or we will return a default gradient if we want to show that the user has stories that we haven't seen yet. Otherwise, if we don't want to enable inactive border and we don't want to show the stories, we're not going to display the inactive border. Instead, we're going to return null. So otherwise, if the avatar URL is actually existing, we are going to return an we're going to have an image equal to the cache network image with the image URL and other parameters with the error image set to default profile photo, and the actual image builder will return for us a circle avatar with the image provider that we get from this function. And straight away we're going to once again check if we want to return the avatar URL with the adaptive border. If it's the case, we're going to have a gradient circle avatar, otherwise the container with the image as a child itself. And after all, we are checking whether we want our user profile avatar with the plus circle button as displayed in this photo. So by default, this boolean flag set to false when we want to make our profile to indicate that you can tap on it and pick up the stories, or that you can tap on this button and call whatever function you want. And after it we are returning a tappable where we are assigning the onTap function to either the pick image that we are defining on top, and this is exactly the same as we were defining in our avatar image picker. So if we want pick image on top, we are going to pick the image. Otherwise, we are going to return null when we are going to tap on this function, when we are going to tap on this user profile avatar. And if the on tap is not null, we are going to call the onTap function itself with the avatar URL inside of the parameter of this onTap function, in case we want to, for example, preview the avatar URL, the avatar of the user profile. And on top of it, we have an on long press that is optional, as well as the animation effect, scale, strength, and the child with the actual avatar that we are defining as the late. So as the last result is going to be either a stack or container or gradient circle container. So this is pretty much all for the user profile avatar reusable widget itself. So now we can go back to the user profile page, and inside of the user profile header, the dart file, we are going to replace our circle avatar with the user profile avatar that we have created. So instead of it, we are going to return a user profile avatar, and as a non-long press function, we are going to pass the context that show image preview if the avatar URL is not equal to null, and the show image preview will execute the show dialog function that will show for us a dialog with the actual image itself that the user has. And as a single onTap function, we are going to check whether
image URL equal to null. In this case, we are going to return nothing, and we're going to check if we are not the owners of the user profile block. We're going to execute the context that show image preview as well, and where after it we're going to actually create the stories. As you all know, in the Instagram you can tap on the actual avatar URL, on the actual avatar image inside of the user profile page, and create the stories, but we're going to implement it later. Now we can hot reload our application, and as you can see, we have this profile photo as a default one because we forgot to actually pass an avatar URL. Now if we reload, we should see successfully the image of our user, and if we just tap on it, we will see this cool bounce animation, and nothing happens because, as you can see, we do have an image URL, but we are actually the owners of this user profile block. Therefore, we are going to execute the code inside of this if statement, but it's empty for now. So if we long press on this avatar URL, we are going to see a preview of this image inside of this dialog. Also, now we have one more place where we're going to replace the user profile avatar and the circle avatar with the user profile avatar widget. We can search for the user profile list style, and in here we are going to search for the circle avatar, and we're going to replace it with our reusable user profile avatar widget, so that we have replaced the circle avatar, and now our widget looks like user profile avatar with the avatar URL set to the profile.avatar URL and the radius with the 26 value. So if we go to the followers page, now we should be able to see the same result, but now if we click on this user profile avatar, we will be able to navigate to the actual page of the user. So now it looks basically the same, but when we are going to implement the stories, we are going to replace this user profile avatar once again with the avatar URL that will automatically display whether or not the user has stories and whether or not we have the stories that we haven't seen yet of this particular user. And on top of it, we are going to define in this profile avatar with stories the on top function that will automatically navigate us to the user profile page when we are going to click on it, because now if we click on any part of this user list style, it will eventually navigate us to the actual user profile page. Even though we are tapping on this, it seems that we are tapping on the avatar URL, but we are not actually tapping on this, but we're not actually tapping on the user profile avatar. But anyway, and actually instead of the profile.avatar URL, we are going to replace it with the widget.user.avatar URL. So now it should be displaying as expected. So now we have replaced the circle avatar with the user profile avatar reusable widget. So now if we want to change something in the user profile avatar itself in one place, it's going to be changed in every single place where we use this user profile avatar. Now as a final touch for our user profile view, we are going to add page where the user can edit his profile. He can either choose a new user profile avatar, change his full name, username, or email, and all of this in one place. And here is how the UI where user can edit his profile will look like at the end. So basically, when the user will click on this user profile avatar, he will be able to choose different profile avatar for his account. When the user is going to click either on the name, username, or bio, is going to be automatically redirected to the appropriate page with the description and the text field where he can change this value either of the full name or username, and the app bar will respectively describe data of the profile info he's editing. So in this case, it's the name. So now let's go ahead in the user profile page, in the user profile folder, in the widgets, create user profile edit dart file, and let's go ahead and copy the content from the GitHub repository, paste inside, and let's quickly discuss about the design and the implementation of it inside of this user profile edit dart file. So at the very top we have the user profile edit screen that is going to be displayed by default, where user can see profile details, and it's going to be wrapped with the user profile block, because as you can see there is no bottom navigation bar, meaning that we're going to push this screen as a route page. Therefore we will not be able to access the user profile block from the top route, even though we are going to add this edit profile view under the stateful shell branch for the user. Therefore, we are going to need another instance for the user profile block, but we are going to need it only to execute some events to respectively update the user data. So, and here is the actual implementation of the design of the user profile edit view. So it has a scroll controller that has the init and dispose method, and in the build method we are selecting the user from the app block, so basically the currently authenticated user, and we are returning an app scaffold with an app constraint scroll view. So by default we will not be able to scroll this page. Only if the content of this page doesn't fit in the user's screen, the view will become automatically scrollable, as you remember. And inside of the column we have a user profile avatar that is actually image picker, and on image pick we have an image URL that user has picked from the gallery, and we are using the user profile block and executing the user profile update requested event with the image URL that we get from this function. After it, we are using the change photo text that will display this blue text that indicates that you can change the photo by clicking on this icon on this user profile avatar. And after it, right below the change photo text, we are going to have 3 text fields for the full name, username, and bio, and all of them are represented in the profile info input. That is a stateful widget that has the information about the current user profile info. So it actually tracks the old widget value and the new widget value, and appropriately updates the text controller value, so that there is always an up-to-date info about the user name, username, and bio. And if we tap on this text field, we are going to be redirected to the edit profile info page, where we will be able to actually change the value of this info. And here is the implementation of the actual page where we can see it, as well as the user profile edit screen. We are wrapping this widget with the user profile block because we are going to push the screen as an independent page as well. Therefore, we will not be able to use the previous instance of the user block. So we are wrapping the profile info edit view with the block provider, and the profile info edit view itself as an initial value of the actual info that we are about to change, and the value controller as a text editing controller with the default value equal to the widget.info value. And in the add post frame callback, we're defining whether we're assigning an info change type to the type of the full name or the username, depending on the widget.info type, depending on the profile edit info enum type that we are defining on top of the profile info edit page. Has the username, full name, and bio types. So after it, we have a build. Inside of the build method, we are defining an app scale with an app bar that has an animated builder depending on the initial value and value controller. So basically, we'll have an icon button with the icon data check that will allow us to actually confirm the changes of this specific info depending on certain conditions. If the conditions matches, we will be able to confirm info editing, which will execute the confirm action. We will eventually execute a function that we are defining depending on the widget.info type, which will either update a full name or username in our user profile block. And lastly, inside of the body of the app scaffold, we have app constraint scroll view with the profile info input, where we can actually input the new value of our profile info with the optional description for this specific profile info. So this is pretty much all for the user profile edit page. Now we can export it in the user profile edit in the widgets user profile edit. Now we can go to the routes, and inside of the GitHub repository we are going to search for the edit profile and the edit profile info routes right below the user stateful shell branch. We're going to copy it and paste. So now we have an access to these pages in our router. And lastly, we can go to the user profile block, and in here we are going to implement an event user profile update request. So inside of this on user profile update requested, we are going to use the user repository.update user function, and in case of the success we are going to emit the state and assign a new status value to the user profile status user updated. Otherwise, if the user repository.update user failed, we are going to emit user profile status that user update failed. So now we can go to the database client
inside of the user-based repository, we can define future void to update user. And it's going to have 5 optional parameters for full name, email, username, avatar URL, and the push token. So inside of the PowerSync database client, we are going to implement update user function, and we are going to call PowerSync repository dot update user that we have inside of the PowerSync repository that essentially calls Supabase.auth update user with the user attributes, and it uses the parameters that we have as an optional inside of this update user function, and we're passing all of them inside of this function itself: email, password, full name, username, avatar URL, and push token. So make sure that you always specify the email, password, nonce, and phone inside of their appropriate arguments rather than passing them inside of the data. Any other data of the actual user that you want to update, such as full name, username, etc., that are not mentioned in here, you are going to specify in the data as shown in this data map string dynamic. Now we can go to the user repository, and we are going to implement the update user function, and it's going to call database client update user. So now we should not have any exception inside of our user profile block. So we can close these files, go to the user profile page, click on the edit profile button, and as you can see, we have the exact design that we were about to have. Now we can click on the user profile avatar, and we can pick any other user profile, any other picture that we want to make our new avatar. So for example, let me choose this one, and for some reason our application caught an exception error updating user status code 500. We can go to the Supabase dashboard, go to the logs, and inside of the auth we can see here the error that's saying user error updating user. And if we go to the very bottom of this error, we can see the error message that says type extensions that HTTP request doesn't exist, meaning that we doesn't have an extension called HTTP request in our Supabase extensions. So in order to add them in our database, we can go to the database extensions, search for the HTTP, enable it, enable extension. And now if we go back to the application, choose the image once again. Now as you can see, we have successfully updated the user profile avatar with no exceptions. And lastly, we can try to change the name of the user. Click the check button, and we have this cool confirm action dialog that asks whether we sure to change the name to a new value that we have specified, and we are going to click to change. And as you can see, now the name of our user has been successfully changed as well. And now we can actually go ahead and add a username for our user. Click the check button, change, and as you can see, now we have the username in our user account. And as you can see, the app bar of the user profile page has been immediately changed to the new value of the username, because actually inside of the user profile page in the user profile app bar, we are using user.display username, meaning that we actually want to first display the username, after it the full name if it's null, and only after the full name display the unknown text. This is why the value have changed from full name to username immediately. So now we have completely functional page where user can edit his own details. Now we're going to design and implement the feed page where user can scroll different posts from different people, create his own post like other users posts, and etc. So finally, let's get started with the feed page implementation. Now we can go into the lib folder and create a brand new folder for the feed where we'll have the view and the feed page.dart file. And here we are going to quickly create a stateless widget for the feed page and return the feed view, import the Flutter material, and create the feed view page that will return an app scaffold. And inside of the body, let's return a center, child, text, feed, style, context, headline, small, font weight, app, font weight, bold. So now we have just replicated the page that we are currently displaying in the routes directory, but now we have a specific file for this feed page. Now we can go and create a feed.dart file, and then here we are going to export, and then here we are going to export view feed page.dart. So now we can go to the routes, search for the feed, and inside we are going to replace the app scaffold with the feed page, and make sure that you import the feed.dart file rather than view feed page.dart file. So as you can see, we have exactly the same page, but for now we are actually returning a feed page where we are displaying an app scaffold. So now before we are going to design the feed page itself, let's take a quick look at the design that we are going to implement. So as you can see, we are going to have posts in our feed. As you
already know if you have used Instagram before. So basically here is the post itself, which will have a post header, post body that will represent a post media, and the post footer where user can either leave a like, leave the comment, or share the post. And straight below these three buttons we're going to have a info about who has liked this post, and we're going to have an extra information about the people who like the post and are in our followings. So for example, if this particular user is in my followings and he liked this post, we are going to display that this particular user has liked this post. We'll mention that 2 other users has liked this post also. But for example, if this particular user is not in my followings list, this info will say only about the amount of people who liked this post without the additional information of my following. And at the very bottom of the post we are going to have a date when the post was created, and optionally between these two widgets we are going to have post caption, but if it's empty we are not going to display. In our feed page, each of these posts are going to be represented in blocks. So basically our page will be extremely flexible and scalable, and we can add as much content in it and expand it as much as we want. So for example, here is another picture of the post where we have a sponsored post, which represents an exact type of post with the post header, post body, and post footer. But now we have the button to navigate to the profile of the user that has boosted his post, exactly like in the Instagram. This is achieved by using blocks. So we have one general block called Insta block that is going to be a main block which we can inherit in order to create other blocks, for example the feed block. So in this case we are going to have post blocks. A post block is going to be once again a generic block which will be an abstract class, and we are going to then create specifically a post large block which will actually display this exact post with just a post media and info about the likers. Whereas in this picture we will return a brand new block which will represent a post sponsored block, and is going to be completely different as a type of block from the post large block, so we can distinguish them and we can manipulate with these post blocks as we want. So for example, in the Instagram itself you may sometimes see the blocks where the Instagram recommends for you some reels that you may like to see. So this could be achieved by utilizing yet another block, for example called recommended reels block, which will be directly used to display these reels that are recommended for you. Or for example in the Instagram, if you are using threads on top of the Instagram, sometimes you will be able to see the threads recommended, and this also could be achieved by using these blocks by creating a threads recommended posts block. This is why our feed page is going to be very flexible, because we can add whatever content we would like to display for our user on top of the existing functionality without directly manipulating with the feed page itself. Instead, we are going to just handle the block that we have just created, for example the reels recommended reels block, respectively display it in the feed page. So I hope you understand a little bit about the blocks. So now we are going to dive into the packages folder, and inside of the terminal we can go to the packages and create yet another very good Flutter package which we are going to call Insta blocks. So in this package we are going to store all the blocks that we are going to have in our Instagram application, and on top of it we are going to have some models for our pages, such as feed page that will contain a paginated result of the page itself with the current page value, with the list of blocks, and etc. So as I said before, we're going to have a main block in our Instagram, which will be called Instagram block, which is a reusable Instagram block which represents a content-based component. Now we can quickly copy and paste it inside of this file that we have just generated inside of the Insta blocks, but we're going to rename it to the Insta block.dart file instead of the Insta blocks. Let's go ahead and add a new dependency called JSON annotation, and inside of the dev dependencies we're going to add JSON serializable dependencies. We're going to add meta, and lastly in our dev dependencies we're going to add build runner. Now we're going to take a quick look of the Insta block itself. As a required parameter, it has a type which will represent a key used to identify the type of block metadata. Also, it's going to have a generic toJSON method that is going to be implemented by the other blocks that are going to inherit the insta block. On top of it, we have the insta block from JSON that will convert the map string dynamic JSON, take up the type as a nullable string, and we're going to check the type whether it equal to the post large, post small, post sponsored block, divider horizontal, section header block identifiers. In case the type equal to one of these blocks, is going to return the actual block from JSON, and in case it didn't find any block with the type, it's going to return an unknown block. For now, let's get rid of all these blocks and let's leave only a post large block identifier and post large block from JSON. So now on top of the insta block, we're going to create a post block.dart file. And before we are going to implement, let's quickly import the shared and the user repository. So now after we have created a post large block before it, we are going to actually create a post block.dart, and we can quickly copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside, add a new dependency called equatable. So the post block itself will have a post and author parameter that will represent a user that is owner of the post. The post block itself will have a unique identifier, the date time when it was created, the list of media, the caption, the action that occurs upon tapping on the post author. So for example, this block action can be different depending on the type of the block itself. So for example, if it's a original post, we are going to navigate to a basic user profile, whereas if the post is a sponsored post, we are going to specify that we want to navigate to the post author profile page, and we are going to display the sponsorship of this specific post with the link at the very bottom, which user can tap and navigate to external link that he has provided. So we can take a quick look at this screenshot. So basically it's exactly the same profile page, but at the very bottom of this page, as I said, you will have a floating action button which will navigate us to the external link, in this case to the instagram.com inside of the Instagram application, but we can specify here any external link we want, so that the user can see it when he taps on the actual sponsored post on our profile or tapping on this visit Instagram profile. And this text is going to be actually different in different scenarios. If we, for example, want the user to buy our product or to text us in the WhatsApp or whatever the action we want the users to make with our account. And lastly, the post block is going to have a is sponsored boolean, which represents whether the post was promoted by author. And after it, we have the optional getters that will extract the first media, that will get the first media URL and media URLs, whether the post is real, whether the post has both media types, and the post block is going to have a copy with and merge method. And at the very bottom, we're going to have a post block actions on post block itself, which is going to check whether we have a navigation action by checking action that action type, which is equal to block action that navigation. So now we're going to create a block action.dart. We can copy it from the GitHub repository, paste it inside. So essentially at the very top we have block action type, which is either a navigation or an unknown action type, which is a default one. So we always need to specify this one. But if we look at the insta block, we're going to see that we have an unknown block. So obviously the unknown block will not have any block action type. This is why we have an unknown block action type specifically for this case. After it, we're going to actually create an abstract class called block action with the string type and the block action type, and it's going to have a from JSON, which will convert the map string dynamic JSON to an appropriate block action, whether we want to navigate to post author profile action or navigate to sponsored post author profile. Otherwise, we're going to return an unknown block action. So the navigate to post author profile action represents the block action that is actually represents an implementation of block action which has an author ID, and we're going to actually navigate to the page of the particular user with this ID. Now we have the navigate to sponsored post author profile action, which is another implementation of block action, but this time we have the block action which will have a promo preview image URL and the promo URL itself. So as you can see, the promo preview URL is exactly this image that we are going to display, and the promo URL itself is going to be the external link that we are going to visit if we click on this floating action button. And at the very bottom we have unknown block action which is another implementation of block action, but this time we have block action type that unknown, so we don't navigate to any pages in case we have an unknown block. Now we can go to the insta blocks and export source block action. So now we can actually use this block action inside of the post block.dart file, and on top of it we are going to have a block action converter.dart file, which is an implementation of JSON converter. So basically the JSON serializable will know how to exactly convert the block action to JSON and deserialize it from JSON by using these types specified in here, and we are going to export it once again in the insta blocks. And lastly, it doesn't have a post author model, so now we can go in the source model, create a models.dart file, create models folder, create post author.dart file, and the post author is a class that represents a author of the post, and essentially it will have an identifier, username, avatar URL, and whether the user is confirmed. It's going to have a factory constructor from JSON and from shared. The from shared factory constructor will essentially be used when we will want to convert JSON called shared inside of the messages page, when we will want to display an actual shared post. This is why we have an extra post from shared, because we are using different map keys. Optionally, we have the post author.confirmed and post author.random confirmed, which will use the confirmed users that we have on top as just a list of mock user profiles that are confirmed. So in our application, we will just display author of the post as confirmed only if the post itself is post sponsored. So as you can see, we will have this little cool icon which will actually represent that the user is confirmed. But in the basic post, we will not have this icon that the user is confirmed. Now we can create a models.dart file, export post author.dart file, and on top of it we are going to copy the content from the post author converter, create inside of the models. Now we can export the models inside of the instablocks.dart file. Now we have no exceptions inside of the post blocks, so we have created a post author and block action. So now we can finally implement the post large block. So the post large block will essentially extend the post block, which we are going to export inside of the insta blocks. Now we can import the insta blocks, and the post block is actually extends an insta. So the post large block has all the super parameters of the post block itself, such as ID, author, created at, media, caption, but additionally we have the list of profiles that liked the post and are currently in the following list of currently authenticated user. We're going to specifically need this in order to display the list of likers in for this specific post when we're going to display their icons. So in this case, here's only one person who has liked this post and currently is in followers list of our currently authenticated user. So this users is going to be stored in this likers in followings list of users, and is going to have only 3 maximum profiles that we are going to display as an avatar. And in the super the type parameter, we are actually using the post large block dot identifier, and the identifier is actually post large, and we are going to export the post large block, but we have already exported it. So in the insta block we should be able to see that we can use the post large block dot identifier. So when we are going to convert the JSON and use its type, if the type is equal to the post large identifier of the post large block, is going to return a post large block from JSON, which will convert a map string dynamic JSON to the post large block from JSON, which will be automatically generated by the JSON serializable. So now we have these issues because we didn't run the build runner command to actually generate the JSON serializable code. Lastly, we are going to create an unknown block Dart file, copy it from the GitHub repository, and an unknown block is a representation of insta block once again as from JSON, and it has an unknown block to JSON that will be automatically generated by the JSON serializable, and the type of it equal to the unknown block that identifier, which is an unknown with the underscores from left and right side. Now we can export the insta blocks. Now we can export the unknown block the Dart file inside of the insta blocks. So now finally we can go inside of the insta blocks and run
the dart runner build command, which will automatically generate all the JSON serializable from JSON and to JSON. Cool. So now if we take a look inside of the instablocks, we should no more see any exceptions, meaning that we have set up everything correctly. So now we can use these instablocks inside of the root of our pubspec.yaml file, packages instablocks, sort all the dependencies. In the problems, if you have this block action.g.dart missing a required trailing comma, don't try to fix it by yourself. Instead, go into the analysis options inside of the instablocks and add an analyzer, exclude these folders. So now you should no more see this .g.dart warning, because actually in the analysis options we have excluded to the analyzer to check any of the generated files that we have in our instablocks, because actually they exist by if we go to the block action.g.dart, it exists in our instablocks, but actually I have just hidden them in the VS Code itself, so I don't see them locally. Now we can go to the feed page and let's go ahead and create a mock feed, which will represent a list of instablock, and we are actually going to list that generate. The length is going to be 10, and by the index we are going to specify the post large block, and as an idea we are going to use the UID that v4 generator. As an author, we are going to use post author.random confirmed. Created as is going to be date, time, subtract duration days, and the actual days we are going to use the random. Next int 365, and we are going to remove the constant, and the media is going to be a list of random media. So for example, we are going to use the image media with the ID equal to the UID.v4, and for the URL in the image media we can search for any image in Google, copy image address, paste it, and a caption we can provide any string for now. So inside of the center text feed we can use the column children list view that builder. Inside of the item builder we're going to have a post which will be feed index, and the item count we're going to specify as a feed.length. As a return type we're going to return image.network and use post.firstMedia URL, and we're going to wrap the list view that builder with the expanded widget. So now instead of the center text we have a beautiful list view that builder which displays for us 10 images, which are essentially post large blocks, but for now we are just using them directly without checking the type of the actual block. But as you can see, we have a post of the post large block type, and we can use from this post whatever we want, like a caption, an author, and other stuff. So this is only for the post large block. But in our application, as I said, we're going to have post sponsors block, post small block, and post real block, which is going to be different types of blocks, but essentially they are almost all the same, but we will actually design them and display on the screen differently so the user can distinguish them. So this is as simple as that, working with these blocks. This is very flexible way, because otherwise if we didn't use these reusable content based blocks, it will be much more tougher to handle all the type checkings, whether we want to display a sponsored block, a small block, real block, a large block, or if we want to extend our feed page and add more content such as recommended reels block, if we want to add our custom content specifically for our application, we're going to directly go ahead and add this block create this block and respectively handle it inside of the list view that builder, and all of this can be easily achieved using these blocks. Otherwise here will be a ton of inefficient code where we will manually check the type of the block, and we can achieve it only by using the enums, switching with the enums and other stuff, but instead we are checking the type of the block itself and specifically display an appropriate design for the block of the exact type that we have. So for the post large block, we are going to large blocks. We are going to display large posts with the post author, post media, and post footer. And for this stuff, we are going to have once again reusable UI components, because we are going to see this post not only in the feed page. We will be able to see them only also in the user profile page. Also, when we will share the post to other user, we will be able to click on it and see the preview of the post, and all of this will be achieved by using the reusable UI components, so that we have the exact same design everywhere in the application and we don't reinventing the wheel every time we are going to need this
post. So for this, we are going to go to the Instagram blocks UI, lib source, and we're going to create post large folder, and inside we're going to create index.dart, and we're going to create post large.dart widget itself, and inside of the index we're going to export post large.dart file, and in here we're going to actually implement all the logic for the posts themselves. So actually one more step that we will need will be to add a translatable rich text, because this text, as you can see, liked by the specific user and two other users, is going to be localizable. In order to achieve it, we're going to use a slang dependency. You can search for it in the pub.dev. Will make it possible to have rich text with different styles localizable, because Flutter localization, because the very famous Flutter localizable package that we are actually using inside of the LTNN file is doesn't support the rich text localization. Therefore, we will need another one to handle this. So we're going to add inside of the pubspec.yaml in the root of our application a new dependency called slang. And on top of the slang package, we're going to need slang flutter. And in the dev dependencies, we're going to need slang build runner. And after it, in the root of our application, we're going to create a build.yaml file. We're going to copy the content from the GitHub repository, paste it inside. So essentially, this build.yaml file is a configurational file for the JSON serializable source gen and the slang build runner, so that we have more specific options how the build runner will generate code for using these specific packages. So in our slang build runner, we are overriding the default options to use the base locale with the English value fallback strategy, base locale input lib ltnn slang input file pattern .rb, output directory link lib ltnn slang, output file name translations.g.dart, output format single file, locale handling true, and Flutter integration true. Now inside of the ltnn we are going to create a slang folder, and inside of the slang we are going to have a rich english.erb file, which will have a liked by string, which the rich identifier, and is going to have liked by square brackets name, square brackets and square brackets others. Now in the root folder of our application we can run dart run build runner build command, and we are going to actually have a dev dependency called build runner. So now we can run this dart run build runner build command, and in order to generate slang files we are going to run dart run slang, and as you can see output lib ltnn slang translations.g.dart has been automatically generated, but we can't see it actually with because, as I said you before, I have hidden the any generated files inside of the VS Code itself. So in the ltnn file we are going to export lib ltnn translations.dart.g.dart file. Now we will need to add inside of the bootstrap.dart file a translation provider, and we are going to actually wrap our builder with this translation provider, and this translation provider is required to actually use the translations of the slang inside of our application. And lastly, we can call the appview.dart file, and inside of the builder of the locale block we are going to call the widgets binding.instance.add post frame callback, and we're going to use the locale settings that set locale raw, and we're going to use the locale that we get as a state from the locale block and use the language code. Now if we hot reload our application we should not see any exceptions. So now we can quickly check whether or not the slang is working. You can quickly check it by using the text and accessing the getter as a global locale settings instant.current locations, and we're going to use a liked by text span that is automatically generated by the slang, and is going to have a required parameter for the inline span for the name and others, and we have provided text span for each of them. In the text for the name we're going to specify ml, and we're going to specify and for the others we're going to specify five others. We have the liked by Emil and 5 others text, and in the text span we can actually provide a style for this specific name text span, so that we can achieve the desired behavior when name of the user that liked the post is bold and 2 others is also bold and highlighted. So this is why we have used the slang for it, because it has support for the rich text localization. Now as a final touch for our localization we're going to have a time ago.dart file in which we're going to handle the formatting of the date time that we will get from the post to display it like the March 18th. For this we're going to add a new dependency called time ago. So now for the time ago.dart file itself we are going to have an extension on date time. We'll have a function called time ago with the build context, and we are going to have a locale now and difference, and we're going to have if the difference with now and this datetime less than 6, we are going to use a time ago to format this datetime with the locale.language code that we get from the localizations.locale of context. Otherwise, we're going to define the date formatter from the Intel package, and we're going to check if now that year equal to year that comes from the this that year. We're going to have a formatter equal to the date format that mmd with the locale.language code, and we're going to return formatter.format this. Otherwise, we're going to have a date format with the year, months, day, locale.language code, and we're going to return the formatter.format this. And as a time ago, we're going to have the same thing, but before we are going to return a time ago format as we do in the time ago itself, we are going to use time ago that set locale messages, and we are going to specify English custom short messages that we are creating on top of this time ago extension, and this English custom short messages extends time ago that lookup message, and we're going to override all these functions. So essentially we'll have a short format of the hours, days, months, years, and minutes. So in order to use them, we will have to firstly set locale messages, and after it we can actually use the locale to format the datetime, and the same goes actually with the time ago. So for example, if you have some more localization delegates in your application, you are going to use the time ago set locale messages, and you are going to use the locale that you have on top of the English. So in this example, for example, the French, we're going to have French messages that has time ago by default. So this is how you are going to handle the time ago formatting for different localizations. And as you can see here, you can have your own custom localizable class, which you can use in order to actually specify in the lookup messages inside of the set locale messages void method, which will set a locale with the provided lookup messages to be available when using the format function. This meaning that when you are going to use time ago that format, you can use this locale that you have as a locale message. So by default, you can use the English one, but if you want to provide some more, for example, as you can see here, English custom short, you are going to specify the English custom short messages lookup in the set locale messages function, so that you can use it inside of the format function. So this was pretty much all for the time ago .dart file configuration. We have created an extension on datetime so that we can use time ago and time ago short formatter to have a string from datetime, and we have set up a slang for our application in order to have a localizable rich text that we are going to use in our post. So now we can go ahead and actually implement the post large reusable widget in the Instagram blocks UI. So let's go ahead and inside of this file create a class called post large that is a stateful widget, and is going to have a bunch of parameters that we are going to need in order to actually display the post header, media, and the post footer for our post large. For that, you can go to the pubspec.yaml and import the insta blocks so that you have an access to the post block. Straight after it, let's go ahead in the build method and let's define ins sponsored, which will check whether the widget.block type is post sponsored block. For this, we can go back to the insta blocks and create post sponsored block.dart file. So essentially we already have a post large block, and the post sponsored block will look exactly like the post large block, but on top of it the user will see that this post is actually sponsored, and he can click on the button at the bottom of the post media and navigate to the author of the post, where he can see the promo banner at the very bottom of the screen, which is exactly like in the actual Instagram application. So for the post sponsored block, let's go ahead in the GitHub repository, copy the content, paste it inside, and let's go ahead and import the insta blocks. And let's go ahead in the terminal, let's dive into the packages, insta blocks, run dart, run build runner. Cool. So now we should have the post sponsored block from JSON and post sponsored block to JSON, serializable and deserializable from the JSON serializable package itself. Now we can go to the insta blocks and export source post sponsored block.dart file, and now we can actually check whether the widget.block is post sponsored block. We are going to need this boolean in order to properly display the status of the post itself, whether or not it's sponsored. Now in the build method itself, we are going to return a column with the cross-axis alignment set to cross-axis alignment.start. Every single children inside of the column will have a cross-axis alignment set to cross-axis alignment to start, and inside of the children we're going to define the if statement, and we're going to check if widget.block is real. So let's go ahead and quickly check what does real mean. It's going to be true whether the post counts as an Instagram reel, meaning that the media.length should be equal to 1, and first media should be a video media, meaning that there is only one media inside of the post itself, and it's a video, meaning that we want to display a post as a reel. In this case, we will use a stack, and inside of the stack we're going to use the children, and we're going to define post media and post header, whereas in the basic post large block we're going to have post header and after it post media, and we're going to actually define an else statement, and we're going to return a list of widgets. So in this case we're going to return the post header first and post media after the post header, and we are going to need these if statements in order to actually make a post large similar to the actual Instagram design, where if the post is real, the post media is a bit taller, so it takes up a bit more space in order to display a video itself, and the header and the post header situated right on top of the post media itself. Because we are using the stack here, therefore the post media and the post header will stack on top of each other, and as soon as the post header is below the post media, is going to be stacked on top of it. So this marks the end of the part 1 of this tutorial. Visit the link in the description of this video to get the part 2, which is of course free, or visit my channel and find second part of this Instagram clone.